Ciobănaș cu oile, bată-mi de coile, că ai lăsat oile și-a plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di păscuțel le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte dică rana, fântâna lui Gheorghiță, nu mai capte dică prin rudu.
They're gonna hit the tower though. No one
Bottom.
is looking for it. Titanic.
The Ice Blast coming in.
It's a perfect one.
And indeed it is. Look at that. My goodness. The boys on edge today. The Ice Blast is going to wear off now. They turn another Dragon Tail onto PP. No one pops the BKB. Pike moves in
They're
with
on
balance
9
strike.
class.
They're trying to kill off the Cottle.
They got
Don't
him.
get him. 9 class to fall.
Can they chase for more?
They need to try. Edge. Any further catch? Pike leading the way. Sent on to DeCarlis. They have the X mark into the torrent. DM's
BKB.
coming with the burrow strike. Now DeCarlis is gone, and now with the balance
Right,
down to the DM, they're going to get the Sand King as well.
Pike.
Triple kill for Pike.
Or got the juice rather, but got the juice now in danger as well as he's been jumped by Pure. He's down. Buyback immediately here by the gyrocopter. Pure's going to look to retreat. Peter Malice to lock him down a little bit, and the chase will be on. But BetBoom, I think they're just going to kite out until they have this enrage back up for Pure. In fact, never mind even the enrage. They're just jumping back in. Miero, has he gone too far? The escape back will save his life once again. Meanwhile, Pure taking down Zayats and Reedies. Both supports are down. Triple kill for Pure. GPK in with a huge avalanche on 3 targets. They found the juice. Pure looking for perhaps a rampage in this game 1. Got the juice is gone. That's an ultra. He's looking for that rampage. PMA trying to run, but Pure surely has him. And he does. Rampage for Pure. He will die in the end. Here we go. They'll move in now. Roar out immediately from Miero and got the juice. My goodness. It's looking pretty dry for him at the moment. I'll tell you what. PMA going to move in. Miero, meanwhile, just cleaning up. Niku just going down so quickly to Miero, and PMA just unable to do anything to save Zayats here as PMA is losing his own Brewlings in the meantime. They call it GG well played. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him.
I mean, well, the Ember pick, we're looking at probably another Mage Slayer carrier. I think that's what they're looking to finish up their lineup with. They maybe had some other... Mipos just stole the ward! Oh my god, he actually is able to just walk in and take it. Are you kidding me? They had the ward down beforehand. They saw him drop it.
Oh no!
I mean,
there you go.
I've never seen this in a pro game, Owen.
The sound as well. He's just casually walking it off. They do get the shackle shot in. Now they're bringing him low. Nightmare comes in to break him out of the combo. The stun comes in. They'll try and take him out of the course. It's going to keep him alive.
He saves him.
Radahn survived. What's
going on? Did he just toss the centaur while he's inside the horde course?
They both got tossed forward together. It was beautiful. Radahn, he does still die, but they're having to come in with the buybacks here from Shiro to try and hold. Nothing to say. Very low on the mana. The Nightmare controlling him. Collapse steps up with the hoof stomp into the ice path, into the searing change. Nothing to say. Goes down. No buyback for him. Triple kill for Lal. Shiro is cleaning up a couple of them.
He's alone now, though. Laurel, he's the one who's doing the work. He's got the nullifier. The workhorse pulls him in.
There we go again. Collapse, ready to run them down. Ultra kill for Lal as he does it from the back of the cart.
The Tide, of course, has the Ravage up and actually does commit it. Hitting only one so far. Samel, he's going to jump in with the Roar out. I believe that was purged off immediately. Meanwhile, Mabe with a perfect epicenter. He's found Noob, Omar, and GH. And NGX are falling apart as they finally get Sibe, but what does it matter? Just so much emphasis on trying to kill this Tide every fight. Meanwhile, mid, though, they have caught out the Bristleback. This could be a big turning point with the goal they will get out of this, but here comes Ghost to try and help out. Noob is just not dying yet. He's still making it out. He finally goes down, but look at Ghost. Oh my goodness.
I think it's pretty similar for the heroes that he's playing in the meta right now as well.
Avalanche on a 2, Mystic Flare down. They've also got the shot that lands on a Nightfall, and all of a sudden Tundra come through with a vengeance. They take out Toronto, Tokyo. They take out Nightfall. This Gale Force is making Mira's life very difficult. They've got the Rod of Atos to get the control on to this Hoodwink, and they'll finish off Mira. BCM gonna burn out here to Panto's Macro Pyre, but it's an ultra kill for 33 with the Bristleback. Kind of wonder with the global silence, but do they have the damage? The Lotus Orb, the Guardian Greaves, they've got the heal, and the sustain is there to make sure that this anti-mage is able to survive. They'll take out Chrysalis once again.
Oh my god, that's it. That's the combo.
They go on him a little bit with Natsumi, but the follow-up from XM. Nice calling, though. There's a Wheel of Wonder as well. Big Illuminate Blast. Gonna be ripping through these Talon heroes. It looked like they had positive initiation, but the damage output of XG is just too high. Mikoto also getting caught by a Bottle Strike. XM finishes him off. On the high ground, look where Ame is. They do have BKB on the Tiny, ready to reveal, and now the jump in. XM, he finds 2 cores on the back end. No BKB activated just yet. Wheel of Wonder instead thrown forth by Shinkyu. Mikoto couldn't get the crush. Instead, he finds himself getting horn-tossed RP. Can they finish him off? Ame is right next to him in the slaughter form, so of course he dies. Now, we see that Natsumi, he's trying to go 1v1 versus Ame, but it's a mistake, my friend. Close to the tier 1 tower as well, so he's also taking damage from the building. Ame with the double kill, make that triple as he cleans up Cuckoo. We see WS trying to escape, but the Tame the Beast says no.
Well, with how much damage the tower's taking, this is not rocket science.
They're gonna start the fight though. Ravage connects on the 2, and this time around it's not gonna be enough, but the RP in return catches on the 3 heroes. Yokam already gone. Natsumi follows him into the grave. The last remaining member is gonna be Mikoto, but not for long.
He's gonna go in for it.
Yopaj Goes in to reveal the Aghanim Scepter, gets the catch onto the small fling. Do they have their follow-up? Wheel of Wonder is going to come out, but Joe Podge is dying faster. He gets out, but Tomato, he comes back. Satanic, he lifesteal through Yuma. Back up to 100% HP. Analog needs to get out of here now. They bought back on Yuma, but he definitely cannot come back to this fight. He's on the scene. Oh, there's a blue hole on top of the Wheel of Wonder. The second one comes in. Schofield gone in the blink of an eye. Stolen snowball from Yuma will buy some time with KJ, but doesn't really mean anything because KJ about to die. Yuma, tidal wave, drags him outside of the fountain. Yopaj hexes him just to make sure he can't escape there. Another one, another blue hole showing up. They kill off the Slaughter this time around. He will be forced to buy back. KJ, yet another snowball to buy Yuma some time. Yuma now going in the opposite direction, trying to at least kill off the Ringmaster or the Tinker, but they're too tanky. At least the Tinker, at least one of them. No! He gets held in place. He cannot move, Sin. He gets killed off. 2 minutes in the grave. No buyback, and Skem is still alive. KJ will suffer the final indignity of the last death.
Boxy popping the drum.
Crit weaving, man. He avoids a lot of that Ice Blast flying through. And it has that connection, but the Global Silence was used, and now they're turning this around, or at least trying to on Malrine. He's low, Searing Chains, tame the beast to get the kill. And the look over at Skeeter, he's in pretty far. Isha doesn't have Searing Chains just yet, but the Remnant now, the toss into the black hole! Little alley-oop! Mickey just kind of standing here waiting for Amar to come over. They've got the Doom, but now Simmerway with the BKB. He's going to throw that black hole. It's going to be on to this Terrorblade. But they need the damage. They don't quite have it. They'll look for the Sunder, but they've got the stun. Can he get it off on anybody?
He can.
He heals back up to full. Saberlight, Boxy, and Sadia fought him out. Reed. Nisha looking next. Ultra kill for this Sand King.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of Wallachia season number 4. It's MLP Dota and DronXfire joining you here today. Jonathan, welcome back. We're here for day 3. Completely screwed up the intro, but how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We saw some great highlights from yesterday, and yesterday was a great day for Dota, right? You had a bunch of teams starting 0-1. You had a bunch of teams starting 1-0 at the end of the day. At the start of the day, at the end, we've got some teams on the cusp of just making it into the playoffs, right? Just one series away, one full win away from getting that 3-0 for qualification. You already see a couple of those teams up there as we are looking at our bracket, the 2-0 starts. And of course, we've got teams that, started 0-1 and started 1-0 and have equalized. Some winning teams dropping that game yesterday, dropping that series. Some losing teams finally finding a win. So we're in the middle pack. That's where we're going to be kicking off. And that's where the most interesting part of the story begins, right? Because we talk about this format a lot. We talk about what the Swiss format does. Every single series counts for a lot. And theoretically, we start to get even more even matches coming in. Because these teams have both kind of won the same amount. They've kind of lost the same amount. They should be theoretically at a pretty even power level. So that means we should have some pretty even, exciting matches here.
I dare say we are in for some even matches here, Jonathan, especially today. I mean, you and I, of course, you can see right in the middle of the screen there, we are starting with Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy on the B stream. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait. I mean, this is not the penultimate day, John, but you're getting pretty damn close to the end of this group stage. And well, here we are, the schedule for Stream B. Tidebound going to be up against Nigma Galaxy first. Of course, second up, we've got Tundra Esports against Shopify Rebellion. And then Talon versus NAVI Junior and AVULUS versus Heroic. My thank you to PGL for not giving us any Talon games. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for that. So I can't hear John talk about this team any longer. I really can't.
Yeah, we'll be talking about some Southeast Asians, at least with Tundra and Shopify. Of course, we've got our another stream, our main stream as well, with a lot of matches lined up there, and we can take a look at the schedule lined up. For the main stream, we've got Edge up against BetBoom, Liquid up against Xtreme, Parry versus Falcons, and Team Spirit up against Aurora. So the first two matches are those 1-1 teams. The last two are the teams that could potentially qualify today. Either one of these two teams will qualify today, and that's in the bottom of the schedule. That's going to be later on in the day. But we've got that excitement lined up for us right now, Mike. Those middle of the pack teams, the matchups that we saw on our schedule, it's going to be exciting. You know, Nigma Galaxy up against Tidebound. Nigma Galaxy starting off maybe on the wrong foot, taking a little bit of a loss to kick off, and then finding that very strong win up against AVULUS, going 2-1. Up against Tidebound, who started off on a better foot, right? Like they managed to 2-1 BetBoom, they lose 0-2 to Spirit. This should be a fun one. I think the side of Tidebound, we've seen them in a couple of tournaments now. It's been a little bit touch and go. They've done some silly stuff. Not in this tournament yet, but in previous tournaments, we saw them running like nothing to say Tinker mid. Right? That's something that popped out. That's not something we ever expected them to do. They could do it again. You know, but contrast that. Contrast that to what we've been seeing. Contrast that to what we've been seeing elsewhere, right? Like all the picks here from Tidebound, they've been pretty sharp. And again, they have some special pocket picks that can come in. But the side of Nigma Galaxy, what we saw yesterday with Ghost, with that Marcy-Io combination that was a throwback to a year ago, that was just insane what Ghost was doing in that game. And sure, you know, game 2 for that series for NGX was a little bit rough. They kind of threw it back in game 3 with almost complete curb stomping of AVULUS. And I like what I'm seeing from Nigma Galaxy. You know, it's always a little bit worrisome to say this kind of early in the tournament. You've seen NGX have some pretty good runs, especially with Ghost subbing in every now and again. But dare I say it, these guys got it, man. You know, they're looking decent enough. They're coming in. They're on the road up. We'll see if they can keep that momentum up. Tidebound certainly not going to be an easy opponent to go up against. But they've got some fun stuff in the draft. I'm keen on seeing whether or not this Marcy actually does slide through in the series.
I mean, we can get a bit of an update on the Marcy, Jonathan, because thankfully for us, Draft 1 is underway as we speak. Thank you for that. Do you go Marcy without the Io? That's my issue, right? Because I know how great Ghost is on the Marcy. I get it. I even said before we went into this game, I would love to actually see the Marcy pop up here for NGX. But it really does feel like the Io is what makes it feel completely unkillable. Now, mind you, allow me to say this before I hand it back to you, John. I wouldn't mind if they went Marcy Coddle. I feel like you kind of do the same thing. Yes, it's not as good. You don't have the tether on the Marcy with the overpower and all that crap. But you can still recall her across the map to just create all kind of shenanigans. You can still heal her up. You know, it still seems like a pretty decent idea if NGX are set on choosing POS 1 Marcy.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it at all. And that Coddle you talked about, Mike, is still open. I do appreciate the respect NGX is showing as well. Right? They banned Tinker first, which we've seen a couple of drafts where Tinker's just completely ignored. Up against Tidebound, you don't want to deal with it. You don't want to deal with a flex. There's the Coddle you were talking about, sliding through for Tidebound. And one more thing I wanted to point out. NGX, finally, are banning out Ringmaster in the first phase. Like, it is insane the hero slides through first phase so often. It's the top contest hero. It's in every single game in this tournament, either as a pick or a ban, mainly a pick. But this here just does way too much for what it's worth. I believe it has like a 66% win rate over all the games it's played. So I'm glad to see NGX ban it, and they get into the comfort of just picking up that Beastmaster. Nothing too silly on the offlane for you. Some flex. We saw some male play this mid, so there's some flexibility to kind of drag this around, but already a stable foundation here from the side of NGX. I'm surprised they didn't offer something like the Silencer counter Coddle, as that has felt a pretty decent solution for the recall spam here.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, I do like the Beastmaster. Obviously, we've seen this hero perform for I don't know how many years now. It just doesn't matter what the meta is. Beastmaster, always good. Pretty stock standard pick here for Nigma Galaxy to just go ahead and take. I do appreciate Tidebound just taking the Coddle for themselves just in case, which obviously they just found no need to ban Marcy because they can just take the, the Coddle that would have caused them so much headache. Nigma Galaxy, we'll see what they want to follow up with here, of course. Probably 2 supports to come. You don't have that Ringmaster that everyone's been taking for themselves first pick this time. You don't have the Tinker. You don't have the AA. You don't have Jakiro either, which has been extremely popular as of late. So some supports to come, I assume. Question is, what route are they going to take? And right now, I don't know, Jonathan, because again, most of the popular supports we've been seeing have been banned out. I mean, you do have Warlock. I believe that's popular in the sense that it just can't win, John. If you wanted to go down the Warlock route and just lose game 1 for NGX.
Yeah, why not? Make it interesting. To be fair, it's not a terrible Warlock game, right? Like Drums Islam plus Fatal Bonds can be nice. It doesn't really fix your issues with catching the backline. It doesn't really help you with dealing with toggle or any such, but it can at least stabilize that safe lane if you are looking for something a little bit more passive. And it will just go with the Disruptor inside. This is something that we haven't seen too often. It has popped up here and there. There's a lot of value in the Glimpse back, especially when you're playing up against, say, Recall, right? Like, I think that's a pretty interesting solution to this Coddle pickup. If he's trying to drag heroes in, as long as you've got vision with the Disruptor, you can suddenly at least negate that and maybe waste another Recall if they have the short. If not, you're going to have to wait, well, a stupidly short amount, to be fair, to get the Recall back going. But nonetheless, you'll be down a man when you are looking for these global rotations. So I like that as a unique solution to the Keeper of the Light conundrum for NGX. It provides you decent team fight as well. I'm curious to see if we'll see the kinetic fence. We've seen some utility coming out here, so I wouldn't mind that too much.
First of all, let me start by saying, John, I actually really think Disruptor is one of the most broken supports in the game right now, especially with all the map changes. Just there's so many nice choke points that you can abuse Static Storm with, and of course Glimpse is always going to be amazing. But more importantly, John, I actually think this is a meta where Kinetic Fence is just better. I'm not sure if they'll take it, but with the amount of little choke points you have, with all these small like waterways through the jungles and stuff, it could actually be like super useful. They'll go the Muerta as well. There's a Lifestealer pickup here for Ghost, so that's their POS 1 selected. And it does seem like a pretty good Lifestealer game, John. It gives you a nice way of bursting down the egg. Obviously, against Kunkka, you don't really care. Against Coddle, you don't really care. I think it's a very nice LS game here for NGX.
And it is. It provides a lot of solutions for what you're seeing out from Tidebound. Lifestealer loves to play. Whoa, that was a little bit of a jump scare with a TA pickup. But it does provide you a way of digging into the Kunkka, trying to undo run buff and all these tanky shenanigans that can come in. The TA pickup, though, it's pretty strong showing out from Tidebound. It should just be our Shiro hero now in the safe lane. And that does draw a lot of things out, right? Like, it doesn't have the highest winning rate in the world. It is one of the top contests by bans. This year has just been constantly banned out, as it does have a really high tempo to it. Like TA, especially with Refractor, it just does so much damage, even in the laning phase. It's a nice cure to have into the Beastmaster lane. Not necessarily into the boars, but you can just kind of try to sideblade away. Again, with Refractor, the Refraction does give you more damage as it's being twacked down. So you do have a lot of leeway in playing. And it does play tempo nicely with a Coddle once 6 is up. So I don't mind this too much from Tidebound. I think there is a really strong timing. We would say Dragonlance Blink, Dragonlance Desolator that can come into play on the side of NGX. Has to be a bit cautious. Mind you, again, they could still shift gears. Right, they could look for the off-lane pickup, as it does look like Tidebound is expecting that, banning up with Darkseer, maybe taking care of some other key off-lanes. Tidehunter is one that's been coming out a lot. You see Bach, he did have not the best of times with Magnus. I feel like that could be a decent choice as well. The Brewmaster would be a good way of kind of handling this TA. Melts through Refraction quick, fairly tanky, not going to melt down, and can be a real nuisance in the team fight. So either option kind of works for NGX, shifting the Beastmaster in mid. For Tidebound, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of stitch together, because they do end up with a Coddle Kunkka, right? Like, we were talking about this Coddle set of combos yesterday. Coddle Kunkka is one of them that is fairly straightforward. Tends to play nicer on safe lane, but it still works out on mid, and that's how you decide to run here in Tidebound. And again, they're doubling down on that durability. It's just whether or not you can get max value from Recall, at the very least, is kind of the question. Like, will you have enough vision on this Disruptor? Your traps have to be on point. Your engagement from Tidebound has to be on point before you start to commit the recalls, because Disruptor is probably your biggest issue. It's really just glimpsing back is going to be such a strong tool, especially as it gets maxed out for the all-tap range. You're not going to get that surprise factor going for you all too well here on Tidebound if you don't manage to find his backline.
I wonder what they're going to finish off with here. I mean, Tidebound. I mean, you might want to take the Brewmaster yourself here for Bark in the offlane. I mean, we know how great the man can play that hero, and I mean, I guess against the Lifestealer can be a little bit awkward. I don't think you care too much, though. Generally speaking, you could just outrun the Lifestealer every time, and the evasion's pretty annoying for him. Let's see what he wants. Tidebound, they're going to get rid of the Ember here. Of course, Nigma Galaxy are still looking for a mid lane. Tidebound could also flex the Kunkka into the off lane, but I don't really recommend it. Doesn't really feel like the greatest Kunkka off lane style of game. Let's see what Tidebound do want. I mean, you've got the Coddle with you, so you probably want to be somewhat aggressive because you do have that global presence now with the Keeper of the Light. Obviously, we've seen heroes like Underlord make its appearance quite a bit here in Wallachia because, again, Coddle, global ability plus Underlord feels pretty nice. I still just wouldn't mind a bit more team fight.
Yeah, I'm on the same pool as you. They'll go with the Doom as a solution. So that's one way to kind of isolate the Lifestealer. You tend to have a stable lane on Doom up against the Lifestealer anyhow. You can just kind of play the lane, get your farm going. There is some good punish here from the side of NGX. Would say glimpse back early on. Maybe the first 2-3 levels for the Doom isn't going to be the most comfy, considering how much damage Lifestealer can pump out. If you're not too careful, you can always trade back with Infernal Blade. It could be the way to go in that lane for Tidebound. For the side of NGX, again, there's that flex for the Beastmaster into mid. There's a lot of options still left for you move on the off lane. If you did want to change things up, Tidebound themselves did ban a mid and off as well. And options like the Tidehunter still work out for teamfight. Magnus is still there for noob if you want. There's some tankier off lanes that are kind of ignored. Sand King's in the picture. So could be one way to go to give yourself more teamfight, an infest vehicle for your Lifestealer. At the same time, running the Beastmaster off lane here, you have a lot of mobile mids that Sumail can run on, right? Like Puck is there, Quaff is there. There could be some good ways of tying in teamfight as well. Instead, it's the Monkey King that comes out. So you get a very strong matchup in mid lane now up against this Kunkka. You've got a lot of tempo to play with for Sumail, a lot of early lane dominance that you should expect, although a Kunkka can kind of slap back pretty decently. Of course, there is a dodge mechanic for Sumail to kind of play with. And this is a very interesting set of drafts. This is not too similar from what we were seeing yesterday. It's a little bit fresher. It's a little bit different from these teams. I will say that I would lean towards NGX just a little bit more here. I think that tempo they have with this lineup is pretty hard to play into. I think for Tidebound, your combination with Recall, it's still pretty nice, but you are kind of worried about the backline. And the backline jump isn't that smooth here for the side of Tidebound, right? You don't have a high mobility hero to hunt down this Disruptor to prevent the recalls from just being guaranteed true with a glimpse. And that's going to be the ace in the hole here for NGX. As long as GH is well protected, you don't have to worry about too much. The odds, though, are slightly favoring Tidebound, as you see our 1xbet odds here, just a little bit better off for Tidebound in comparison to NGX, which I don't fault them. I think a lot of people have been burned by believing in NGX, so, you know, it tends to go that way with the odds. But hey, I believe in NGX, Mike.
How dare you? You know how many NGX fans we probably have watching right now, John, that are gonna hate us for infinity because you said that? Oh, John.
What? No.
You can't say that. Oh.
No, it's reality.
How dare you?
It's reality.
How dare you?
Any actual fan will admit when their team has always burned them. I get burned all the time by all of our teams. Southeast Asia, I might as well have 1 million cuts on my arm for cheering on for Southeast Asia. That's the emotional damage it's done to me. It's done to you. You should know best. So, you know, if you're an NGX fan, you know, you've been burned before, but you still got to believe, even if the odds are against you.
Yes, you do, Jonathan. And you know what? I actually believe in Game 1's draft here for NGX. I'll be honest with you, Jonathan. I think this Monkey King LS could be a pretty big issue for the side of Tidebound to try and deal with. But who am I, Jonathan? Let's let the players play it out and see exactly what they've got in store for us here for game number 1 of this best-of-3 series. Of course, you really don't want to end up losing. It's a Swiss format. It's very unforgiving. You know, tomorrow could be a pretty rough day if you don't end up pulling off some victories here today. So let's get into game 1 between Tidebound and NGX and see how it all does pan out. I will say I'm actually concerned here for Tidebound, because if this TA doesn't have himself a good game, it's going to be pretty tough, John. You're up against a Monkey King and an LS. You know, you're basically fighting 2 carries here.
That you are. It's also interesting to note for NGX that Omar did go for a friend. We were kind of talking about this before with with Muerta, right? Like, no one ever picks a Frenda. It gets slightly buffed up every patch. They increase the attack speed bonus. Omar actually goes for it. So you won't have the persistent calling every time someone dies, the more spirits, the utility that brings, but you've got some great laning presence as they go for this early smoke here.
I mean, they're going. Planet does see the smoke break, and they don't want a bar of this. The boar is going to see Planet in the end and give him a bit of a, you know, 1-2 punch, but that's about it. Everyone going to be just fine. So we got a sentry ward placement at that large camp here from GH. Obviously just blocking those that triangle large camp that you tend to sack a lot when you have a hero like TA in your team. And they will retreat eventually. No first bloods to be drawn here in this game, number one. No real D wards either here in the mid lane. Everyone just got away with it. And it is going to be a nice even 2-for-2 trade. And Jonathan, naturally we start with the mid lane. You're going to see Simel here up against nothing to say. Now, I dare say you probably should have a pretty decent advantage here for Simel, but it certainly can work either way. Like, nothing to say can just outplay him too.
Yeah, this is definitely all about play, little mechanical skill, how much you can get away with, say, controlling waves, how you position yourself, especially up against this Tidebreaker, how you space yourself here, for nothing to say, going to be a key part of all this. So it's down to just how you utilize that. So far, though, Sumail is off to a decent start, getting some stacks up already. Some aggression top lane, though. Already trading away on Y. You're seeing some value from Omar with your friend. Look at that extra attack speed, just allowing him to twack through with a fire spirit going on him. It doesn't even affect Omar in terms of trading back. And that is one big bonus for this facet you rarely see. The Ofrenda does give you some great laning presence at the cost of, again, utility from the calling down the line. But if you can play around this area control, then you have yourself a pretty dainty time. Omar just winning out the right plays purely off of just having, again, that extra 20 attack speed a friend provides you.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying, actually. And Shiro and Y certainly copping the nasty end of that stick. Not very fun. The beautiful thing is Omar can always just delete the Offender as well if he knows he's going to be running into or respawning into a pretty awkward scenario. So, you know, the added bonuses, they do feel quite nice here for the Muerta, assuming you can play within that AoE. How about that bot lane? I mean, you've got Bark there with Planet against GH and Ghost. This feels like a lane that could get pretty dangerous for Tidebound if they're not too cautious. Naturally, once Ghost has perhaps the Orb of Corrosion up, GH has the Glimpse up, you've got to play a little bit careful.
That you do. It is still a pretty stable lane for Bach. I do like that he goes for the Infernal Blade level 1, just in case Ghost decides to tickle him down a little bit with a couple of right clicks. Also just an opportunity to run down GH if he oversteps. Of course, this lane stabilizes quite a fair bit more once you've got that Scorched Earth ready. Once you maybe have the value point in Devour as well to start getting that farm up. This still shouldn't be too much pressure onto Ghost, and he is free farming pretty much in this lane as you'd expect. But as long as Bach kind of soaks up some EXP and finds some good camps for himself to eat with Devour, there is still play. Level 3, level 4 starts to become a lot bearable, especially if you consider the cheeky Chakra combination you can bring out. Like Infernal Blade at level 1 with a lower cooldown is going to be pretty massive to trade with Ghost as a high HP hero. That burn damage, even at early levels, is not to be underestimated for sure. That will provide, again, a little bit of a bite back there for Bach. But so far, NGX and their lanes are looking pretty damn good. Sumail's having a great time on mid. He's managing to dodge out. Again, he has much more leeway in terms of trying to outplay Nothing to Say. With that Mischief dodge, having the range advantage in the melee matchup always feels good as well. And he's got sustain that Nothing to Say really can't match, outside of maybe the durability of his Admiral's Realm, which doesn't really function the same way as Monkey King's innate lifestealing does. So, strong start for Monkey. Mind you, he did not go for 3 dances. You don't tend to see nowadays. He has gone for Wukong's Faithful. So the rotations into side lanes not going to be as quick for him. But still, he's going to have a lot more presence with Wukong's Mad, and potentially the Ags build-up down the line is just going to feel that much more annoying to play into with a Monkey King here.
I mean, Nothing to Say at least is doing a good job of not giving the Jingu away to Sumail, but it doesn't really matter. And in fact, I say that he does give it away now. Loses his courier. But the CS war is just not favoring Nothing to Say at all. It's a pretty tough time. Not much he can do. Bottom lane, Bark. There's your electric fence, John. Bark is in trouble. Bark is gone. Kinetic fence. I'm telling you, it's the way to play this hero.
It is like the way it just cuts off, and it's lower cooldown as well with charges. It's just obnoxious to kind of have to deal with that. It does slightly weaken the potential of Static Storm, but the potential you get in choke points is just massive. I think if you have enough control to kind of tie heroes into Static Storm anyhow, it's not going to be a problem. You do have some of that here on NGX, right? The calling can provide a little bit of a slow to keep them in later on. And Wukong's, well, Wukong's will just try to force them out, but it still plays nicely with defense. A good start here for the side of Nigma Galaxy, with Ghost getting that kill on Bach before the level 3 is up. Bach does opt for that value point in Scorched Earth to actually have a decent way of trying to run around and providing again some good chip damage onto Ghost, but it's not really doing much to stop Ghost from farming. Again, every lane for NGX is going well. Even the top lane for Noob, he's finding his build-up, he's finding farm. He hasn't bothered with the Axis. He wants to melt through Refraction with the Boar and the Inner Beast, playing around with Wild Hunt as well. This does feel even stronger as the levels go up into that Dominator timing on top of things. And the early tempo lining up for NGX is starting to really kick in, right? Like we were talking about the timings here for Tidebound. Your lane for Shiro isn't too bad. Like he is still going to have some timing to play into, say, the Dragonlance. It's not going to be a ridiculously fast TA timing, so you're not going to see as much movement across the map. We're already seeing the side of NGX setting up on mid for that 6-minute rune, or at least setting up some forward vision, trying to bully out Nothing to Say really hard, and it's already having to play the jungle. So again, you're finding everything you'd possibly ask for.
I mean, Noob's being so annoying at this top lane. Like, they're trying to jump him on the Beastmaster. They even try to just snipe his ball to get that nice XP off it, and he just denies it right in front of them. Like, it just... He's being such a nuisance, and here comes Samel to make matters worse. Shiro trying to run away, but I don't think there's any chance of survival here. He's been slowed up too much. Shiro, he'll try to fight. He knows he can't. And Samel will take the kill very nicely here on the Monkey King. And now Samel's cosplaying a ball. Look at that, John. There he goes.
Yeah.
What a cutie.
I love it.
What a cutie.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, if only he could also spit for at least one attack before revealing himself. That'd be a little bit funny. Or if he could tree dance around with that, but hey, maybe a little bit too strong. Well, I mean, I would enjoy seeing a jumping boar, Mike, but maybe down the line, that's how they change tree dance to be more balanced. You can stay in mischief while jumping around. That actually would be an interesting prospect. If only.
We'd call that the Australian patch, John. That'd be the Aussie patch right there.
The drop bears.
Oh, everything. Everything.
Oh,
be amazing.
Yeah. As amazing as the start is for NGX, again, 2-0, 2K lead. They're working the map well. Bach is hurting on the offlane, but this is a Doom. It can recover. The issue with a slower start for Tidebound is, who do you connect with? The only hero that is kind of set to go as you approach a 10-minute mark is Nothing to Say. Again, it's a natural combination with a Kotl. Whether or not double Tidebringer is going to be enough, though, remains to be seen, considering the durability on NGX's side as well. In fact, they're going for a very aggressive smoke, looking for an angle into the triangle, or just into mid and force the issue onto NTS.
Here comes Omar as well. They really want to just shut down NTS. The calling, a little bit off the mark. Fence is going to block him from going north. Nothing to Say, still trying to get away. We'll throw the boat out to try and survive a little bit longer. Samel is going to get hit by the boat, and he's in big trouble, but he'll heal up just barely. Samel, does he die? He's trying to survive. He will go down. But they will get Y as a response. And now Planet also in danger as GH will move back in. Has another fence. Put it down, GH. There you go. Planet's down a bit. A 2-for-3 trade. GH the carpet.
It does. And GH is building those fences, building those tiny wallets up, and Omar is reaping the benefits. Has level 6 now on our Muerta. Has that Pierce to Veil up. Level 2 of Friend off the back of that. And I gotta say, again, this little attack speed bonus is just opening up a lot of damage possibilities for the support. Like, he is doing a ton of work. It's a little bit unfortunate that you lose Sumail, but he doesn't seem to care. He's already rotating his way up top, trying to keep that pressure up onto Shiro. Shiro's already hanging in the rear part of that jungle, although it's not going to stop Sumail here.
It will not. Samel out of control already. Shiro being chased, gets a refraction, but the glimpse back plays are there, and Shiro, another death here for the TA. I'm telling you, John, this Disruptor hero, I think these pros have been sleeping on it a little bit too much. It's just so nice with these map changes. If you've got the vision, man, it feels so impossible to play against.
That it is. They've really done a number on these choke points. There's a lot of them all around. Maybe not as much as you'd expect in, say, the main part of the lanes, but certainly those side entrances, the ganks into the jungle, feel pretty impactful. You've got very fast level 6s for these supports off the aggression NGX is showing as well. GH has 6. We talk about Omar already having that 6 soaking up on mid. They're still set to fight in the top lane as well. They've got Static Storm ready. Not going to be an easy way to counter fight here on the side of Tidebound. And, you know, Sumail isn't leaving that lane, just walking right back in.
Why would you want to leave? Like, he's got the Orb of Corrosion and he's Monkey King. Like, he just wants to hit people right now. Why? Get caught, gets the Icarus Dive away. GH not within range to go for a glimpse back, and they'll just let him go. But you know, this whole time, like, Shiro's just feeling very uncomfortable now in the TA. He's going to end up in the jungle for a little bit. Probably for a lot longer than a little bit, in fairness, John. As mid lane, they are going to make the jump in now into nothing to say. Oh, look at this. The fences, Jonathan. He can't move anywhere. Nothing to say. He's still running. The glimpse back into the Wukong's command, but he's still perfectly fine as the boat keeps him alive.
That's a perfect rune.
Doom is out now into Sumail. A perfect Doom onto the MK, but he's still barely alive, and there's the Infest. Ghost will keep him alive. Nobody dying. Now, John, that's a level 1 fence. Wait till he hits level 4. That's when we have the real fun.
Yeah. Now that is when the fun really begins. I have to say, Nothing to Say was very fortunate to grab a shield rune right before being glimpsed back. That did provide a added durability along with a run buff, of course, from that Ghost ship coming in. It drags a lot of attention onto mid, and it's not attention that Ghost can really maximize, having to come in to save Sumail. So it does work in favor of the side of Tidebound, right? Like, Bach is free for like a few seconds to keep his farm game up. You've got moments where Shiro is not being contested in the jungle, and that is allowing a little bit of a recovery process. You're also just trying to give Nothing to Say a game to play with. Like, he is going into the Blade Mail, into the Radiance, and be a little bit slower going for that build-up. At least has a couple of stacks he could try to clear out here for himself until we start to see that combination kick in. For the side of Tidebound, key thing now is just to buy space for Shiro, right? Like, stall out for him, give him some time. Bach, he can show up every time he has Doom, not really fully necessary. You kind of need to stall for these two cores. The side of NGX, the pressure's on them to keep this aggression. They have to punish this greedier timing from Tidebound, and they'll try again.
They will try again. They've got the Doom this time, and the fence is just locking him in. So annoying. Buck is down. And I appreciate the argument that, like, Kinetic Field, the other one, is, like, better for Static Storm, but in some cases it's not really. Like, you can be so annoying just by forcing him to move the wrong way.
Yeah. We're seeing it over and over again from GH, and like you said, that's level 1 fence. Once you hit level 4 with 4.4 second duration, it's going to be even more annoying, although GH...
He's gone this time, but here comes the cavalry to try and find some kind of vengeance here for their fallen brother. But it's not going to happen this time. Tidebound, they'll get away with a freebie. Something they desperately need right now. I mean, props to Nothing to Say at the very least. He has found himself plenty of farm from those triangle stacks after a pretty horrendous laning stage. So at least you do have your Kunkka farming up very well. But those are all stacks that you can't now give to Shiro, which I think is the big negative here for Tidebound.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I do feel like it's kind of fine because, again, the only hero you have to launch off right now is Nothing to Say. You have to give this tempo hero to start. He needs to at least buy the space for the rest of the chorus, because no matter what, you're still going to be farming up anyhow on Bach and Shiro. Like, it will just take time for them to be ready to join these fights, although not too much time. Dragonlance already up in Shiro. Into the Desolator, he'll go already pretty much just one part away at this point with the farm he has on hand. And GX still not relenting on the pressure, because despite all of this aggression, they only maintain a very slight net worth lead. Again, they've done a great job on Tidebound to work the map, to buy that space for these big cores. And GX has to shut down the map even harder. They have to apply that pressure, because once this TA is online, once the Doom's ready to join in, problems will arise. Although...
What of Atos to lock her down. She's got nowhere to go either, John. She's got to walk the opposite way to a tower. Nothing to say. I mean, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do. They're going to try and drop onto Noob. Okay. Noob's okay, though. Okay, Ek is going to connect, and they've got it. Fair enough. Recall was there from Planet. It looked a bit awkward to start, but Y had the trust that his teammates were going to get there in time, and in fact, they did.
Yeah, a really nice blinding light out from Planet. kind of drag them in. Ghost being cheeky, waiting for that 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom, not going to be able to sneak away and steal it. They'll still secure their own, at the very least. That's an important one for you to trade evenly here on Tidebound, because again, you've got that early tempo on NGX. They want to keep building that advantage up. Every single advantage you deny away makes this game playable. Nothing to say?
Triumph, nothing to say. Problem is he's been blocked off, John. They can't help him out. Now they can. They'll walk around. Nothing to say. Still perfectly fine as they cannot lock him in. That's half his HP gone pretty fast, though. Like, the thing is, you've got to keep just committing boat over and over again to survive these initiations for nothing to say. It's a very uncomfortable time.
It's uncomfortable at the same time. Again, it's buying space. They're not finding kills on NGX. You're getting Shiro space to farm. You're getting that ramp up on this TA, who is just, again, about 1,000 gold away from the full deso. And that's when things start to get rolling here for Tidebound. Tormentor opens up. Roshan opens up after a pickoff, perhaps. The Trap Vision is denying them some easy rotations, although why?
Well, he's got Icarus 5 available, so he's going to be okay. They did cancel his TP, at least. So no TP for him, but thankfully they get a free one with the recall anyway. He's going to go back down bottom here with Planet, nothing to say, and Bark, and it seems like they're going to start pressuring that bottom T1 tower. Maybe even just go straight for the Tormentor. I suppose it's a little bit riskier if you haven't already taken the T1, but they're going to do it anyway. Just take it.
Yep. No one there to stop them. And then Tier 1 mid, probably going to be traded away for that, but this is a bigger gold injection. That little power spike you get with a free shard on Y, just having the Sunray in the egg, going to be a massive nuisance as well for NGX to deal with. And again, this is where the concerns arise for the side of NGX. Their early game was great. The tempo was picking up. You're at the point where Shiro will have his full deso flying in 160 gold. Your rotations onto Nothing to Say were successful the one time. Ever since then, they haven't been able to kill him. And he's just stalled this game so much in terms of just the tempo that NGX wants to find for themselves. NGX, for their part, will take Roshan off the back of it, so at least they deny this objective away from Tidebound. So they will have that freebie for themselves, a secondary life up for Noob, as he does have that full Overlord as well to speed the process up with the Ancient Thunder Hide. So that they at least get some compensation for it. But NGX, they've got to get things done. They've got the Radiance up on Ghost. They've got, again, that full Overlord up on Noob. They've got the full Mage Slayer on Sumail. They've got a lot of damage at this point in the game. You just need to find a different target. Like, you cannot afford to go on Nothing to Say. You just don't have enough burst for the Kunkka at this point.
I appreciate Bark just built straight into a Crimson Guard here on the Doom, just knowing this Beastmaster is going to be a real nuisance with that Helm of the Overlord. Bottom lane, they found Shiro again. Shiro, underneath vision, could not escape the wrath of NGX down to this bottom lane. That's a real shame for Shiro. Like, you're depending on this TA to carry your game here for Tidebound, and it just feels like every time he gets close to reaching that net worth advantage, he just ends up getting killed off another time.
And that's where the success lies for NGX. It has to be these softer targets. It's either the supports go down or just you find Shiro, which is probably your best bet here. The Doom can be a little bit tanky to contend with as well. So the TA is your best bet, and you have to kind of rinse and repeat. Mind you, catching Shiro out like that, not going to happen too often. He gets a little bit overzealous, considering that he feels like, you know, Rosh is taken. He's right by bot after they take that Tormentor. He feels like he has enough time, doesn't respect the tier 2. And does get punished, but once he just starts to stick to that top again, NGX has not been able to pierce through top consistently. And that, I think, again, that's where they kind of need to shift gears to. They'll start pushing in bot tier 1, opening up the map a little bit more, allowing an invasion of the triangle, or at the least some monitoring of the triangle. And that can just cut off again of some of the resources. Omar, though?
Omar, it's been caught. Boat is down. He'll drop the calling, but he's taking a lot of damage here, Omar. Ghost is thinking about an infest, but can't quite get there. It's a nice little pickup for the side of Tidebound. I mean, nothing too big in fairness. The T1 bottom tower is still coming down, thanks to Noob, but it seems like with the presence of Nothing to Say, they are going to be able to force Noob back eventually. Meanwhile, top, Sumail is being watched. Bark waiting for his entry. Not going to bother. Doesn't have anything like a blink, and I guess chances are they probably wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway.
No, not quite. They're still getting the space they need to clear out bot, nothing to say we'll get the deny at the very least, but that movement top does open that up. Oh.
That's a nice easy one. Just Omar sitting up onto Y. Nice easy run of Atos into a dead shot play.
You're fine sniping these supports on NGX. Again, you kind of need to just find any kill, keep this tempo up, and try to scatter the forces of Tidebound. Ideally, again, you're hunting Shiro, but they haven't set that forward vision up top, and they're just focusing on mid and bot for the most part, allowing this TA to still free farm up. BKB is going to recall for Shiro, nothing like a blink early on, and you do have that full Radiance up for nothing to say. So you've got the evasion burn to kind of contend with how durable Kunkka can be. That burn's going to be there for a lot of these fights if he's in the middle of it. Again, Ghost has his own Radiance, but we haven't really felt its impact yet in a wider team fight. The side of Tidebound now starting to look to make a play. Got the full Crimson plus drums up and Bach. They've got every single spell off cooldown. They just need to catch a big target. GH would not be it.
They've got one. Noob has been caught. They've got the Will-O-Wisp down, but can they actually get him? He's still running his way out of there, and he's fine. A raw committal is all it took. Planet will actually get glimpsed back towards his team, which is maybe a little bit unfortunate for NGX, but they won't lose anything. So now you know the Will-O-Wisp is up, but it doesn't really feel like it mattered in that instance. Here we go again. They're going to try another time, but Noob's got his whole team smoke behind him. They're going to make the jump right onto Bach. They want that Doom dead, and Bach, he's taking so much damage. He'll get the Doom off, at least onto Ghost before he does go down, but he's still outrunning them. The Sunray, it'll keep Bach alive. They'll lose the Aegis on Noob, and now Samel's in a bit of trouble. He'll try to stand his ground on the Wukong's command, but he's getting quite low, and the Will-O-Wisp just holding him down. Infest from Ghost, keeping him alive. They'll put the fences down a bit. Nobody really ties apart from Bach. Not yet, but Noob's still in trouble. Here comes Ghost again. He'll move on a Shiro. There's your fence down, but Ghost does not have the damage. Ghost is down. That's a big one here for Tidebound, and they'll even find Omar in the tail end of that fight. And this TA, she's starting to feel like a bit too much of an issue. And for the Lifestealer, like, it's already hard enough to deal with a TA as it is.
And it is. You also have to appreciate that positioning from Y with the egg. And this comes back to that early Tormentor take. He gets the free shard, he's got the Sunray at level 3. It's enough to really stall out their attention onto Bach, buy him the time to actually pop that Doom before dying. And again, just take this prolonged fight that NGX does not want to deal with. Like, you do not want to fight a long fight into Kunkka, into a Phoenix, into a Kotl who has a ridiculous amount of healing with Illuminate, and you saw how low that cooldown Will-O-Wisp was. Basically 2 uses back-to-back, no problems here for Planet. And that's just something you have to contend with. NGX has to find backline first instead of these tanky cores. Like, Doom is too tanky to kill with Crimson. We've seen them try and nothing say multiple times. Shiro is the only one that's viable to kill among the cores. If you can't find them, you have to settle with the supports and hope it boils into a 5v5 afterwards, because you're just not able to take it face on right now on side of NGX. You just don't have that damage. Right? The Ghost, he wants to be in the middle of a prolonged fight, but no one's dying. It has to be the backline first. That sustain is just way too much. You've got Phoenix Kotl, man. Sunray and Illuminate. It's so much healing that you have no way of mitigating.
It's a lot. Planet actually spots out Samel, drops the Wukongs, and Samel, he's still out of there. He has the shards up so he can use that Boundless to get to the other end. Planet, though, at that stage now with the Will-O-Wisp where he can start setting up for fights. NGX immediately just leaving that top side of the map. They're not feeling confident anymore. And this is the power spike for Tidebound. Of course, now, like, with Shiro and nothing to say at the top of the net worth fort, they are looking very, very intimidating. This is that part of the game where if you're NGX, you got to kind of just weather out the storm for a little bit. But Tidebound, they're going to smoke up his fort. They'll go through what looks to be the Twin Gate, heading down to the bottom eastern side of the map. Oh, and Ghost, he'd be a lovely target to be able to secure, and he's right on top of a TA trap. He will get the rage off. Bark's still going to chase him down, but a nice fence here from GH. Nothing to say. Gets another X off, this time onto GH, so at least they can get the cherry on top. Or can they? The fence. You can't take down the fences of GH, John. Have you ever dealt with a fence from a Lebanese carpenter? They're unbreakable.
Yeah, they certainly are. GH just showing that. GH showing that craftsmanship you're familiar with, Mikey. 11-7, 4K lead still up for Tidebound, but they're the ones wasting time. Still, they've got the opening to siege down bot at the least, and with Shiro and Deso, it's not going to take too long to take this objective. My concern for NGX is this game doesn't simplify as it goes late. Right? Like, it kind of can if Sumail can pick up the pace in terms of farm. He's bottom and upward core. He's been very aggressive across the map. He's been, you know, tree dancing, trying to find openings for the team. That has made him suffer in terms of item buildup, and he's not really able to keep up. In fact, top farm in NGX is on Noob, who does have the full AC up. So that mitigates some of the minus armor play Shiro has, especially with him going for the Void Blades, passing on the meld bonus damage along the line. This AC can help boost durability up. It doesn't fix your damage issues. Again, taking a prolonged fight as well up against Tidebound just isn't great. Like, again, Sunray healing, Illuminate healing, spell spam coming out with Planet on hand, double Tidebringer that can come in here for nothing to say. Heck, even lower cooldown meld for Shiro to keep twacking away minus armor onto people. It's going to be a consistent issue. For NGX, I would say they need to kind of shift farm priority now onto Sumail, or at least have Noob start to work onto maybe something like the Ags up. He's going for the BKB first, a little bit more for defense out. Down the line when the Ags is up, at least you've got some consistent source of damage to try to at least twack down on Refraction to simplify that process onto Shiro. But again, right now, damage is going to be your main source of concern for NGX. For Tidebound, I don't think they're under any pressure to play fast even. They can take their time. They can just keep this farm game going. They've got a lot of scaling to go on Shiro, working onto the full Daedalus now, having Chrysalis up. They'll catch more.
Uh-oh. Will-O-Wisp is down. They'll catch at least Omar with that, though we will go into that Pierce the Veil, but it's still not looking great for him. Ghost is trying to move into Infest, but cannot. Another nice setup from Planet. And Tidebound, they can go for Roshan. Because they have a TA lineup after all, and they missed the first Roshan, but this one definitely looks to be theirs. Doom committed bottom lane. Sumail, oh, he gets away. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Sumail will be fine. Roshan's still happening at the very least, but it seems like GH is somewhat set up for it. Though it doesn't really seem like he knows. Or does he? Ghost is going to run down. Roshan very low. He'll see nothing to say. Ghost, he'll move in. Roshan about to fall, but Shiro's got the Aegis. Shiro's got it. Ghost will have to run his way back. Now the chase being on as well from nothing to say, trying to find an X-Back, so nothing to say. Ghost will have to fight. Here comes the egg, though. They don't really want to fight into the sun. And they will retreat. Sumail, though, has been caught. He needs some help. The Infest is there. Ghost, he'll back up his brethren. Have they got Shiro? They've got the first light. That's going to be the Aegis down. Tidebound still going, though, looking for Noob. But here comes Shiro once again with the respawn, but Ghost surrounding him. Have they got the TA? Shiro trying to run. Ghost is still trying to chase him down. They'll drag him back. Shiro in big trouble. He's down. Oh. And Ghost can keep going. They'll get Y. Y in trouble. The Boundless will not connect, but the Calling's got him. A long, prolonged team fight. But eventually, they get the TA down a second time. And it seems like the key really is just wait out this egg. Once the Phoenix egg is gone with that Sunray, things just become infinitely easier.
And it does, but it's also a matter of kiting around. Right, like Shiro is playing really far forward, pretty far away from where Plant's at, spamming out those Illuminates, so he's not benefiting from the healing. I don't know if the Ghost Ship buff even landed onto him as well, considering that he was dead for a moment. I don't think he was hit quite by the durability. So you're not playing at full power there for Tidebound, and it was just a perfect set of events out for NGX. It was a scrappy start. Ghost made a right call to try to contest Roshan. Rather unfortunate he didn't steal the Aegis. He did have the slot open, dropping down his ward. But again, they managed to fragment that fight. It's just, look at Shiro. He takes a very aggressive posture forward as the egg pops. The Illuminates all the way in the back. You don't even see Plant in the screen. And he's just in the middle of everyone with no real backup. Bach came in late, not to say he didn't have much left there.
Well, mid lane, Noob has been caught. Tidebound at least gonna find a pretty nice trade, and Noob probably realizes he was a bit out of position in this instance, and we'll have to go down. Tidebound, though, can they capitalize? So mid-tier 2 tower is going to be under siege. It should be a pretty easy one. They probably won't have time, or the opportunity rather, to try and make a play high ground, but, well, they've got 30 seconds without a Beastmaster. So you've got that going for you, but it just seems like maybe they'll go for the top towers instead. There is still a tier 1 standing after all.
No need to rush again for Tidebound. This game does somewhat simplify as it goes on, right? Like the egg stays relevant, Will-O-Wisp still stays annoying despite maybe some BKBs coming down the line. And you still have this really good backline jump, the scaling on NGX. It's kind of tapered off. They've not been able to give Sumail any more farm than he's had in the past few minutes. You've still got to wait out this BKB on Noob, which is still at least a recipe away. So some time left to wait for. I'll try out with a smoke here on the side of NGX, but again, Tidebound, they're at the point where they're very comfy in this game. Like they just have room to grow upwards. The full Daedalus for Shiro, pretty much done. Just sending the courier out to buy the parts now. And that's going to be all of his damage already online. NGX has to find a clean jump. It's got to be the backline first. Unless you can isolate Shiro again, then that would be your next big step. But if you can kill off the Coddle, if you can maybe kill off Y, or bait out the egg and re-engage while forcing Tidebound much more forward than they'd want to be, those are going to be the keys of success here for the side of NGX.
Well, let's see. I mean, Tidebound, they're still just hanging around that mid lane, just keeping the waves pushed out. They'll group up. Smoke is committed. Where do they go, though? I mean, lines are being drawn towards the top lane. They could find Noob again. They'll pop the drums immediately, seeing that the Beastmaster is around the area. Buck has the blink up. Will jump in. Gets the... what was even that? The Congressions of the Deep. Noob, in trouble, is down. Congregations of the Deep. My apologies, Don. The Ravage. The Ravage comes out of Buck.
I swear that was also called Tendrils of the Deep on the creeps. It has a bunch of different names for whatever
there's
reason.
two
But
of them.
Congregation, it's, yeah. There are. And I know one of them's also AoE and still called Tendrils. I'm not sure. Maybe my tooltip didn't update that one time. But it is very cool for Bach to have that. Doesn't even have to expend a Doom for that kill. And they take the gem away from NGX. So the traps are still going to be a consistent issue. The vision game's still there. Again, they're applying that pressure on Tidebound. No Beastmaster, 30 seconds. Tier 2 will just fall. Full Shiva's up and running now on Bach. And how do you stop this on NGX? It's got to be a perfect team fight. I mean, it has to be a fight around a choke point. You've got to find a backline, or, you know, you bait out Egg before, you know, throwing out your own big spells and re-engage afterwards. It's a matter of kind of making Tidebound overcommit first and following through afterwards once the durability slightly fades away here. Easier said than done. NGX, you know, they're not losing any ground in their high ground yet, but they have lost the map control. 10k advantage for Tidebound at 32 minutes. Not the most significant, but significant enough considering how far behind against Sumail is now and how Ghost isn't able to keep up with the tempo of Shiro and the durability of Nothing to Say. This Lifestealer just needs so much time to stand in front of someone and kill them. And again, you're reliant on NGX to just bait out that egg first, almost, and hope that, again, they overextend on Tidebound. But Tidebound, keeping that tempo up, looking for the smoke play again.
Into that Radiant Triangle they'll go. There's vision here from NGX, though. They'd probably be happy to fight around this area. They're going to find Noob first, however. Tidebound, a perfect target once again. Noob getting caught quite a few times here in the past couple minutes, and that's going to maybe allow high ground. Tidebound, they're going to give it a crack. I don't see how you defend this without Noob being up, and he's down for 50. No buyback available. Ghost is going to come in. Shiro, he'll jump in with the X-Back, forcing the Pierce the Veil. Oh boy. We're at that stage, I suppose. But the Glimpse back is there. Buck, he's going to join in. They've got Shiro by the tier 4 towers, but Ghost can't do enough. Not through the BKB, he cannot. They'll lose GA.
Way too much damage.
There goes your mid-racks. Onto the bottom. Noob still 20 seconds before he respawns. Here comes GH. He'll buy back. That might be enough to force Tidebound away, and it seems like it will be. Can they get a glimpse back play? The answer is no.
You have to appreciate how well Shiro is playing in this game. He blinks forward. He's getting these side blades off of on his trap denies, getting the hits off onto Omar, despite him being in Pierce the Veil. For the side of NGX, you just don't have enough to threaten. And that's Tidebound not even committing the egg. Like, they still have that egg. They've got the Will-O-Wisp ready to go again. Only really the boat coming out there from Nothing to Say. They'll try for a smoke out on the side of NGX, looking for a wraparound, a little bit on the longer mark. The side of Tidebound isn't there, though. We'll have to swing right back, and this has to be perfect. With how precarious their damage is, they need to kind of bait out Tidebound here.
They're fighting into Tidebound's vision, though. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. They found Noob another time. They just won't stop with this guy. Roar is out. Shiro's been caught by that Roar, but the egg with the Sunray making it so hard to actually burst him down. Noob, he's already down first. They've got the life stealer as well. By the looks of it, Ghost cannot get away.
No,
he will drop. They even found Omar. Shiro with a triple kill. And I think this game's over. No buyback for Ghost nor Noob. That should be about it. That should be all she wrote here. And that's it. GG's called. NGX will drop game 1 against Tidebound. Who, John, I mean, they played a slower game, but they made it look... They just stuck to the game plan. And well, NGX, they had a really nice start to the game, but they just could not keep up that momentum.
No, certainly not. I would argue that NGX didn't have a nice enough start overall. Like, these rotations onto Nothing to Say just didn't amount to much. They couldn't kill off that Kunkka. Sure, you're dragging resources onto mid, but it also bought a lot of time for Shiro and, to an extent, Bach to just play the farm game, play that catch-up. Shiro, as long as he stuck to that top jungle, was never really contested outside of that one rotation. That was the one time he died up top, and then he died another time bot after the Tormentor take. But beyond that, it was a very free game for the TA. Again, you had a couple of very good moments coming out from NGX, like Ghost coming in for the steal, not quite finding it, but dragging them all the way back, using that rage at the perfect time, making this team fight be really awkward around the choke points, using the strength of the Connect defense quite nice, and just kind of forcing Shiro to play hyper aggressive. Like, Shiro jumps forward there, giving them an opening as he starts to lose everything, already committing to BKB early, and they just managed to clean up. But that's what NGX had to do going forward after these fights. They had to bait out Tidebound. They had to kind of get egg popped out first in a very awkward spot, you know, try to isolate away, plant it on that Kotl, remove the healing as an aspect. And outside of this one moment where NGX found that big team fight they were looking for post Roshan, they couldn't get that same success afterwards. Maybe a couple of pickoffs here and there, mainly on the supports, but it wouldn't lead into the bigger team fight that NGX needed to really start to clean up and even out the game.
No, it was just fantastic play here by Tidebound in this game number 1. And well, for NGX, obviously back to the drawing board here, trying to figure out what they can do. And I mean, you're just looking at it over and over again. Bark being such a nuisance, sets up the perfect fight against Noob, and then still manages to find the Doom. As Ghost, he ran too close to the cliff. Bark was stuck there. Bark had nothing to do that whole fight, but he got the Doom off because Ghost walked close enough to it. That's a little bit unfortunate if you're Ghost, because without Ghost, you just had no chance of being able to pull that fight off. MVP-wise, Jonathan, what are we thinking? Who's the standout?
It's hard to say. Shiro certainly did kind of carry that game. I would say maybe Nothing to Say buying the space was also pretty pivotal, right? Like, he was getting some good boats off, especially in some of the later team fights. But even just him copying all of that attention mid and just dragging his supports and saying, guys, just keep me alive. We can keep this game going. We can buy the space for a carry to actually carry us through and waste their time on NGX, because, again, they had a nice early kill lead. They didn't really have a gold advantage on NGX because of how Tidebound were playing the side lanes with their other cores. And that tempo just kicked in. They played a slower game. It's off the back of all that stall. Planet does get the reward, of course, as the Kotl. He just had a ton of impact with a recall. That early Ags build-up as well, and Will-O-Wisp catching them off guard was massive. And it's just so dumb that Will-O-Wisp got its cooldown restored as well by Chakra. Like, the fact that you can drop double Will-O-Wisps back-to-back in a team fight is... It's kind of a sign that the nerf is needed, Michael Phoenix.
I think it might be in order, Jonathan. This Kotl hero is seemingly maybe a little bit too strong with that recall. I'm not 100% sure yet. I think so. Nevertheless, John, this is a best-of-3 series, of course. We do have a game 2. That should be coming up after a short break. So Tidebound, they're one game away from pulling off this 2-way victory up against NGX. NGX, again, backs against the wall here, Jonathan. They definitely don't want to leave here today with a loss if they can avoid it. And we'll see what they can do in Game 2, of course. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between NGX and Tidebound.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for Game 2 between Tidebound and Nigma Galaxy. Of course, Tidebound currently leading 1-0 against Nigma in this best of 3. And thankfully, Jonathan, we have a brand new draft underway. And none too surprisingly, we'll see a Keeper of the Light banned by Tidebound. And now Nigma, they'll still ban out the Tinker, which I'm pretty thankful for.
Yeah, we don't have to deal with these two almost same functioning heroes with how present they are, with how great they can shove lanes, with how much healing they have. They kind of fill the same role, but I do personally believe Kotl is a bit better. Nonetheless, these two heroes have been pretty top tier. The Tinker much more often in this tournament, at least in terms of bans and picks, but certainly both of them a massive nuisance to deal with. I do like the respect that NGX shows as well for this Kunkka ban, although that almost feels a little bit redundant, as it does feel like it's a strong Kotl combo, although to be fair, that wasn't really what we were seeing in the last game there from Tidebound anyhow. So NGX does course correct, ban out some key features from the last draft that made things work for Tidebound. For NGX's part, they don't have access to the IO still, and the Nature's Prophet has been banned out, but, you know, the Beastmaster of Noob is still there if they want. They do have first pick here on the side of NG. They can opt to pick it themselves, if not just maybe ban the Beastmaster. They don't want it. Maybe ban the Doom. It felt like Bach was getting a lot of impact as well. It wasn't really a lane that Ghost could shove out Bach, right? And that's the one thing with Tidebound as well. We've seen games where Bach just doesn't get the start he wants. With a Doom, you know, even after a rough start, it is still possible to recover, and for the most part, Doom doesn't get a lot of rough starts. Like, his lane matchup there up against the Lifestealer really wasn't the worst thing in the world to kind of deal with, so I would say if you're not going to be considering the Doom on NGX, you kind of got to take care of it, right? Like, if you're not going to first pick Doom or Beastmaster, then one of them has to go.
Let's see what happens. Both are still available. They actually get rid of the Ringmaster. So they leave both there, and Nigma Galaxy, they are going to go right back for the Beastmaster themselves. I think Noob was having a pretty good game up until that last, say, 5 minutes of the game where he died a few times in a row without buyback. They did put a pretty big spanner in the works for NGX. Well, I wonder what Tidebound want to start off with here. What do they prioritize? They'll go Bristleback.
Yeah, I mean, why not? This hero has just shown up in a big way in Wallachia. It's already been kind of on the up and up in the past few tournaments beforehand as well, but Bristleback with Snot Rockets is just obnoxious. Now you open up the possibilities for a very stable sort of right-click core to kind of combine with a Snot Rocket, like we tend to see a lot of DK out. You see some of that flex here for Tidebound as they've run it on Bach and Nothing to Say. So it does fit in. It can work in a mid matchup depending on what you're playing up against. Melee matchups tend to work up best for the Bristle. But even something like, say, a Tiny matchup, I think that was something that we saw years back when Tiny Mid was almost in every other game. I think it was Mamang Daya who picked up like the Bristleback mid and just kind of abused the zero armor Tiny. So I wouldn't mind that as well. Again, depending on what your matchup here for Tidebound is, it can work in that flex. Even safe lane for Shiro, although you're likely looking for something else for Shiro overall. You don't have the Kotl combination with a Bristleback, mind you, so it's not unlimited Quill work here, but even in a vacuum, Bristleback is just a solid pick. Again, it enables that build-up into just physical hard damage coming out here. Do like the respect from NGX again, banning out the Phoenix. So again, a lot of the sustain heroes are gone. A few of them are still in the pool, but they're not really popular. You know, stuff like Dazzle really faded away post-nerf. Chances are you're not even considering anything like that. There's like an Oracle as well, which I do believe hasn't been picked yet in Wallachia. So at the very least, this time around, it doesn't feel like we'll be getting too many healing shenanigans here, Mike.
Thankfully. Well, not yet anyway. See if there's any other sources of healing we can find in this game, but for now things are looking happy for us as PA is going to get banned out by Tidebound and they go right into the Jakiro. Jakiro naturally was banned last game. This time around though, it does make an appearance.
It does. And you know me, Mike, I am a Jakiro enjoyer. Mind you, it doesn't have the best win rate, alright? It's not like an overwhelmingly winning hero, but it does have its moments, and its presence in lane can be devastating. Like, you do not want to have to deal with a Bristleback, applying a lot of slows with a Jakiro on top. Like, there's a lot of just rundown potential there. Ooh. I do like that NGX do pick up this Ancient Apparition that's been pretty much consistently banned out in the first phase. This support has felt really damn strong. Like, people are recognizing the laning. You know, after the first 2 levels, it starts to stabilize a little bit, although level 3 is still pretty rough. Level 4, 5 starts to feel better. The value in Bone Chill, reducing strength, is just massive. And of course, removing healing, taking away that durability that's been so popular in this patch, does tend to work wonders. It doesn't also have the highest win rate, but again, it's one of our top contested heroes in the tournament, and I do like it for NGX. It just depends on what else you'll pick up, especially on your, say, pause 1 now for Ghost, like something to tie in with a long reach of an Ancient Apparition would be nice. This is one way to go. Slark will enjoy digging into the Bristleback, is a natural diffusal carrier if you want it. Can play nicely with AA as well to set up for some kills, but Tidebound just picked back-to-back straight up. Night Stalker and TB coming into play. Some flexibility with these picks as well, mind you, Mike. It's not that you're locked into, say, an off-lane Night Stalker. You could run that support. We've seen Pause 4 Night Stalker pop up before. So there is some way of flexing this around here for Tidebound.
Yeah, I mean, there absolutely is. You know me, Jonathan, I'm a big fan of this Night Stalker hero. I think this is another one of those heroes that just feels really strong with the map changes we did see. Just with that crazy amount of vision you do get once you pop the Dark Ascension. Against a Slark, could be a little bit awkward. We'll find out. Nigma Galaxy looking for their 4th pick now. I mean, you know, chances are you're going to be up against that Night Stalker in the offlane, or even the Bristleback. We'll have to wait and see, as Medusa is going to make its appearance here for Nigma Galaxy, which is something we were seeing quite a bit of in previous lands. And, well, here we go again, John. Deuce's back.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. It's also been pretty much consistently banned in the first or second phase. Does slide through here for NGX. I'm curious what they're planning to do. Is this going to be a support Slark then on NGX? Could potentially be one way of just kind of removing vision. Also kind of maybe removes your concern about the Night Stalker as well as a bit of a counter. So you're counteracting something like support, not the biggest deal. You could go support Dusa as well. And there is that, like a Dusa Beastmaster lane. Could be fine. Ghost could also just pick up the Dusa as we've known him to play. So you also have flexibility on the side of NGX. They're banning out the AM. This could end up being a core Dusa with a support Slark. So again, kind of inspired by what we were seeing out from 9th class on Parry, especially in Rally. This is something that surprised a lot of people, but did a ton of work when it did pop up. I'm keen on seeing whether or not NGX can find the same success with something like that support Slark here, because, again, you don't tend to see it too much. It does tend to get banned out as well, but these two heroes do slide through.
They certainly do, Jonathan. They certainly do. One more ban to go before we do see the final ban out, or rather final picks. Nigma Galaxy is still looking for another, what appears to be another carry ban. I don't think so, though. I think the AM purely just against the Medusa would have done very well. It should be TB or Bristleback as a carry, for sure. But we'll see. Nigma Galaxy, they ban out the Storm, so they're still thinking the Tidebound are looking for a mid for nothing to say. Nigma Galaxy, on the other hand, do they want another mid? Do they want to run the Beastmaster off lane? Shall see. What does Simel want to do?
Yeah, it's a little topsy-turvy, right? Like, again, with all of this flex on hand for NGX, you can basically whatever you want. You can run the safe lane Dusa, mid Beastmaster, run the support Slark, last pick something else for Noob. You can run off lane Dusa here as well. We'll go with a Sand King pickup on the side of NGX. So again, keeping that flex open. You can run that mid, you can run it off lane. Depends on what you're looking for in lanes. I would maybe expect now a Sumail Beastmaster mid, just because he's shown comfort on that. He has had some good performances there. Your lane of Dusa Sand King as well, potentially, if that is the support Dusa instead, is pretty damn strong. Your team fight's looking sharp. You have a lot of ways of setting up for the Ice Blast. So you have some good ways of just deleting here off the map, as long as you isolate the Terrorblade. Like, Sunder is going to be the big counterplay here for Tidebound. Again, they have their own flexibility on hand here. You could say 3 cores are already showing up. You could still flex it. You could run the Night Stalker support with the Jakiro. You run the Terrorblade for Shiro. Kind of decide if nothing to say, or Bach will play the Bristle, as Bristle doesn't look too bad in either matchup. With Sand King or Beastmaster, Bristle can just farm. It is relatively annoying, but once you hit level 3, level 4, you should be able to Quilt Spray down and apply some pressure yourself. See what Tidebound will want, but again, a very different draft. This is what I'm enjoying from the series so far, Mike. Tidebound and NGX are drafting differently than what we tend to see from a few other teams here, or at least from what we've seen in the first 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely here, Jonathan. Let's see what Tidebound want to finish off with here in this this final pickup. A lot of talking happening here between the boys and nothing to say. What does the man want to play today? I wonder. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
here we go. The Darkseer's made its appearance. Fair enough. Is this the mid? No, it's not. It's going to be a mid Bristleback, Jonathan. Offlane Darkseer for Bach. I will remind you, John X Fire, that just yesterday I was saying that every time you and I cast this Darkseer hero, it tends to lose. That's an observation I've made.
Yes.
Now, I realize it's a good game for Darkseer. Against Medusa, against Slark. It all makes sense, Jonathan. But I can't help but feel like this is a losing hero.
It can feel that way. I think it's just reliant on how well your team executes. Like, Darkseer can't carry a game by himself, you know, but look, it's been picked a few times. It has a positive win rate in this tournament, all right, so it makes sense. And I just like the notion of running this Bristleback mid against melee matchups, right? You have Sumail taking the Beastmaster onto mid lane, more than likely here, as we do have our little map, kind of trying to figure out where things are.
I like this map.
But yeah, it's a great little map. And yeah, it's Bristleback versus Beastmaster. This is a lane that you don't get to see often, but I think is pretty fun to watch. And this is a very spell spammy lane. You're not going to be able to really maximize, say, Boars here for Sumail, as Nakensei can always just go and maximize his presence with Quills and kind of clear that out for himself. Nothing Say does go for Seeing Red as well in his facet, so we're not getting anything too silly with, say, Snot Rocket here. He is kind of trying to scale up himself with self-sustaining damage rather than softening targets up, but that will lead to, again, a simpler time and perhaps clearing out these boars in lane if he does get damaged too much. We are also getting that Slark support we were talking about. The utility in clearing out wards is going to be big. Trying to poke a Slark out of lane is not that easy, and you know, playing a Slark into a Jakiro feels pretty damn good. You've got the Dark Pact, you can always dispel off of the nuisances the Jakiro will provide. So already some of that bite from Shiro and Wise lane, at least in poking out a support, not going to be as annoying for Omar, although he will still have to kind of watch himself and maintain some spacing. But a really unique draft. On your point about the Darkseer, like, yes, it's a great game. it is still a strong laning duo as well. Darkseer and Night Stalker can be quite potent, especially as you approach level 3, and you do have the good old Night Rain facet as well. So you've got the start into nighttime, a lot more presence coming out for Planet, very useful for the support. And once you have level 2 Iron Shell, there is some really strong rundown potential that you have to respect. First 2 levels are probably slower. That's where you really have to shine here on NGX, but you can't really expect much from Adusa AA either. Like, this is a very passive lane by virtue of just being double ranged into 2 really tanky off lanes. So you're probably just going to have to accept that the pulls are going to happen, and the levels will flow out there for Tidebound.
We'll see very soon, Jonathan. At the very least, these 2 sides, we'll see if they want to break out into a fight early on. We do see a small smoke rotation from NGX. No fight last game around. Omar's going to run into Y. We'll run straight away as soon as he sees him, though. Meanwhile, Samel and GH looking to cut off Y, but they actually run into Shiro. So Shiro, ensure that his support does remain protected. Nigma Galaxy still posturing pretty aggressively. They do want to try and fight for this bounty rune, but Noob seems like he's kind of been left alone. They'll make their reappearance back into this spot as Shiro. Does he want to fight? He does not. He will leave the area, and that will be a 2-for-2 start anyway. It doesn't really matter. Pretty even here, as now Ghost is taking a fair bit of harassment from Planet. Planet already removing just about half his mana on this Medusa. And as you said, Jonathan, we fully anticipate that Planet will probably be pulling quite a bit, as bottom lane they are indeed fighting. Omar gonna back off, but a fair bit of damage being dealt now to Y. Shiro's gonna make it out, and then GX, they will give up the little tri lane they had going. GH, of course, gonna go back towards Ghost, and it seems like Noob and Omar will continue. How do you feel about support Slark, Pedro? Do you like it?
I've seen it work. Again, in Rally, we saw 9-class playing this a lot. It's a menace. You can't trade with it in lane because you sit back, you've got Barracuda as your innate, you have that free regen going for yourself. You can spot out wards very easily, and it makes Vision game a nightmare here for the side of Tidebound. And again, it just has this presence that is very hard to shake off. It always has that impact. You have to waste a lot of time to try to catch it out. So I do like it here for NGX. The lane partnership with a Sand King maybe is a little bit quirkier. It certainly can start to kick into gear at, say, level 3 if you manage to soak that up, which theoretically you should be able to do. Although, again, Omar starting off with the usual Essence Shift.
Omar's actually just dead, I think. One more hit will do it from Y. Oh, the Fairy Fire is going to save him. Very, very nice. I suppose that's the issue, though. Like, sure, this Slark can feel really busted with that innate, but at the same time, like, if you're going to run into Shiro and Y while they have Metamorphosis, chances are you're not going to have a very good time.
No. And again, this is still level 1 for Omar. He needs a Dark Pact up to really be that nuisance that he wants to be, negating Y's presence, just removing the reflection as well as a factor in the lane. But he's going to be able to soak it up fine. Like, they still have the lane under their control. They're doing a great job. They aren't stopping Shiro's farm, which is going to be the big part for the side of Tidebound. Like, theoretically, your Terrorblade shouldn't be under threat for the most part, as long as you manage to play your spacing and utilize your Metamorphosis right. So it basically just boils down to a basic farm lane for Shiro, unless someone does overstep. You can already see some of the D wards coming out there from Omar again to keep that stability. Taking a look at the mid lane though, nothing to say up against Sumail. The Bristleback versus the Beastmaster lane. Nothing to say, it's just using his back, getting the quillets off. The boars are not going to last long. The creeps don't tend to last long either. And yeah, this takes me back to like... Yeah, this takes me back to like 2019, right? When you'd see this Bristleback mid. He doesn't care for the damage. Every time you hit him, it's not Snot Rocket, so he is letting out damage with the Quilt Spray. And it's fairly cheap for Nothing to Say to just stand there and get it all done. Like, it's way cheaper for the quilts to be spammed in comparison to the axes. There's really not much you can do to poke him out here.
And First Blood's already been drawn as well. Y finding Omar down at that bottom lane, so Omar sadly on that support Slark, still not having the greatest of times. Noob even feeling like the need to TP back towards the fountain, so really not feeling quite safe here with this this duo down at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, GH, he's going to lose himself a courier. The thing is as well, the offlane of Tidebound, it is a bit slow as well. The thing is, Planet is pulling. So you are still finding some XP, you're still finding farm on Bark. Sure, Ghost is having a bit of a better time, but it's not really that much better. You know, he's one CS ahead.
Yeah.
Here we go, Planet.
Oh.
We'll run down the AA and just look at this. What are you meant to do against this as GH? You can't do anything, John.
No.
Planet now going for a run. Planet might die to Ghost. Mystic Snake is back up in one. Planet is gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this as the lanes breakout, right? You've got double squishy ranged heroes up against two tanky ones, says.
Ooh, I thought they were going to keep going for nothing to say, but I have to remember it is a support Slark we're looking at.
That it is. You know, again, he doesn't have Dark Pact. He does have pounds to try to set up. They are at least getting some decent rune control going here. So they do manage to take away the water runes from
oh boy,
top lane. Nothing to say.
Like, just look at Ghost. Like, they're just chasing him down with double Iron Shells and he can do nothing about it. Like, as soon as Planet moves in with the Void, like, Ghost is just losing all his mana. It's pretty disgusting. And GH, like, he's trying to make his appearance back, but look at this. Planet's just going to run him down. Top lane, Planet's found him again. Luckily, GH by the T1, and the Iron Shell was wearing off, but you can see the AA is not comfortable. In fact, now Bark's going to move in. GH, is he just dead? Oh. I think he might be. In fact, both of them might be gone. The dive in, Bark dropping low, will try to surge away, but does die, but now Ghost falling out of mana. Planet, he won't leave him alone either. Planet will find a double. And it's just, what do you do against this? Like, sure, you get a kill onto Bark, but who the hell cares?
Yeah, you really don't. The timing's perfect from NGX right before it switches to daytime as well, where Planet's not going to be feeling as strong as to support Night Stalker. And again, it just comes back to this draft. Going for the AA with a Dusa safe lane that you go for in the end, you don't have synergy. The best synergy you have is maybe Gorgon's Grasp and Cold Feet, which you don't even have leveled up here for GH. There's no way you stop this chase down once it's committed from Tidebound. Daytime will give you some spacing here on Ghost, but the damage has been done. A very strong start for the side of Tidebound already. You compare what Ghost has in terms of CS in comparison to Shiro, almost 2 times more in Shiro.
Dude.
Not a good point.
Where's Noob going? Uh-oh. Noob's trying to get some added efficiency here by taking a neutral camp, and thankfully for him, he does barely survive. It's like Wai was chasing him for quite a while, and this poor Sand King, Jonathan, he can't really stick around in this lane anymore. Yeah, like, the lane has not worked out. Omar's not bothering anymore. He can't stick around and go after Shiro nor Wai. And for poor old Noob, he's stuck at level 4 in this Sand King, and you're at the stage where you really can't contest by yourself.
No, they couldn't just soak up the XP on Omar. It kind of boils down as well to helping secure mid runes, like missing out on that little bit of EXP, missing out on level 3 where you get maybe some value on Dark Pact, means that you don't have that laning presence. They're starting to set their eyes up top here with Wai getting the gate movement out.
They know how fast they can do with Ghost if they do get a nice bit of lockdown. Sadly for them, Ghost does spot out Wai, so Wai probably not going to stick around too long unless they want to pressure the T1 tower already. But at the very least, like, you can see just how uncomfortable this Medusa is starting to feel at this top lane. Thankfully for Ghost, he has still found plenty of farm, and is only just about 300 gold behind the Terrorblade of Shiro. But still, that is a Shiro TB that's not going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Still building up, basically a free lane for that Terrorblade already. The side of NGX, and they're going to have to just play it slow. Right, Sumail's the only launching point they really have here. It's going to take a while for your Sand King to start to even consider joining in, even at the level 6 mark. Does need some durability up. Nothing to say is just stealing some stacks away.
Nope. Gonna be jumped, nothing to say though, in big trouble. Can he find a way? He cannot. Nice pick up here from NGX, and something pretty important is now Omar's going to find a pounce, and we'll be able to pick up Wai to boot. So that's a nice couple kills. Sure, you do lose a bit of creeps here in the triangle, but they get something for their trouble.
I do like that movement from Tidebound, though. It forces everyone into the triangle after you clear out the stacks already. You buy more free space for Shiro. You're allowing some free room for Bak as well to play in that jungle. Already has the Vanguard up. I think you're very, very happy with the time utilization here on Tidebound. Like, yes, you're slowing down your Bristle, but the Bristle isn't going to be your key hero anyhow. Your scaling is coming in with the Terrorblade, and you're getting the auras lining up on Bak relatively soon. So your power spikes are still aligned. You're forcing NGX to respond. mind you, they did have stacks elsewhere as well, which Noob does manage to clear out. Omar did build up the right side of the jungle there, right by the Shrines of Wisdom. And at least for NGX, they also aren't able to apply pressure on Ghost despite, again, having that free space after committing everything onto Nothing Say. So there are some bright sides for both sides. Does look like we're getting more gate movement across the map. Shiro showing up top.
I mean, Samel is also moving up, though. It seems like they want to set up for this defense. Problem is, Noob, he did pop Epicenter, but he got caught in an ice path. It's a pretty awkward start for NGX. Noob still will burrow strike, but is going to die. Samel does reveal himself, and Omar will TP in as well, but they're not really finding anything. Omar, he'll try to jump Y. Meanwhile, Shiro and Bark looking to retreat. Here comes Nothing to Say now, chasing down Omar, who cannot really escape from this. He will die. And ultimately, for Tidebound, you can still just push in this tier 1 top tower. There's no real defending it here for NGX.
No. Don't have anything left in the tank to kind of get that done. Don't even really have Sumail with mana, as he did to get that early retreat out. Just very unfortunate for Noob. Again, really well positioned from Shiro to scout out. And even that ward they dropped earlier here from Y, from his own early rotation, giving that information behind the tier 1. Opening up that kind of play here for the side of Tidebound early on. For NGX, again, it's just a matter of form. You need something to launch your game off of outside of some roar pickoffs. It's going to be the Ags for Sumail that he's working into. You still have the Vanguard for Noob plus the Blink, so it's a ways to go until he starts to really find some good angles in for the Epicenter, which again, missed out in the last fight. Nighttime comes out again for Tidebound as well, so Planet's going to be feeling pretty good about just running around onto enemy heroes. We'll have to maybe just be a bit cautious, but there's no blast to be worried about here.
I mean, this support Night Stalker's being a real nuisance here, John. Like, this nighttime vision you're acquiring here with Planet is just becoming a bit too much to deal with, and no one's really safe on the map right now for NGX. Even Noob being scouted out right now by Planet, who's actually already level 7, by the way, on this support NS, so he's had a pretty good time. Will find himself a courier with Sumail's Staff of Wizardry on it, which is a real shame, because he was getting relatively close to having the full Aghanim Scepter up. But that'll be gone for about 2 minutes now. T1 mid tower still under siege here, thanks to Nothing to Say, but he will leave it be. Bottom lane is where the fight's going to happen. Ghost will be chased down, Planet to cut him off, and Ghost is going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. It's just that easy.
Yeah, an isolated Dusa just trying to siege in. I mean, they do at least shove out. The tower does fall down, but at the cost of your Dusa, it's a big sacrifice to make. And for the side of NGX, again, that's your key thing here.
This is an even bigger one, John. I mean, Sumail is kind of the saving grace for NGX right now, but just look at them chase him down. Crippling Fury's out. Planet, he doesn't really have enough mana for a Void, so you can't slow him much. Oh, in fact, now he does. Now he does. He just pops the one charge he had, and he has barely enough for it. And so Sumail even melting to the Iron Shell damage of Bark at the moment. And here I was saying this is a losing hero, John. Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine that. Again, in the right game with the right lane combination up against the right heroes, which are double squishy ranged heroes with no control, or not really remarkable control to speak of, it's such a playable lane. And again, Tidebound identified that weakness very well. I love the aggression that we've been seeing out from Planet. For NGX, they really just have to sit back and farm. Like, there is no play here. You maybe have this combination with the Ice Blast ready and Noob having a Blink. They need to find a good angle in here, though.
I think they're going to find Ghost. I think they've got Ghost here. Ghost is surrounded. Crippling Fury again out from Planet, and now with the Dark Ascension, there's no way to sneak your way in. Noob, he'll jump in with an Epicenter. Is it going to be enough? With the Ice Blast? No, Shiro. The Sunder will save Nothing to Say. They'll take Bark down, but it's still a great fight here for the side of Tidebound. And a Noob, he's underneath a sentry right now. I don't think he quite realizes it, but Nothing to Say can't really move in anyway at the moment. They still want that tier 1 mid tower. And so it's a 3-for-1 trade. Bark the only one dying for Tidebound. And I'll tell you again, I just think this pos 4 Night Stalker, it's just causing too many issues here for NGX.
And it is. Again, you don't have good solutions in your supports. It's not like you can just try to isolate it away with a Slark on Omar or even just try to freeze him around with GH. It just doesn't work that way. Way too durable to kind of deal with. I'm also quite surprised. I didn't get to talk about this earlier on, but GH going for exposure over a Bone Chill, it's kind of surprising. We never see this picked up on the AA. You almost always go for the additional minus strength as Ghost is just being stalked during night. No moment of peace for him. But again, they're applying that pressure to prevent the catch-up farm. But this lack of Bone Chill, this lack of softening up is making it harder to kill heroes. Like, yes, the AoE Cold Feet's nice. It's good for farming up. I don't think you're going to be farming up in the A in this kind of game when everyone's so far behind. Like, you don't have room to get that done. And trying to cast Cold Feet in the fight means you're within the firing line as an AA, which you really don't want to be, considering how tanky everyone is and how squishy you are here on this hero.
Absolutely. I kind of agree with that sentiment. I feel like maybe even GH is sitting there like, yeah, maybe I should have gone for the other facet. In fairness to him, I don't know how much of a difference it would have made anyway, considering how the game's gone right now for NGX. But, you know, maybe a bit. Anyway, Tidebound, they might have a freebie here with Omar if he's not too careful. Omar trying to get away. Why? Not able to close the gap. Noob will move in. Epicenter. Going to be pump faked. I mean, you're so reliant on a nice initiation from Noob to set up these team fights. And even then, it's not guaranteed. Like last fight, it was a very nice initiation. It just didn't matter.
Get the free Tormentor for themselves now. Now you have to deal with the Liquid Frost and Fire every single time when you're trading away. They're not really getting anything off that space for NGX outside of free farm for Ghost up top. At the very least, that's starting to flow, although it's not keeping up with Shiro whatsoever. Again, Ghost has had a rougher game. He's been targeted quite a fair bit. Shiro's had a much freer game in comparison. They just never contested this terribly in lane. One of its weakest moments. Your off-lane combination as well with a Slark and Sand King just couldn't do much. At least now, again, you've got the vision game from Omar, but he hasn't even scouted out these forward wards that side of Tidebound has already set up. At least he might be able to break the smoke here.
He may. Case is on. Tidebound looking to wrap around through the river into that mid lane. Looks like a wall was dropped here by Bark. Doesn't really amount to much. They're going to find Omar though. Omar does have help around, but they might just let him die. Sumail is going to move in for a roar. Ice Blast committed as well. They want to try and burst down this Night Stalker. Omar's going to move back in. Here comes Shiro from the side, though. This has looked like an awkward fight again for NGX, as Sumail is going to die straight off the bat. Noob trying to help out, can do nothing about this as the back as well. And the Sunder. Oh, Noob. Noob is going to die. And NGX, they're running out of options here, John. They are running out of options. But like, what are you meant to do? Everything NTS. They try, it just backfires on them.
Yeah, they can't even catch out NTS when he's playing a little bit far forward. He had some numbers there, couldn't take over. I think for NGX, I mean, it's a desperation play to Ice Blast one hero and not even find it on the support Night Stalker. It's a devastating feeling, but where are you expecting damage to come in from? It has to come in from Sumail with a roar, but they're just so tanky on the side of Tidebound. They already have the pipe up on Bach. Your magical damage isn't going to be cutting it at this point. At least the top stays alive for a little bit longer. They should be able to try to go for the deny as well if they so wish, cutting some resources out away from Tidebound. But they're losing map control. Even Nothing Say just stands in front of Ghost, pops the Blade Mill, doesn't care. Already has a Sanj up. Once, I mean, this is a bristleback. He really doesn't care. There's no defusals up yet, and yeah, he just chases down.
Oh, he's loving it. He's having a great old time. He's having a great old time here on this bristle. And so are the rest of Tidebound, Jonathan. Now, mind you, NGX, they're not out of the game yet by any stretch of the imagination. There's plenty of time here to find a good fight and make a big comeback happen this game, and it's only a 6k net worth advantage. It's just a matter of all the farm for NGX right now just feels like it's sitting on Ghost. And as we know with Medusa, you need quite a lot to be at that 1v5 level.
That you do. You really need almost like an item advantage over the Terrorblade at this point. They'll try with a smoke. Again, if they catch a bigger Ice Blast Roar combo, things could pan out. They just need better targets.
I mean, you can't try for nothing to say, surely. Maybe with the Ice Blast you can, but it's risky. They're going to try. Epicenter channeled. Ice Blast is there. Raw committed. In fact, they're just going to leave him. They are just going to leave him. Tidebound. They try to react with a TP from Bark, but a very nice kill for NGX. And now they rush into Roshan. This is a huge opening. Can they get away with it? You're against the Darkseer in the Roshan pit. It's a bit spooky, Jonathan. There's a Jakiro as well, don't forget. That ice path is not very fun.
No.
And they will leave it. Oh. Omar having different ideas. Although Planet does jump in, Omar will TP out. Although a nice vacuum from Bark is going to catch him. So you do at least find a support for the death on Nothing to Say. Obviously not very worthwhile for NGX, or rather for Tidebound, but they do at least stop the Roshan from happening. And now, of course, they want to start Roshan themselves.
They've got the damage. They already committed meta. Not going to take too long, especially with the goo starting to come in. The damage from NTS and Shiro. No way of contesting here either from NGX. Outside of a blast to be annoying, but no follow through for that. Secondary life set to go. Probably on to Nothing to Say. Bristleback with 2 lives. When you can take care of him the one time with the Ice Blast combo, the second time without it, you're really not going to be able to touch NTS whatsoever. Like, this Bristle is starting to get out of control. Again, the Sanjin Yash is going to be finished up. At some point, I would expect maybe even an Ags. Lots of value there with a Bristleback active for sure. And this game is still fully in Tidebound's control. 15-7, 7k lead here at 20 minutes in. Significant for Tidebound to play with. For the side of NGX, I mean, they need so much more, right? Like, you're still not fully ready here on Ghost. At least he has the Diffusal to help manage and handle Nothing to Say, like drain the mana away from this Bristle, prevent him from spamming out the Quills. You start to have a bit of a simpler game. Whether or not you can actually melt enough mana, though, from Ghost is another question, and it also is a double-edged sword, because if you are caught in the wall of Replica and those illusions, the Dusa illusions start hitting Dusa alone, it also improves their burn on Dusa. You also lose some of your own EHP with your mana shield by just giving diffusal illusions away to the Darkseer. So again, it's going to be a matter of how well they space themselves out here on the side of NGX. For Tidebound, they've already taken 1 tier 2, mid still standing along with bot tier 1. Just need to find a few more here.
Oh, they're going to find Samel. That's a big one. Samel forced to roar. Ice Blast is there. They've got the Aegis. Wall though, Bark, a very nice wall in fact, catching both of them with the vac back onto Samel. Like, yeah, you get the Aegis off ya, but at the end of the day, you lose your real life on the Beastmaster, and he's down for 43 seconds, John. That's not good news. Not for NGX.
Really not at all. At least you're getting a lot of space out for Ghost, but Planet is keeping track. Just waiting for that commitment on mid to end. And they're TPing in.
Why'd you say his name, John? Why'd you say Ghost? Why'd you have to do that to the poor guy?
I mean, I was watching him, you know.
Now
was
he's
stalking
really
him.
a ghost.
Yeah.
Now he's really a ghost.
Living up to his name. They're isolating away Bach at the very least in compensation. Maybe.
Music to NGX's ears. Excuse the pun. Bach. Oh wait, Bach was a painter, wasn't he? He's not a musician. Was he a painter?
No.
Or was he the musician? I can't remember.
He's a musician. Yeah, Johannes Bach.
He's okay. So well, you didn't laugh, John. So I assumed I was wrong.
No, I was like, it processed in my head like, all right, Bach. It took a second in my brain, like.
Yeah, you're a real jackass, John. Bottom lane, tier 2 tower. Let me under siege. You know what? You're worse than Katy Perry. I'm just gonna say you're worse than Katy Perry. I wish you went to space.
I would love to go to space. No, not just a trip to the stratosphere, but whatever sphere she went to. I'd actually like to go to space.
I'll have you know she was very concerned about her life, Jonathan. Come on now, there's a whole 4 minutes up there.
See, that's the difference. That's the difference. I have no concern about my own well-being whatsoever, Michael Phoenix. Send me up. Strap me in, baby. I don't care. Send him flying. I can be a test subject. It's fine.
We'll organize something. We'll organize it, John. Just don't kiss the ground afterwards, alright? It's a bit too cringe for my liking. Come on now.
Certainly not.
Anyway,
Certainly not.
Moving on. Smoke is there. There's my Katy Perry joke, John. I've been waiting days for that. NGX, they're going to wrap around through the river. But there's the Dark Ascension. See, this is what makes it hard. Like, you come in for a smoke, Dark Ascension spot. They're still going to jump, though. They've got nothing to say. Ice Blast is going to land, but it's not good enough. Samel's in trouble. Samel's going down. And now the chase is on. Omar's going to get vacked in. TP cancelled. Meanwhile, Ghost also being chased. He's out of mana just about. Demon's Heal from Shiro. Metamorphosis was not even committed. John, he didn't even commit it.
Nope.
Just why? It's unnecessary.
Yeah, and it was also not necessary to Trump nothing to say again. Like, this time around, he had the pipe coming in from Bach. He was not going to melt quick enough. The follow-through from NGX was slower. Like, they didn't manage to get the epicenter on top. They didn't manage to get the chain control off to get that quick kill. And now the high ground's going to be knocking. No Roar on the respawn for Sumail, although it will be up relatively shortly at the very least. No Stone Gaze. I don't see a way how you stop this. Like, you're just going to lose these racks. The damage is there with Shiro. Again, from holding Metamorphosis off, he's got an angle here.
And they're trying. Noob with the Sandstorm Barrow Strike actually doing some pretty good work in stopping this, or at least slowing it down. And in fact, Tidebound, they are retreating. By the way, John, in case you're hearing that, that is not a dog being tortured. My dog's just very excited someone came home. Don't mind her.
No, I didn't hear it. That's fine, Mike. You're all good. I legitimately did not. I'm glad to know.
I might just go close the door while you offer some analysis, John. Go on.
You know what, Mike? No, you don't close the door. Drag Luna in. She could do a wonderful job of casting this game, I'm sure. She'd look better in the camera. Still, a great game state right now for Tidebound, as it is 20-17, 15k lead at 25 minutes in. For NGX, their key issue really is that their best play is single target pickoff. The best thing we've seen from them is a Roar Ice Blast with a lot of commitment, maybe even a follow-through epicenter from Noob, just to find one kill. What happens when a wider team fight comes out? It just doesn't feel like they have enough control. They need to be able to... I say they need to find a way to control multiple heroes. It just feels impossible. Like, if you do get the wider team fight, you have to deal with the Darkseer who can vac Wallachia. They already have the pipe for protection as well. Gonna be able to take this Tormentor for free shard for Planet. So he just gets to eat creeps now and restore himself in the middle of these engagements. Very useful against something like the Beastmaster, at the least. And now they're going to go for that smoke rotation out. Welcome back, man.
Thank you, John.
I was saying as well, you know, maybe we could have Luna on the chair, you know? A little bit prettier, easier on the eyes, Mike.
Oh, don't say that. Ghost? Oh, not Ghost. Not Ghost. He's burning. He'll get the Stone Gaze and he will be able to run away. Here comes the cavalry. They're going to try and help out, but it's just pretty much Omar. And Omar's just going to be chased down instead by the looks of it.
Jeez.
So they'll get Omar. They'll miss out on Ghost, but Omar just gets taught a new one in that scenario. And well, now, I mean, if you are the side of Tidebound, like, with or without the Omar kill, they're going hyper. Like, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Noob. Oh, not Noob. You kind of need him. You do need the Sankey. The Slark you can afford to lose. That's a lot of damage, Noob. Be careful, Noob. That's a lot of damage, sir. Okay. Noob's gone. He has buyback at least.
He does. Just, I don't see how you stop this. They at least have Blast ready with Roar. A sick little Sunder just to keep Shiro alive. Instead, trying to find that kill onto the Terrorblade again, it's just... It feels impossible. They'll be able to hold off Planet.
Roar out. Yeah, they've got Planet. Oh. Planet's on a different planet, John. Popper is the wall. Vac is out. Samal is gone. A big lockdown here from Ghost, but it's not really making the difference because he's got no damage. At least you get away with Planet's life, I suppose. Still not the greatest of trades, but it is something.
It is something. You manage to get a pretty good gold swing your way. You defend your tier 3 bot. You only lose the melee mid, although the melee is the more important racks anyhow. You're still in a really good spot for Tidebound. It could just sit back, reset, wait for next Roshan, as it should be respawning soon, it does seem like. And the side of NGX, again, they have to stitch it together for this team fight. Like, they've got to be able to... Again, find multiple heroes out with a Burst Strike, Epicenter. Like, try to connect a multi-man Ice Blast with Epicenter on top. It can't all just be about Roar Ice Blast. only taking care of one part of the equation leaves you vulnerable to the rest. And all of the cores right now on Tidebound, even the supports, are just a massive nuisance. Like, you have no easy ways of controlling them. Again, at the least with that kill on Y, you also do get a free gem on yourself. Like, Noob does have a gem. He's going to be a little bit more secure when he does go into the sandstorm. So that's one less concern at the very least, but not enough to sway the tides just yet. Tidebound still in a very comfy position. Doesn't take them too long to really kill down. I like that Shiro just went all in on the disperser, just to ensure that if they do see Ghost, he's just dead instantly. GH, they'll get to go home at the very least. Be a little bit annoying.
Let GH go home. GH is gone. Tidebound still taking time. Of course, next Roshan will be the big objective for them to try and focus down. That's an objective that NGX may not really have much of a choice in trying to contest at this point. Like, sure, you could continue to rely on just defending high ground with your Medusa Sanking, but it's not quite recommended. As Roshan will roar, Ice Blast will connect. Noob is also here with an Epicenter Burrow Strike ready. Looks like he wants to try and move in, and he does do so. It's a big Burrow Strike Epicenter, but the Roshan's still relatively healthy, and Noob is down. He doesn't time it quite perfectly. I guess he just wanted to try with the Ice Blast and the Epicenter, but just not enough, and now Noob is gone for 40.
He's gone for 40. He hands back the gem. He doesn't respect the fact that they would drop a sentry by the pit just to ensure that they can take it smoothly here on the side of Tidebound. And I do appreciate that play, right? Like, the Ice Blast is good. You feel like, I gotta make something happen. We're losing on every front right now in NGX. We need to look for a turning point. Just doesn't connect. Maybe if you had Samil to back you up, it could go a little bit better here, but Shiro's just on the chase.
He certainly is. GH going to make it out. Shiro, though, no remorse for human life at the moment. Well, no regard for human life is what I should have said, John. Thank you for correcting me. Range Rax is going to go down.
Hey, I like the sound of it. You know, it sounded a little bit funky, but it sounded cool.
I'm convinced you just stopped listening at this point, to be honest.
No,
I
I
think we've been
don't.
working with each other way too long. Omar. Omar's in trouble. Omar's down, Jonathan. He's gotten for 44. Now, again, I hate to say it, but chances are it doesn't really matter too much.
No, not at this point. Again, the best you can do right now in the B-ward runs. Can't really do too much in defense. At least he has a shard. You're missing that utility, but it's a half-a-minute respawn. They'll try. I don't think you're concerned whatsoever for Shiro. He does have 2 lives. He even has that Linken's to protect anyhow. Not an easy target to pin down. They get cut off.
Well, they are playing very safely here, Tidebound. They're not trying to rush this game in any way, shape, or form. They're just taking their time and being very surgical with it. They understand it is their game to throw here. And if they could find a pick-off first, they'd much rather that before they try for high ground. And it looks like the chase was onto Samel. Samel will make his way out. They'll just take over the Dire Triangle instead. It's just very scary against this Pos4 Night Stalker. Like, Planet's just being such a nuisance. Just constantly roaming the map, trying to see if he can find himself a target so that his team can come in and just take him out. And on the bright side for NGX, again, they aren't against Mega Creeps or anything like that. They're holding out. A Ghost is getting bigger and bigger, but it's still a long way off being able to contest Shiro.
That it is. I mean, the Revenant's Brooch is a start. I don't know how strong that is when you're playing into a pipe already. Just that added magic barrier, and not even the barrier, just the aura alone negates a lot of that damage output. It does make it easier to pierce through Shiro, but you've got to be able to stand and hit Shiro first, and can't really get that done here. Although...
Oh, Samel! What's he roar? What did he roar? Shiro looks okay for now. He'll get the Sunder off and they'll move back in. A big back wall! Oh, Bucky found all 4 of them. But it doesn't matter. The follow-up wasn't there. It still, I mean, they could just go after the racks as NGX. They have to try and retreat and reset. I don't know where that roar went. It might have been an illusion. Meanwhile, Ghost getting 4-star forward. He's not in a good position here, just trying to escape, but that crippling fear making it so hard. Nothing to say now, chasing him down. He's out of mana on the Medusa. Ghost still running, but Shiro just attacking from a mile away. And they might just dive the fountain. 4 down. Only Sumal to survive, and they call. They've had enough. GG. NGX getting 0-2 here by Tidebound.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for NGX, but very clean and very well played coming out from Tidebound. They just play to their strengths. They get that really cheeky flex out with Bristleback mid coming out there for nothing to say into the Beastmaster mid, which really didn't feel like a lane for Sumail. There wasn't much play for him there. Unfortunate in that last fight as well that the ward just goes out into an illusion or into a dodge. I'm not sure which one either. It was just so quick, but I noticed no one got stunned and it just fell apart from there. To be fair, the angles here for NGX weren't that clear cut. Ghost was putting himself in the front line just trying to farm. We've seen this happen before as well. I think it was actually Shiro that in the last game, I think, figured out what to do. Just farm in your extended jungle. There's no reason for Dedusa to keep popping up like that. Granted, there was some forward vision already set up by Tidebound, but this pacing from Dedusa just never came online. None of the timings on NGX really came together, and it kind of boils down to this support duo, I want to say. I don't think the core picks were too bad into what they had to play up against, but they had no laning presence. Like Omar on this Slark didn't have any impact in the lane. No, we were expecting a little bit more, especially with, say, ward shenanigans coming in. Didn't really come out here on the Slark. His greatest point is just map control through vision. Was never a factor because they weren't reaching far enough here on the side of NGX. And then you had this really weak top lane for AA Medusa. Like, theoretically, sure, Gorgon's Grasp, Cold Feet, you could try to hold heroes down, but it's two tanky heroes. It's a Darkseer Night Stalker. You're not going to kill them. So you just get run down. They're super squishy, and it just becomes a wash of a lane for Ghost as well. Like, nothing panned out here for NGX off of this draft.
No, it certainly did not. And, I mean, for Tidebound, you've got to give them props, Jonathan. They were looking very, very good in this series. The drafting overall, very nice. And just the way they played, especially this game too, very clean from the side of Tidebound. And you start to wonder, like, you know, maybe this team can start to contest the stronger teams later on through their journey here at Wallachia Season 4. And here you have the scoreboard, of course. Jonathan, do you have a standout? Is there someone you really appreciated here?
I would say Planet would probably be my bet. He was just super active early on. I know Shiro has a perfect game, 14-0-8. But Planet put all the work in to really get the lanes going, especially up top. He made box lane really strong. He got some good rotations onto mid. He was spotting out the right targets. He was isolating Ghost so many times and isolating Omar with a silence. That Slark had no play. I think that's the one big thing as well with this Night Stalker pick. Completely nullifies that Slark support. Like you called out in the draft, the extended night vision nullifies the vision advantage Slark would have with his innate. And he couldn't really try to cast Dark Pact and be a nuisance in these fights. There's just no way he could play into the silence. It's not like you can build BKB on the support after being so far behind. So big props to Planet for what he did there on the support Night Stalker. But Tidebound just looked like a menace, right? Like, this is a team that we've seen kind of go up and down. This is one of their better showings up against NGX. For NGX's part, again, I like the ideas they're trying to bring out in the draft, you know, going back into that Slark that we saw in 9 class really display and rally, but doesn't really pan out in the way you'd want. The support duo just felt too weak. Like, that Slark AA, with what they had in their side lanes, just really didn't achieve much, and from there, it was just a snowball in favor of Tidebound.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of this support Slark and stuff, but it's just... It was so weak in the laning stage. I guess the idea of support Slark makes enough sense, but execution-wise, it can be perhaps a little bit more challenging. And, you know, props to Tidebound. They seem to know what to do against it. And the issue is as well, if you pass the laning stage and you haven't had the impact as a support Slark, chances are your game's just over. That's kind of just what it feels like. Like, you're playing 4v5 after that. And that's what it looked like to me when we were watching NGX versus Tidebound Game 2. Nevertheless, Jonathan, props to Tidebound, doing fantastic work here up against NGX. Of course, Nigma Galaxy, they're not out of it yet. I believe they will still have a chance tomorrow, but it obviously is at that point now where they're in the danger zone, as you and I like to call it. Thankfully, Jonathan, that's not it for the Dota 2 action today here on the B stream. I believe you and I will have Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion coming right up. So for those NGX fans that are feeling a little bit sad, don't you worry. John and I will be feeling a lot more sad in just a moment, because we're going to have Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion going at it. And we'll see if, for anyone that doesn't get the joke, the SCA boys... Yes. Oh, Well, anyway, we're going to move off to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 1 between Shopify Rebellion and Tundra.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time for another game of Climb the Ranks. I am here with Buck from Team Tidebound. Now, Buck, basically what's going to happen, I'm going to ask you a bunch of Dota questions, and you're going to give me an answer. If you get it right, you're going to go up a rank, and hopefully we're going to climb all the way to Immortal. If you get one wrong, though, you get knocked down. So you need to get every single one right if you're going to make it all the way to the top. It's pretty tough. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
You think you got good Dota knowledge?
Maybe the question will be very hard, I guess. I don't know. Let's see.
Let's find out. Let's find. Well, hopefully we'll start off. We'll start off easy. Which of these is not a main menu tab?
What is microtransaction?
You know, like the gacha games you have. Like
I will just pick C. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a pretty sick
it looks very like not in the main menu tab.
One of these is not like the other. Yeah, indeed, it is of course C. There is no microtransactions tab in Dota. Thank God. Cool. All right, let's move on to our Guardian level question then. Which of these items was not reworked in the 7.38 Wandering Waters patch?
Silver Age. I pick C.
Absolutely. And of course, Silver Edge is correct. The trusty Silver Edge still doing the exact same thing with a few minor tweaks. All right, Buck. Well, the question is, which of these items is not a Ringmaster souvenir?
Water gun.
All right, let's look in B and find out if that one is correct. It absolutely is. That's going to bring you up to Arcana indeed. All right, next question. Now for a cosmetic question.
Oh, I know this. A. It's A.
Absolutely right indeed. Treant Protector has him. How did you know that?
I don't know. It, like several years ago, like it's a quite popular image. I don't know, on internet. I just saw it.
Oh, right. Okay. Interesting. What causes the flooded camp's creeps to cast their spell Water Bubble?
Water Bubble,
Defensive shield, yeah.
It's C. It's C.
C? I thought so. 50% health? Absolutely right again. My goodness. Is there anything that's going to stop this man? No doubt there from you either. Is that something you read or do you just know it?
First I read it in patch when it updates, and
I see.
And
so
of course, like every time you farm this creep, they will.
They always get it off. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, let's go for our next level question. There, getting into the really hard ones now.
Okay.
Leshrak's innate ability is called Defilement, but what does it do?
Oh, I don't play Leshrak.
No.
Oh no, let me guess. Okay.
This is hard. This is
hard. It's A, I think.
It's A? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if you get it right. Going off gut reads alone here.
Okay.
And he is flying through it up to Divine. I'm pretty sure you're the first player we've had get this high up to Divine so far, so you're doing absolutely brilliantly. Let's get up that final Immortal level question and see if you can get this one right. Which
most
item
components? Okay.
takes the most components to build, including recipes? Is it Bloodthorn, Harpoon, or Dagon 5? Anyone you're ruling off?
I think it's Bloodthorn. I think it's a...
Going for Bloodthorn, okay. And you are. This man cannot be stopped. My goodness, all the way up to Immortal. All right, now for the final question then. See if we're going to get all the way up the top and finish this quiz off with a perfect score. Let's get that last and final question up.
Oh,
this is my favorite one. This is my favorite one. All right, listen carefully. Axe and Sven are fighting each other. They are both below Axe's Culling Blade threshold. However, Sven has a Lotus Orb used on him. What happens if Axe uses Culling Blade on Sven?
I think it's Sven died first, then Axe dies after. It's B.
Okay, I'm going for B. Let's see if you are correct.
Oh no!
Oh, we got the final hurdle. Yeah, this is a strange interaction here, this one. But Lotus Orb actually casts the spell before the caster casts the spell. It's a very weird one, but when the spell order is given, Lotus Orb will actually fire it first. Therefore, yeah, a lot of weird interactions come up from that, and that is one of them. So yeah, you will be at Divine, but still excellent performance. Only one wrong. Very, very impressive indeed.
Thank you.
Back. Well done. Did you enjoy the quiz?
Yeah. And this fact is very interesting because it's against the normal logic. Yeah, I learned something in this game.
Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Back, thank you very much. Congratulations, and yeah, looking forward to seeing you play.
Thank you.
Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că-ai lăsat tu oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-du-du. cale e buroi, n-ai văzut un câr de oi. Oi, n-ai văzut un câr de oi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, di păscuțe le-am păscut, prin bărloage tot sălbage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din Cârprin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second series of the day between Shopify Rebellion and the side of Tundra Esports, and it's MLP Dota and DronXFi joining you for this one. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Second series of the day here for the B stream between two new teams. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. We had a great showing last time. Of course, we saw Tidebound just pretty much crush NGX, unfortunately. We'll see if that happens here, if we get an even game. I think theoretically a lot of people would be looking at Tundra as the extreme favorites coming in. But you know what? Shopify had surprised us before. They did manage to at least draw them, I think, in Season 25 of a different tournament. So they've done it once before. It was some time back. Whether or not they can do it again, maybe take it into 3 games, we'll have to see. But I'm sure everyone's looking at Tundra as the favorites, and you know what?
Oh, here we go.
We'll have to see. At the very least, Shopify get to start strong. They pick up the Coddle themselves, right? They get to have that combo, and that opens up the potential for a Yopaj Storm down the line. So the cycle continues, if that is what they're going for here on the side of Shopify Rebellion. For Tundra's part, I mean, look, we've seen these Tundra boys before. We know how well they can play. And it's very interesting to see. You can see him on cam. Good old Mid1 standing in for Coach Moon Meander and potentially standing in for 33 later on in the tournament if they reach playoffs. And I love Mid1 as well. He's such a great fella. It's interesting to see him fit into the coaching role. I'm keen on seeing if this does affect Tundra in any way. We'll see down the line. They already start off with their picks as well, taking the Tusk for themselves, banning out the TAAA Ringmaster and Nature's Prophet, whereas Shopify did, again, pick the Coddle, they banned out the Monkey King, Sand King, Beastmaster, and the Darkseer. So banning off some big off lanes that we tend to see there from the side of Tundra and just kind of keeping options open. Like, there's still a lot of cores available. Again, stuff like Storm is maybe something that you have to think about banning here on Tundra, just to remove that comfort here from Yopaj, because I hate perpetuating the meme, but you know how it is with Shopify Rebellion and Storm Spirit, Mikey. It's always there.
I mean, this is a game, John, where I think it would fit very nicely. We've seen Coddle Storm work extremely well. I believe that was Falcons in a previous tournament we're talking about that we saw that in, and I believe that was Quinn who was standing in at the time. So in fairness, obviously different players, Jonathan, but the duo of Coddle Storm still completely busted in my eyes. It does not get banned out by Shopify. We'll see if Tundra want to remove it for themselves. They could also opt to just take it if they're that concerned about it, but they're probably not. Like you said, I'm pretty sure Tundra are the heavy favorites going into this matchup. Though I'd never underestimate Shopify Rebellion, John. You can't do that.
No.
We love this team.
Certainly can't. That we do. Like, and they've got 2 Southeast Asian players who are now honorary North Americans, as we like to point out, the OFW ARC for Yopaj and Skem. Of course, they're up against the overseas offshore Indonesian worker ARC for Whitemon as well in Tundra. So we've got some C representation all around. So, you were saying, we're going to be sad if Shopify... No, we still have Southeast Asians. We still have Whitemon, right? We win either way, Mike. no matter who goes through
mid
here.
one.
And mid one.
Don't forget mid one.
Of course, of course.
We got him.
I mean, hey, look. In as much as I want Shopify to win, I kind of want to see Tundra make it to playoffs, so we can potentially see mid one actually play off lane. Because for some reason, again, Tundra announced that he would have to stand in for 3-3 if they go far in the tournament. So, that, I mean, you know, it might not be the best thing in the world for Tundra, but I am keen on seeing mid one back. You know, because he is an entertaining player. As we get an entertaining pick with the Doom off lane being taken up here for Tundra, probably just our 3-3 here on the off lane. A ridiculous win rate on that Doom right now, 83.3% over 6 games. Just a very winning hero, and you can really see why. Like, Doom is such a hard hero to shove out of lane. He can farm up. All of his facets play into his economy game quite nicely as well. Always has a lot of utility. In fact, he has even more utility with those new creeps, those new little water creeps, the congregations of the deep, the tendrils of the deep being there as well. Still, Shopify get access to a very straightforward Coddle combo. Bristleback does come true. So that's already one way of getting some synergy out by this Keeper of the Light pickup. That should just be our Pakaz hero here very early on. I don't think they're going to be shifting this around as hard. And again, also a very strong winning hero. 16 picks, 81% win rate. That's kind of ridiculous.
That's a big number, Jonathan. That is a big number. There you go, Pakaz. He's had one game. It went pretty well for him by the looks of it. So there you go, the Bristleback, a winning hero. Obviously, you pair it with the Keeper of the Light as well, and it's going to feel that much better. No more mana issues, low cooldowns. On top of already very low cooldowns, it's going to feel amazing. Speaking of legends, Jonathan, there's one himself. Bulba is here, of course. That's a face I miss too.
Oh yeah. And that's a face that's contemplating whether or not a Storm pick here would still work. And I love Bulba.
You know you want to.
But he's also...
You want to.
Just do it. Just you're getting the pass, Bulba. You can pick Storm. There's no need to think about it. There's no need to discuss. Just say, Yopaj is right next to him. Like, yo, just look at Yopaj and pick the Storm. Or just look at him. Don't even say a word. Look at Yopaj. Pick Storm. Nah, they go with Ogre Magic, which is a fun hero. This is not something you tend to see a lot of. That's a little bit left field. But
how many times has this been picked up?
Do
we have an Ogre Magi stat?
I'll check
haven't seen
real quick. No, I don't think it's actually come out at all. Yeah, not
it's the
picked.
first one. Thank you.
Yeah,
for
it's
that.
unpicked.
There you go, John.
Yeah.
We don't need your stats. We got the stats.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we've got the stats. Thank goodness. I wouldn't know what to do looking at numbers. But Ogre Magi coming out does open up the potential for a right-click Bristleback as well. And opens up a lot of possibilities for your safe lane. You don't have anything to tie into your Bristle in terms of minus armor. So it does look like a pretty good Warpath kind of game. Again, with the added right-click damage you'll get from Ogre Magi, with the Chakra magic you'll get as well. It's kind of doubling down hard, but it does pan out already. You know, not even seeing what sort of safe lane pickup we see here. It's a strong combination on hand. I am curious to see if we'll get Learning Curve or if we'll get the other facet, Fat Chance, just to kind of stabilize the lane and not miss out too much at level 1. We've seen Learning Curve kind of hurt your chances when you're trying to contest Rune. It is pretty painful not having any spell. Get the PA pickup now as well for Tundra, which is surprising that Shopify left it alone, as PA is a very direct counter to Bristleback. Having that break option on hand with Fan of Knives can make it hellish for Bristleback to play. It's not the comfiest of times, and they'll also manage to snag away the Ember Spirit now on the side of Tundra's end. You don't have the best lockdown in the world here from Shopify to keep it down. Like, if it's an offlane Bristle, he has no control. Will-O-Wisp is it, and maybe a Fire Blast from the Ogre. Not very reliable to catch something slippery like the Ember here.
I mean, right now, it seems like a really nice Ember game. The Shopify Rebellion, let's see what they want to try and do about it. I mean, 2 more calls to be picked up here for Shopify. We are assuming this is a Pakaz Bristleback we're looking at, so arguably an offlane and a mid is what we're looking for here. Shopify, not that much time left either. 25 seconds reserved left. They're going to go down the Pango route. Well, I guess this is another hero we used to see quite a lot of, isn't it, John?
That is, I'm surprised it's not Storm. I'm really just shocked it's not Storm. Sure, the combination with Kotl is also pretty nice. Double Swash, double Shield Crash can be good. You don't have too much to worry about canceling the roll outside of Doom.
Why has Wyman got the Zoomer haircut? Why does Whitemon
He's
have
had
the
that for a
zoom
while,
in?
right?
I don't like it.
He's had it for a while. He's been zooming.
I don't like it.
He's been look. Whitemon's a changed man. We don't see him have Whitemon noodles anymore. We asked him in an interview. He doesn't eat as much. You know, he's a changed man. He's not the same Whitemon who has the floor fan that goes up and down instead of left and right, Mike. He's a new person.
Really unfortunate.
He's a zoomer.
Jeez, you win a TI and this is all that happens, eh? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Tundra Esports? Final ban to come.
You know, there's still ways to flex this from Shopify. They ban out the Dusa, maybe expecting a off-lane or safe lane kind of pick here that Shopify will try to make. They could shift the Pangolier off. They could give Tomato like the safe lane bristle. Give Yopaj something else. Again, maybe gun for that Storm. Could be a way to go. I'm still grasping for straws. I really want to see the Storm, Mike. I just want to see Storm caught. I think that's really it. Right? Like, just run safe lane Bristle. Bristle Ogre is still a good lane. 2 tanky heroes. Can run down the Doom. Pretty alright. Into double melee is pretty fine for Bristleback and Ogre. Pangolier off lane with Kotl on hand in lane is pretty devastating. So you could go that route. I'm surprised Tinker went all the way till the end of the draft before being banned out, but there you go. Tinker's gone now as well. So you don't have the top meta heroes on hand. And Saloon...
No.
Alright,
not this.
so
Not this.
I guess Tundra wins already, and I think it's time to go into the next game. Just tap GG as you load in. This is not... I mean, look, Luna's not been the best hero. I've talked about this every single time we see the hero. It has an identity crisis. Its damage output is wonky. Honda got nerfed, so like Lucent Beam focused damage Luna isn't great. Physical Luna isn't particularly amazing. Her talents encourage you to go for like an Ags build, but again, without the fallback of the Lucent Beam source with Conda, it's just a weird hero. Like, its hybrid damage is just super weird now. I'm not the biggest fan. I think it makes some sense with an Ogre Magi. Right now you have an Ogre Luna lane. There's a lot of good damage to pump into this Doom. They go with Bane pickup on Tundra, so now they've got the hold for the Pangolier. And this looked fearsome the last time around we saw this Bane come out. We saw it in the highlights, and I know what you're planning here in Shopify, but I'm not convinced with this Luna last pick. I know you had so many opportunities to do this weird flex. You had a whole bunch of pause once that could have come out instead. And Luna's just not it. I'm not convinced, Mikey.
Well, neither am I, John. And I'll tell you what, the Bane pick, the Bane last pick certainly feels like it put a spanner in the works as well here for Shopify. Like, I mean, you've got 2 heroes that can stop that Fiend's Grip, John. One of them's an Ogre Magi, the other one's a Pango. It's not going to be that fun. I think Whitemon's going to have a great old time just Fiend's Gripping every team fight. I don't know. I had faith until I saw Luna carry. I can't have faith in this hero.
Yeah.
I have faith that they can... I mean, at least it's Picard's on Bristleback, I guess. You know, at least the Bristle will just carry you instead of this Luna. I don't know, though. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not fully convinced. Look, the lanes are decent. I think that's the big thing for Shopify. Luna Ogre Magi is a very decent lane. Again, it's a natural source for just bloodlusting. You got a lot of output out from Yamato or Tomato to kind of get his right-click damage off. And you can kind of try to zone out 33 early on. I think that you really have to win out your lanes from Shopify because that's where your draft shines. I don't think being at an even game state at like 20 minutes is going to feel all too good for the side of Shopify Rebellion. I think you just have a lot of counterplay on Tundra. You have really good scaling with Ember Spirit PA. And if you manage to really run away with this game on Crystallis, you have no concerns. There's no hard counter to PA here. Again, the magic damage is somewhat there, but it's nothing that a BKB can't fix. Heck, even Blur. Now just having old Blur, no matter which facet you take on PA, is going to be a nice way to dodge out some spells as well if she does get jumped, like dodging out some projectile-based spells. So there's a lot of play here for Tundra, and not that much for Shopify. If they do get the ball rolling, and if they can find the backline, if Yopaj can crush his mid lane matchup here up against BZM, then there is a window of opportunity here where the recall is going to feel amazing. Having this Bristleback that can just tank up front for you while softening up targets for your Pangolier and Luna can be great. But again, you don't want to be at an even game state at 20 minutes for that in Shopify. You have to have an advantage here.
We're going to see a smoke rotation from Tundra already. They're going to head over to that Radiant Triangle.
30 seconds to battle.
Closest target to them right now is going to be Pakaz on the Bristle. They won't run into him though. He's on the far west of the map. Deep wards in the Radiant Triangle, and that'll be about it for Tundra. Looks like they want to head back towards their own side of the map. Are they going to fight? I mean, you do have some pretty strong level 1 timings for both sides. Pakaz is not around down at this bottom spot, so you don't have the Bristleback, which probably would have been the best option to have here. We will see a steal attempt from BZM, but doesn't really work out with the Sleight of Fist, sadly. Still a 2-for-2 trade on the Bounty Rune, so a nice even start. One way here, John. You're going to have Yopaj on the mid Pangolier against BZM on the mid Ember. What do you think?
Yeah, and this matchup does feel a little bit better for Ember Spirit. You just go for the Sleight of Fist. You're always going to deal a lot of damage out to Yopaj. Yopaj, for his part, and he's got Swashblade, he's got Shield Crash. Early window to dodge with Sleight of Fist is pretty small because you don't have the lower cooldown just yet. It's going to take a while for BZM to have that open as the spells are up from Yopaj. But Yopaj has to work this lane. Again, it's going to be very rune dependent as well, as we do get a quick pause for, surprising enough, from our Filipino player Yopaj. The lag follows the Philippines, Mike. Settings, says Scam. All right, Yopaj, you could have said it earlier. You know, someone could have reminded you, Yopaj, you know what happens.
Notice how the other international players, Jonathan, have no issues. It's always the SCA players every time. You know what? It's our fault, John. You and I, we basically ran the region for 5 years. You know, we probably should have been more strict on them. I reckon we should have told them. I don't think
we were coddling them. We do tell them off. The issue is they never listen to us. We're on mute, Mike. No one listens to us, so they wouldn't know.
That's true.
I talked to the managers. They're like, yeah, no, our players are yada, yada, yada. You know, that's just how they are. It's like, well, maybe it's the manager's fault. I'm going to call out Lane. What are you doing? What did you do to Yopaj? Why didn't you discipline him more? He's your kid.
I agree.
What are you doing?
I agree. Poor old Boba now has to do all the hard work. What can you do? Top lane, Crystallis is obviously going to be there along with Whitemon against Hellscream and Pakaz. Now, this shouldn't be the easiest lane in the world here for Tundra, but at the same time, you're probably not going to be that afraid of Pakaz getting too aggressive, because Whitemon's going to have a point in Nightmare soon. And every time they try to jump you under the tier 1 tower, John, you're just going to pop Nightmare and walk away.
Pretty much. And this lane combination for the side of Shopify, though, can be scary once Chakra Magic is up. And having that added Cold Spray, having the mana just naturally coming into Pakaz is going to be great. They've done a great job of making it a bit uncomfy for Crystallis, having to stick back, play with a dagger for the most part, not able to come up and control the creep wave. So you're getting a free time for Pakaz very early on. And again, that's still set to get worse as the levels go up here. Hellscream does have the Chakra up now. And the damage is starting to ramp up every time Crystallis comes into CS. Oh, it does have a wand early on, which is what you'd want against a Bristleback at least. So we'll have some pocket regen on hand. But again, the key thing for Shopify is they have to win out these lanes. This is how you get that done. Have a solid start for Pakaz. Not just Pakaz, even the start down bot here for Yamato is going extremely well. Sakta doesn't really get to pull, is getting punished quite nicely. You've got the learning curve up for Scam, so he's got the 2 points already up in Ignite. As they run down mid.
No. BZM already finding first blood here up against Yopaj, and that's completely solo, Jonathan. BZM able to pick him off at the level 3 mark. Not a good feeling if you are Yopaj. No, that is already spelling some pretty nasty news here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Again, they need to win their lanes on the side of Shopify. And we talked about the issues of mid-Pango versus mid-Ember. It's just a lot easier for Ember to get some free harassment, try to dodge out the shield crash or the swash. It's a little bit less costly in mana as well. And that issue does not subside as the game goes on. Water Rune control also just goes completely the way of BZM off of that kill, getting both Water Runes up. At least Yopaj gets his full top up. But we'll see if he gets something done to maybe help him equal out at the 4-minute rune. Although chances are you don't really have room on Shopify to leave either side lane as Hellscream.
Hellscream almost going down. Whitemon trying to run. Crystal is going to jump in, trying for the easy kill. Secure and does get it, but it's going to cost his own life if he can't get a Blink Strike away. Pakaz still going. Crystal is... No, he's got no chance. I don't know if it's really worth Crystallis jumping in like that for that kill. I mean, he knew he was probably going to die at the tail end of that, and I think Shopify will probably be okay with that kind of trade.
And they're happy enough. I think considering lane though, there's not much you can really do there for Crystallis. I appreciate the aggression instead. Down bot.
Oh, Pakaz. Never mind. Pakaz now dead. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Skem in trouble. Skem will go down. Yamato still trying to fight, but Saksa and 33 happy to oblige. And eventually Yamato does have to leave. Though he's still in danger. Saksa's looking for angles to move back in with that blood grenade he does have up. And he does also have a mango ready for some extra mana. Yamato is not out of the woods yet. Saksa, which choice do you want? He'll go for the shards, but misses out. Skem's back. And that'll mean Saksa does have to leave the area. But he may actually be dying for it. Has Snowball back up and available though, so Yamato now has to be careful once again. They'll move in. Yamato dropping low. Eventually should fall and does. Surely Skem gets Saksa. Oh, he'll get him with the ignite. Not to deny Saksa. Oh, he gets it. Skem has at least got some form of a trade. But still an extremely good trade here for the side of Tundra.
And it is, and again, for Shopify, these lanes have to go well. They're finding a good start in terms of CS there for Yamato, but not good enough with these deaths coming in, not good enough with the damage that's starting to come out from Tundra's end. 33 starting to feel pretty secure with the double bracer timing up on the Doom, and the double boots timing just makes chasing down these heroes a lot harder than ought to be down bot. A strong start for Tundra already, 2-6, as Yopaj is just 2 levels behind on mid.
Oh my.
Not even, it's still about to hit 5, way behind in 6 timing. BZM is just taking complete control, and that is not good news for the Pangolier. He can't rotate, he can't hope for a rotation into his lane with how the side lanes are going. Power Rune's going to go for free at this point to Tundra if they're not too careful, and BZM is going to be dancing around you at that point.
It certainly will be. BZM having a grand old time, just jumping right into Yopaj mid lane. Meanwhile, Crystallis top lane in a bit of danger, but can blink strike away. Still, the chase continues here by Pakaz, and Whitemon is trying to reach to help out with a Nightmare. Crystallis has another blink strike in one. Will be able to commit it back towards the creep wave. Pakaz now seeing Whitemon will not be able to go further. I mean, I appreciate how much pressure he's trying to apply on this Bristleback. Meanwhile, mid, Yopaj being chased. Saksa will intervene as well, but it seems like Yopaj is going to be okay. This poor Pango just desperately trying to get to that level 6 mark, so he feels a lot safer. Hellscream's going to move in to try and secure a power root and does get the amp damage. Can they fight? BZM still going. Doesn't quite finish Hellscream, but Whitemon will. Yopaj still in a spot of danger, but BZM, does he really want to commit? Oh, that's a nice shard. Saksa, though, can't really lock him down. Snowball's going to move in towards the Pango. They're still going. Yopaj, he needs a couple creeps to die for level 6, but he hasn't got them anywhere nearby him. Now Skem's in trouble. Skem will retreat, Hellscream will move back in, a nice swash will kill BZM, and now he's got level 6. Doesn't even need it. A double kill for Yopaj. Oh boy, they really had to play on the edge to ensure that happened.
They did. A little bit interesting that all stemmed from Hellscream standing around after picking up the double damage rune, maybe getting the call from Yopaj to hold ground, fight into this, give him a chakra, and try to turn things around. They do manage to juke and drive quite nicely on the side of Shopify, dragging a lot of tension into the mid lane. So again, you're freeing up the side lanes a bit. This is much more impactful for Pakaz, as he is still able to run down that lane up against Crystallis, although without the Coddle around, man management is a little bit more of an issue, but nonetheless, he is scaling up. Getting some free room for Yamato to try to play catch-up going into the Mask of Madness that you tend to see for the Luna. It's still 4-7. Tundra's still off to a good start, but some recovery here.
Nice shards. Sark's going to lock him in. They're going to be forced to fight because the Doom is going to come out, but the TPs are incoming. Maybe Tundra could have gone a bit too far with this one. Pakaz will rotate. Here comes BZM. He will try to at least salvage this fight. Moving on to Skem. Pakaz will chase Saksa in the meantime. Saksa will die. BZM still trying for Skem. Cannot get him. The raindrops will barely save the life of Skem from that remnant damage. And so Shopify, they will walk away with a kill, and they lose nothing.
Yeah, it's a pretty deep commitment out from Tundra, not respecting, again, TP's coming in. Maybe expecting a little bit more damage as well from BZM, but he did dive quite aggressively under the tower. Good stuns out from Skem holds them back. And for the side of Shopify, that's something they really needed. You know, they managed to save Yamato, keep this build up on that Luna. They still have their stacks, although Whitemon does scout out and does block the large camp now, the medium camp inside. Keeping the Ancients open at the very least. D-wards are out from Scam and Hellscream. Should be able to spot the next one as well. And these stacks are going to be pivotal. You've got a Luna who needs catch-up. You've got a Bristle who could use a gold injection as well. Or even a Pango who could use that right into the Diffusal. And all things considered, despite this topsy-turvy laning phase, and in terms of farm, Shopify's not doing bad. They're only about 1k behind. Net worth across the course is relatively even. Crystallis is starting to pull slightly ahead, but not by a huge factor yet. That does leave it fairly playable here, although...
Gonna die top lane. Bakaz still trying to move in. He couldn't really kill off Whitemon, but he'll try for Crystallis instead. Link Strike away from Crystallis. Whitemon, he'll have Nightmare in 1 sec. So Bakaz, he'll be taking a very slow walk back. Now taken by Skim instead, so Bakaz can keep going. Whitemon might be the sacrifice here. Sucks are unable to help. Here comes Yopaj, trying for the PA, but a nice juke up from Crystallis, blinking straight back into Bakaz. Now the snowball. They are breaking ankles here, Tundra. Crystallize. Oh, not the Lucid Peeps coming out. The Eclipse wasted. They've broken 4 ankles here, John.
They have.
8 ankles.
It's a lot of time
4
committed.
pairs.
Yeah, all of them. It's a lot of time committed out from the side of... Oh, Yopaj, no.
Yeah, Yopaj, it's all right, sir. Just run. Things will be okay if you keep running. I lied. No, they won't. No, they won't. Never mind. Saxa.
Oh, that dagger crit.
Well, Hellscream's going to drop. Sax is still being chased here on the tusk, but he's got Snowball, so he can buy time. And they actually don't confidently have the damage to deal with him.
No. They're going to lose access to their medium camp stacks as well. A lot of farm being taken here by BZM. Away from that Bristle, away from the Luna, who really needs that catch-up farm. As the lead's starting to pull ahead. Tundra now 6-10, 2k lead. Keeping control in Triangle, finding more.
I think they're going to find a nice quick one off the Skem, who just can't really do much at this point. He'll continue to run. Yopaj is trying to intervene and help out, but Yopaj needs to be wary of his own life because he's not able to actually even kill Whitemon. The Ancient's doing much more damage than Yopaj was, I'll tell you that. And now they've found the stacks, John, which probably means Tundra, they're going to be keeping tabs on this triangle for quite a while.
It all stems back to that early movement from Whitemon, getting the block, scouting out the Ancients as well. Can't clear the Ancients yet, but can look for the punish.
Oh, another. BZM's just not done. He's got 1 remnant, so he can't really go too far. Still chipping away at Hellscream. Meanwhile, Bakaz was trying to think about it, at least sneaking those Ancients, but he doesn't feel comfortable. They're just too close by here, Tundra. And of course, Tundra now trying to rush down this mid-tier 1 tower so they can confidently move into that Radiant Triangle and just take over the area of the map. Mid-tier 1, I mean, it's getting quite low here. BZM will stick around. Whitemon will be there along with 33. Chains down onto Skem. Whitemon does have Fiend's Grip if you do want to commit it, but he will wait for the Rolling Thunder, I'm sure, before he does decide to commit. Meanwhile, on the left side, Bakaz has been caught and is down once again. Horrible news for Shopify.
Still setting up
another one. BZM looking for more. Won't have the remnants to throw out though. Well, he had 1, but it would have allowed him to escape, so he won't go.
I like this readout from Tundra, right? They drag all of these heroes mid. They know Bakaz is alone on that Bristle, and they know that he's not that tanky yet. It's not that peak Bristleback moment, and because he's not Rocket, can't solo kill Skem.
Yeah, I mean, Skem just can do nothing. Saxa and BZM just being an absolute nuisance here in this combination, and there goes your mid-tier 1, and guess what, Jonathan? There's a bunch of stacks still sitting there. Why not just take them?
Yeah, they're going to line up for it now. It doesn't feel like they have the easiest way of clearing out the stacks. So again, you saw how much damage that did to Whitemon a while ago. These are a lot of stacks, but guess what, 33 and the Tornado and the Scorched Earth should be enough. A smoke out from Shopify. And they know they're going to lose this objective. They've got the Diffusal Blade up in Yopaj. Need to make something happen here.
The thing is, Fiend's Grip is still up, John. If he Rolling Thunders, he just gets caught with the Fiend's Grip. 33. Oh, nice Nightmare. It's not enough, though. A nice start for Shopify Rebellion. And I believe they do manage to at least get some of the creeps their way. So it's not optimal, but they do get a Doom on top, which is basically a big creep.
And it is. It's still not the best deal in the world for Shopify, but they get some value out. They get decent usage out of the defusal there, although not too much being shown by Yopaj. Still ready to fight in Tundra, though.
Non-stop action from Tundra. They're going to move in. Skem's being caught out. Whitemon wants to catch Hellscream. Meanwhile, Skem and Picard still going at it. Yopaj looking at the Bane, but can't do anything before he sees that ulti committed. Like, he doesn't even have Rolling Thunder anyway. In they go now. They'll try to move in. Eclipse has been popped, but it's hitting absolutely nothing. They'll finally get Saxa, but they're losing Picard. 2 for the price of 1 is now the Nightmare
Yamato?
catching the Luna. Yamato, can you survive? The answer is probably not, as the Fiend's Grip will finally come out and Chrysalis will get right to work. Yopaj will try to punish Whitemon, but can he catch him? Oh, he does. He does. But it may cost his own life if he's not too cautious. Yopaj, no swash to commit, will go down. A triple kill for Chrysalis. And things are getting pretty concerning for Shopify Rebellion.
And it is. I'm surprised they're dragging Yamato in for these fights. Again, the Luna does... I mean, they need to, but again, this hero has just such a weird set of power spikes. Its talents are all geared towards playing with Eclipse and to an extent the Lucent Beam, but you don't have the old Conda build-up that's viable anymore, so you kind of need to go physical, but you need the Ags on top. It's just a little bit strange. And they're also durable on the side of Tundra as well. You don't have the best angles in. You've got some durability on Pecans, but you can't allow him to be just standing in front, dying first before the engagement. All of these pieces have to come together. They're on the Tormentor now.
They'll get it easily. There are going to be rotations, but Whitemon's already broken the kind of initiation they would have wanted, so he'll die for the cause. Chrysalis will just TP right out by the tree line. Saxa will also seemingly get left behind. So they do give up 2 lives for this Tormentor. That's going to be about it. Both supports going down. Everyone else will leave. I'd still call that a small win for Shopify, like, considering they really need this gold boost that they're getting right now. Like, screw the Tormentor if you can get a free 1.3k gold your way. And with that, they'll start working on this top tier 1.
They need to clear some space on the map. They've only lost their mid-tier 1 in Shopify, so considering the map state, they're actually in a pretty decent position. Might still need to clear out the mid to equalize, but now they can set up some forward wards, try to catch out Chrysalis if he does decide to farm that area, and they can start to play aggressively across. They can get some room out for Yamato to steal some camps as well, and start some recovery process coming in. However, you're now playing into 33 with a full Radiance up on this Doom, along with the drums. He's got a lot of presence in the middle of these engagements. That mischance is going to be pretty devastating, especially for Yamato, if he's not too careful. Again, there's just a bigger spike lined up here on Tundra. Like, you've got the full Mage Slayer on BZM. They managed to catch out Picard again.
They do. Picard's just not having a game at the moment. Will die another time. His 4th death of the game. 17 minutes in. This Bristleback just, again, not really having the impact you'd hope to see. And, well, it's only really set to get worse, isn't it, John? Like, it doesn't really get much easier for a Bristleback as time goes on. Like, all he's got right now is a Blade Mail, which is something he desperately kind of needed to give himself a chance of survival. Now he'll go for a Lotus Orb after that, but it feels like you are just stuck going utility style for the Bristleback. Just help the other teammates.
That you are. Like, you just kind of have to, again, cop damage, spread the Snot Rocket out, and hope your Luna can come in and clean up. I mean, the damage is starting to build up in Yamato. He's going for the Manta into the Axe. Again, it's that strangeness with how Luna works right now, where you're kind of reliant on Eclipse. Your talents encourage you to go towards Eclipse, and to an extent, the Lucent Beam. It's just awkward. Picard's isolated here again.
Here's Picard, held in the shards. His teammates are incoming to try and help out him. Picard's still not dead, will survive. They'll actually get Saxa. Nice little snipe from Yopaj. So that is the thing. Like, you can catch Picard on his own, but you got to be a little bit quicker than that, I think. Because Shopify now realizing they should probably start playing as 5.
Yeah, starting to work together as a unit. And this is where their lineup can shine. Again, there's a lot of impact if they can catch Heroes 1 by 1 and maximize Snot Rocket from Pakas. They'll be able to equalize map control with that mid-tier 1. Surprisingly, Tundra has not yet been able to commit onto the bot tier 1 or even the top. So now Shopify, in terms of map at the very least, have more objectives to play with. They've got a little bit more reach across the map with all tier 1s gone from Tundra's end. Whether or not they can translate that into any meaningful map objective, though, remains to be seen, as Tundra are the ones on the aggressive. They smoke up again. They've got all of the damage you could ask for. Full Manta up and Crystallis if you wanted to join in. They've got Grip, all of their spells off cooldown. Just need to find a good target.
They don't really want to start with Hellscream, it seems. They really would prefer the Pangolier, but Yopaj has left the area, so they've really got no choice in the matter. They will take the freebie in Hellscream eventually. Rest of Shopify Rebellion, they just head straight up towards that top lane and keep the farm going here on Yamato. And this will allow Tundra to finally take down this bottom tier 1 tower, but now Roshan started. And this is important, I think, for Tundra, because this objective, Shopify really, it feels like they should have no right taking this right now. But they are getting away with it. And it doesn't seem as though Tundra realize it's happening.
No. And maybe not respecting the minus armor coming in from Pakas and enabling a quick take. They do have the damage lined up in spades off of that. And they've got some tools here to play with on Shopify. Blink up and Yopaj. You've got basically the full Lotus Orb, just a few hundred gold away, 700 gold away for that full item up. Once you've got that up and running, you should start to feel a little bit more confident with the durability coming out in Pakas. And, you know, the game opens up just a tad bit more. It is still concerning how much Crystallis is allowed to free farm. And after the nuisances in lane, maybe around first 3 levels, it has just gone steadily his way, although they catch 2-3 out at least.
At point out 33, this will be a nice big pick-off. More incoming as well. Skem is going to join his team. 33, though, is actually pretty damn tanky on the Doom, and he will actually turn around with the Doom now. That's a lot of damage being dealt to Yopaj. Here comes Sarks to resolve the shards to ensure they get the kill, and 33 will get the kill before he dies. I mean, are you kidding? Hellscream is also going to die. Maybe they can find Crystallis. Even the neutral's trying to help them out now. Crystallis in big trouble. Though I say that, he's not really taking that much damage. Blink Strike back towards his Tusk, and now Skem's gone. Pakar's still trying. They will kill the PA. They've got it. That's a big one for Yamato. That Pakar's was the one to claim the kill.
Yeah. Get the cleanup they're looking for. Again, a bit of a long fight where they didn't have a Dispel on hand there for Crystallis as the Goose stacked up. And you finally got a flank angle that works out for Shopify. It's still a costly fight, mind you. Like
Yamato. Be careful. Nightmare, wrong target. Yamato still chasing Whitemon. Whitemon is eventually gonna die. A nice pick off for Yamato, but can you survive? He has Pakar's around. That's gonna be an Aegis gone. 33 forced the BKB up to try and survive the damage of the Bristleback. BZM's still going. Yamato happy to fight, but has no Eclipse. He'll lose Pakar's, and now you might lose another. And I think he might have, but Yopaj will come in clutch. They will still lose Yamato. Here comes Crystallize now to try and help out. Crystallis still moving in. We'll move on a Hellscream, but he's been stunned up. There's just Snowball out now from Sarksa, just buying so much time for him to avoid these stunts as Crystallis trying to find more targets. Both Skem and Yopaj trying to hide in the tree line. Let's see what they can do here. Crystallis will move in. Skem's going to be targeted. Yopaj to jump back in and help out. There's your crit. Crystallis man fighting, but Yopaj, he gets him. He gets it. Just barely.
Oh, these are such scrappy fights. So scrappy from both sides. Yamato playing in a very forward position. Whitemon not finding the right target, just gets casually right-click down. I mean, you're still in control on Tundra, but man, it's not a clean time for Tundra either. Shopify are finding access points in. They're getting a lot of value out from Pakaz, copying a lot of damage before dying, spreading that Snot Rocket around. And for the side of Tundra, I mean, they shouldn't feel too concerned about this just yet. I mean, you're going to have a BKB on Crystallis. That's going to fix a lot of issues that he's having. Would need some lifesteal on hand. I'd say even just a casual Morbid Mask would do wonders here for the PA. But the side of Shopify are showing openings. Every time Tundra is just kind of fragmented in these engagements, they're leveraging the recall quite nicely on Hellscream to drag heroes around, to bring them into these gank squads. And they are getting good work done. Still, you know, for the side of Shopify, some of these, it does look like a lot of effort to take a kill. Like 3 heroes for 33 is a ridiculous number, and not even being able to kill them off quick enough, leading to Yopaj's death earlier on in the previous fight. It's also not very clean, so there's a lot of openings for both sides. It makes for a very exciting game. Like 19 to 27, the most kills we've had so far here early on in Wallachia at 24 minutes in. Keep in mind though, the timer we were talking about in the draft. For Shopify's draft to feel great, they would want at least the net worth lead at this point in the game. They don't really have that, but they do at least have some tempo coming out nonetheless.
And they're going. Props to Shopify. You know, they're making it work. It was a pretty horrific start to this game for them, so the fact that they found a bit of a spike for themselves to play off, you've got to appreciate that. BZM, Saxa, they're going to move in. So will 33. Pakaz is on the front line, though. They've got to try and find a way to get him down first. Meanwhile, Yopaj getting Fiend's Grip through the Rolling Thunder. Here comes the Eclipse out from Yamato with the Aghanim Scepter. It has actually saved the life of Yopaj for a little bit, but he is down. There goes Saxa on top, so a 1-for-1 so far. It's 33 now, looking for a target. We'll move on to Skem. Pakaz and Yamato are still a huge issue here, but here comes Chrysalis to try and help out. But they've lost both their supports. They might lose 33 on top of that, as 33 will go down. Yamato going for more, looking for BZM. BZM has one more Revenant left and will commit it, but the Rod of Atos to lock him down. He's been slowed up quite a lot here. Pakaz still going for more. BZM's down now. Shopify, they've only got Chrysalis left. He'll have to BKB TP out of there. Can he make it? He can. Woo, Shopify. You know, I get it. I'm very impressed, Jonathan. After such a horrific start, Shopify Rebellion, they're making it look like they're the better team now.
Yeah, they're getting things done. It's a little bit fragmented out from the side of Tundra. I think they're not able to really find Hellscream in the back, so the Illuminate starts to really kick into play. The Chakra spam coming out from Pakaz starts to get overwhelming. Like they're all covered up in the Snot Rocket goo. They're all softened up for the damage. The Ags build up on Yamato, like I talked about. Luna's a very weird hero in terms of what she needs for damage, but having the Ags up plus the level 15 Talon means that the damage is there. It's mainly magical damage as well. You don't have anyone building a pipe, heck, not even a Glimmer Cape to try to save out. So that damage will be relevant for quite a long time here. Only the BKB on Crystallis can kind of negate that for himself. And the answers are there to even out the game now. 26 minutes in, 23 to 28. They've got Tormentor control their way once more with no Roche to seal just yet. I'll get the freebie out for Yopaj, so he's got the roll up to save. And for the side of Tundra, I think what went wrong was that they managed to get the...
They know he's there, John. He's underneath vision. They just took the Tormentor, so Chrysalis should know that this area may not be too safe. Oh, he's going to show on the creep wave. I mean, he's blurred, but they know he's there somewhere, but it seems like they're not going to dive in. Chrysalis will be okay. Speaking of Yamato, by the way, Jonathan, I mean, he's going to hit his level 20 talent soon, too. So that plus 110 damage on the Lucent Beams is going to feel pretty damn nice. Along with that Aghanim Scepter Eclipse, that could be quite scary for Tundra to try and deal with in the middle of a team fight.
And it can be. Damage is really starting to scale up. Again, you need more BKBs to be up on the side of Tundra. You have one on 33, down to 7 seconds. You need something to protect these. Yeah, they'll jump in.
Now they're trying for Pakaz, and Chrysalis already getting rid of him with the shards up. They've got the break now. Yopaj trying, but the Fiend's Grip gonna lock him down again from Whitemon. Such a hard game to be playing Pangolier, and of course Whitemon waiting perfectly for the Lincoln Sphere to be broken before he does move in. And it feels like these are the kind of deaths you really can't afford as Shopify. Like, sure, it's not Yamato dying, but these guys are important. In terms of defending these objectives, you really don't want to see them going down.
You really don't. A bit of a long flank round from the side of Tundra. Going to be able to take themselves a Shrine of Wisdom. Not going to be able to contest up top at very least. So you've got a safety net. You've got an area of the map you can play with right now on Shopify. Tundra are still set to collapse into the area, and if they manage to isolate Yamato or burst down Hellscream first, this is a much simpler fight. You take away the healing, You try to burst down Yamato before he can get a good Eclipse off, or you clump up enough that Eclipse damage is shared. Things don't look as swimmingly well for the Luna at that point. They're shoving in really hard here.
Yeah. Bit too far, I think.
Eclipse
So
for
Whitemon. Whitemon's being caught, but now that the Eclipse is down, Tundra might want to fight without him. Because that was the big issue last fight. They're having a look and, well, the TPs are there. Nobody's been caught apart from maybe Hellscream. But he's a very fast man on a very fast horse. But eventually, they are going to catch him out. The TP will not work against Saksa. I mean, overall, 1-for-1 on the supports. You're not going to complain to Shopify. If you are, of course, Tundra, you saw the Eclipse get committed, but it's a low cooldown now with that level 15 talent, so 30 seconds, he'll have it back up. He's not too concerned about it. And we have a pretty even game here, John. Pretty even game.
And it is. And it is 24 to 31, less than 1k lead for Tundra. It's been bouncing back and forth. Yamato number one in net worth. I'm a bit surprised Tundra didn't just follow through on Whitemon. They were just trying to chase Hellscream first. Which, it's great target prioritization, but surely when the Luna doesn't have Eclipse, you should have the confidence to take her. Like, she doesn't have MKB. You know, Crystallis should be feeling fine in terms of just manning up against a Luna. No way to pierce the evasion, especially with your level 15 talent, plus 15% material. We'll go on to Pakaz.
Lotusorb committed. 33 is going to move in. He has the Doom ready, but he's just waiting for the right target. Here comes that Rolling Thunder. Whitemon breaks the Lincolns, gets the Fiend's Grip. They do also commit the Doom on Yopaj, so a bit of stacking here onto the Pango, but it won't matter. He is going to die first. Can they find more? Tundra retreating a little bit concerned about this Lunar Eclipse. 33 is going to back off. The BKB's now getting a bit low. Yamato still holds onto that ulti. Crystallis running. Blink Strike away. He's going to be fine. But without the BKBs, though, it's just so scary to go up against that Eclipse now. And that's why they've got to try and just wait for another day.
I like that play from Yopaj. He cops all of the spells to ensure Pakaz can survive and ensure that this combination can still be made. Like, they know Doom's down for a long time. They'll go on the aggressive and Shopify here.
They will. They found the Tusk. That'll be Saksa. They'll buy a bit of time for the snowball, but well, actually blinks away as well. Nice shots to block them out, but it won't matter. A nice attempt. Shopify Rebellion, finding something for their trouble.
On the side of Tundra, I have to be very cautious about how they take these fights. It feels like these fights by the ramp have been pretty back and forth. Roche opening up again. Aurora should reveal, but with no Doom to play with, no Tusk to try to steal, becomes a tough prospect to try to even contest in the pit. 2 lives now up on Yamato. A banner to help onto a high ground siege now as well. Again, in an even game state, with how well you've played in Shopify, this is a really good point to be in. Like, Crystallis needs that full Satanic up. He needs that lifesteal to sustain through even after his BKB fades. He's going to have some fight once that's up. And you need to be careful about double stacking onto Yopaj. Like, it feels like Grip alone or Doom alone should be enough. You cannot afford to lose your 2 key pieces of teamfight control onto one hero. One of them has to go onto Pakaz or Yamato. Without it, you have no answers to keep them in place, and they do a lot of damage when left unattended here in the middle of these engagements.
It seems like Shopify is still pretty confident here, moving in again through this bottom tier 2 tower. Nobody around quite yet to defend this. They'll pop the glyph. Shopify will glyph back their creep wave, so they are committed. Again, it doesn't seem like Tundra are too interested in trying to defend this at all. Crystallis did just pick up his Satanic, so you do have that now available. They might be perfect timing too for him to try and defend this bottom tier 3 tower now. But he doesn't really have buyback gold for himself, so they are going to jump in. Saksa with the wall response and the shards out onto Yamato. They will force staff Yamato out. Roshan banner down. They're going to try again. They are committed here, Shopify. Tundra in a pretty awkward scenario. They've got to find a way to deal with this Luna. Twice, in fact. These Lincolns are making it so hard to actually do anything though, as BZM's going to jump in. They'll also be there with Saksa. A lot of damage being dealt. They've jumped one. It's going to be scammed down. They're looking now for Yamato on the Aegis. In fact, never mind that. They found Hellscream. Yopaj, he's locked down again. They'll doom him up to Bird. Nothing they can do here, Shopify, except rely on Yamato with the Eclipse, but it's a last-ditch effort here from the Luna as Chrysalis almost taking him down. Yopaj will be left behind. He's gone. And it's going to be a successful team fight for the side of Tundra. Yamato, he just could never get in position. Like, he lost the first Aegis, and by the time he respawned with that secondary life, all he could do was Eclipse and TP out. That's all he had left.
At the least, you didn't have the Batcher up just yet. On the side of Tundra for Crystallis, they had no way of controlling, so you could get that easy escape out. But they find that angle. Props to BZM. He opens up that fight perfectly. Gets into the back line, has the follow-through from Saksa to get the punches in, isolate the back line first, and tear apart the two heroes that really buff up this Luna and the Pango and the Bristle. Like, deleting Hellscream, deleting Skem, it's a very important aspect of these engagements, and they get the gold lead back their way. 4K up, and very good fight separation coming out there from Tundra. You're not out of the game just yet in Shopify. Obviously, taking the tier 3 is a pretty big deal. Losing the Aegis timing, though, is going to set you back just a tad bit.
Chrysalis, he's playing with a bit of fire here. Couldn't kill off Skem quick enough. Now being chased by Bakaz. Bakaz will just keep tabs on him as well. Like, just keep that goo going. Chrysalis, he's a very slow man, and here comes Yamato, forcing the BKB TP away. Not bad at all for Shopify. 33 actually hanging about as well by the Twin Gate, but he was not spotted. He'll be okay. Maybe they can plant Skem top lane. It's like Whitemon is going to be able to nightmare him up at least. Take the Shrine of Wisdom for himself. And even a cheeky Bean script. Just for good measure.
Yeah. Nice set of kills, a nice objective to take with that Shrine of Wisdom. Double Shrines up for Tundra. Serious Support's going to be hitting their talent spikes a little bit quicker. 20 for Whitemon off the back of that, plus the kill. So he's got the lower cooldown Nightmare. Many more ways for them to keep applying some control in these fights now off of that for the side of Tundra. And for the side of Shopify, it is a bit painful. You're a little bit under-leveled in comparison, right? Like, Hellscream and Skem are both at like 14, 16. Not the best points to be in. You would want those higher talent spikes, especially from Skem. Right, like the Bloodlust attack speed's going to be huge, although...
Crystallis, he doesn't have a BKB. 25-second cooldown for the BKB and Crystallis. Will be able to Blink Strike away. Whitemon has been spotted though. He'll try for a TP, but Yopaj does catch him. It'll force Tundra to immediately retreat, and it is not feeling very safe whatsoever. BZM at least will stick around to clear out the creep wave before he does leave the area. And so now you have a bit more time for Shopify where you know that Tundra probably aren't going to be making any kind of plays, especially while the Bane is down.
No. You need to wait. I mean, you didn't have grip on Whitemon anyhow, so this is time where they probably would just sit back and wait, which is giving time for the Roche to reset. See that timer in short order here. Still two and a half minutes away until we see that time. And they do have another Tormentor open for the side of Shopify, so they've been pretty on point with taking care of the map objectives. Get another free shard, get a lot of gold flowing your way. And it's Yamato who will get that freebie now with a Lunar Orbit increase on damage. A little bit more, especially up against a melee, triple melee hero matchup. So every single time Crystallis or even 33 decides to walk up, the right-click damage is starting to amp up here on Yamato. I do like the break as well. The Silver Edge, just to have a solution onto Crystallis, is quite nice. As again, when it does come down to just raw right-clicks, you don't really have the best solutions right now on the side of Shopify and handling Crystallis, especially as that BKB is up. A bit of a smoke out in Shopify. And again, this is still pretty far from Roche timer, but a teamfight win here can allow a good shove in on bot, or even just maybe a threat on top as well.
Sucks up. Smoke broken. Crystallis is going to be there. They'll make the jump. Skem is the initial target. Will-O-Wisp was also dropped here by Hellscream, making the fight pretty awkward. And they are going to lose Saksa on Tundra. Skem will survive. BZM now also being spotted out. He's got Remnants, the Fiend's Grip from the high ground. Whitemon locking down the Pango. Yopaj is down. And now the Doom's out onto Pakaz, so Pakaz can survive neither. The chase continues. BZM will find Scam. Yamato sticking around, pops the Eclipse now. Chrysalis, he has the BKB, he was ready for it, but he's still taking too much damage. He will retreat. So Yamato, all things being said and done, is still a little bit too intimidating on this Luna.
He is. They did force the buyback on Pakaz. That's a pretty big commitment out from him. Again, Roche isn't necessarily going to be up in the next 40 seconds just yet. That's going to be a very quick respawn if so. So, I don't know if they're going to be able to find too much off the back for this. They have to be a little bit cautious with Pakaz. Only defensive item he has is that Lotus Orb. At the least, there's no Doom for another minute and no Grip for 40. You're free to run around and take control in these fights. The side of Tundra need to wait for that reset on those big spells and the BKB for Crystallis. I'm a little bit surprised though that Yamato is being very conservative with the Ags usage. Felt like a couple of times you could just toss out the Eclipse, run in, try to hope for the best, especially when you've got your levels up, you're at level 25, you've got a lot of damage. The cooldown on Eclipse, again, isn't that long, but they are playing it safe on the side of Shopify, wanting to ensure they can get some big kills off the back of it. 33 now, having that full refresh can cause some issues here, along with a full Yashakaya for a little bit more cast speed as well, especially on that War Stomp that he has from the neutral. So the control is starting to kick in. And the side of Tundra is still playing across the river. Again, Roche going to be the big objective. If you're Tundra, you can't allow Shopify to have that coverage for Pakaz. And if you're Shopify right now, you cannot risk anything without that Aegis, without that secondary life for your Bristle, with that buyback.
Moving forward, Yopaj gets the roll up. Does not commit the Rolling Thunder yet, but the chase continues. BZM with that Aghanim Scepter very, very quick with the follow-up. The Will-O-Wisp now dropped to try and help him out. Doom committed. They have got the Doom onto 33 as well, but he's just TP'd out of there. Just the Lotus Orb bounce. Meanwhile, Crystallize now jumping in, but the Eclipse is too much. The Eclipse crystallized. He just jumped right in.
Crystallis didn't manage to BKB. A little bit surprising he dove so far in after seeing his other cores TP out. And that's your opening now. Roshan just spawns up as well. He does have buyback, but I don't know if you can risk it at this point.
I mean, 33 is still around with the Doom up. He might just commit, but Lotus Orb again going to make it very hard for him to do so. Chrysalis, he's going to buy back. Keep in mind, he has that BKB ready if he needs it. Go Scepter from Pakaz. Not going to help against the Nullifier. Pakaz is down. It feels like you want a little bit more, but in fairness, Pakaz is now down for 100 seconds. No buyback available for the Bristleback. And if Tundra know this, they could try for high ground. But instead, it seems like they want to fight into Roshan. They'll wrap around the pit. Oh, Hellscream. He's a big target to take down first, BZM. We'll see him there for a moment. Remnants forward. The Coddle will drop the Will-O-Wisp to try and help out. Yopaj with the Rolling Thunder trying to help out his keeper, keep him alive a little bit longer. Hellscream, though, still dropping. Eventually should die to BZM, though he's actually still alive. Still being chased. Meanwhile, the Fiend's Grip. They caught Yamato. Yamato's down. Waimon locking him down the whole team fight.
Yopaj.
And a triple kill. No buyback, and Yopaj is down a boot. Oh boy, it's a full team wipe. Skem's been caught out to boot. Unfortunate. And there's no heroes with buyback. They don't even need they could rush the lanes right now and go straight for Ancient. But they don't know.
They could. No. I mean, they should know at least with the two diebacks that they got there from Pakaz and Yopaj, but still wanting to play a little bit safe. There were a couple of awkward moments for Tundra. Again, really quick side of ice coming out from Yamato, catching out BZM was quite nice, just the follow-through isn't there. Again, that's the big difference. You don't have that Bristleback to tank the front line for you in that fight. You don't have a way of just having one big hero to soak up damage while getting healed up by Illuminate, then just getting damage through from your Luna, getting the poke damage out from Yopaj with all of that minus armor. It becomes so hard for the Luna to actually frontline for the team. Just a really big risk being taken there for the side of Shopify. High ground opening up now for the side of Tundra. No concerns here for Crystallis with that Aegis up. BKB coming off cooldown relatively soon as well. And that's going to be at least the mid-set of racks. Could go for more, but respawns are coming relatively close. And you are being extremely annoying on Hellstream at the very least in slowing down his push.
But you are. Again, had Tundra just ignored Roshan and just ran directly towards the base, they would have been able to just go straight Ancient, but, or BZM. Big chains out. That Sleight of Fist, so much damage here from BZM. They will still walk away with a mid-Rax plus an Aegis up here for Chrysalis, so they're going to be feeling very good. You've also hit that level, well, I mean, he's level 27 now, Chrysalis, so these daggers are just flying everywhere. There's scary times for Shopify. I mean, there was moments where you thought, hold on a minute, Shopify Rebellion might just have this one in the bag. But now it's starting to look very, very scary for him, and at the same time, it's feeling like this Eclipse isn't doing anywhere near as much as it once did.
No. It just tapers off so hard. It is magical damage. It's flat damage out in team fights. If you had a refresh, perhaps, that's what you're going for next in Yamato, but again, you don't have buyback coverage. This is an all-in smoke from Shopify. If they lose heroes in this fight, it's over. They've got to find a win, a clear win up against Tundra, and force the issue here somehow. But they don't even find the angle out. Smoke not going to line to too much just yet. Tundra are in a good position, holding the triangle, keeping all the lanes shoved in. They still have a lot of time left on the Aegis for Crystallis. Still a fresh 3 minutes left. And all they need to do is just find a couple of big kills. Kill Yopaj again. Kill Pakas again while buyback's on cooldown. Heck, even Yamato just not having the extra gold yet. Any of these core kills could potentially spell the end of the game here for Shopify.
Certainly could. 21k advantage now, standing at 45 minutes into this game one. They still have some pretty solid high ground defense here on Shopify Rebellion. Fakaz is desperately trying to rush a BKB before the next team fight. Thing is, like, these core items you're going to pick up, you're probably going to end up leaving yourself with no buyback gold, but you're about that point in the game where you'd rather just give it one last effort when it does come. Tundra now going to smoke up as 5. They'll hang in the Radiant Triangle for a little bit. Chrysalis will show himself. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad running through the mid lane. They'll approach high ground. D-Ward's out here from BZM. So the smoke does become relatively obvious. In fact, they've basically given up on the smoke. They'll just head top lane. Or will they? I mean, Wymont's left the area completely.
It's a tough nut to crack, that high ground. Playing into that Ags Eclipse, it is pretty scary, along with, again, just the threat of a good set of rolls from Yopaj. Bakaz living long enough to spam all his spells. Bakazo might be spotted out here.
Wymont's having a gander. Wymont's found him. Bakaz, okay, Nightmare's out. Wymont's going to take a watcher in front of him while he's at it. Fiend's Grip is there. Sykes is going to join. So will BZM. And fair enough. Fair enough. Bakaz is down. This time he has buyback gold, John, but if he's needing to commit it, that BKB is going to take an eternity to finish.
Well, amp damage now is up as well for Crystallis. If he manages to find a jump somehow, get the connection from his team, and you could start to spell the beginning of the end here for Shopify if you're not too careful. But they're playing it cautiously. And Tundra as well, not pushing the envelope too hard. Could just look for that bot tier 2 first. A safe play, considering the state of the game right now. And looks like that's just what they'll get done. They're showing a lot of respect for how well Shopify is taking some of these fights, how scrappy some of these engagements have been. They still hold on to the banner as well to pierce high ground, but not too much time on that Aegis. So a little bit of a reset out. And that is enough time for Shopify to just, again, work back into buybacks. Yopaj, a minute and a half away from his. You've got the gold ready now on Yamato's buyback as well. So the threat has faded away for now.
It has. It looks like I'm wondering where Yamato goes. Like, obviously he's going for a refresher or build up on this Luna. Ag's Blessing on top. Don't know if he'll get there, but it certainly feels necessary at this point, as we are seeing now Tundra moving through the bottom tier 2 tower. Not sure if they really want to commit. Chrysalis does have a refresher shard in the backpack, by the way, so that could come in handy very soon. He also has a Roshan banner that he may have forgotten about in the backpack. He'll leave that alone for now.
Yeah. It happens, you know. What if we had a Roshan banner buff? Like if you had 2 of them, they stack up. You had 3 of them, it becomes like a greater Roshan banner. Does, you know, wider range, more HP. Why not? Lets the game end. I mean, surely at the point when you have 3 Roche banners, the game should be over. No?
Oh, you know what's going to happen if you do that, John? Is they're going to bring repair kit back. That's what's going to happen. They're going to be like, oh, games are finishing too quick. We need something to fix these towers. Where's that repair kit?
Oh, that was always the most annoying thing to play into.
I already know how they think, John. I know what's coming. You don't think 1 step, you think 2 steps ahead, you know? You've got to think, John. Tundra.
Repair kit will never come
They're
back.
thinking right now. Big smoke up. They'll wrap around through the top lane, back into the mid. 33 will have a bit of a cheeky peek at the high ground. Nobody's standing there, are they? They're still looking for somebody. White one right outside the T3 tower range. But they just think about the T4s. Oh, no, not Bakas. No, he just bought the BKB.
Bakas! No!
He has no buyback gold. Oh, not like that.
Oh, God.
Skems down. There's no buyback on either. He literally just received the BKB. Now Yopar is going to move in. They've got Crystallized there for a
Nightmare
second.
save.
He's got the BKB activated. The Nightmare. Allowing Crystallis to walk away as Whitemon does save the day. Do they want to reinitiate? They have that refresher shot on Crystallis. They could go again. And still 50 seconds without Bakas, and in fact they will refresh. Here we go another time. Jump in. Skem in danger. Skem dropping low, and Skem is dead. One of the T4 towers, or rather T3, they'll go down to the bottom lane.
You don't have Eclipse for 40 seconds. You do have your Sight of Vice ready. The buyout's there. Yamato's committing for the refresh. This is all in. If this doesn't pan out, it's over.
Well, bottom racks is gone. Mega creeps are not up yet. Of course, you have the top rack still standing, protected by that T3 tower. The Tundra, they aren't backing off yet. They'll get that started. And Bakas is going to come up, but Skem is still down for a minute. So you are lacking that Bloodlust and the Ogre Pos 5. Side device is out.
Clips.
Snowball save, though, is going to be there from Sarks. I mean, the Eclipse just does nothing. There's just too many saves.
One more.
They'll jump again. Can they save him? Crystallis, the BKB is out. The Satanic, he'll heal up once again. They've got no chance of killing this PA at this point. Bakas at least gets Whitemon, so maybe now they can play with this Rolling Thunder. But Yopaj, it's all over. There's no Rolling Thunder left. And the chase continues on a Bakas as he's just burning alive to 33's doom. He'll just farm while he can, but he still has no buyback gold. And this should be Mega Creeps incoming. No Eclipse to commit either.
No.
Not for 34 seconds.
And it's not going to be the double. I like that instantly sold from Yamato. He does have a buyback goal, but...
Side device out, but the kickback. Saksa dragged him right into the deep end. Yamato is still okay to retreat though, but BZM's not backing off. He wants more. Yamato chained up, has no way out. He's down. He'll buy back immediately. This will be the last-ditch attempt though from Shopify this game 1. If Tundra stick around, but it seems like they'd rather leave and perhaps just go directly to the Roshan pit.
I mean, why not? They already have the Megas up. You can hold on Shopify's end, but respawns are coming back in. They know they force out the buyback. They just need to find one last opener, and the Roche will allow them to take that relatively easily. Nice quick Roshan for them to find. For Shopify's part, again, some nice cheeky plays coming out there, right? Like the quick refresh buy and sell back from Yamato does end up giving him enough to have buyback gold back up. Unfortunately, not being able to get much done with the buyback and being just stuck with the single use of Sight of Vice and Eclipse. It's not going to be enough. Even the double felt a little bit short as Crystallis was just getting saved way too much. Having that window of opportunity to still pop the Satanic in that fight and just life-stealing back in meant you didn't really have clean openers there. for the side of Shopify. 46k advantage for the side of Tundra. Shopify are hanging on, but it's a tough fight to take with such a huge deficit with how you have to play these fights. And Tundra just need to push for one last time. Still, you've got a refresh on Yopaj. Rolling Tundra refreshes up. No buybacks really left here. It's do or die time for Shopify.
Yeah. Chains out onto the cars. Lewis will be dropped pretty early on. Everything's available right now for either side. Cars, pops a nullify. Shards will block him in. Yopaj though going to move in with the Rolling Thunder. He had his Lincolns broken though. He's going to be very cautious. Meanwhile, on the backside, Yamato being caught, taking too much damage. Someone's going to protect the Luna, but she's gone. It's all over. GG's called. Tundra. There was a bit of a slugfest here for this game one between these two sides, Jonathan, but Tundra, they managed to pull off the game one victory.
That they do. And very strong fashion, of course, but a lot of back and forth in the initial part of that game. A lot of kills coming out early on. Good aggression coming out from Shopify to hit their timings right. And for the side of Tundra, in the end, they do manage to outplay. Again, the issues for Shopify in trying to play that game into the later part was that Luna scaling is... It's kind of topsy-turvy. You hit the spike really nicely with, say, Ag's timing. You get your level 15 talent, can feel really good. You hit refresh, it feels nice, but it also just doesn't scale as hard as the old right-click Lunas used to scale. And that's really just one thing that means you can't keep them into the late game. Tundra as well, I mean, they had a couple of sloppy moments here and there. Some good turnaround plays from Shopify. The fact that Crystallis for a long time couldn't really even engage as his progress from the BKB into lifesteal just took quite a fair bit of time that he couldn't really hope to jump in through that overwhelming damage coming out. It just meant that there was that huge window for Shopify to play, as we're seeing some of these highlights right now. Crystallis was forced to BKB TP multiple times with that fresh BKB pickup. And again, there was that opening out from Shopify where they managed to find a push, but the backline jump, the coordination out from Tundra to find these openings was just insane. And for Shopify, it just became a little bit too hard to manage. They only really had Yopaj that could jump in and initiate. You know, you didn't have something like a Tusk to back him up. It was purely off Pango, which meant that the forward jumps for him were just much more limited in comparison to BZM.
Yeah, I mean, they made life so hard too. Like the amount of nightmare saves we saw and the snowball saves, it just felt like you had to commit so much to actually kill anyone on the side of Tundra, and we just kept seeing it over and over again. Even at some point, you just came to realize that these eclipses don't matter if you can just get snowballed anyway. And then you saw Yamato dying in that team fight. That wasn't very fun at all. And this was practically the turning point once again for Tundra, where they just completely took over the game. And you know, props to Shopify, John. I mean, this is a team that we thought would struggle a lot more against a team like Tundra, but they look like they were about to win it at some stage. You know, so it's like this series seems a lot closer than it probably should have been. And yeah, I mean, that'll be game one, the way of Tundra. For Shopify Rebellion, I'm not sure what they change up going into game two. Maybe you just stick to your comfort picks and, you know, try to run it back, but I'm not entirely sure what the idea is going to be here for these boys.
I think it's a shift in safe lane. Like, Timato or Yamato needs something else. The Luna's nice, it did have its spike, but it just gets outscaled very hard. For Tundra's part, again, it was a little bit more back and forth. You know, the top lane for Crystallis into the Bristleback, allowing the Bristleback through was also a pretty big gambit considering it's a first phase ban, but they carry through in the end. Hard to say who would I'd give the standout player to. I want to say BZM, if not Sox or Whitemon. I think they all did a fantastic job in finding some of those openings. It will go to BZM. Again, especially in that fight on the bot tier 3 side, him finding that angle in and getting the follow through from Soxa just broke that fight open. That was the moment when Shopify was getting a lot of momentum. They were finding those team fight wins with the Ags on Yamato. They were digging into the racks, and they were having a hard time dealing with the Roche banner, but one sneaky play out from BZM, one very confident jump in, isolating the rest of the team, and it just turned the game back into Tundra's favor after losing it for a little bit. So big props to him on the Ember, having a lot of impact there. I'm curious to see what the adjustments will be made. Again, I feel like this Luna is just It's not the carry you can bank on to carry a game. It's a carry that goes into the mid-game tempo, right? We saw that with the Ags. We saw that with just how well the Ags Eclipse at 15 can really work out. It just doesn't scale. And I think that's the key thing that you lacked here on Shopify as the game went on. You know, you had a Bristleback that was not Rocket. He's not going to carry the game either. He's going to soften up targets for a big physical core to burst down. And Pangolier and Luna just don't really do that fast enough in the late game stage.
No, sadly not, Jonathan. Sadly not. With that, though, I mean, at the very least, we saw a pretty close game one, and obviously Shopify Rebellion do not intend on just rolling over here up against Tundra, Jonathan. It's going to be, hopefully, another close game two. Before that game two, we'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Tundra versus Shopify Rebellion, game number 2.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm here with Mr. BZM from Team Tundra, a team which has been making some waves this season. You had a really, really good start to the season, and things have sort of, I would say, come more competitive since then. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think first tournament we played, there wasn't very much competition. I mean, I would say it's normal in the beginning of the year for everybody to be, with everybody making new rosters and everybody not playing their best game.
Yeah.
That's probably gonna come at TI or Riyadh. So, but yeah, recently for sure, everybody improving.
Well, how come you were able to click so quickly at the start of the year, yet the other team sort of took a bit of time to get into it?
So they had time to, think about Dota, talk about Dota. And when I joined and Durachi joined, it's just like, they tell us what, they know.
Yeah. So it's relatively easy for you to fit in and...
Yeah, and the rest was just like, maybe we were good at the moment back then. And, felt nice with the flow of the tournament. So recently, like you said, just a lot more good teams.
For sure. But, you're always up there. And how do you feel playing the game at the moment, in terms of the hero pool and everything? Do you enjoy Dota in its current form?
I mean, right now, I would say it's not the best for me because of hero pool stuff that has just been pretty much the same for a couple of patches, maybe more than a couple. And it's whenever something new pops up, everybody's gonna start playing it.
Yeah.
So I don't really like when there's something that just sticks out and everybody has to play it. Everybody has to first phase ban, first phase pick. I just want to play, I don't know. I tried Invoker some games when new patch dropped and I thought it's good. And if you go back to it like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the patch, everybody was playing it. And I was playing it. But 2-3 weeks from now, like I mean, since then, I don't think anybody has touched the hero. You know.
Why is everybody kind of so assured that like, oh, this is bad now, you know, we can't pick this anymore? Do you think that's like the right approach that everybody has?
Maybe not as direct as that, but I think for me at least, whenever you play some games on certain heroes and they don't seem to work, you don't just automatically say the hero is bad. You look why, like the game happened that way, why the hero doesn't feel good. And most of the time, you just come to the conclusion that it's because of the hero and not the game. Like, well,
yeah. Interesting. So, I mean, do you feel like the changes they made to public match data sharing is going to have any effect on your games, or is it still the same because you're playing pubs anyway, so it doesn't really matter?
I mean, it's definitely gonna hurt the analyst type of work that people do and prepare for games. It's gonna hurt people that wanna copycat, or like not necessarily copycat, but get ideas from somewhere else. I used to do that a lot, and a lot of other people that did that a lot. But yeah, I mean, right now you can still like stay in the game and watch whoever you have in the friends list, but it's only wife, so you know it's pretty limited. For me, it's not that big of a deal, but it's for sure annoying. Maybe because I'm not used to it.
Yeah, but do you not feel it's gonna like down the line maybe like allow you to pull up some more surprise picks or discover something that's good and kind of keep it to yourself? Do you think that's possible now?
If anybody in the game that you're playing is in the friends list of somebody else, they can still watch the game. So you can go off one mode, you can do whatever you want, try to hide. I mean, the best way is to just delete everybody on your friends list, which I've heard some people might do for Riyadh or TI. It is an idea.
Yeah,
but
I mean, makes sense.
But to me, it's like if somebody starts it, then it's like war, you know.
Who's gonna pull the trigger first? That's very interesting. Alrighty, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Looking forward to see how you do, BZM. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at this event.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Stăpâniți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi dă mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Gentlemen, we are going into our game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Shopify Rebellion and Tundra Esports, and it's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, game 1, I'd say it was a pretty close affair between these two squads. It felt like Shopify Rebellion were almost about to pull off a pretty nice victory up against Tundra, but sadly things did end up going a little bit south throughout that mid-game. What are you thinking in game 2's draft, Jonathan? What do you want to see changed up here for Shopify?
I think they had the right idea. I think the closer of Luna was just maybe not the strongest hero to go into. Again, we saw some moments where Yamato was hitting hard. The Ag's timing was still pretty significant, and I like that they still get access to the Bristleback once again. And surprisingly, the Kotl is still left in the pool as well here from Tundra. They banned out the AA, the NP, the TA, and the Ringmaster, whereas Shopify did course correct as well a little bit. They banned out that Doom for 33, along with the Sand King and the Monkey King. So they still have a lot of ways to go, but just having this Bristleback on hand, it's felt amazing. Again, it has had a very high win rate throughout this tournament. It is one of the most picked heroes at the event with an 82% win rate over 17 picks, and it is just devastating. For Tundra's part, they just go back into Sox's Tusk. He's getting some great saves once the blink was up, and at this point, I would expect the last ban for Tundra being that Kotl. Remove that equation, take care of that Kotl Bristleback combo. You're not going to snowball as hard at the start then for Pakas. And if you do allow it in, then I do get a little bit concerned. Right, because just Bristleback and a Kotl, it felt very strong in game 1. You were seeing the impact of it even from the laning phase. Crystallis had a pretty rough time of it in trying to work that lane out. He was getting a couple of kills onto Hellscream, but always coming at the cost of his own life, stalling out his timing a little bit, and giving that launching point out for Shopify.
We have a couple more bans to go before, or rather one more ban to go before we can see where these drafts are going. We'll see the PA ban out from Shopify, fair enough. Maybe they just think that PA with Crystallis was a bit too much to deal with. Tundra, not dissuaded at all. They'll go for a Terrorblade pickup, which, as we've seen, Jonathan, this hero has been looking incredible as of late. Unsurprising to see it picked up here by Tundra Esports, especially after the Morphling ban. See what Shopify want to do as these support pickups should come out, and naturally they are going to go back to the Kotl for Hellscream, and they're actually going to pick up the Yopaj Ember. Well, isn't this a treat, Jonathan?
Yeah, a much better time in combining with the Kotl. Kotl Ember, a very old classic combination that we've seen before. And that just gives you really good connections for the Kotl now. And last time with a Pangolier, not as impactful, I would say. Chakra, the Ember should be a lot better off here. I'm curious to see what Tundra will want now. Maybe they just pick up BZM's hero. He just plays as the Ember last time around, so you should know what matchup can kind of work out here. You know, stuff like Shaker is still in the pool somehow. That could be one way in playing mid. It does tend to be a pretty good time. If they want to cheese it out in Tundra, Husker is there as well. Although it might be a little bit early for the back-to-back picks to go into the Husker, but certainly you are just looking to crush your lane. They'll go with a DK pickup first, nice and stable here on the side of Tundra. And that could just end up being our mid lane. DK up against Ember, very stable matchup. Corrosive Dragon doesn't have too many problems there. Love seeing the Jakiro coming out as well. As, again, the hero hasn't had the highest win rate, but it has felt very impactful when you do have a good game. It's a ton of damage out. It's a good amount of control. The lane can feel hellish now when you're playing into it, especially if you're just running this with a Terrorblade. Like a potentially off-lane Terrorblade for 3T3, although even a Crystallis Terrorblade would say Tusk, it's going to be nice. Jakiro with whatever 3T3 wants to take as well. It's going to be strong presence no matter what. So I like the foundations Tundra has laid. Just a very stable mid. Great lanes coming out. Just time to figure out how you want to close out, as Shopify will go into a much more stable carry as well. Instead of the Luna last game, we do get the Gyrocopter out. And it's a little bit strange leaving your last pick for your support, but you have gotten your win conditions up and running on the side of Shopify. You just need a stable foundation now from, say, Scam. I wouldn't mind an Ogre Magi to close out if it's not banned. Chances are you don't really ban the Ogre, but it's something to consider now on the side of Tundra.
It is. With Tundra Esports, more bans to come. We'll see the Medusa being removed here by Shopify, or rather Shopify Rebellion, Tundra Esports. I mean, you do assume it is a POS 1 that they are still lacking on Tundra, right? Like, obviously it could still be the DK POS 1 or the TB POS 1, but chances are they are not going to go down that route. Most of the time, we are still seeing off-lane TB and mid DK. Tundra Esports, they'll get rid of the Auto Titan. It is definitely still a scam hero we're looking for, unless they're doing something really weird with this gyrocopter. Which, I mean, it's not that weird, I guess. It wasn't so long ago that we had support gyro in the POS 5 role, but it hasn't been, you know, popular in the recent metas.
No, certainly not. I don't think it's the best fitting. Depends on what they'd want for safely now for Yamato. If it's something aggressive that can play off of the aggression a Gyrocopter 5 can provide, sure. I do worry that you're going to lack maybe a little bit of a hard lockdown. Just teamfight control doesn't feel that great for the side of Shopify. A pause 5 can still at least contribute maybe a much more stable stun. Again, like that Ogre idea that they ran in Game 1 for Shopify can still pan out. Tundra are taking their time, digging into the reserve time here to figure out what to take care of. Again, outside of... Yeah, they take care of the Tinker instead, leaving the Ogre Magi open if Shopify want to go back into the support duo of Coddle Ogre, which, again, wasn't too bad. It did have its moments. You have some good cores that can use all of these buffs. Take care of the Kunkka now as well in the ban. And it's just time to figure out. Do you want that Ogre? Yes, you do.
Oh.
There you go. Straightforward.
Okay. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Back to the Ogre Magi. I believe that's the second time Ogre's been picked throughout the whole of Wallachia.
Yeah.
Tundra
0%
Esports.
win rate.
As it should be.
Hey. Come on. If the two-headed dragon can have a good time, why not the two-headed ogre? Why?
Because he's stupid, John.
That's
dumb.
exactly that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great, man. He's a big dumb ogre, just running around. It's great gameplay.
You and I should really have done an Ogre Magi cosplay, I feel like, at this point, at some lands. I really feel like it would have been the most fitting Ogre Magi if you and I did it.
Yeah, can you imagine casting in a costume like that? Yeah, your voice comes into my mic because it's so close. My mic, well, I don't know if I'll go into your mic.
I mean, in fairness, Jonathan, we've casted in some pretty weird places. I mean, I casted in a shed that was getting flooded with snakes on top of me. You've casted in bed. You know, it's... Well, what's the difference? I mean, we may as well get into the costume together and cast out of that too.
Yeah, let's get it done. So one of these days. As they'll get this draft done as well.
Land first, John.
Oh, that's fair, Mikey. You know what? Never mind that. You're right. You're right. We can just pretend.
Tundra.
We'll...
10 seconds. Oh! Here we go. There's a beautiful time.
Nice little Tide. I do appreciate how tiny he is in the overlay. Like, it feels like he should be bigger, but man, maybe he's on Plankton Eater or something, because it just looks tiny. Of course, this does tie out the draft quite nicely. The Tide Hunter into the Gyrocopter lane, maybe not, not the most straightforward solution to a gyro. That lane should be fairly straightforward for Yamato. 33 does stick to Kraken Swell, so he's not going for the Plankton Eater, not going for the Krill Eater, and that does mean he will have his normal attack range and the normal anchor smash range, which is important in trying to zone out something range. You can't afford to start slow with the lower range anchor smash. So I do understand why 33 goes for that. We see, I think, Saberlight as well, kind of almost always goes Kraken Swell. In terms of the draft, I do feel like you've course corrected in Shopify quite nicely. The odds are still favorable here. Our 1xbet odds are still very favorable for Tundra overall, but you can't count out Shopify. Last time around, they did do a great job in like the mid to early late game portion of the game. It's just they got outscaled and they got pretty outplayed down the line. This time, scaling's not going to be an issue. You've got an Ember, you've got a Bristleback who does go Seeing Red, because does go for the Warpath facet now instead of the Snot Rocket, so he's focusing on his own game, and that does mean something like the Ags build-up's going to be more viable. You're going to have a lot of damage by yourself. And again, you've got this great scaling Gyrocopter, which I would say the Terrorblade still outscales the gyro to a certain extent, but it's not as lopsided as like PA Luna. So there is still some good spikes to play with. You will match the Terrorblade's output as the game goes on. And if the game does go long for Shopify, their chances are much, much more stable. Mind you, Tundra scaling again isn't too bad. Terrorblade's pretty sickening in the late game, although it's still somewhat of a tempo hero. And the DK as well can scale up. So there's a lot of options going back and forth here. I think what I want to see from Shopify is them to play their lanes a little bit stronger. Last game, the start outside of Pakaz's lane was maybe a tad bit slower there.
It was. This time around, we'll see how it all does pan out. Shopify Rebellion backs against the wall, looking to try and tie up the series 1-1 against the side of Tundra, and we do get into it. Jonathan, game number 2 is now officially underway. Happy days. Let's see if they can make this game 2 work in their favor, as Yamato says school days against BZM. And BZM, smiley face into an XD. What is school days, John?
I don't know. Is it is it an anime reference?
An anime I'd never watch.
Yeah.
See, you knew. You knew.
No, I don't know. It's like a
an
Neff
anime.
anime. Look, it's a Neff anime. I'm not sure. And I don't know if chat gets the implication, but Neff is a very sick man. So get a sick block.
So is Skip. Oh, that's a big blinding light. That's a big blinding light from Hellscream. Is it gonna matter? The chase continues. Surely somebody dies, but apparently not. Now, that blinding light really did save the day from Hellscream. Skim had nowhere to go but down, and he'll make it out of there, John.
Does.
You did get the Plankton Eater, by the way, as a production has pointed out.
Oh, you switched down. All right. Back into the Krill Eater. All right. Fair enough. So lower range anchor smash, better scaling into the late game, but that does mean laning could be a tad bit slower. You do outrange quite nicely here to an extent for Yamato. Gonna have to play with a flat cannon a little bit, but shouldn't be under too much pressure up against the Tide. And overall, I just feel like the added block you get from Kraken's Swell isn't particularly amazing. So let's see a scuffle over these runes, though.
You certainly do. A little bit. Is still gonna be a 2-for-2, so another even start. This mid lane does look measurably more boring than last game around as well. I mean, last game we had the Ember versus Pango. This time around we'll have a DK versus Ember. Obviously the Ember Spirit player has switched. Yopaj now playing his own Ember Spirit, which, as you and I know, he tends to perform very well when it comes to this hero. But it is certainly going to be a bit of a boring lane for him.
And it will be. Up against DK, not a hero that you can really shove out or kill. So it's going to be down to a farming lane. BZM shouldn't be able to get the jump on Yopaj either. Yopaj will have some good poke with a sleight of fist, and he does opt for the level 1 Flame Guard just to clear out the waves and have some presence up against BZM. But probably going to be the most boring lane. It's just going to boil down to a little bit of rune control, more important for Yopaj than it is for BZM. But beyond that, again, very stable farm. Keen to see what happens in the side lanes. You're already seeing a lot of damage coming out on 33 down bot. As that is, again, the level 1 presence of Tidehunter, not amazing. You always have the Blubber to save you at the very least, so stuff like the Ignite when it is up from Scam shouldn't be too much of a concern as long as you've got the HP to ride it out. But you will need some levels up until you start to feel comfy. Probably need a value point in the Kraken, and of course you're going to need a value point in Gush for the aggression. All Saksa can do is try to pull the wave back, which he does do quite nicely here for 2-3 to just soak up some free EXP. And that's all you're going to be able to do for a while. Double melee into Gyro can be a little bit awkward. Double melee into this learning curve Ogre Magi can be tough once the level 2 ignites up. So just expect Bond to be passive and show a little bit of respect for how much damage can fly in here from Yamato and Scam.
Sox is still trying to go for a big creep wave pull here, and he looks like he's going to get away with it. Scam, he does hold on to the Fire Blast, but did use the Ignite earlier. He will have it up in 3 seconds. He could still try to chase Saksa down. 33, though, is going to be the one to tank the Ignite here from Scam. And Saksa successfully does get away with the pull, so 33 is still going to have a great old time. That top lane, I mean, you've got Chrysalis and Whitemon against Pakaz and of course, Hellscream. This time, it seems like it's already going a lot better for Pakaz.
That it is. It's still the same lane setup, and the weakness here for the Terrorblade is when Metamorphosis is down, you don't have that presence. There is a lot of damage to when it's up, and you've managed to land that dual breath from Whitemon. I do love that he also goes for Twin Terror. Right-click damage you can provide with Liquid Frost out is overwhelming, to say the least. But Pakaz always has the presence out, of course, with the Quill Spray and the Chakra. So he shouldn't be under too much of threat. And this is maybe a bit more stable for Crystallis, again, as long as he has Metamorphosis. Once that fades away, Pakaz should still be able to control the lane. A little bit of a chase down bot.
Yeah, very nice kill here for Yamato, acquiring first blood against Saksa, and that's going to be the start you'd love to see if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan. Yamato off to a great little boost with the gold, is now 33, also going to cop a Rocket Barrage here on the Tidehunter, but will be okay. So already a great start again. I mean, Yamato gonna go right into that Falcon Blade. Top CS on the board right now is the Gyrocopter. Sark's actually going pretty far forward again. Might find himself in danger. Blood Grenade will land as well. Sark's are trying to block them out with the shards, but he just got back. He's down another time.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting from Sox. Again, not showing respect for the spacing they have to maintain up against a Gyro and Ogre Magi. There's just so much damage that can fly in. And Ignites, it always feels good tossing it into two melee heroes. The chase down follow through for Yamato is very straightforward. And that's 2 kills on the board for the Gyro already. So a much better start for Yamato, again, in comparison to Game 1, where it's a little bit more even across the board this time. 33 is not having that same sort of safe start he'd want, and recovery in Tidehunter can be a slower process. Even that aggression up top is starting to ramp up. Pakan's constantly low. The magic damage output here from Tundra with just Whitemon alone is insanely high. Even Hellscream has to kind of watch himself.
Oh, he might be dead. Fairy Fire popped. Blood Grenade's still going, but 20 HP is what Hellscream will walk out on. Yeah, I mean, this Liquid Frost and just the right clicks from Whitemon are proving to be disgusting to try and compete against here for Pakaz and Hellscream. Hellscream, at the very least, will be able to go reset at the fountain very soon, and Pakaz will have to do it the old-fashioned way and just stay in the laning phase with himself. But so far, still so good. I mean, 2-0 the way of Shopify. Nothing really going too south. Every lane's gone relatively well for them. In fact, the one lane that's going a little bit negatively is the mid lane, where BZM is pulling ahead on the Dragon Knight. But that is something you tend to expect against the Dragon Knight. You don't really win against this hero when it comes to the mid lane.
No, certainly don't. Yopaj forced to go max Flame Guard as well. So it's not like he has the easiest time poking back. All he's looking for is just clearing out camps, farming along with that. Is being scouted out, but Sox might be a bit too far forward here.
Yeah, Sox again being caught out of position. Have a snowball to buy himself a bit of time, and BZM is actually trying to move in. Stun is out on Yopaj. Yopaj going to find a way out, surely, but no! He's down. He was only level 5 while BZM was already level 6. Skem also dying. BZM, he might die in the end for this, but it's probably worth it. He'll find 2 for his trouble. Yamato, at the very least, able to clean up at the end. But a pretty messy engagement for Shopify Rebellion, I'd say.
And it is. You're still happy enough. You know, again, your mid lane weakness at least finds a kill, tries to catch up. You're getting a lot enabled for Yamato off of that. Like, instantly goes back block, has 6, and 33 is not safe.
Yeah, I mean, Yamato being very active on this Gyrocopter, and he's doing a great job too. 33, unable to get away, is just going to stand his ground, but Skem will secure a kill for himself. Meanwhile, top lane though, Pakaz dropping even lower, and he'll also die. So trades across the map. Crystallize able to... Crystalis, excuse me, able to take it. Don't know why I keep saying Crystallize, John. Meanwhile, Whitemon will just deny himself off to the creeps.
Just a bit of a reset out. They do sound similar, Mikey. I get you. I do understand why.
It just sounds nice.
As well. Yeah, it does sound nice.
You know,
but I like Crystallis.
It's a nice name.
It is a nice name, but Crystallis has a ring too, right? That's how. You see, that's why I do it, so I don't mix it up. I say it weird, so I'm very conscious of saying it. Right? That's my tech, Mike. I make it sound weird, so I'm like, okay, it's not Crystallize, it's Crystallis. It's him.
So you sacrificed me. You've made me look like an idiot because I'm saying Crystallis the whole time, as it's meant to be.
You just need to say it weird. Just say it weird, Mike. That's what a lot of people do. They say it weird so they don't get confused.
Every caster, I feel like, says it like you do. And I'm the only one that'll stand my ground and be like, no, that's not how it's pronounced. This reminds me of the time everyone kept saying Mickey instead of Mickey. And now we all do it because I just gave up. Sarks is being chased down. Sarksa probably dead. Nice snowball back towards the creep wave though. But Yamato just unrelenting on this POS 1 Gyrocopter, already finding his 4th kill of the game. Fantastic gameplay here from Shopify thus far as BZM. He will move in down towards the bottom lane to try and at least get themselves a Skem kill. But even that's proving to be a bit too challenging as Yopaj is going to intervene. BZM now in a lot of danger. The chains will come out. Yamato, does he want to stick around? The chances are he does, but the Ravage is going to come out from 33, and Yamato, as I was just praising him, Jonathan, He gets caught out, and he does die. And apparently so does potentially Hellscream, who's trying to run away. Breathe Fire will connect, but they...
Oh!
Scream? Yeah, he's alright. He's okay.
Would have been a nice freebie to find for BZM, but they managed to break the Pinata open. That was a huge streak out on Yamato, a good amount of gold bleeding back to 33, who really needed the cash injection considering how slow his Tide Hunter lane has gone. And you've managed to kind of equalize nicely here on the side of Tundra. It's still 6-4. Shopify still finding a decent enough start, but they're bullying Pakaz up top.
Oh, not this again, Pakaz. He kind of had this last game around as well. This game around, he will get taken down pretty quickly here by Chrysalis and Sarksa. And so things are starting to even out a little bit now, 6-5, with a very slight net worth lead the way of Shopify. But all that net worth is currently just sitting on Yamato. I mean, the Gyrocopter, he's been having a fantastic game apart from that one death we did just see. Thing is, you see him die a couple more times and suddenly the net worth is just going to be taken by Tundra.
And it will be. And the sacrifices you're making in your side lanes is quite substantial, right? Like, Yopaj is bottom network core. Pakaz is barely behind 33, who's, I'd argue, had a much worse lane in terms of just trying to secure the lane. It's going to be rough trying to recover. Mind you, there are still timings to play, right? Like, if Hellscream hits 6, you get recall, you get chakra combinations. You might not need too much farm on your Ember or your Bristleback to have that impact anyhow. So that can still kind of line up for this timing. The network deficit might not matter too much as long as they get their positioning and skill usage right with, again, this potential spam ability that can kick in. So that is one thing you will have to watch out for. For Tundra's part, though, I think you can afford to be a little bit more relaxed in the early game. Like, you are hitting some early spikes with Crystallis. He is going for the Yasha. They do manage to find the stacks, and they find Pakaz again.
They find Pakaz. He's not dead yet, though. In fact, he does have some teammates there to pick him up very soon. They'll move in. But the problem is they don't really have the lockdown. Yopaj had no chains available. Skem could not get within range for a Fire Blast on anyone. And so all these rotations, they might save Pakaz. They don't really amount to any hero kills. But I suppose on the bright side, it does peacefully allow Pakaz to take these ancient stacks away. Which is really, I suppose, what they wanted. Because last game around, they were all stolen.
Just get that flash farm going your way, some recovery out. That does allow Pakaz to kind of trade places with 33 in terms of the build-up. Although, Saksa...
Oh, Saksa. I mean, he's just trying to be a nuisance and soak XP, I think, and once again, Saksa does get caught out on the Tusk. Actually, already his 5th kill of the game. 5th death of the game, excuse me, on the Tusk. It's a bit more of a negative start for him.
Yamato.
Ravage, Yamato, he does get hit by it. They'll have a follow-up soon, I think, from BZM, though he never throws out the Dragon Tail. Maybe just assuming they were out of damage anyway. Yamato will move back in. Now you've got Skem and Hellscream around, and yeah, I mean, Ravage just committed. Not really going to amount to much. Meanwhile, though, tops, Pakaz does go down. They'll still find a kill across the map.
Very much worthwhile. BZM's still here, though.
He is still here. Yopaj with the chains locking him down. BZM will not survive. Hellscream to take the kill.
And that does start to ramp up that aggression here for Shopify. They've got the recall up. They've got the spell spam that can come in for Yopaj. They can sustain that aggression. The issue is they're allowing a lot of free space to come out here for Crystallis. And you are still farming better on Yamato in comparison. This aggression that he's getting out on this Gyrocopter very early on is starting to really ramp up. Like, the gank squad is here and online, taking control of that triangle, preventing any sort of safe farm for Tundra to be built up. They've got an 8-6 lead, 1k gold advantage early on, and now they can set their sights onto mid. Without the Ravage, there's no threat of a big team fight defense here from Tundra. And they've got some good forward vision to spot if anyone tries to sneak up for the defense as well. So you don't have clean angles for Tundra to try to take this defense now.
Looks like the Tusk has been caught again. Yopaj trying to get aggressive, though he has been caught by a bit of a cheeky ice blast here from Whitemon, and Yopaj melted. Macro dropped as well just to try and defend this tier 1 mid tower a little bit longer. Whitemon trying for a deny, not able to get it. And it may actually cost him his life. The Yamato still going pretty far forward for this. He could be in danger himself. Saksa moving back in. BZM still fighting. Saksa will snowball in. Do they have it? They do. Saksa will get the final Walrus punch off. Hellscream misses with the blood grenade, and now the shards block from Saksa. Oh, but Skem.
Ooh.
Oh, they didn't see him. They didn't see him. Hellscream's running. Kakaz is here now. But they don't catch him. He's okay.
That's a big win in Tundra's favor. You find 2 cores, you still lose your mid, so Shopify does have something to be happy about. But it's at great cost. And they're, again, still buying space out for Crystallis, who finds Pakaz again.
Sure does. Pakaz ravaged as well. 33 not messing around. Wants the kill guarantee, and they will get it. Crystallis with another kill on the TB now. 3rd run of the game. Meanwhile, BZM, though, mid lane has been caught out. BZM dying on the Dragon Knight once again.
They're getting that punishment across the board. And this DK being slowed down to the point where BZM's behind 333's farm is a cause of concern. This DK, not the tankiest, needs that full Mage Slayer to really start to hold his own up against the magic damage coming out here from the side of Shopify. And it isn't up yet. They managed to snag away a Shrine of Wisdom as well. They're going to be able to take their own on the side of Shopify. It's a good change-up from Game 1, where they lost access to the Shrines very early on. They are going to lose a top tier 1 in exchange. And again, the big trade-off for Tundra is that you have a really good game for Crystallis to catch more.
Sam's been caught. Yopaj is going to intervene, though. We'll move in on the Ember, looking for Crystallis, but he does get sundered. Meanwhile, Skem does go down, but they'll find Whitemon. Chase continues here from Yopaj, looking for the big kill onto the TB. We'll chain him up, and there's no backup here. Everyone's just aiming down 33 instead. 33 eventually will drop. And now perhaps they can continue trying to look for this TB kill as Yopaj is going to land the chains, and this will be the big one. The one they really wanted. Oh man, Shopify looking brilliant here in this game too.
They are. The run and gun is online. They can drag all of these heroes across the map with relative ease. And they can maintain that aggression. There's no big cooldowns to wait for. In comparison, Tundra, you're waiting for Ravage every single time. You need BZM to have that Dragon form, to have presence. And they're just set to go again. Hellscream recalls into Yopaj, and you can look at the triangle fight if they so wish.
They're looking. Ramon will turn around for an ice path. Snowball is not going to land. Yopaj barely able to make it out. But they can move in onto the support duo. They're going to find at least Skem. Saksa, he will block in Hellscream as well, so it could be a double. And it looks like it will be. Hellscream unable to get away. It's a nice kind of setup now back from Tundra, and it seems like they could think about that mid-tier 1 tower finally.
We got the damage for it. Dragon form will fade away, but Crystallis is committing. You should be able to find this objective. Nice and simple. For the side of Shopify, and you are getting a ton of space out for Yamato. Like this quick BKB, this build-up again that we've seen a couple of times where you skip the Ags, it is going to pan out. Like he's just going to have a lot of damage, a lot of durability that you can't deal with. BK will come afterwards. Tundra will try to go Roshan though. They're going to get into it. The scan does spot them. They don't have Ravage. Well, they do have Ravage back up for the next fight if it does break out in the pit. This could be an awkward one as it does take... It falls so fast to Tundra.
It does. I mean, they take the Tormentor on Shopify. They're trying to get there in time. It's all too late, though. Roshan is gone. Crystallis will be able to take the Aegis for himself. Still, the smoke from Shopify is lasting, and they are chasing for somebody. Saksa, he'll stay behind. He's going to tank the gank for the team. Whitemon might have to do the same, as he does find himself dewarding while all this is happening. But he will die. Tundra still chasing Saksa in the meantime. Saksa's actually not dead yet. Master of buying a billion years here, but Shopify Rebellion eventually do find the support duo, but they do lose Roshan.
I'd say the shard is a bigger take right now for the side of Shopify. The free shard for Hellscream, the best one you could possibly ask for. Double recall up now. So again, you can just easily top up your Ember and your Bristle, no problems constantly in these fights. And all of these can start to rack up, like the double Sleight of Fists, the double Quilt Sprays coming through from Pakaz. There's a lot of output that's available for the side of Shopify that you can somewhat match on Tundra. it's a little bit more of a slower process. You're reliant on cooldowns much more. Again, Dragon Form for BZM, Metamorphosis for Crystallis. You kind of sit back and wait and be patient. In these prolonged fights, every single use of the Recall and Chakra is just going to add that much more damage here for Shopify. That's not something you can really afford here on the side of Tundra, unless you can find that pesky Pottle first.
BZM, it's chained up. However, they actually dragged Yopaj away. Oh, they recalled him away. It could still work out though. Yamato, he's got the BKB, so the Ravage does nothing. BZM is down. And Tundra, it seems like I've missed out on a good team fight. Though a nice Ice Path macro being dropped by Wymon to try and salvage this, but there's just no damage output from Tundra. Wymon will drop. Yopaj on a dominating spree now. And that was an awkward start too, because again, Yopaj, he got recalled by Hullscreen. He had to TP back into the fight.
Recalled the wrong way, timing didn't quite line up. Can still set up for more. Again, no Ravage on 33. There's no threat here from Tundra.
Well, they're trying. Yamato's huge at the moment. Making sure obviously going to block off the stun. They are going to move in with the snowball. Oh, this could be dangerous. Yamato, do they have the damage for this gyrocopter? The answer's not really. Not really. You pretty much need the TB or BZM. And it seems like they're not going to give it another crack. And I don't quite blame them for that, John. Because Yamato is looking pretty damn intimidating.
And he is. Working into the Ags next. Still 3 parts away, but making steady progress. 6k advantage for Shopify early on. And BZM has not had a game on this DK. Has that Mage Slayer up now. Still doesn't feel like the tankiest tier on the map. Working into the Blink Dagger next to provide some of that initiation, some key hold that Tundra is lacking. And catching out Yopaj is going to get harder and harder as this game goes on. We'll need that instantaneous jump in to provide the chain control afterwards to get the cleanup going. Your farm on Crystallis is still decent, but it is behind by a significant factor here. 2,000 behind at this point is quite a number. That's a lot of components that you're going to have ahead here on Yamato. And for Crystallis, it's just a matter of patience. He just needs to play the farm game. In fact, it kind of feels like everyone in Tundra just needs farm, as this deficit is starting to hurt them quite a fair bit, although they've got that blink up.
Yeah. They're going to catch Skim. Not a big kill, but they'll take it. Yopaj is still showing up. But seeing Skim die like that, he'll leave the area. No point sticking around. I mean, Shopify is certainly still the stronger team at the moment, but there is going to be a 5-man, or rather 4-man smoke. Crystallis eventually will TP back towards his team. They're going to find Yamato here in this triangle. Can they make the jump? They'll try. Yamato immediately out with the BKB. And immediately Tundra, they'll be happy to leave. But here comes the cavalry. Yopaj, War Remnant forward. Chains out onto 2. Ravage being pump faked here. He'll finally use it. It connects on 2 heroes, but there's no follow-up to it. They just want to disengage. And then Sarksa is still getting caught here by Yopaj with the chains out. Is going to die. And here comes Pakaz now, trying for more. 33. All right, we'll turn around. Crystallis is going to be there to back them up, but they're not looking too healthy here, Tundra. They don't seem to be able to really deal with Pakaz at all. It's BZM needing to back away, but the Will-O-Wisp is holding them down. BZM will have to die, as Yopaj is not done. He wants more, and he's going to find more. Crystallis also caught by the chains. Aegis will expire to make matters worse, and Crystallis is down. A triple kill for Yopaj. They at least get skipped. That's all they got.
And Shopify are just playing so clean now. Again, they fixed that laning issue. They have a much stronger start for Yamato, and he plays this tempo gyrocopter so damn well. The connections are just crisp from the side of Shopify. Again, the synergy of Kotl Bristleback, Kotl Ember, just so hard to play into. And for Tundra, this all stems back to that slow laning start, especially for 33 and Saksa. That was an uncharacteristically bad lane. Like, they just kept handing kills over to Yamato early on, snowballing this gyrocopter out of control, and slowing down the timings that you'd want to see on a Tide and on your Tusk. Blink Daggers are coming out relatively soon, 200 gold away for Saksa and about 400 for 33. But the damage has been done. 6k lead maintaining for Shopify as they keep hunting 33.
Yeah, they do. 33. still around that top area. Trying to get away, and you saw the reactions from BZM. He wasn't too happy about that last fight. As we'll see 33 now go down, and Yopash to pick up his 8th kill of the game now. And Shopify Rebellion, I mean, it's just no slowing down. It's like game one never happened. Oh? In the triangle they go. Hold on a minute. Hellscream is dropping. Pakaz, though, is the big issue. Still fighting this one out. Whitemon will try to run. Pakaz, has he gone too far? It looks like he has. Uh-oh. Let's not praise them too early here, John. I don't think you should necessarily be fighting without your Gyro Ember. Here comes Yamato now. And as you can see, Tundra, they don't want a bar of Yamato.
He is the big issue. I will say one thing. I don't think Hellscream expected Pakaz to run into everyone from Tundra there, as he relocated in. I think wanting to drag the rest of the team slowly with, again, the recall charges up. A little bit unfortunate. Tundra was ready. He managed to get some good punish. Not enough to really swing the game in their favor, of course, but it's something to keep them in the game. Again, there's still a lot of catching up to do here for Tundra. Still the blinks that need to come out. You at least have one on Saksa. So Blink Snowball save is there to help stall things out. You've got 33 and his Blink, again, stalled out, 270 gold away. But the Blink Ravage is going to help matters as well. Help you look for the back line, because that's going to be the key factor. If Tundra can find Hellscream in the back for Shopify and take him out first, remove the Chakra, remove the Recall, remove the Illuminate, then your fights do simplify to an extent. You still have to figure out how to handle Yamato, how to pierce through all of this damage he has. 3k HP as well. Very hard to kill off. BZM again?
BZM caught down to that bottom lane, and it's just, you can't be in this kind of position against the Keeper of the Light with the shards up. They can just all get there too quickly. BZM desperate to try and get some farm here on this DK, but just cannot find the space. And continue dropping lower and lower down the net worth board. As Shopify Rebellion again just in complete control of this game too. They'll keep going. I mean, there's just no need to retreat. They're just so much stronger at the moment. I think maybe once Chrysalis has the full Skadi up, you could start to think about fighting back here with the TB. But I think before the Skadi, you really can't do too much.
No. You have to just take it slow, accept some losses here and there, use this space to try to farm up. Again, you've managed to hit the Blink timing on 33 now. So there's that Blink Ravage ready to go. There's some initiation that can line up. You're not fully reliant on just BZM to blink in, as it's been a really rough game for him so far. The side of Shopify, though, is still in the driver's seat. Next Roshan, we'll see in about a minute 40 if it's going to respawn early. They've got control for that if they want on Shopify. Tundra did manage to sneak that a while ago. But for Tundra's part, I think the one thing you can rely on for this team is their high ground defense is pretty damn strong. Threat of Ravage, threat of Macropyre is big. A Terrorblade in the high ground with Reflection can be quite nasty as well, considering how much farm is up on Shopify. Although, mind you, the full butterfly timing for Yamato is coming up soon. Just 160 off from that full item up, and his damage again is just going to skyrocket. And they need to find some openings somehow here as they get caught out again.
Whitemon is going to get caught. A nice little freebie here for Shopify as they do take the Dire Triangle back rather, but Tundra is still pushing that top wave. I think Shopify is just going to deal with the mid tier 2 tower and maybe even think about threatening high ground a little bit. This full butterfly now available on Yamato is going to make life that much more challenging.
Again?
BZM again. Actually gets jumped out of the Will-O-Wisp. The blink, the blinding light rather, knocked him out of it. Meanwhile, Saksa is going to get caught. They're just all over the map as 33 jumped in. Tries to glimmercape himself back out of there, but now he's in danger. And he's kind of surrounded too. They're just coming from all sides. 33 trying to help out his support, but it's not really working out in the way he would have envisioned, as he will also eventually fall. And Roshan's up to make matters worse here for Tundra.
And that timing couldn't have come at worse time here for Tundra. Not having access to Ravage, really fast Roshan with all of the damage and the Mind's Armor from being just a normal Bristleback, who We'll get that done nice and quick here for the side of Shopify. 10k lead, 27-16. And Tundra just not finding grip in this game. It's been a very ugly game for BZM and 33. Let's face it, like BZM had a decent enough time in the lane, hasn't been able to really get the space he'd want, getting caught out solo quite a few times. 33 having a very slow lane with Soxa. Also not just meeting the ramp up that he'd want here, and it's all in on Crystallis. Like that Scotty time you were talking about, Mike, is online, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We've got to see some sort of good team fight out from Tundra. They need to find a backline. Like, it's got to be Hellscream dying first somehow, or you lock down Yopaj and kill him off first as well. Easier said than done.
BZM's just running into them right now. He's got his team behind him though. They're gonna try the Hellscream first, see if they can blow him up before the Will-O-Wisp gets dropped. The Tusk actually hits the wrong person. Doesn't matter, the Hellscream is down, but BZM is also lost. So you sacrifice your Dragon Knight for this Keeper of the Light. They'll hold their high ground though. 33 looking to try and find the blink in, but he's getting hit by all these pulls from Picard, so he can't actually blink yet. Now he has it available. Ravage is ready. Picard's still dying. There's your Ravage now. Oh. It only connects on one, but it gets the job done. In they go for more. They want Yamato. That's the big boy. He's got a butterfly. It'll be hard to get him down, but with Chrysalis just whacking away, maybe they can do it. They'll take down the first line. Yopaj in the meantime. Oh no, not like this. Yamato's in trouble. Yamato's gone. I did say, John, that things would probably change once the Skadi's up, but I didn't realize it would change this quickly.
And it's also down to the target prioritization, right? Like, BZM's extra patient. He waits for Hellscream to show up with a recall on top of Bakaz. And yeah, it's a little bit messy. Soxa doesn't punch the right guy. He still gets the Will-O-Wisp, but they get the position done. They get the hero they need to kill on the side of Tundra, removing that connection. Yopaj can't just spam out the slights. You can't get the instant burst play with a Quill spam out on Pakaz either without the Coddle. They can't quite find too much off of those kills. Shove down bot for Whitemaw, not going to pan out too much along with Crystallis. But they even out the game. Again, lead down to just 6k here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. 29-20. They're still in control of the game so far. Tundra are just managing to stay in. They're denying this lead from growing any bigger. They're stalling for time quite nicely. If they find one more team fight like that, the game will just equalize, if not swing entirely back to Tundra if you're not careful here in Shopify. You need to play further back on Hellscream. You cannot afford these aggressive recalls forward on your front line. Maybe try to recall in, it's kind of awkward, but recall onto Skem or recall onto Yopaj when he's playing poke with Slight and go from there. But certainly not Pakaz when he's in the middle of all these heroes.
Yeah, suddenly the game kind of flipping on its head here at Shopify Rebellion. I mean, still in the lead, but you saw Yamato. He doesn't have any kind of lifesteal to rely on here in these team fights anymore, and he's going for a Satanic now. In fact, never mind. He's changed his mind. He's going to go for the Revenant's Brooch instead. It's hard when you're up against Ascadi. Is now mid lane. They've got Pakaz, who's in the middle of absolutely nowhere right now. Pakaz just locked in by the shards, and I mean the damage is high here from Crystallis. They'll drop the Will-O-Wisp, and Ravage is going to be up in 3 seconds. 33 just waiting for that right opportunity to drop it. Yopaj about to drop, will get away with a Remnant, but he's not too far off dying. He'll Remnant again. Meanwhile, Yamato trying to find a way to get into this team fight. He's just having to wrap around the long way. Do they really want to fight? Ravage is up here for 33. Though he's out of mana now all of a sudden. This is concerning. Crystal Sunder's 33 as well. Oh no. How did he ran out of mana? How did he run out of mana?
That is just nasty. I'm not sure how he was just got burned down. I think he was
about 70 mana short.
I think he was just spamming out the Anchor Smash and Gush. Just ran out of mana with how long that fight took. And really unfortunate for Crystallis dropping low. Doesn't manage to get the Sunder he wants. Maybe a bit of a misclick onto 33 as that didn't really buy him that much time. Big opening for Shopify. High ground just going to get torn apart here with all of that damage on Yamato. And you don't have buybacks. You don't have outer towers. They can go for more. It's still a long way to go. And even with a respawn on Crystallis, well, at the very least, they'll line up with Metamorphosis. But there's not much you can do as a trio here.
Massive win for Shopify Rebellion, looking to force us to a game 3. Ever so close. They'll get 2 Raxes, a fantastic position. Though we know Tundra, yeah, this squad, they will fight till the bitter end. So Shopify, 1 lane away from securing Megas. They'll head back, they won't throw the game. Won't risk throwing the game anyway. Yeah. And here's Chrysalis, back up and ready.
Yeah, I mean,
Saksa?
Look, oh?
Saksa's up to something here, John. It almost looks like Tundra want to go again. I mean, they still have the Ravage.
Yeah. They've got Meta back up as well. So there's not too much to be scared of. They just need a good angle. They need that Ravage to be online. Again, the key thing that we saw in the last fight, not the fight before the last one, was that they found the back line, they took care of Hellscream first. Now he's hanging so far back behind, it's hard to spot him out. And that's the hero you need to kill. Because he enables Pakaz, he enables Yopaj 33.
33. Jump in.
Oh,
big
that's
ice
huge.
path, and now the drop of the axe. Oh, Whitemon.
Yamato.
Whitemon's done it. Oh, and Yamato just melts. Oh, my, what an ice path from... What an ice path from Whitemon. He just brought out the axe for the macro. My goodness. You couldn't... Look at that. Look at the damage, Joey. You couldn't have asked for much more.
No, you really couldn't. Perfect bait setup. Using 33 as a bait, getting that jump in from Saksa, and then just the macro pyre drop on top. All of that pure damage. Not much you can really do about that. That was just Shopify getting a bit too trigger happy. They're going all in on the tankiest hero you have here on Tundra. Getting dragged along, clumped up, not respecting that area control. And all of a sudden, despite being 2 Raxes down, Tundra equalized the game a little bit. They're still 6k behind, and it's still a struggle for them to look for high ground, but you should not be giving opportunities away like that on Shopify Rebellion. That is a huge swing back, and the confidence starting to pour back on Tundra. They might find more solo pickups here.
Oh no. Yeah, they're finding more. Scam gonna get caught here at the Shrine of Wisdom. This is how it starts. You've got to be... Oh, Pakaz, are you sure? They're moving in. Whitemon is going to die at the very least. He'll drop the macro before he does go down, and in fact, he is sure. They do find something. They'll find a support. They'll force them back. 33 was not there to help out. You're at the stage, like I'm telling you, you start to get scared for Shopify now. Like, just these small issues that we just saw, and we know how fast Tundra comes back when they find these openings.
Yeah, you do. And again, equalizing a 6k lead at 35 minutes, not the most significant in the world. It's managed to balance out. Like, look at the form of BZM. He's matching Yopaj, who's had an amazing game, running around, getting that combination off. We saw how slow it was for BZM. He kept dying solo. He's gotten the space to fully recover. He's getting that build-up he wants now on the DK. And the scaling is going to kick in. Like, the damage coming out from BZM is significant. With a Hurricane Pike up, he can get himself into position much easier. You've got the Shiva's Guard up on 33, very tanky up against the physical output on Yamato. And again, this utility coming out from Whitemon, this Ags on the macro pyre is just an insane amount of damage. Especially if he manages to just sit back and get some Liquid Frost on top of that. Like, the added damage per tick it's kind of nuts what that does do. It really stacks up quite fast for Tundra. For Shopify, they still have this game. You know, they still maintain that lead. They still maintain their high ground integrity. They could look for rush control next, but they have to be so cautious. They should not get caught out, clumped up like that. Yopaj picks up a fresh Ags. It's going to be much harder to pin down, and you've got the Ags on Pakaz with that Bristleback active. He can look to burst down heroes by himself now. You just have to watch that spacing. You've got to respect Tundra. Even if you're in a winning position, Tundra, they never give up, and they always keep looking at us. They're going to look out now with a little bit of smoke. Roshan timer is up. Could be very awkward for Shopify if they're stuck there.
Butterfly was just brought up on Chrysalis as well, John, so he's got a bit more damage, bit of evasion now. Yamato, he's going to drop the call down just to get some D-wards off. Chrysalis actually taking so much damage from all the flak cannon flying out from Yamato. Roshan now started. There's still a ward there by the Radiant that they might want to get rid of here, Tundra, but they don't seem to be able to get in there, so instead they're going to just force the fight. There's your macro. There's your Ravage. Everyone's trapped in it. Picaz is down. Oh, Chrysalis, he's dropping low. He's got no Sunder left. Maybe they can at least find the Terrorblade. Yopaj is going to jump back in. Chrysalis, he will go down. They'll find the TB. And Yamato can get to work now. There's no buybacks left here for Tundra. Not at least for Chrysalis, nor Whitemon. That was a buyback, mind you, from Yamato. So perhaps they might be a little bit afraid to start moving high ground. I'm not 100% sure, but I know they will go Roshan.
Yeah, should be a nice, easy take. Roche already low from that last engagement. Should be able to find this no problem, no concern about Terrorblade being up. And again, another nice setup out from Tundra. Not as clean with the exposure there for Crystallis in the side, but forcing the buyback on Yamato. That does mean you need to eat through these 2 lives on the Aegis, but we've seen them do it before on Tundra. The respawns aren't too bad. 40 seconds for the TD. Metamorphosis not too far off after the respawn either. Just no Ravage at that time. There's like half a minute window where you don't have to worry about that teamfight control from the side of Tundra, and you should be free to dig in here on the side of Shopify. This Ags as well, and Yopaj has done a ton of work.
Sox is going for a run. He'll be okay. They've got to buy at least 17 seconds here for Chrysalis to be back up. And even then, Meta's still 30 away. 33 is going to jump in, but he's just got so much damage being pumped out here from Yamato. Meanwhile, Yopaj is going to jump in confidently with the BKB, looking for this task. Saksa will finally die. There is a buyback though. Yopaj still going. We'll find Whitemon. No buyback available on him. Yopaj has had enough. Tier 3 down. Rax is exposed. Glyph was forced early though. Shopify holding out, just waiting out the Glyph. Now they can move in. Yamato onto the melee barracks, but they jump in with a Walrus Punch, trying to aim down the Gyrocopter. You've got to deal with him twice, but the first one wasn't that long. Chrysalis is back. This is scary. Yopaj, he's jumping in, looking for BZM, but BZM 4 stops out. Now 33 in danger. Chrysalis forced to back away as Yamato just working on the racks as Yopaj just taking care of everybody else. Here they go. Mega creeps up. Yamato taking a fair bit of damage. Now the Ravage. 33. He hit all 5 heroes. Yamato's down without buyback. Yamato is down for 2 minutes without buyback, but they've got Megas. Surely that's enough for Shopify. There's no way Tundra can get to the Ancient that quick.
No. They shouldn't be able to, but they stay in the game. And you were saying it, Mike, Tundra is not a team that you can count out even up against Megas. They do have to fix their base up. They did have to buy back in 33 for that one, but it does pay off. The damage has been done. Shopify, 1 team fight away from winning it. You check those graphs, 95% win probability coming out there for Shopify Rebellion now as well. That drops down 94 as I say that, but still pretty damn high. For Tundra, it's do or die. Again, you've bought back, you're queuing up Divine Rapier and Crystallis to mitigate some damage issues. You need to find that big win. If you can catch Yamato on his respawn, kill him off one more time, and somehow take control of Yopaj, then you can just easily bum rush straight through the tier 3 into the tier 4s and just force an end game for a 2-0 win. But Shopify won't make that easy. You only have a minute window until that first respawn of Yamato. And then, of course, they can handle him in terms of just ripping him apart. The damage is there. There's the Divine Crystallis. He knows it's do or die. This is it.
Here we go. Divine Rapier is now available, and they are looking to try and move in. They've got 30 seconds without Yamato. Metamorphosis pop. Chrysalis, he might just go for the Ancient. He might go tier 4 towers here. I think that could be the play. There are tier 2 towers in both side lanes, so you can't go for Megas here as Tundra. They're going to try for the Megas, rather the
Ancient
first.
They're Ancient.
It is exposed though on the Dire side. It's being attacked right now. They've got to do something about it. Somebody get back to the base. Oh, it's over. Is it over? Whitemon's trying to defend me. Oh, Yopaj, he finds Sansa.
No way.
Survive just a little bit.
It's not gonna
Chrysalis
last.
is still trying to fight. Picaz is getting attacked here by Chrysalis, but the Ancient's gone. Yeah, righto. And I mean, that's one way to do it, I suppose. Yamato just says, screw the team fight, I'll just go for the Ancient.
Yeah, he gets a good read. That is quite the game. You know, Shopify bouncing back after a bit of a back and forth in game 1, a bit of a back and forth here in game 2. Do get it done. Look, they're giggling because they know it's a good thing we got those megas, boys, before we started throwing, because that saved our asses right here. Tundra, for their part, again, they had some amazing team fights. They were executing as well as they could, but man, was that laning stage atrocious. Like 33 and Saksa, they did nothing in that lane. It was just a freebie for Yamato. He ran away with that lane early on. He got that great scaling. You end up with a Kotl Ember and Bristleback combination. Early tempo coming out from Yopaj and Kaz was overwhelming. And yes, we got some moments of brilliance out from Tundra. And that Ags pickup from Whitemon and the clumping up from Shopify, giving some openings over, was good for Tundra, just not good enough. Again, this tempo from Saksa and from 33, and even BZM getting caught out like, what, 3-4 times solo? Just gave away too much to Shopify. Gave them way too much to kick off this game. And Shopify's shown us, even in game 1, they're not a team you can underestimate. They're not a team you can give these kinds of advantages to, because they know how to use it.
Fantastic work here from Shopify Rebellion this game around. Tundra getting caught with their pants down here in game 2. And I mean, props to them. They did try, again, to the bitter end, to try and put up a fight here with that Divine Rapier, but at the end of the day, they just did not have enough to protect their own Ancient. Poor old Whitemon, the only man there that was trying, and of course, once Yamato got there, it was all too much. And this is the team fight that really changed everything. Like, Pakaz dies there, Yamato now being slowed up by that Skadi, going to be in huge danger, trying to find a way out, but once you lose the first life, you lose the second, and naturally, eventually he will go down. Yopaj will follow. You're seeing, this is the fight. Yopaj just clears out 2 supports straight off the bat. They'll get megas off of this. You lose Yamato, I do believe, if I remember correctly, but it really didn't matter once the mega creeps were up.
This was that moment where they did get that safety net for that little bit of a swing back from Tundra, and Tundra just didn't repair the lanes. They had to go all in. They understood what kind of timing they had to meet, and they were getting a pretty interesting fight going as the creeps just end the game. The little cart that could. The little cart that Yamato could go into to end the game. Yeah, God bless the cart. The unsung MVP, if we could give that over to Shopify Rebellion, putting its head in the game, knowing what has to get done. But props again to Shopify. I mean, they get strong lanes out. They maximize those lanes. They just absolutely crushed BZM and 333. And for Tundra to play with 2 cores that are a non-factor, there was just no gameplay. For at least the first 15 to 20 minutes, it felt like. There was just nothing Tundra could do well outside of a single target pickoff whenever Shopify would clump up. And for Shopify's part, it's hard to say who deserves the MVP. I want to say Hellscream, just because his recall plays were sick, if not Yopaj, because he was running down like a maniac. He was popping off. It's a Yopaj Ember. This is kind of reminiscent of his time on, when Boom was a good team, Michael Phoenix, all the way back. Yopaj was popping off like that. It's very reminiscent. I'm sure Gary's looking at this game teary-eyed, missing his boy.
Well, I didn't say it during the draft either, but you don't bet against Yopaj Ember, John. Right?
No.
We've talked. How many years have I said this? You don't bet against this guy's Ember. Ever.
No.
Ever. And it's the rule stands. As long as we're here casting, Jonathan, you don't bet against this guy's Ember. I guarantee you he told Bobber, listen, the team, they're not performing. Just give me this hero. Let me get us to a game 3, then you can give me Storm or Pango. But just for the one game, just give me this Ember Spirit. Let me take care of it. Anyway, with that, Jonathan, thankfully for us, we are not ending the day with 2 2-0s. We are having a game number 3 here between Shopify Rebellion and Tundra, and I'm very thankful for that because this has been a very close series between these 2 sides. So it's quite an entertaining experience to say the least, John. And what else is entertaining is a short break before we do go into our game 3. So we'll head to that short break and we'll be back with Shopify Rebellion versus Tundra Esports. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Climb the Ranks, the Dota 2 game show where we've got pros starting them out all the way back to herald every single right answer they get in our multiple choice Dota questions, gains them a rank, but if they get one wrong, they will slip down a rank. So, Chrysalis, what are you aiming for here? What are you hoping to achieve in this game?
I hope I can beat Archon.
You hope you can beat Archon.
Yeah.
All right, so very, very optimistic here. Let's see what we can do. The questions will start off very, very easy, and then they'll quickly get quite difficult. So let's start you off on the Herald level question and see how we do straight out the gate. Which of these has never been sold as a Dota 2 merch?
Can I phone a friend? I'm gonna go fighter jet. Yeah.
Gotta go fighter jet, Chrysalis. All right, let's see if you're correct.
God damn, I'm good.
Cool. Great start. Great start. Good stuff.
Guardian.
All right, let's see your Guardian level question then, see if you can get a little bit higher than that. What was the name of the 7.38 patch? Was it Wandering Waters?
Wandering Waters.
There you go. Wandering Waters. Straight away, lock it in.
WW.
Gets another one. Bring you up to the Crusader level now. Long ago, some heroes had items they couldn't buy. Which of these was restricted?
Are we in like 1997?
Yeah, we're taking it
What
back.
are these items?
Did you play the game when certain items were banned on certain heroes?
I mean, you have like bashers and stuff that are like banned, but I mean, they're not even banned, they just don't work. But why would they ban Blink or Avenge?
I don't know. Why would
I'll go
they?
for C
Trying to
because I
think
can't
about
see.
it.
It's so stupid if you can't buy Blink on Venge. That's just stupid. I'll go for C. It makes some sense at least.
I'm afraid the answer is A.
Of course. I mean, it's too OP when you blink in and swap. I mean, you swap and you blink back. That's why they had to ban it, for sure.
Stuff. Let's get on to the next question. Which of these heroes does not have 3 facets?
I know Lycan does, but I don't know if...
Doom or Witch
I feel
Doctor
like... No, it has to be Doom. I feel like Witch Doctor had 3. And I don't know why it has 3, because it shouldn't have 3, but it has 3, I think.
Okay.
I'll go Doom.
Doom?
Yeah, I'll go in on the Doom.
Very sorry, Chrysalis.
Why did they remove the 3rd facet from Witch Doctor? Come on, man.
Because it was the healing one. It was
they're all dog shit. I didn't know they got rid of it completely. He had 3 facets at one point, no?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did.
I mean,
He
of
had,
course. All right, we're going to Herald. I'm chasing Skeeter. Going with the Skeeter route. Let's go. Go next.
During Wallachia Season 3, the last season of Wallachia, which role was Tiny played in the most?
No, we are not coming back. Oh, no.
Carry, mid, or position 4?
Let's see.
Going to see straight away?
Yeah,
no
I mean,
thinking about
I
it?
have no idea.
We ride or die?
Wait. Sorry, Season 3 is a month ago, right?
Yeah, it was...
Oh, Carry.
All right, let's have a look.
God bless. You didn't say I was wrong beforehand, so I knew I probably got it right, yeah.
Okay, next question. What happens when Lycan uses Wolf Bite on Warlock's Golem?
The game crashes. Has this ever been done before? Nothing. I don't think it can. Have I ever seen Lycan use on any? No, I'm going to say nothing.
Going to say nothing?
I'm going to say nothing.
All right, let's take a look at the answer.
Okay, so it's right, because you didn't tell me I'm wrong.
No, you are wrong.
I don't know why. It's stupid. I don't know why.
All right, we're learning, and we're back down to Herald as well. But let's see, we've got 2 more questions to try and make it up. You should know this one. This is a carry core question.
I have no idea.
Was the only ancient camp to not give an average of 164 gold to their killer?
I think I know the average of every camp. I hit it, I get gold. I don't have to think about it. I mean, my problem is that the only one that doesn't really belong here is C, because it's weird. because they're new and they don't even feel like real ancients when you hit them. They're fake ancients, they're not real ancients. So probably C.
I'm very sorry, Chris. That's wrong again. It's actually
Prowlers
the Prowlers.
again? I mean, everyone hates the fucking Prowlers.
Everybody does, for good reason.
Yeah,
They
of
give
course.
less gold as
less
well.
gold too. All right, we're Skeeter level now.
Let's get into the final question here. How many spells apply armor reduction to buildings? Is it 3, 4, or 5?
Oh, let me just go through 500 spells, no problem. Let's see.
This is a tricky one.
I can't think of a single spell, so I'm going to say 3, because if I can't even think of one.
I'm afraid not. It's
name
4.
them all to me right now. Name all 4.
Little Shredder.
Okay.
Dragon Knight's passive. Viper's poison attack with the shard.
Okay, shard.
Presence of the Dark Lord is the other one.
Okay, auras, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, fair.
All right, thank you very much, Chris Liz.
Right.
Thanks for coming to play. I hope you enjoyed the quiz. And yeah, good luck in the tournament.
All right, thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our third game of this best of 3 series between Tundra Esports and Shopify Rebellion, NAVI Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're into our third game and our last game of the night before we switch casters, thankfully for the viewers. But for us, Jonathan, we are here for one more torturous game with our poor old viewers. What are you thinking? Game number 3, Tundra Esports. They put up a real fight, Jonathan. Shopify Rebellion, though, they said, no, we're going to a third game. This one's ours. What do we change up here for Tundra, Jonathan? I've switched up the question now, haven't I? Tables have turned.
Yes.
What are Tundra
yes,
doing?
You have, Mikey. I think Tundra need a stronger off-lane presence out from 33 and Soxa, because that lane was just horrendous. Like the Gyrocopter Ogre Magi ran down the Tusk and Tidehunter, and it caused a lot of issues. You could also consider, well, they ban out the Bristleback instead of Kotl, leaving that option open for the side of Shopify at the very least if they do want to pick it up. But I was going to say consider banning out the Keeper of the Light as well, as it does feel like the side of Shopify know how to play around this, know how to kind of make this work at least as well. As you see, it's still up there in terms of win rate with how often you've seen it, along with Tinker and Muerto, of course, and the Ringmaster, which surprisingly has also slid through this time around. So Tundra could try to sneak that in if Shopify don't first pick the Ringmaster, or if they don't ban it. A few more tools are available here. I wouldn't be too surprised, though, if Ringmaster was just banned by Shopify and they picked the Coddle themselves. They could go back into that Yopaj Ember. I like that look Hellscream's giving onto Scam. That's quite the angle. He looked like he was giving side-eye to Scam for saying something. It's like, what the hell are you saying, old man? You know?
I'm pretty sure he's looking at Bulba, John. I'm pretty sure he was having a look.
I want to imagine it was Scam, because that angle was too perfect. In my eyes, that's drama with Scam.
What's Scam doing, Rose? Scam's such a quiet guy, though. You know? Scam's not saying anything.
That's true. He doesn't say too much. He's talky enough, actually, if you isolate him. In fact, yeah, he actually talks quite a fair bit. In fact, I was stuck with him at some point, and there was some stuff. The Ringmaster does slide through. Surprisingly, not the Coddle this time for Shopify. And surprisingly, again, not banned out. So you've got that big save. You've got this really big nuisance here. We've seen some great plays with the Escape Art and the Wheel of Wonder to block off chasers. This is going to be a really big tool for Shopify to play with, but God bless us. Tundra has decided to pull no bars and take the Tinker out.
Here we go. I thought we were having a day where we weren't going to have to see this crap, John. You know? Here I was thinking this is the day. We're not seeing Tinker at all. Everyone's banning it. How great is that? And now the last game, the hype game. And we get this crap coming out. Tinker's here. How great is that?
It's excellent. I'm surprised Tundra prioritized Tinker over Coddle, because I feel like, again, the Coddle has just felt overall better in terms of what it does in the middle of these team fights. But the Tinker does still have its place. Its healing is still insane. You get your free shard, you get the Warp Flare, Defense Matrix is a nuisance. Eventually, if the game goes long enough, you get your Ag. Shrink Ray is very funny to kind of watch heroes shrink down. Of course, the HP loss is massive. So I do understand why Tundra would go for this. It's just a stable pick. It doesn't reveal too much in your draft. And it allows you to just kind of be open with how you kind of go around stuff. They banned the Coddle at last. So Shopify are going to be forced to play something else. Hellscream has to bring something else out. No combinations for them to play with. No cheeky recalls. And no cheeky chakra combos. Unfortunately for Hellscream, outside of nothing but the Coddle this series, he's only played, in this tournament at the very least, the Ringmaster and the Tinker. So probably just taking the Tinker for himself, which scares me because Skem has also just played Tinker. He's played Wind Ranger 5, and guess what the last hero is, Mike? Skem has also played a lot of Warlock. So
oh, good.
They could go into that. Yeah, so Ringmaster Warlock support duo doesn't really inspire. It's not like, wow, that's quite the combination, but it's stable. You could go that route if you want to go old hat here.
It's lore accurate at least. Like Ringmaster's the Ringmaster of the Circus and Warlock's the Clown. It's lore accurate. Right?
He's a librarian. He's actually, I think, lore-wise, Warlock is probably the weakest character.
He's got one book, John. There's hardly a library.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, if you take Black Grimoire, you do have another book in your backpack.
What was the first
he eats? The book he holds. It's his grimoire. He has another grimoire. It's an actual equipment slot in his cosmetics. He does have a grimoire slot. So he does have that. And he doesn't eat that, unfortunately, when you eat the Black Grimoire. Do get the Yopaj Ember back out, and they get the Jakiro, yes.
I was going to say, Jonathan, happy to see the Ember back. I think, they've said, that was a pretty good performance. Maybe we should give it back to him. And, that was a hard lane against the DK. That was a laning stage where Yopaj couldn't really take off, early on, because the DK just outright beats you every time when it comes to CS. The thing is, BZM has the opportunity to go back for DK, though I highly doubt he's interested.
I don't think he needs to. I think it's open enough. You can maybe look for mid-heroes that have more play. They'll go to Morphling pickup first, so there is some flex. You could run that mid for BZM. You could also just give it to Crystallis. Chances are this is just BZM's hero on mid. I'm curious to see if it is the mid Morphling, are we going to get Flow? Because it's kind of wacky, that Flow Morph. I do feel like I honestly prefer the old way Flow worked with cooldown reduction, because that was insanely annoying. But the spell amp can be crazy when you hit 100% spell amp, Mike, with enough agi up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy, that damage is dumb. That damage is so dumb. Especially with like Dagon 5 at 100% spell amp. Hoo-wee. That is the shotgun right there.
It is very dumb, John. Tundra Esports. I mean, I hate the fact that Tundra's giving me so much time, John, because in fact, never mind. They're gonna. Oh, look at that!
Ooh, the cursed taunt. Oh,
very
the
nice.
very cursed taunt. I love it. That's a good one.
No,
I wish we
I'm
could
glad
roll
it
it again.
came
It's
out.
great.
I'm glad it happened, John, because I was about to point out how dumb it is that you keep pronouncing the B in dumb, right? It's kind of ironic that you keep saying dumb, you know?
Dumb.
Because, you know, that might make you the dummy, John.
Well, look,
you know?
not everyone speaks Commonwealth English, you bloody thing. I'm American.
How dare you?
I don't know if we say the B, but I am American, Mike. At least my country was a former American colony, all right? So we speak American.
Are you implying Americans are dumb, Jonathan? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm implying they would say it with a B, perhaps. That sounds like a very British thing. Oh, we'll put a letter here that you don't pronounce because we're fancy. You know, we like being fancy. Here's a letter that you're not going to pronounce. Why? What's the point? What's the point of that? Why would you do that? Medusa comes out. This has a point at the very least, open enough that you can give it to Yamato. You can run it on the off lane as well for Pakaz. We've seen Undulation Medusa be a bit of a nuisance. On safe lane, it does look like a pretty decent game. You're not too worried about the healing reduction from Abaddon because guess what? You really don't need healing on Dusa anyway. You need mana regen. So it can kind of work out there. I'm curious to see what Tundra will do with the Abba. Is this our Crystallis hero? Is it going to be a 33 hero off lane? It's open enough to flex, so they can kind of pick and choose what they'd want. And for Shopify now, it's just about defending that Dusa. They do expect this from Tundra's end. They are expecting Medusa's safe, as they are banning off lane, so ensuring that the lane is not going to be too tough for, again, potentially an Abaddon 1 that could come out here. I'm still expecting something else for 33 on the off lane, because I'm sure he can play the Abaddon. It does feel like you want something that maybe provides a little bit more team fight and control here for the offlane overall.
Shopify Rebellion final ban out. Well, obviously, we saw the Respect AM ban against their Medusa, which is always fair enough. What else are you concerned about here for Shopify? I wonder. I mean, I would have liked to say that TB probably would have been another decent option for Tundra had they not already had a Morphling. Now, I realize we've got BZM in the game, and BZM might just play mid-Morphling instead, but, Morphling TB core duo doesn't sound amazing. Unless you get your wish of this flow Morphling garbage that you keep talking to me about.
Yeah. It's complete garbage, mind you. I think it's worse now, but, once you get the spell amp going, it can be funny. Evander Razor, so ban out Tempo, and they do pick that Terrorblade up on Shopify Rebellion. So we are getting the Undulation off lane Dusa, more than likely a nice safe. Yamato TB on safe lane. Laning up against something like the Abaddon shouldn't be too troublesome. Again, if you're expecting Abaddon on the off, which it does look like Shopify Rebellion is kind of tracking here. They're banning stuff that Crystallis would be more comfy with on the safe. What solution do you have now? And what way do you go with this draft? Do you actually hand Crystallis the morph? You hand over 33 this Abba and you run something else for BZM mid? I don't see any clean answers for what Shopify has managed to draft up. There's some cheeky choices on mid, like say Puck. Maybe it can kind of give you some magic damage, give you some good jump that you're not too worried about being caught out on. Quap could be nice as well. Even Lina arguably could be decent, or Zeus, just magical damage. No, they go Slark. All right.
Wait.
Different.
So it's mid-morph?
It should be mid-morph, and you're running safe lane Slark here, more than likely for Crystallis. Yeah, 33 is going to take that off-lane Abba. So we're not getting the support Slark, obviously, because I think you're kind of a maniac for doing that when you've got Tinker and Tusk on hand. This is a very interesting draft. Mind you, the Slark into the off-lane Dusa is a pretty okay time. You're not too worried about any of the hold there. Yeah, you also don't care for undulation as a facet because guess what? You can just leash her up. Doesn't matter. She's not going anywhere. A good hero to kind of sap some free stats from. And Slark can go Diffusal as well. A very decent carrier for it. Also, BCM is going for Ebb. He is not going for Flow because he's not insane. So that is good to see for BCM, but kind of sad for the viewers as you could have had some fun with that. But that's the build that makes sense. It's the facet that makes sense overall.
I
yeah.
can't stand when you carry on for years about a meme build and a player actually takes it, John. I'll be frank with you. This might be the first time I've ever admitted it. I can't stand when that happens because you never shut up about it. And then after the game, if they luckily win, you tell me how great it was. You were a genius all along, John.
Yeah.
No flow. No flow for you.
No flow. It's like that Gundam meme. It's like, haha, I'm such a genius. Oh no! You know, I don't know if you know that one. It's a good one. It was making the rounds like 2-3 years ago. It's an old meme.
I watch respectable
You're probably too
animes,
young.
Jonathan.
It's not about watching a forsaken anime. I haven't watched that Gundam either. I don't care. It's just a good meme.
Am I too young? How am I too young? You're younger than me.
Am I? Am I?
Yes.
I am.
Yes, you are,
That I
John.
am. Sometimes I forget. You know, I'm getting up there in age. I can't afford my medication, Mike. So it is what it is. That's why I yap on about flow. I always forget that it's not good.
You need some help, John? You need me to buy the meds or what? My goodness.
Nah, it's
easy,
fine.
John.
Let me just rot away. Let my brain rot, Mike. I'm already sapping in the memes. This shouldn't be such a brain rotten game, though. Again, a very different draft. This is something that I like from these teams. Our first two drafts were similar to each other, but kind of different from what we were seeing from other teams. And into this draft as well, it looks like we have some issues. This is
we have all
interesting.
players disconnected, John. This is probably the biggest
Yeah,
issue you could have.
is this a? It looks like a remake. Yeah, there's a bug. So do you have to? Yeah, it's the I can't pick a hero bug.
Oh, good.
The Ringmaster wasn't there, so we've seen that happen before. Where it's just no hero. We're gonna have to remake. That's hilarious. Beta game. It does happen. You know.
It happens.
So
it happens. It's all right. Are you sure we're allowed to disconnect, John? Are you sure?
Yeah, I saw
Am
a
I
G
allowed?
remake and everyone's gone, so I just figured. I mean, it was just 4 players and an empty portrait. I don't know if you play that through. I don't think you would. So we will have to get you. Play, I mean, how would you play it? There's no hero. What would you do? Spawn in as a creep? With no hero? I'd like to see how you win that one, Michael Phoenix.
Just get me, John. Just get me into the lobby, would you? You know I don't do well with these passwords and lobbies. Just get me into the
I'm
lobby,
still
John.
checking when it's up. I'm looking at all game modes to be sure. I don't see anything yet, Mike. Hold your horses. Hold your horses, Michael Phoenix.
This is where the real John X5 value comes in right here. This is where we have a remake and
Copy and
MLP
paste.
Dota.
That's all I'm worth. Got some beautiful win rates. A very even series and a very even set of win rates that we've seen coming out from these teams. 50% leading into that 1-1. That's why they're in the middle of the pack, Michael Phoenix. That's why we're here.
Very nice. Well, there you go, Jonathan. Historical data. You'd love to see it. And we are in our third. Well, hopefully we'll be in our third game soon, as we can work out who's going to be, kind of getting above that 50% mark, Jonathan. But for now, they are both very evenly matched. And again, Jonathan, I'm very glad to see that we are having a very even game between these two teams. Last series around didn't really feel that close. It felt a bit one-sided. It's a bit depressing to watch those kind of games. So, these best of threes where we do get to a third game and both the teams are performing very well is always a pleasure to watch.
That it is. Always a pleasure. And again, we saw some outstanding plays last time from the side of Shopify. Mind you, the way it ended was pretty funny. Of course, good old Creeps doing what Shopify couldn't close out the game before any throws could happen. So God bless the Creeps, programmed to win.
Yes.
But,
Thank you.
It's a good time. For Shopify fans, for anyone that's, I guess, for some reason, Southeast Asian fans gravitating to Shopify as well, the hope is still there. They could still win. They could still move up. Mind you, if they lose, they still have that safety net. Again, going 1-2 does mean you have one more series to play. And if you manage to win 2 series in a row, you still qualify. You still make it into the playoffs. So this isn't necessarily do or die, but it does matter a lot for your road into the playoffs. Again, one nasty loss here, suddenly you're in the firing line, no room for mistakes. And that's where things get really spicy. So That kind of goes for both teams.
We're going to head to a short break, and right after the break, we'll be back with our Game 3 between Tundra and, of course, Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you soon.
Mare pe cer Moldova. băieți cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să mi o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game number 3 here between the side of Tundra and Shopify Rebellion. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. I think we can get into our game.
Yeah, it looks like the issues were fixed. What happened wasn't, this is something I've... What do you mean on your side?
It's broken on my side now, of all things.
Alright, well that's fine. It doesn't matter. No one's seeing what you see. You know, it's just like the voices that you hear, Mike, when you miss your medication. It's fine. You're fine. Just focus on my voice as we do get into game. We do have Health Scream with a hero, so God bless us. We have an actual 5v5, an actual game to play. And this should be, again, a great one to do. One of the things that happens when we do take a pause like that is that I lose my train of thought. So I have no clue what I was saying. I know it was some garbage about flow, which obviously you don't go for here. It is ebb.
Oh,
and that is the last point we had.
You lost your train of thought. It's probably good you stopped thinking, Jonathan. Right? We don't have any flow.
That's my secret.
Flow's not here.
That's my secret. That's my secret, Mike. I'm never thinking. It's never on. I don't know how to turn on the damn thing. Brain's just off. rotting away.
Yeah, it is. That's all right, John. We could see an early fight. Do we? Both sides hanging around that top side of that dire jungle. So Tundra, they are coming in. Skem trying to run away, but he's been caught off guard here. Just completely surrounded and blocked off by Chrysalis, and he is dead. First blood already drawn for the side of Tundra. And you couldn't have really asked for a better... In fact, I was about to say Chrysalis got it, as Saxa was the one to draw first blood. Never mind. Still a great kill.
It is. You know what? Crystallis gets a free stack of permanent Agi. He's not going to mind too much. He's still hanging around top until a little TP down bot. And again, a very nice start already here for the side of Tundra. Mind you, you do get free bounty runes for your trouble on Shopify, so you're not getting out short-handed, and that's going to help out on mid, where you do have BZM and Yopaj up against each other on a Morphling versus Ember. This is maybe the less stable lane for the Morphling. You do have some pretty good right-click damage, but eventually the Ember Spirit will have a lot of right-click himself, especially if you stay fully Agi shifted up. So there's some poke-back potential here from Yopaj. BZM's going to have to balance it out with his attribute shift, which shouldn't be too problematic here. But nonetheless, this shouldn't be too challenging for Yopaj, as long as he kind of plays with his sleight of fist, right? Good snipes on the couriers across the board. Sox and Hellscream losing theirs across each lane. But again, you have Yopaj on Ember. Once again, you mentioned it in the draft there a while ago, Mike. Never bet against the Yopaj Ember. And well, it's bad. And again, the lane matchup, not bad for the Ember. Something very, very stable for him to contend with. Has some decent timing into the bottle that can line up off of that extra rune already on the courier, not being shipped out yet. So things are looking smooth here for Yopaj early on.
Absolutely. Of course, you're looking at top lane where Yamato and Skem are currently going at it with Saxa and 33. And this is one lane that I think you won't mind at Jakiro so much, as 33 can always just purge off all the DPS with a Photic Shield. So they should be relatively safe here, if not being the aggressive ones. Though Yamato, of course, going to have the Metamorphosis, which is still pretty intimidating for the Abaddon. And naturally, the last lane, Jonathan, the bot lane, where you are seeing Whitemon on this godforsaken Tinker hero, with Hellscream on this godforsaken Ringmaster hero. It's horrible. Look at him, John.
Yeah.
Look, they don't know what to do.
Yeah, just whacking away at each other. Poking out.
Look at that.
Impalement arts don't connect. Yeah. Isn't that great?
They're not even fighting.
Great heroes.
They're not even fighting, dude. They're just using spells that don't make any sense. That's what they're doing.
Look, it's two robot men going at it at each other, okay? That's all it is. Do you have something against the robots, Mike? In this age of AI, when we're eventually going to be replaced by robots as up top?
I would never say anything. John, top lane, Yamato will go down. In fact, I welcome our AI overlords, Jonathan. I'm not going to lie, because, you know, I believe everything is recorded on the internet these days, so AI, very welcome.
I'm sure someone out there, I don't know actually, I don't think anyone's sad enough to get a sample of all the voices that we've had in games. It's really easy. No one's going to bother. So we're safe. No need to worry about that. Whitemon needs to worry a bit.
Whitemon. Well, why would AI care about wasting its time doing that, John? They just do it.
No, I mean, someone has to input all of those voice files into a learning algorithm, right? It takes resources. No one would care. I mean, for now, that's how it works. Well, what do you think AI is? A magic wand? It runs a lot of power, Michael Phoenix. It draws a lot of power. Data centers are big power drains. We're getting off tangent, but what did you think AI was? It's cloud servers. It's in the cloud, Mike, as they'd say in 2006.
I don't know anymore, John. I don't know. All right? You want the truth? I don't know. That's the truth. I don't.
Fair enough.
And you know what? In 10, 20 years, I'm going to be that old man telling my kids they're idiots for putting chips in their brains and all that crap. That's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be that guy. You know? They're going to call me crazy one day. That's what's going to happen.
I don't think you're going to be the crazy one going against the chips. You know, I'm with you on that. Still, no chips in our brains in this match, at the very least. I guess maybe except Tinker, he probably has a chip in there somewhere. Laning phase is looking swimmingly for Tundra. Bot lane has gone really nicely for Crystallis. Again, you're not worried at all about this, although...
No, I mean, BZM was getting pretty aggressive there, John. Yopaj dropping pretty low. I mean, these two are playing really on edge. constantly low HP here between this Morphling and Ember, and it just feels like at any point one of these two is going to die.
Yeah, I like how BZM's worked the lane out, right? We were talking about this being pretty safe for Yopaj. He's managing to balance out this attribute shift onto full Agi, getting the damage in, and having the durability to withstand the Sleight of Fist, which is pretty telegraphed because of that delay in each slight coming out, right? Like, there's a much bigger window for you to shift into the strength. So there is actually a little bit more for the Morphling to play with because of those small changes that did come out onto Ember beforehand. So you're seeing BZM pull away by a huge margin now, 31 to 15. Yopaj not having a great time. BZM just going into the waveform all in, and just the value point in the attribute shift. Doesn't need much more to dodge out slight damage. Again, this foundational start is good. They're going on to Yamato again up top.
They got a lot of damage here with this tag team from Saksa. Snowball out as well, and Yamato, he just melts. Hellscream did try to TP in and help out, but there's just not really anything he could do. Just can't get there quick enough, and now 33 is behaving as if he wants to keep going. They might just as well. Saksa's got tag team pack up in 3 seconds, but they've got Waimon here to boot, and that's going to help the cause. Now the heal comes in. They're just going to dive the tier 1 tower back towards Skem. That'll be another kill. Here comes Yamato to try and get something done, but he has no metamorphosis. He'll try onto Saksa. A Photic Shield's going to help him out though quite a bit. Meanwhile, Whitemon does die. Saksa, it looks like he should make... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. That Shards does mess him up just a little bit.
They managed to get some good punch from finding those 2 support kills, but it's still been a rather topsy-turvy lane for Yamato. That does give him some good EXP. He's got a slight EXP advantage off of those kills being soaked up by himself. So he's going to hit level 5. He's going to have the higher point in Metamorphosis if he wishes, and should be able to manage the lane. Again, every time meta's down, you've got pretty big opening. Down mid though, Whitemon.
Whitemon's down, but Bakaz is in trouble bottom lane. He does get a TP away. Back to mid. Yopaj is going to die. BZM able to pick off the Ember Spirit. Very nice skill here for BZM as he's looking towards Skem, but realizes he might need to play a little bit more carefully. And this is another game where BZM is currently 2 levels ahead of this Ember on Yopaj.
He is. And this time around, I don't see...
33. Look at this.
Oh?
33 gets there. Can he stay for the shrine? He can. Just the ultimate man fight. No one will back off.
No. And they managed to get both Shrines of Wisdom as well. Saksa did manage to snag that one away on the other side. So they're getting a huge injection on these supports. Still at level 4, of course, but set to accelerate quicker. They're matching the offlane with matching Pakaz's gain as he gets a good pounce off.
He does. Bakaz now being chased down is pretty out of position. Shard's going to block him in, making things even more awkward. They don't have another pounce, but they have a nice snowball. Still, the fear will be there from Hellscream, and that's going to be enough to allow Bakaz out. But he's stuck on basically no mana.
Yeah, not a great feeling for Pakaz. Again, his bot lane as well hasn't gone off to the best start. He's trying to shove out a Slark, no easy feat. Already level 6 in Crystallis. BZM playing with Yopaj again.
Remnant forward, Shards are there. That's his last Remnant committed. But he does make it. I really do appreciate how much emphasis Tundra are putting on just trying to ensure this Ember Spirit never takes off.
Slowing down Yopaj as much as possible. Even grabbing that Elu rune. At least Yopaj still has his bounties to go back to. So he does still have a way of topping up himself, but he's not able to really get rotations out. Pakaz again isolated bot.
I mean, Sux is just all over the map here. He's just constantly roaming the map on this task, finding kills over and over again, and that's going to be another setup from him perfectly made as now Pakaz will lose his life, and yeah, he's just not stopping. Keeping in mind, Sux, the last game around was like 0-5 at the 10-minute mark, and this game he's 4-1-1.
What a difference having an actual lane makes for you. Like, 33 on the Abaddon has had a better time. He's a hero you can leave alone without being punished too hard by the Terrorblade and Jakiro. And having that Mephetic Shroud, a Photic Shield, does make it a lot easier to just play the lane solo. A lot of room for Yamato, though, to shove into the top tier 1, taking an early objective as the Terrorblade can do. And at least opens up an avenue to maybe invade into the triangle a little bit more, although with mid still standing, can still be a little bit of a risk. But you do have some good things going for you on Shopify, right? Like, despite the struggles coming out there for Yamato, He's number 2 in net worth, right behind BZM. He's having a much quicker time in terms of build-up in comparison to Crystallis, which you would expect in the Terrorblade. And as long as he's able to kind of play in the jungle, weave in and out on these fights whenever Metamorphosis is up, say the next one to lead into mid-shove, you're still in a decent place here for Shopify, despite being 2k behind. Sox is being a nuisance, though.
He certainly is, but this time he might have been caught. Just absolute menace this man is. I mean, they just got to body block him up just to ensure Yopaj can secure this kill, and it seems like they'll finally get it. Zaxa is down. Tundra's still looking to apply pressure into that mid-tier 1 tower. Siege creep on the way, and of course Whitemon can start with the March of the Machines shenanigans. And allow a bit of space for their siege creep to get to work. BZM, meanwhile, jumping right in, double chains out with the Ember Spirit form. Wanting to go after Hellscream. Does have another slight, but no chains. Meanwhile, 33 goes down top lane. They'll finally find Skem here in this dire triangle, but more importantly, 33 ends up dying.
Yeah. Left solo, doesn't quite respect the output from Yamato, has the Sunder, of course, to save himself. They're still getting a lot of work down in mid here.
It's the pounds. Yopaj wanting to play with fire here. Let's look to go north, but they have lost that tier 1 tower, and that's a pretty big deal. Tundra already opening up the map. And it seems like if you are Shopify, it's another one of those games where it might just be a little bit of a slower start, because really nobody but Yamato's had a pretty good time.
No, and he's not going to be ready to connect anytime soon. And Yopaj, at the least with the power treads up and the Orb of Corrosion, can apply some damage. He just needs a core to connect with him. And again, Pakaz isn't ready. He needs the Kaya Meteor Hammer first. At least they are still keeping control on their triangle, but that forward ward from Tundra, planted by Soxa while he was messing about, not going to be an easy one to spot out. That should allow them to contest if some stacks are formed up here from the side of Shopify. The main thing for Tundra that, again, they haven't really managed outside of the laning phase is this free start for Yamato. Already has a Dragonlance up, some stats to play with. It's only 33 by his lonesome left to cut through and keep track of it, as they're always kind of toying around on mid. Yopaj finally gets a rune for himself. First rune that he's managed to grab this game. With a haste, maybe he can consider move, but again, you don't have anyone that you can easily connect to. I mean, unless you swing up to Yamato's lane and try to bully out 33. Only viable choice considering the lack of follow-through from Redusa at this moment.
You know why I hate Tinker so much, John? You see Whitemon just like they just rush Holy Locket. Like he just bought Brown Boots after Holy Locket. Like which other support can avoid Brown Boots and just rush Holy Locket as their first item? Like it just upsets me, John. It just upsets me. You know?
It makes sense, Mike. It is a frustration. You know, one can get jealous of a good thing. I mean, one could wish that you could... If only you could do that in Earth Spirit, Mike. I don't know why you'd buy Holy Lock in Earth Spirit, but... You know, if only you could do that.
There was a reason. I wish. Maybe if we could
what if?
Heal our allies or something. What is it, John?
Yeah, what if you could heal with your boulder kick? Or if you roll onto an ally, it heals him.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, John?
I don't know. You want Holy Lock. You want to be able to get Holy Locket with no boots, right? That's a way.
Don't, John.
That's a build.
I want it to be viable, and I don't want Tinker to be able to Holy Locket without buying Brown Boots. That's what I want. Why does he get all this?
You know, I don't know. I'm trying to make solutions to make you happy, Mike. So you can also go Holy Locket with no Brown Boots. No need to be jealous of Tinker.
Why does Warp Player root 2 seconds as well? That's my like. Why does Warp Player do damage, and it roots you for 2 seconds after moving you? Why?
Why not? It's a warp flare. It sends you through a warp. It makes sense, lore-wise.
Why is 33 so happy?
Because of lag? I don't know. Because I know he's just happy. He's playing Abaddon. You know, he's having a good time. Yeah. He's going into Radiance. He's been chilling up top. High skill gameplay on top. Yeah, that's why. You see, high skill presses one skill, runs down, runs away. There you go. A truce from good old Tomato. Auto attack to death again. Let's go. It's poker mindset.
It's poker mindset.
Just not folding all in every round. What is this? Is this like you go in playing Balatro without multipliers? What's wrong with you? You don't go for the economic jokers early on? On what? Black chip? That's asking for trouble, Mike. You know, if you play Balatro.
Balatro and poker aren't the same thing, Jonathan. Right?
It's poker.
Let's get that straight.
It's poker, but it's more fun. You're right.
No. 33. Turns out the truce was not made, Jonathan. 33. Well, in fairness, Yamato has not used a spell yet, I suppose, so maybe he is still sticking towards Yamato. He's like, come on, bro, where's that fight? Where's that man fight you talked about? This is what happens in the areas I grew up with, John. Somebody tells you they want to fight 1v1 at high school, then suddenly there's 10 people there with you. Happened every time.
Yeah. Yeah, but look, Yamato Tamado, he is a man of his word. He doesn't pop any spell. Although he did pop, I believe he did send out a reflection, but hey, you know, he didn't pop Metamorphosis. That's what counts. As Crystallis is being aggressive, this is Yopaj, unfortunate.
Yopaj, Remnant moving very slowly. We'll be able to get away. It's all right. In fact, he does have some help there down south. He'll just go for a quick reset at the fountain.
Oh, Crystallis?
Not wanting to get caught like this, but the Will of Wind are going to lock him down. He'll use the Shadow Dance and run. Quick Dark Pack usage as well here from Crystallis to allow him to get away from all that.
Yeah, meanwhile, they managed to snipe a couple of couriers there from Soxa, again being a major nuisance. They've got an opening to Siege Bot. That Meteor Hammer is up in Pakaz. But guess who's here to stall the game? Whitemon is.
Not for long, hopefully. Not for long, hopefully. Whitemon is down. No Tinker for you. 33. On the run. Uses a Photic Shield. Will run away. Krista's also hanging around towards the north of that bottom tier 1. But there's no real protecting it. It seems like they want to see if they can set up for a fight. But they've realized all is lost. Time to leave the area, boys. Crystallis has not left though, and in fact Yopaj does fire the chains onto the Tusk, but now Crystallis will move in, back in onto the Medusa, wanting Pakaz. Crystallis not actually backing off too quickly yet. He has the backup of his Abaddon. Meanwhile, BZM and Saxa now moving in. BZM trying to chase Yopaj. They'll get the snowball, and Yopaj is going to die. Meanwhile, Pakaz, does pop the Stone Gaze, trying to go after the Morphling, but BZM will just turn his back, move back onto Yamato. That'll be a double kill for BZM. 3 down for Shopify. And Hellscream trying to TP, can't make it. 4 down for Shopify Rebellion. The only survivor is the Snake Lady.
That was a very split up fight. I like the flanks that Tundra took. You know, Crystallis is going for one target, trying to isolate away this Dusa, which means the follow through for Yopaj and trying to get that jump onto Soxa doesn't quite line up. And they split the fight perfectly to get that spacing they need. You also have to consider how tanky the side of Tundra is if everyone is together, right? You've got a Photic Shield defense matrix together, Mike, plus a Slark with Dark Pack. I don't know how you're going to kill anyone off if they are playing as a unit here on Tundra. They get the free shard out for Soxa as well. And again, that's going to be the concern for Shopify once these wider team fights break out. Defense matrix and a Photic Shroud. It's a Photic Shield. It's going to be a fun one to watch, Mike. Not so fun for Shopify.
You may as well call it a Photic Shroud at this point, John. That's what's happening. And this is classic Tundra, isn't it? They just found another way to bring Wraith Pact into the game. That's all they did. It's like, hey, how do we make sure nobody does damage? I got a great idea. Pakaz, he's going to be taking a fair bit of damage here, John. See you later for Pakaz. BZM completely out of control on his signature Morphling. Look at the net worth difference. He's 3k ahead of the TB on the opposing side. It's just, yeah, he's out of control, this bloke.
And he is. And they're not resting on Tundra. Hellscream gonna be able to TP away as they do line up in Ferosh. A little bit of a missed jump from Crystallis, but 11k lead for Tundra. 3.7 at 17 minutes in. That's a ridiculous amount of gold at this point of the match. And sure, you're keeping up to an extent here for Yamato, but it's at the cost of Pakaz and Yopaj is severely behind this game. stark contrast to game number 2. He doesn't have the fallback of a Kotal to help buff him up, and it's just harder to play that game without the itemization here. Roche doesn't take too long for 33 and BZM to clear out. Gonna have that secondary life up and running now on BZM to play front lines. And this Morphling has just been a menace. How are you supposed to pin him down? Your only hold is really what? Gorgon's Grasp and Chains, and maybe a Meteor Hammer or an Ice Path. None of them are reliable enough to lock in a Morph. BZM just has so much leeway to dance around. Well, you could argue the same here for Tundra. Their only reliable stun, Snowball, Punch, and maybe a Leash, but it's been more than enough so far with how they spread these fights out.
It has been. You think Yamato named himself after the One Piece character, John?
I don't know. It's a generic name, Mike. I think of the battleship Yamato when I think of that. An actual historic vehicle.
John.
Yeah.
I figured you were going to say that. I googled it, don't you worry.
Yeah. I didn't have to Google it, I just know. You see? That's the difference. I know a history. Useless facts that no one should know. A Saksa.
Mid lane. The cars. Copper stun. Saksa should still be dead, though he's got a aquatic shield to help him out. Not for long, though. Meanwhile, BZM's just hitting the tier 2 tower. Like, he's literally ignored everything and just hit the tier 2 tower till it's almost dead.
Yeah. I like that.
I mean,
That's the winning mindset. Orchid?
Ropage also caught. There's an Orchid up now on Chrysalis to make matters really bad here for the side of Shopify, as they will lose their mid-ember. And now the chase continues. 33, he's going to find Hellscream. They're going to lock down Fakaz here on the Medusa. He'll pop the Stone Gaze, but he's leashed down by Chrysalis. He's out of mana too. Can they finish the job? 33's there anyway, and they do. It might be I mean, I don't want to say it this early, John, but it's looking pretty bad here for Shopify. Is Tundra?
Are they diving this early?
Brought out.
Are they really doing this?
They're just upping.
What?
This is classic Tundra. I like this team, but I also hate this team because you always know at some point they're gonna bring out some stupid draft like this. But nobody can die. Nobody can die. Like only Sucks is dying.
No. And it's fine, he's not dying as much as he was in Game 2 either. So this is an improvement for him. Technically, relatively, he's not dying in comparison. Crystallis looking for a freebie again.
Oh, nice path, gonna lock down Chrysalis. They root him down as well. Problem is BZM's just look at Pakaz's mana, dude. Look how fast it goes down to BZM's right click. Oh no, BZM's in. There goes Scam. Here they go again, Jonathan.
Yamato?
Really a kill. I sense a GG call coming any moment now, as they will lose Hellscream to boot. 33, he'll get sundered, but he did have the borrowed time. Meanwhile, BZM apparently just wants to do the damn job himself. He'll move right into Yamato. There goes your TB. That is the TB down. They'll jump in again with Saksa, looking for a bit more. Pakaz, just run. It's not safe, Pakaz. Have you seen what happened the last 20 minutes? Warp Flare, Pakaz is trapped. Of course he is. And BZM's got him. Triple kill.
They
GG.
call it.
I don't care how early people think these calls are done. I know when GG's going to be called.
Oh, yeah.
BZM's in the fountain again. They're fountain diving at 21 minutes. You know,
yeah, nah.
Tundra, you could have made it a little bit closer. You know, it's a bit too one-sided if you ask me. Oh,
yeah.
Goodness gracious me. I mean,
Very much so.
you know, I don't even blame Shopify for that, John. I don't blame them. What are they meant to do? Well, you know what the problem was? They gave Tinker away first. That's where it all went wrong. It opens up this stupid draft from Tundra. And Tundra, like 33 knew it was stupid. I was wondering why he was smiling during the drafting phase so much. He knew what he was doing. He knew.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love it. 2 shields on top for free. Easy times come out there for Tundra, and you know, it's just the Dusa pick with the Slark still being available. Crystallis had a great time. Having Pakaz play that lane, just not seeing that out. Of course, you had that early First Blood action as well. Not the most important in the world, of course. You didn't get the gold up in Crystallis, but he got a free stack of Agi in lane. Every single stat point counts. You had BZM having a free lane up against Yopage's Ember, a complete dominant lane coming out from him. He did have that in game 2 as well, but this time, again, Yopaj had no fallback. The Coddle ban made all the difference in the world here as Shopify just could not get their Ember launching off in the way he did in game 2. And it was basically a wash from there. Like, look at this. They're fountain diving already at like 19 minutes in. And he couldn't stop it.
Jeez.
Like, you have a Photic Shield, you have Defense Matrix, you have a Pavis or a Solar Crest. What are you meant to do? Nothing.
They literally just brought in Wraith Pact again, John. That's what they did. Wraith Pact is back. How great is that? How great is that? Look at BZM. Look at it. He's got no fear, BZM. He knows they can't do anything. Like, Yamato, what do you think? Get back to One Piece. Get back to the Wano country. My goodness. Because he tried to right click. That was a brilliant idea. And look at this. Just fountain diving again. BZM said, hey guys, I used to play for a team that used to do this. Trust me, it's going to work. And there you go. Tundra Esports pulling off the 2-1 victory. John, the standout player is BZM, right? We're not going to argue about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
The standout player is BZM.
11-0-5. If you wanted to meme Crystallis at 1-0-11, it's pretty impressive that he only got one kill across all of these games. Now we're not memeing. It's BZM. He crushed mid. He got that early tempo going. He doesn't even have adaptive strike at the end of the game. It didn't last long enough.
What level is he?
He's level 17 and he went stats.
He's level 17.
That's how you go. That's how it goes, you know. Go all in on stats, get the damage.
There you go, John.
And yeah, Crystallis. I mean, look, how do you 1-0-11? How often do you see that? You know, it's not even 1-1-11. It's just 1-0-11. Perfect game from Crystallis. I tip my hat to him. Tip my hat to Remco. He did amazing. Giving the team the kills they need to snowball, Mike. He knows what he had to do. He just needs assists. Just for those stats. That's all it is. That's all he wants.
He did, Jonathan. Good news is, Jonathan, is we are going to head to a break because we've got 2 more series on today. And the good part about that news is the fact that we have 2 brand new casters. I believe Snare and Syndrome are making their appearance once again for day number 3 of Wallachia Season 4. So we are going to head to a break. But right after that break, we'll be back with 2 brand new casters for a brand new series. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
un noi vrâncea. Iar ce lungurean și cu ce vrăcea, mări să vă bire, ei să sfătuire, pe la pozesoare, ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Cura nu mai tace, iar bani nu mai place, curiești bolnăviară, drăguță mioară. Stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. nunta mea, căzută stea, că am avut nuntaj, ca și cortinaj, primul smuți mari, pe sărele mii și stele păcălii. Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-a plecat cu fetilii. Și-a plecat cu fetilii, și-a plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu, m-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, rudu. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Ai, n-ai văzut un scârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut.
Welcome back, one and all, to PGL Wallachia Season 4, as we are now in the business end of the Swiss stage. Finally, Mr. Cinderin, we get elimination Dota. And for me personally, I always feel that tournaments only become really serious once you get to the stage of the tournament, right? We get to figure out what you're made of when you actually have stakes on the line. We get to find out the lessons that teams have learned from their prior losses. But most importantly, we just get scrappy, entertaining, very high emotional Dota, which is honestly something I love to see. But I think it might play into the hands of Talon, because we have Talon Esports versus NAVI coming up. And Talon, from the C region, Syndrome, are used to these kind of games, LAN in, LAN out.
Yeah.
And you could argue, you could make the case for NAVI Junior that they have some less experienced players, but honestly, I've been very impressed with some of these up-and-coming players from NAVI Junior, not specifically in this tournament, but just generally over the last half a year to a year that I've seen them play. So I think even if it's a high-stakes game and the risk of getting knocked out is there, I still think they're going to bring a good game, to be honest. And another thing about elimination games is, you know, now you're playing with an open hand. You're putting everything on the table because you have no reason to not bring out your absolute best strategy for every individual game here on out. You kind of just have to, you know, stick to your guns, do your best, and if it's enough, that's great. We've seen plenty of examples of teams coming back from 0-2 in Swiss, so nobody's out until they're out.
That's exactly what we're going to be having here. NAVI Junior, of course, the young guns. I like what you said about how you have been impressed by these players. I actually costed this team as they qualified for this particular event. And I remember, I forget who I was with one of the games, but I made a bold prediction that within 2 years, maybe 3, but I guarantee you, Sindrin, within 2-3 years, you're going to see, maybe not Zayax has already done it, but many of those players on NAVI Junior will have podium finishes at a Tier 1 LAN. I guarantee it. The ceiling is honestly really sky high for that young team.
Oh, yeah, I would not be surprised to see that. I think especially the 2 players from the roster that got a lot of praise were Niku and Daze. Daze was, of course, picked up by OG. Unfortunately, that has not gone particularly well, but I don't think he has looked poorly on that team. I think he still is playing solidly. OG have other problems, but yeah, I would not be surprised. I think those players have a ton of promise. Niku is probably the one that most people have their eyes on, so let's see if he can bring a star performance out today against Talon in the mid. But yeah, we've cast Talon. We cast them yesterday. Can't say we were too impressed with them overall. They had a great start to game 1, then they dropped the ball, and in game 2 they got absolutely trashed. So, what's it going to be today? Have we warmed up? Have we figured out our issues? And can we solve it now when it matters most?
Already off to a pretty good start, though, getting themselves the young Ringmaster, a hero that has a stupidly high win rate at this tournament thus far. I don't even understand how it keeps getting through these games, but here it is once more. We're going to be dealing with the Ring. I think one of the things that always surprises me about this Ringmaster is that, like, game after game, it keeps being allowed to do exactly what it's doing. I think it's still the most picked hero in the tournament. Yeah, 31 games on Ringmaster, 61.29% win rate. That is obscene. And it keeps being picked in the first phase like we were talking about yesterday. And we saw a solution earlier today with the Mars to just get the blind inside the arena to make sure that the escape out doesn't proc easily. I wonder if NAVI Junior are going to go for something like that, or are we going to stick with this route of trying to like displace these heroes with something like the Tiny, get them as far away from the Ring as humanly possible? Or what do you think? Do we get like some Shadow Demon that we saw yesterday for the easy dispel on the Ringmaster?
Well, Shadow Demon is definitely one of the better solutions from the supporting role. The issue with him here is he's not necessarily the best against Jakiro. Oh, this is something else, though. My first game I get to cast this hero. That's refreshing. Shadow Shaman going to be grabbed up by NAVI Junior. Obviously, if you compare this support to many of the others available right now, it has arguably weaker laning, except Shaman is amazing when you outnumber the opponent. He's great for 2v1s, he's great for 3v2 situations. But in flat 2v2s in lane, it can fall flat sometimes. However, you offer a lot of pushing prowess, and you can take objectives with the Serpent Wards. So it's a give and take. I wonder what they're seeing in this hero here in particular. I actually think the Jakiro matchup's quite bad for Shaman. Ice Path is a very long-range stun, and the thing Shaman wants to play against the very least is stuff that breaks his shackles. So long duration, long-range stuns, silences, all this stuff. Speaking of silence, the best one in the game.
Yep. Honestly, I've been kind of surprised by how little Doom we've been seeing overall. I think this hero is stupidly good, especially considering the carries that are good in the meta right now. You know, people are playing a lot of Morphling. 7 picks, 85% win rate, 5 and 2. That tells you what you need to know. There's a lot of Morphlings, there's a lot of PAs. Today we've started to see a lot more Gyrocopters come into the picture. DK still gets played in the safe lane. We've been seeing Lunas at this tournament as well. That just screams a Doom meta to me. So glad to see more teams picking it up. Followed up with the Kunkka, so lots of tank ability, and honestly, not that much like big burst damage out of Na'Vi outside of the Tiny. No, most of the damage is going to be over the course of the team fight, but if I have the Scorched Earth running, I have Coco Rum on top of me, and I have Ringmaster to back me up, honestly, these team fights do, on paper, feel a little bit easier for Talon, with the exception that they don't really have a way to address the egg just yet right now.
Yeah, you could make the same argument for Talon, though, that they don't have executive burst either. These fights are gonna likely be quite long. Nobody has hard burst with the exception of a potential core Tiny. I'm assuming it is. You can still play core Phoenix here if you want to, but I personally, based on what we see so far, I would really like to see the Tiny go mid this game and just pop off, either mid or carry. The one thing Talon do have against the egg is Jakiro. The change to this hero obviously makes that matchup a lot more interesting now that you double attack every time you shoot. And I think I've actually seen at a pro level support Jakiro's go Dragonlance against Phoenix for that reason. See if that comes into play here. It'll be fun to see. But yeah, we're still missing, I don't know, we're missing some burst, right? I would like to see that for at least one of the teams. Some sort of kill combo with a Tiny or something that truly kills someone when you find them in the X mark, rather than having to run people down.
If I'm Talon, well, we have second pick, so it might not be available. After they've banned out the Morphling, I'm thinking some TB, some Gyro, and if I'm NAVI Junior, I ideally want to see the Tiny mid. I'm not very fond of this hero when it goes into the safe lane, but it could still be both in either direction. If it is going to be mid-Tiny, I would love to see... Oh, Monkey's banned. Man, Monkey would have been nice. But if not for Monkey, give me some Kunkka, actually. Give me some... Not Kunkka, Ursa. Sorry, for the NAVI Junior side. Give me some Ursa for the lane against the Doombringer. Later on, even with the Coco Ram, I can rip through some of these targets. If I buy Blink Dagger as well, so I'll be able to follow the Tiny as he jumps the backlines to find the Ringmaster. We get there, kill him immediately, move on to the next target. I'm a natural BKB buyer, which I definitely want in this game. And Enrage is, I think, one of the better ways to deal with some of these spells from Talon. And like you said, they don't have like big burst damage. So if I have Sunray behind me to heal me up, and I'm just a naturally tanky hero, I can survive these fights, dish out more damage to them than they do to me. I think that's the way. I think go Ursa if I'm NAVI Junior.
Talon is going to ban the Gyro that you mentioned as well, and Terrorblade was a first phase ban, actually, this game from Talon. Their very first ban, just respecting NAVI Junior on that hero. So yeah, the carry pool is getting more and more shallow. Honestly, I could see NAVI Junior, I don't know if they play this, but I could see them play an offlane Wraith King, put Bristle mid, and then play a carry Tiny. I actually think their lineup would be super strong with this. They would have 3 mega tanky cores against Doom. They would have a target that you flat out don't want to Doom in the Wraith King. He has great support matchups in lane with Shadow Shaman or Phoenix playing together with his boys. So I think that would be cool. I don't know if we're going to see it too much. That hero has kind of been absent this tournament, except I think we cast a game with it on carry, played by Tomato. I don't think carry Wraith King is very good. I think offlane Wraith King is where it's at this patch. And we saw some success from that in Raleigh as well. But for a big portion of this tournament, I think it's kind of just been ignored in most of the drafts. When all these bans come out, it could be time to shine, perhaps. See if NAVI Junior
How would you feel about Medusa in this game for NAVI Junior? Because I think a Scotty buy would be really good.
That's also banned.
Is it? Oh, it is. Yeah. My bad.
There are so many carry bans. I understand that you keep bringing up carries because you're just okay. I mean, they can't all be gone, right? Yep, they can. Both teams have banned like 3 carries each. Actually, on the side of Talon, you could argue they've banned 4, 5. Oh, they ban Ursa. Yes, baby.
Hey.
There it is.
It's almost like you do this for a living, gang.
All right,
it's almost like this is your full-time job.
I hope it's offlane, though. That's the thing. I'm not convinced this is going offlane. I think they might just play it carry. I mean, it's an obvious thought to come to against Doom to run Wraith King, but I don't think carry Wraith King is the best choice here. I think the offlane one will be really nice. But let's see. Especially based on what Talon pick. If Talon put their Kunkka mid, Kunkka carry can, in theory, be very good against Wraith King. But now that you have to make your choice at this point of showing your hand, if you don't pick a hero that can also flex to mid from the carry position, Wraith King can know that he's not laning against Kunkka in the offlane. So, let's see. Talon have plenty of time. They have a minute and a half to think here. What we like to see, I mean, what's even left that Natsumi has been playing? The Prophet is in.
Wait, what? Really?
Nature's Prophet was ignored.
Okay.
This could be the game that brings his contest rate under 100%. I mean, I don't know. He might have been ignored in other series, but it's the first game we cast that the hero isn't picked or banned. Yeah. So that is very surprising.
if not for Nature's Prophet, what other heroes could fit here? I could see, if they want to just play like this super tanky style, they could go for Razor, try to elongate the team fights as long as possible in their direction.
Razor's all right.
If not for Razor, what else can go like, because the thing you were mentioning I like a lot, right, of like a hero that can flex between multiple roles. I think that's what you need. If this was Falcons, they could probably go for like some Tide Hunter or something, but I don't think that's what we're going to see here.
Yeah, Tide could actually be
DK, how's DK? How do you think about DK?
How about Necrophos?
DK is banned, by the way. Necrophos, I would love Necro. That used to be, when I used to play offlane, many years ago, I was one of my favorite heroes to play in that role. It was so much fun.
I love this hero to death. He's just very rarely viable in Pro Dota in modern times, unfortunately. I hope he makes a comeback, but honestly, if Nullifier got removed, he would be picked a lot more. That item just eats you so hard, and other purges as well are kind of problematic. Yeah, okay, there you go. That was the one guy we missed. Beefy Course, Lifestealer, a classic carry pick against this, so can't say I'm too surprised. It is, unfortunately, a carry Wraith King, and this... I don't know, maybe I'm just way too hype on the offlane Wraith King train. I still don't think it's bad on carry by any means this game. I think the matchups are good, but it was just a personal preference of mine to see them move pieces around here. Perhaps, though, the carry Tiny would have been too weak against Lifestealer as the carry to carry matchup. So when all things are said and done, this might be a better solution. But you could even put Bristle carry if you wanted to do it. But I don't know. I kind of like this. I think this is a pretty even draft. I don't know if you have any clear favorites, but I'm on board with both teams here.
This does feel like a very execution-heavy game, right? Because I'm thinking from Talon's side, it matters a lot if they get the correct Doom X Torrent combination, and then Natsumi can, either chomp down the initial hero or be able to address the egg. For NAVI Junior, if they find that first jump, going in with the crash landing Tiny, relocate the hero, fights look very difficult for Talon to recover from that position. Yeah, I think this is even draft-wise. This is an execution game. Although, I am worried about one thing, right? How does NAVI Junior address this Lifestealer if he has a good game? Like, if this Lifestealer has a genuinely very, very good game and you can no longer kill him during one salvo of spells, what's the solution after that? Like, after 40 minutes when this Lifestealer is just going ham on the map?
That's true. I think that is the strongest hero in this game in terms of overall potential, is if he has a great start and an overall great early mid game, then this is, I'm not going to say it's a 1v5 game because it isn't, but it's definitely one of the better Lifestealer games that I've seen in recent times. So I'm with you. I think that's going to be a challenge for NAVI Junior to overcome. That said, they have a lot of damage going down the line. So even if Lifestealer is farmed, I farmed mid Tiny plus a Bristle. The Bristle went Snot Rocket though instead of the Seeing Red, so there's less damage there. Yeah, do they actually have enough then?
Because they'll have Coco Rum, Scorched Earth, they'll be able to remove most of the skeletons. Through the Rage, Tiny, most of his damage is not going to apply because he's playing mid, right? Not going to be building the super early Revenant's Brooch or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like Natsumi, past a certain point, just doesn't die in this game.
I definitely agree that there's a real possibility of that, but it's going to take a while to get there. That's always the Lifestealer conundrum, is that, oh my god, this is such a good Lifestealer game, and then you'd kind of do nothing for 15 to 20 minutes, and then you have to still be in a game state where the hero is useful. That's why we don't see it picked all that often, but I really do like the pick here. I think it might have been the single best hero that was left for Talon, so good on them for finding it.
Well, the horn will now sound. Nobody found anything with their early rotations. The usual wards have been planted out. Well, they didn't get a mid ward from the side of Talon, but doesn't really matter. They got this intriguing river ward instead of on the high ground. So we'll scout out these runes, and now we are underway. So, they do have a mid ward. I didn't see it, my bad. So talk to me about these lanes. Where are we seeing the kills happening first?
Well, what's really the most volatile lane? Probably top, right? I know it's Lifestealer, and you could consider that hero very stable in lane, but between Shadow Shaman and Bristleback, this is a potential kill central lane even, especially against the Cuckoo Ringmaster. He needs to be careful with playing too aggressively. Ringmaster loves to get up close and personal and play hyper aggressive against the other support, but once Zayats hits level 2, with Shackles and Eldershock and some Goo and Quill Spray, You're gonna find yourself on the receiving end, and your box does not save you from Bristle. That's worth keeping in mind. The quills are physical damage, so when you're inside the box, they still do full damage. The mitigation does not come into play against this particular hero. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think we'll have too many kills in the early game. Unfortunately for you, I know you love your late kills very much. But
no, I've grown to accept that when you're on the mic with me, we're just gonna have some peace. You know, armistice treaties have been passed.
I don't think it's been that slow.
Yesterday was pretty slow, bro. We only had like the one super action-packed game, but remember we had 3 games yesterday that the first blood only happened at like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, is that bad? I don't know. I think it's okay. We've had worse patches for that.
What's the slowest patch that you think we've had, actually?
Probably the rubber band patch, right? The one where you got insane amounts of combat gold. Then people just started playing ultra late game heroes. Yep. I think that's the worst. In terms of like overall fairness, that's probably the worst balance the game has had in my memory of Dota 2. But you know, it's also hard to remember 10 years ago, right? It's been a long time at this point. Alright, nice sidestep from Niku. Just gonna get the water rune for free. And yeah, the lanes are just a wash, right? I don't think anyone is pulling ahead by a significant margin. I don't think that was to be expected either. So both teams will just stabilize and be off to a solid start on every hero.
PMA just gonna have this way, farm it out. They block with the creep camp here. Down bottom, some pressure going on to Got the Juice. WS wants to chase him. Does he have enough damage? A little bit more is needed, but unfortunately, Ridis is there with the Icarus dive. Now it's WS that's in danger instead. Not enough. Ridis at the moment is only level 2. Does eat up Dual Breath, and now Got the Juice going back, but the wand from Yokamp will save him for now with the Fairy Fire. They do end up finding Got the Juice. First blood going the way of Talon Esports. The debate play from WS and Yokamp works out in the end.
Yeah, both teams were kind of floating around on 10% there. That was a very close exchange, but Talon do take advantage of the fact that Phoenix is not the best hero level 2. Level 3 is when this hero gets a ton stronger in the lane. You double the damage of Fire Spirits. It's one of the most powerful level ups of any support, I would say, is hitting that exact benchmark on Phoenix. He has it now, so this should change the dynamic quite a bit. But yeah, good recognition from Talon there that they were able to push through on that second initiation from Jokum on the Jakiro.
Other side of the map, we did see Natsumi experiencing some pressure here. Now the pressure's going to be applied to Cuckoo, but Zayax will not have enough mana to be able to throw out the shackles, unfortunately. And they're going to go forward. He does have it now, but can he make this happen? They do eventually find the kill onto Cuckoo, and maybe they double up and find Natsumi. There are the shackles after he gets the mana, eating the Lotus. And it's going to be good enough to secure a double kill for PMA on this Bristleback. You were right about the potential of having the Zayax Shadow Shaman in tandem with this BB.
It's a really good time to kill them as well. There was a full wave in the tower, so Cuckoo will take some of the experience here from said tower, but yeah, the Lifestealer is going to lose a lot of farm from this exchange, and you can see now he's going to be 350 behind the Bristle. And I guess, you know, NAVI Junior did expend all of their resources here, but Bristleback is one of the heroes in the offlane that I think you actually don't mind buying mangoes on too much, because the payoff that you get from mangoes is second to none for offlane heroes. So if you need to get a little bit extra refill, you can burn the gold on that because you know it's going to pay off in terms of pressure.
Speaking of pressure, some of it was being applied towards WS down bottom, but shout out to Yokamp having the level 2 Dual Breath. What a spell Dual Breath has become. So good. So stops him from aggression. He's a bit far forward, but he should be fine.
I think, you know, some people, especially, it's been a couple of events now where Jakiro has been rated really highly, and I guess some people are a little bit sick of seeing it at this point, but I'm happy to see Jakiro finally be viable, right? It seemed like years that this hero was barely picked, and we're actually at a point now where even some teams are experimenting with it offlane, such as AVULUS playing it on Zibe, so I think it's cool. And also, even if the hero is popular, the win rate isn't broken, right? It's like 50-50, so it's in a good spot. Except in this game, he's dead, but, you know, he's in a good spot as a hero. Ridis will die. Trade-off from WS.
Well, you cast this curse at the Jakiro, but He got his kill first, found the experience that they needed. Fine. The guy I started casting with way back in the day. I hope he's watching right now. Shout out to St. D. Jakiro's always been his favorite hero, so he must be ecstatic watching Dota at the moment. Mid lane, here in the river, we do see some shackles out onto Cuckoo. He came middle at the wrong time. He found a tiny, instead of finding a rune, ends up dead, giving gold towards Niku. That's definitely going to feel good, especially because he was behind in the CS department in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's slightly behind against the Kunkka. I think that's pretty standard, though. Kunkka loses to very few heroes in general, but especially the melees in mid, there's like... I'm trying to think of who he would even lose to except something like maybe Monkey King. I don't know what it would even be. So, against Tiny, if you draw, I think Niku should be pretty happy overall. This is not that bad.
He's chilling.
Top tower fell. 645.
Wait, what?
Okay.
They don't even have the level 6 available on Xayah. He's level 3. How did that happen? Did they just muscle them out of the lane this hard? Damn.
I mean, they had the siege creep, right, from the 5-minute wave, but I did not expect them to be able to follow through this hard on the push. That's kind of crazy, actually. And Natsumi is now resorting to farming the jungle for the time being. So, you know, this is a pretty big start top for NAVI Junior. This is better than I was expecting. They find the 2 kills for the Bristle and then get a 6-minute 45 tower. Might be one of the fastest in the entire game. WS takes some damage bottom, but they'll fend them off easily.
And a blood grenade. Actually, Ridis might die here, but they brought in Xayah to turn it around onto WS, and WS did get the kill, but will certainly fall thereafter. Yokam, can he get out of here? Perhaps, but definitely not got the juice, because Mikoto showed up to make sure that they had the necessary damage. Yokam doesn't die either. The boat with the ice pod crashes through onto Xayah. With the Tidebringer cleave, Mikoto secures a double kill. The Coco Rum kept the Jakiro alive, and NAVI Junior suffer heavy losses in this bottom lane skirmish.
Yeah, that's just a good rotation from Mikoto. That pretty much salvaged that situation. I guess Niku couldn't respond. I don't know if he had enough mana to really go for a counterplay, but the good news for him is he just picked up an amplified damage rune. So now he will definitely be kill hungry and looking for a potential angle. Killing WS here would be big. He just TP'd back to lane, but a nice defensive ward from Jokin will spot it out immediately. And this play is unlikely to be successful. He's level 6 on Jakiro, oh my god. That's fast. Minute 8. That's good news.
He has been involved in 4 kills, right? So
yeah,
got a ton of experience. Oh, that rotation unfortunately didn't pan out, but Niku's still sticking around. He hasn't actually vacated the area just yet. So he's gonna try for something. They're going on to Got the Juice. They're baiting with the Wraith King, but he gets doomed. He might die before the team even arrives. And his HP pool is gone. Will he get the ultimate? Oh, will he get it? Yes, go! At the very last moment, Jokam barely able to escape away from this on the east side. And of course, WS gets zoned back. They keep this Wraith King alive, but honestly, still a win for Talon. You bait out the ultimate, Niku is still down bottom, and maybe they can find a kill top lane onto this Bristleback, and indeed they should be able to. Blood Grenade slowing him down, Natsumi finding the right clicks, and thank you for being so overfarmed, Bristleback. I'm gonna take that gold right back. In the meantime, though, Niku reveals yet again down bottom, he has not left the area. WS will finally take a tumble. So across both lanes, off-laners do go down.
I love moments like that one on Wraith King. I love when people clutch out a level up. I think that's some of the cooler moments that you see in Pro Dota, and Wraith King is one of the special heroes that can actually do it after dying. He just barely, he got one final CS right before he died. He instantly leveled Reincarnation. He had to spam click it basically to make that in time, and just narrowly got it off and got the ult. As you mentioned, they don't manage to kill Jakiro off of it though, but that's still the highlight for the game for me was, you know, Wraith King dies and he just starts CSing. It just looks so funny, but it was easily the best play there.
Sadly, he does not have Reincarnation now, so this could lead to his death. Mikoto making his way bottom. What a nice path from Yokam. Sets them up for the X onto Niku. The boat will crash into a Macropie. He does dodge it for a little bit, but now with the Wheel of Wonder from Cuckoo, there's no way out of this one, my friend. They do find the kill onto the Tiny. WS chasing for more, but everybody else from Navi has backed off. So Talon once more, get a kill, defend their tower. Do not allow further advantage for Navi.
It's a pretty big rotation to bring 4 heroes for that, but feels overall worth it, I guess. They will concede a 10-minute rune, so 2 runes back-to-back for NAVI Junior, but this one's just a regen onto Shaman, which is rather inconsequential here. He didn't really get to use it for much. So, yeah, it's still a very stable game. currently. The big winner in all of this is, of course, Mikoto. He's really starting to create some distance on the mid Kunkka. He's going to have Blade Mail in just a moment. He's 1,000 hit of the other cores. That's basically the gold lead of the game is him. The rest of the lineups are pretty even.
Very, very farmed right now. You see some contestation bottom. They want to try and make sure that the Sea Dragon doesn't put too much pressure on the tower. Yokam, of course, will pepper it with the liquid fire as much as he can. But we'll see if they get caught out here, because Niku wants to come bottom and maybe punish. Unfortunately, there is an observer ward that scouted this rotation, so there's no way they get caught out. I must say, their defensive wards down bottom to protect WS from these Niku rotations have been really, really good, exploiting the fact that he can't really go top, right? Lifestealer's in the jungle, so it's kind of a wasted rotation to move there.
It's, for all intents and purposes, it's just very stable right now, right? Doesn't feel like either team is generating too much of an advantage. The only player, once again, who's really trying and continuing to do so right now is Mikoto, trying to steal some Radiant stacks here, feeling very confident with his True Bracer Blade Mail to walk in and steal some of the stacks over here, and was successful in getting a couple. For the side of NAVI Junior, you're probably chilling a little bit and trying to wait for Niku to get his blink. That will be the game changer. 12-minute rune. They cannot contest Mikoto. They just have to hope it's bottom, but it will be. All right. A little bit of good fortune for Niku, but he's actually hesitating to grab it because of the Jakiro, so doesn't get it regardless. But the good news is that's an illusion on Kunkka. That's the worst one. So
Literally does nothing. They might still go into the jungle, though. Mikoto and Yokam are maybe looking for a backstab opportunity. Radiant Scan will trigger onto them, so certainly not going to connect onto anybody. You know, I will say that the way that this game has slowed down, I think both teams are probably okay with it, but Natsumi is probably ecstatic because he was getting dumpstered. But this time that he's not been able to spend in the lane, just quietly gathering a couple of waves here and there, getting back in the jungle, his team drawing attention to both bot and middle. Taking attention away from Natsumi does allow him to recover what was lost in the laning phase, which definitely Talon will be quite happy about.
Yeah, that's overall, he is probably the happiest player in the game right now, especially if he gets this pick. It'd be a pretty big kill. I think they should try to give it to him.
Don't do it.
Nope, never mind.
Come on, Mikoto.
Mid
players, what can you do?
More wants more. You know how it works. Just like in real life.
Well, Dota's an allegory for capitalism, I wear, bro.
Well, it's pretty much is, yeah. When you think about it. Oh, they find the tiny as well. Niku. Oh, they're not committing here. I thought they were going to just drop everything on him to force rotation, but just poking and prodding, nothing more on the side of Talon.
They are going to draw rotation towards middle.
Mikoto. Is Zayat's going to find an angle? No, not quite.
Everything's fine. Both towers now are about similar levels of HP. Of course, there is level 6 available from the Shadow Shaman, so if he ever deploys the wards, they should be able to bring it down. But overall, people still just farming and chilling. With the bottom tower being down, WS has already picked up his drums, has his phase boots, double bracer. What do you think you want to see from him? Midas into what for the Doom?
I don't even know if he should go Midas. I actually think rushing Shiva here is very good. When you have drum phase in a game like this, Shiva BKB I think would be nice in that order. But I was considering Sanjay Yasha as another build path, and that's actually what he just queued up. I didn't want to say it though because I don't really like it. But you know, it maybe, you know, WS as a player strikes me a little bit more as a carry type in the way that he itemizes on the heroes that he plays. So I guess this fits the bill for him to go for that Sanjay Yasha. This reminds me a little bit of Amar in that regard. Also the only player to play offlane Marcy, which is kind of a carry type offlaner. So I could see why he loves his Sanjay Yasha here on the Doom. It's all right, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's a bad purchase. It's just a different approach entirely, where I would have liked to see the Shiva to amp up the Kunkka, to amp up the Jakiro and the Ringmaster, and then Lifestealer will bring the hits later. Actually going for Deso on the Lifestealer, since Kunkka will be getting Radiance.
He did smoke up to try and punish him as they saw him bottom. They wanted to reveal this Blink Dagger from the Tiny. Niku's trying to close him down, but they don't have a clear idea of where he's at. And there is still a tier 1 tower to play onto. Natsumi, will he sense this gank coming is the question.
Oh,
he will not.
slow.
He gets hexed. He will get caught out. Will he die? Yes, he will. No response available from Talon Esports. Well, unfortunate, and it does seem like they were actually clearly setting up for that. We'll see if they still intend to try and counter this. PMA has now also made his way down bottom, throws out some snot onto Yocam. Makoto just getting himself away. The escape back will try to keep the Jakiro alive for now. He gets Hex caught inside the ward trap. This should kill him, especially with the Supernova diving forward. Niku blinked up. He doesn't have Avalanche though, and he gets doomed underneath the tier 1 tower, but there's just no follow-up. Makoto throws in the torrent, but it's just to try and cover the retreat. PMA says no, however. He jumps beyond the tier 1 tower, trying to chase down WS. He knows that the defensive spells are down, and he will find the kill. Beautifully done by this Bristleback. In the meantime, the rest of his team was able to leverage the master rewards and the right clicks of Wraith King to grab the tier 1 tower. So 2 for nothing, a tier 1, and a very good reveal on this Blink Dagger for Niku.
I think this fight is a great illustration of what we were talking about earlier with damage, right? Talon they don't have burst at any time. So Bristleback's kind of free to walk in. Wraith King feels very safe. You end up dooming the Tiny out of desperation to try to disengage, but there's just snot everywhere. Everyone's slowed down to a crawl. PMA rushed the pipe, so you have even less damage. I actually think Talon can't teamfight right now, which is a kind of a bad look when you're running a mid Kunkka, but realistically speaking, who are you killing when Bristle is frontlining with a pipe? Even if you doom him, he's still gonna pipe and you're gonna stabilize the fight. And now after this death, Natsumi having second thoughts about the death, so they're double
Radiance. Yeah, I was literally about to ask you about that. Like, how do I don't feel good about this personally.
This seems like an afterthought. Like, they were both wanting to go Radiance, and then Natsumi was like, oh, you're getting Radiance, bro? Alright, I'll get Deso. And then he dies the one. He's like, okay, I actually need Radiance for myself to play in this game. And now Mikoto is caught in an awkward spot where he already bought the Talisman of Evasion, so he can't pivot anymore. I think if he hadn't bought the Talisman but was saving for the Relic first, he might just, you know, divert into some other build like Ags or other utility like Shiva maybe. But at this point, not the case. And I think NAVI Junior are kind of just going to be running with this next 5 to 10 minutes. You feel almost invincible. I would love to see them just take, you know, go for Roach too. Why not? Like, what's going to stop you at this point?
They caught your memo, gang. They've already pinged out the Roshan. Yeah. Heading towards the pit right now. Zayax has access to the ultimate. PMA is heading over and got the juice, just finished the Deso. This is perfect timing to head into the Roshan pit.
He was eyeing up Radiance himself earlier as well, and then he switched. So both teams changing their approaches respectively. One dropping the Deso for Radiance and the other vice versa.
Nah, he changed back, not to me. He changed back. They do get the Roshan, but can they take the subsequent fight? Wheel of Wonder in tandem with the boat will connect, and Niku's gonna take quite a bit of damage, but will he die? Makoto in through the fight. Blade Mail active. Escape back will keep him alive as Natsumi shows up, trying to put the right-click damage out onto these heroes, but they're just not dying. Big Fire Spirits going forward. There's gonna be an Infest Bomb, but it's just not enough. The Avalanche from Niku on the back edge of the fight makes sure that nobody can move. It's a triple kill for PMA with the quills flying everywhere. The shackles out onto Cuckoo. No escape allowed for the Ringmaster. Even with the Tame the Beast, you can try as much as you want, my friend. Niku has a blink. They have the damage, and they found 4 kills. Don't even drop the Aegis. And now a tier 2 tower beckons towards NAVI Junior.
This is where I think some of the higher echelon teams in this tournament would give that Roche up. I think this is just a pretty costly mistake for Talon. It wasn't even poorly executed necessarily the way they approached that fight. I just think the numbers are against you too much. It's just a mathematical loss to try to take this fight, and it's NAVI Junior are going to capitalize massively. Instead of getting the Roche, they get Roche and another 3,500 gold plus waves pushed out. So let's call it a 4K win plus Aegis that Talon gave them. That was not a necessary fight. And as you mentioned, the Lifestealer turned back for the Deso, so what did he really show up to the fight with? He had an armlet. They're just laughing and shrugging him off. Like, nobody cares that Lifestealer's attacking them, you know? It just doesn't matter yet. He's not a threat. Kunkka has half a Radiance. So really, you had another like 3,000 to 4,000 dead gold on Talon too heading into that. So you were really far behind.
For me, the crazy part as we're looking at that replay is the fact that Ridus had his Supernova on the high ground. So it was actually a whiffed Supernova. He does have shots, so the Sunray was decent, but they didn't get that big stun. He only came through with the second round of Fire Spirits after the Supernova went. So that was one of the better case scenarios for Talon, and they still got absolutely nothing out of it. But at least they have the Deso now on Natsumi, and they almost have the Rads on Kunkka. So the next fight, okay, he has it now. It's flying in, Radiant stun, Deso done. I'm not saying they're going to win the next fight, but it definitely can't get worse than the last one.
This is a big help, of course, but yeah, once again, if you hadn't taken the Roche fight, this would be a 2 to 3k lead instead of the 7, and you would have the same items, and then you could take the moment of opportunity. So now, it's definitely going to be tough still. And Mikoto with a 20-30 Radiance with the start he had is quite a disappointing result, I would say, because he was snowballing super hard and just lost some of the progression from that team fight they just took, as well as the one prior. So we'll see. This looks like a very good hero. Toss back into Sunray.
He's gone. Mikoto shows up though with the X mark onto
This is a
Neve.
hasted time. They have to Doom him. They will.
Right. Doom is out. They're gonna get in the Ghost Ship as well. Wheel of Wonder gonna be committed, and they do find the kill. However, Got the Juice also shows up on the back edge, looking towards killing the Doom. Unfortunately, with the escape act, realizes he does have to back off. PMA, now that he knows escape act is down, they want to chase down Cuckoo. Nice tame the beast for the back fear. But the shackles onto WS, holding him in position. There will be a follow-up Wraithfire Blast. Although the Infest Bomb comes in for the bonus heal, it will be enough to keep him alive. Life taken away by PMA underneath the tier 1 tower, or tier 2 tower. So at the Aegis gone right now, Torrent will connect as well. Yokam has finally respawned. Ice Path, Macropire thrown in onto the Bristleback. Got the Juice, blinks back onto the Kunkka. With the ward trap from Xayax, they're able to bring down Mikoto. Got the Juice will end up committing at least a life though underneath the tier 2. Escape back will buy the Ringmaster time. On the other side of the fight, Lifestealer trying to chase down Xayax. Not going to be able to do so. Then Got the Juice escape. Very nice Icarus dive with the slows from Ridis, but there is still damage from Natsumi. Unfortunately, he doesn't have rage any longer. He can't keep this going. He needs to get out, but with the Hex Sunray, he cannot. He dies. Another shackles onto Cuckoo. Make sure he goes down as well. What an elongated fight, and after all is said and done, Talon Esports lose, what, 5 heroes in total? They do manage to take down 3, plus the Aegis, but in the end, not worth it, because you're also going to lose a tier 2 tower, most likely off the back of this.
Maybe the tower will stay, but yeah, I mean, regardless, it's a great win there for NAVI Junior, especially considering how that fight started. You traded away your Tiny for Jakiro, which is a pretty bad trade. You got doomed and still ended up dying with all the disengagement tools used. They used Sunray, they used Phoenix Supernova to try to save Tiny. It was not successful, and Bristle died under the tower seemingly for nothing. But then as the fight kept developing, NAVI Junior had enough in the tank with the Aegis. And in the following fight coming up next, PMA will have a Lotus Orb for himself. And that's a really big item here, getting rid of a ton of the garbage that's going to be coming his way from Jakiro in particular. I believe you can also remove the Impalement Arts, right? That is dispellable. So yeah, you can get rid of those too with the Lotus. So yeah, some nice upgrades here for the side of NAVI Junior. Wraith King also got 4 kills, I think. Not all the last hits, but I think he got 4 charges on his Deso there. So, at least a couple extra. Might have had some of them already from the Rush fight earlier. But the ramp up is in full effect.
On the bright side, Natsumi also got a couple of Deso charges out of that. You know, it's something. It's something. They still got to keep their tier 2 tower mid, still at their tier 2 bottom. Although the tier 2 bottom is going to take some abuse right now. Mass open wards being deployed by Xayats. And Talon, when do you think they'll actually be ready to take a fight on their own terms in this game?
That is a pretty big question. That's tough to answer. When you're this far behind in this game state, I think on your terms is a bit of a pipe dream right now. I think in order to get a fight on your terms, we're talking, you know, you get some sort of smoke surprise jump, and then the fight plays out in your favor.
There's a smoke surprise jump. It goes top towards the Doom. Shout out to Emperor Syndrin for the Caster's Curse. We appreciate it, gang. WS probably doesn't appreciate it as he loses his life.
What curse? I didn't say anything.
You said that they need like a surprise smoke gank, and a surprise smoke gank happened exactly as you said it, just in the wrong direction. So I'm counting that as a Caster's Curse.
That's a curse. Okay. The threshold for what's a caster curse has been lowered over the years, I see. There's a big pickup though for Talon. They get the Macropire upgrade for Jakiro Jokin with the Aghanims. Considering how long these fights are and how scrappy they are, this can be a game-changing ability. Massive pure damage, the strong, slow, and they do have ways of keeping people in the Macropire too. You've got the Wheel of Wonder to taunt them and keep them there. You've got the X-Mark to pull them back into it. You've got mega strong slows such as Open Wounds and Jakiro's Unspell. Definitely a possibly big pickup. I think Jokim, to be honest, kind of needs to come up big here. with this item purchase. When you choose this over utility items such as Force Staff and Glimmer Cape in a game like this, you want a big payoff. Because in some of the previous fights we've seen, if the Jakiro had some smaller utility items, maybe that could have saved cores, right? So now you got to pay it back with your big item.
Well, you did say it's an allegory for capitalism, so they need that ROI. You know, they've invested those stocks.
That's right.
Where is the performance? This is going to help, though. BKB for Makoto, one of the things he's struggled with is, even if he's able to go forward, he's often getting shackled, getting hexed, being not able to just stand his presence in the fight, costing a variety of spells. Now he has it. Hopefully they can avoid fighting until WS has his own.
Scanning.
Oh, you want some of this, eh? Well, look at that. Well, look at that. Take a knee, peasant. Hey! Bright and breezy.
Dota 2, have I ever solo cast? Love the
We're back.
reconnects.
Everybody, we're back. Everything's good. We reconnected, you know. I pulled out all the cables from the back of the computers because I was upset about the fact that Lifesteal is not doing well, but we're cool. Everything's going to be fine now. What do you make of their body language? Because whenever I cast with Lizard, he makes a lot of what you can see from the players' expressions on their faces. Can you glean any information from this right now?
Yeah, I would say Navi's players look confident. That's the main thing, which they have every reason to, right? A dominant position, they must be feeling like they're far ahead. They've taken every tier 2 tower. They have lost a single tower this game. We're 27 minutes in. They only lost the bot tier 1. So the map is wide open for them, and it's just a matter of finding picks. Speaking of, Zayats will blink across WS and run away. Horsey?
He is running. WS is chasing. I don't know about this chase, my friend. He's going to get himself shackled up right now. Sunray will come out onto WS. Niku also closing the gap. Avalanche will come in from the west side. And they find the Doombringer kill. That was a surprising chase. Zayax not done just yet. Blinks forward, forces the BKB out of Makoto. Will be X back into the boat, but he gets away with the Tumbler's Toy. The Macro Pyre from Takiro connects onto absolutely nobody. And although they do eventually get the Rasta kill, that is a 2-for-1. And now they also find Makoto on the back edge of the fight, trying to TP out. Can he make it? No. Wraithfire Blast says you have to stay in position and you have to die and suffer this damage, my friend. 3-for-1 exchange, and all of it stemming in from a very aggressive chase from WS.
That's just, you know, when you reconnect from a pause, sometimes you just lose focus. Like, that was just not it. He chased down the Shadow Shaman for like 10 seconds without reaching him. Of course, the enemy team with full map control is going to show up. You don't have a BKB, you're going to get stunned by the Shaman, you're going to get killed. So that was another just freebie, really, for NAVI Junior. Now their lead went from 11 to 16 with that. You would think they get both Wisdoms here too, so now Bristleback's going to hit level 20 as the first hero in the entire game. This is a very big talent. He's either going to get 25 HP regen or the quill damage, probably taking HP regen when you're running with Snot Rocket. Makes him so much harder to kill. Now, without dooming him, he has 70 HP regen per second. Kind of heart levels of regen here. So, yeah, the problems just keep mounting for Talon. Honestly, go Roche, NAVI Junior. What's stopping you? Just get in there, yep. Just going to scout it out on Zayats. They can just start bringing over the heroes and continue their onslaught, even finding an Arcane Rune here. They want to grab that on anyone. Saving it for the Tiny, we would assume. And Talon will just not do it. This is a free rune.
Roshan's going to be given to them with the Roshan's banner. They also just picked up a Yule Scepter as well onto Zayax, so even more potential to set up this fight. But Talon, they don't want to let them have it. They smoke up again. We'll see if this is more successful than the previous time that this happened. This time they drilled a BKB for WS, but they're too late. Oh, NAVI Junior are going to be the ones that smoke immediately back in the other direction. Niku blinks forward, gets the toss back onto Kubian. Nice Acropire catching in onto two heroes with the Doom being deployed onto Niku as well. And I believe this Tiny will die. He may get into the fire, will take quite a lot of damage himself, and they haven't brought down any Talon heroes just yet. Can they retreat? Wheel of Wonder covering got the Juice and PMA. It's going to be a very difficult chase spell. Yokam attempting to TP out, not going to be allowed to do so. The Yule Scepter from Zayax says no. However, killing him did require a buyback from Niku. Talon Esports, this cannot count as anything but fight win under those conditions.
Yeah, the challenge now is the high ground push should be coming, right? Now you don't have Doom and you don't have all of your BKBs. So this was a good fight outcome in a vacuum, but the follow-up is where the real trouble's at. You didn't get rid of the Aegis on Bristle either. So he's going to be super confident just running up the high ground here together with Wraith King. Just pop the skeletons if you want on the Bone Guard after Glyph. They even have the banner. We forgot to mention that too. I think this is a lane just lost. Oh no, especially with this.
Finds the toss back onto the escape back. Can't escape from that, my friend. Like you said, PMA can do damage through the escape back anyway with the cool sprays. He gets the credit for the kill. Secure lane of Rax, and Doom doesn't have buyback. They're gonna try and poke and see if they can force it out. What? If they realize he's not doing it, yeah, they're just gonna get 2 lanes of Rax.
Another find with toss.
Oh no, God! Just TP, hoping to help mount the defense. Fortunately, that will cost them his life. Dead. Does have buyback though. They did manage to at least take away the first life from Got the Juice, so perhaps that'll a little resonate beyond the 2 lanes of Rax. But nonetheless, these 2 lanes are going down regardless to Talon Esports.
They might even stay for the third. Niku, or excuse me, Got the Juice does have BKB, so if he does get jumped, you can try to save him with a toss back, you can save him with a force staff. You just need to outlast the singular stun of Ice Path and win BKB. They can fight. So yeah, they'll try to go for more here. Remember, there is Aegis on the bristle. Supernova.
Indeed, an Aegis. Supernova goes out. Lifestealer will destroy it with the rage. And now Got the Juice with his BKB active. Finds himself bashed up, trying to TP out. He makes it. Niku, does he make it? Both of them are gone. May as an Aegis just able to walk himself out. Ah, man, you lose Phoenix, but you force the buyback out of the end laner. Hell, hashtag worth. And you still managed to claim the 2 sets. And that behind mass open wards. The tier 3 tower was almost dead regardless.
This is actually quite impressive discipline from a team like NAVI Junior with the young players, right? It's clearly premeditated. It seems like without knowing their comms, they said, let's force him to fight. If Kunkka buys back, we're leaving. And they got exactly what they came for. They went in so hard on that play that if Kunkka doesn't have buyback, Talon lose the game. If he does have it, he has to use it. Okay, he used buyback, insta BKB TP out on 2 cores. And you just sacrifice the 1 support. And it's a very good result. I'll say out of all the teams that we have cast so far, you and I, in this tournament, I would, for the teams that are 0-2 right now, this is the most individually impressive performance from a team in a game. So this is a very good look for NAVI Junior heading forward in this series. I'm obviously at this point anticipating they will win this game, but potentially the series. And if they can level up, like the level of play in this series so far is definitely high enough that you could get to that 2-2 bracket and make it really interesting on the last day. So let's see if they can keep up the momentum here. But I'm definitely impressed with their overall itemization and their performances in this game. Everybody's carrying their weight. There goes the siege.
Welcome,
PMA.
Brother Cinderin, to the NAVI Junior hype train, my friend. It's a good ride. Pretty good place to be.
I've cast them before. I've sung their praises before. I do think there's a lot of potential.
Coming for the Megas. PMA still has 1 minute left for the 8 forward by Got the Juice. He gets the Raid Fire Blast onto Cuckoo, but can't stick on top of him. Instead, look at the shackles from Xayah. They're looking to try bring down the Doombringer. He gets saved by the Infest and the Escape Pack. And that buys them enough time to actually kill off Raid King. That's only life number 1. He gets doomed up for life 2, sitting inside of a Macropire. Look at the damage that Got the Juice is taking. He's gonna go down, but Niku, with the Avalanche Toss, makes sure that the Lifestealer goes with him. Carry for carry exchange right now, but they did get the Megas for NAVI Junior. Talon Esports, buyback on Cuckoo. He throws in the Rod of Atos onto PMA. Torrent from Mikoto, but where is the damage? They don't have the Lifestealer. How do they control this Bristleback? He's inside the Ice Path. Dual Breath will be there, but Niku, Avalanche Toss, they're going in onto WS. Another escape back from Cuckoo. But forced off back though, not enough. Yet another kill, does that buyback, and the Sunray on the 2, burning Yokam to a crisp, and the Kunkka as well. No Pirate, no Dragon, and no options. GG, well played. It's called NAVI Junior will claim game number 1 in one of the cleanest victories that you'll see here at this tournament.
Yeah, that was just a very well played game. You know, there were, if you think back, obviously we had a little bit of a tech pause here, but if you think back through this game, NAVI Junior basically won every team fight with the exception of 1, and they were the ones dictating the pace. They were putting the pressure, they were taking the towers. They were baiting Talon to come fight them at Roche, which was really the pivotal moment of the game, was when they got the 4 kills plus Roche for a 7 to 8k gold lead in that mid game. And they just didn't let up. This team is very aggressive when they have an advantage. They know how to capitalize and play the map from a strong position. And you know, against a team like Talon who are not having the best tournament, you can't afford to get in that spot. you're not playing at a level right now, just to be completely blunt about it, they're not playing at a level where they can afford to lose the mid game this hard. So in game number 2, that's definitely something that has to be addressed. And you can see from the cams and in the camp that probably, you know, it's time to dig deep here for the side of Talon.
They definitely need some encouragement. No, unfortunately, this is the kind of game that puts you in a very rough mental position, because you know that the next game, any kind of mistakes are not just going to be punished by a game loss, but like the tournament is just over immediately. But honestly, this game, I think it came down more to the thing that you said about NAVI Junior, right? How disciplined they were, forcing that push, getting out as soon as the Kunkka brought back. Discipline is not something that I saw from Talon here. One thing that we kept consistently seeing is not just the initiation in the fights, but the targeting. They weren't going on to, we kill this target, move on to the next one. There seemed to be a bit of a disconnect in like their communication, who should be where at any given time, who initiates first. You go back to that Roshan fight, the one that they lost super hard that changed the game. Most of that fight didn't have the lifestealer. He only arrived at the last like 10 seconds after most of the team is pretty much dead already. His contribution was keeping WS alive a little bit longer with the infest, but if he was there, all of them at once, I don't think they win that fight, but it probably goes a little bit differently. And maybe in game 2, that's what they need more than anything. Just more team cohesion and better discipline in how they approach their engagements, because I did not see it here in this game.
And on top of that, if you want to go all the way back in this game, they lost the top lane mega hard, right? I don't think you can afford this. You have the overall last pick of the draft. You see it's a good lifestealer game, you go for it, and then you lose your tower minute 6:45. That's just, it's not on. Like at this level, you cannot lose that tower minute 7 against this lane. It's not even a pushing lane, right? It was a Bristle Shaman taking your tower with Shaman level 3. So something in that Talon safe lane went horribly wrong this game. I can't necessarily pinpoint what it was, but I can tell you the result is not the expected outcome. It's one thing to die once or twice on a hero. You can never lose a tower at 7 minutes in this game. And it has really big ramifications, because when you open up the map like this, Bristleback got to play super aggressive. He got to get mega farmed. Lifestealer was forced into the jungle. Lifestealer playing comeback. There was a reason he was late to the Roche fight. He had nothing. And also, they were both buying Radiance. They kind of like blocked each other. He has to end up going Deso, so he's kind of going plan B. It just wasn't that great, okay? It just wasn't that great for Talon, I'm afraid. And now you have your backs against the wall. We've seen a good game from Talon earlier in this tournament. They lost 1-2 in a series, and the win looked great. They're on a 4 or 5 game losing streak now. Nothing seems to really stick. You've one last chance to find the solution before it's over.
One last chance, one last opportunity, or in Fast and Furious terms, one last ride. Let's figure out if they have what it takes to make that happen, or if it's going to be the side of NAVI Junior living up to the promise that we've been gassing them up with. We find out after a very small break. So go grab some water and join us for Game 2 of NAVI Junior versus Talon Esports.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
puneți, stăpâniți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețes. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more PGL Wallachia Season 4 action. We have an elimination game between NAVI Junior and the side here of Talon Esports, a representative from Southeast Asia who are not looking so hot right now. Game 1 was kind of a calamity. So, Emperor Cinderin, put yourself in the coaching position. Give me the rousing speech necessary for Talon to win this game.
Don't make me do this. You cannot make me do this. It's honestly, when you're in positions like this, when things just don't work, what I find a lot of the time can turn the ship around is drafting a lineup where people just really play around each other naturally. The heroes like want to group up, want to find kills, want to make moves. So maybe picking a carry like Lifestealer just isn't it. Like, pick a carry that's involved. Pick someone active so that Natsume joins. Nature's Prophet was available that last game. Where is it? Like, don't lose faith. The hero is clearly extremely strong, and one of your best games of the tournament, even though you lost that game, you had Nature's Prophet, and he was making moves. So pick your heroes so that your players will all be activated in the game, and take the fight to NAVI Junior and fight them on their level, right? It's pretty clear that NAVI Junior's playstyle so far has been very centered around, strong lanes into a lot of stuns and team fighting. This shouldn't be a bad type of style for Talon to play, right?
Oh, they're gonna try and improve their chances. I mean, that's what they've been playing a lot when things go well, right? They'll play like the early game might not go so well, but then they'll have heavy team fight in the mid game, and then they can scale later, and then they'll win there. But in the last game, I think it's what you mentioned earlier on in the post game of game 1, that the Lifestealer lane just went so badly that he was basically like offset 6, 7, 8 minutes in the game. Just never going to be able to participate meaningfully in the game at all. So maybe if they had like some gyrocopter, but I think they banned gyrocopter if I remember correctly, right?
They did, yeah. There were so many carries banned in that game. So I understand why they ended up picking the Lifestealer in that position, but honestly, in hindsight, which is always 2020, I think Nature's Prophet would have been a 10 times better pick. Just because it would have solved their problems in the game of being unable to fight and unable to put pressure on the game. So that we'll see if they have the same read on the situation or not. For the time being, they will grab the Bristle, which was definitely a thorn in their side in the last game. Now that they have that for themselves, then perhaps this will... now Navi have to show that they know how to beat this hero, right? So it's good to put them on the spot and be like, okay, you guys can win with this, can you win against it?
So, Bristleback, currently, here's a fact for you. Of all the heroes that have been played in this tournament with more than 10 games, Bristleback currently commands the highest win rates. Can you tell me what you believe that win rate to be?
More than 10 games, highest win rate.
Yes.
80%.
80%.
How much?
80% exactly, yeah. It's exactly 80%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
This particular stat doesn't take into account the game that just ended, but yeah, 20 games, 80% win rate. Bristleback, alongside with Ringmaster, these are the winningest heroes with 10 plus games in the entire tournament. So if you're Talon Esports, you're picking this, you're saying, all right, boys, we can play these heroes. It's not that difficult to do. We have some salvation now. The enemy team still has a bajillion stuns. They still have some repositioning, but ideally, Bristleback survives long enough throughout this. Ringmaster can save some heroes. I mean, Cuckoo didn't do too badly in the last game on his Ringmaster. There was some couple of really decent Wheels of Wonders. The only problem was that not enough damage from the rest of the team and not enough lockdown. But now, they have damage for sure. Bristleback Gyrocopter. This is exactly what you wanted, my friend. You are going to get it. Talon Esports are going to play up to what NAVI Junior is doing. They're not going to try and angle for later portions of the game here.
Yeah, I think this is a good adjustment. Gyro into Phoenix is fine. You can flat cannon off of the egg in fights. You're going to be a natural BKB buyer. You're going to play the game faster. You're probably playing with Snot Rocket as well, so minus armor on all enemy heroes is extremely powerful with flak. I like this way better. I think it's easy to say now, because honestly, last game I didn't really mind the drafts. If you remember, I thought both teams had functional drafts and I could see the path to victory. I just don't feel like Talon played in the fashion of that last game that they would want to do with a lifestealer. So if they have this read on, we want to play active, this is how we want to do it, pick heroes like this. I'm not even mad at the Pugna. This hero is not really picked very much right now, but you know, it's in your face. It's we want to fight you. We're placing another ward. We're fighting for objectives. We're taking towers. Let's see what NAVI Juniors have got in their back pocket to try to solve this issue.
So this is going to be the second Pugna, of course. The last one was played, ironically enough, in a game that they played against Team Falcons, Talon themselves. So they're stealing some strats from Falcons. They did end up losing that game. However, in this game, they probably were like, well, we lost out a lot to the healing potential from that Sunray of the Phoenix. Now we have our own heal to pump into the Bristleback, into the Gyro, if necessary. So we have two different save heroes available. Does leave us a little bit bereft on their team fight on the support duo. But, you know, maybe probably they're thinking to themselves, being able to elongate things might be better. But I do need another stun. I'm very light on the stun. I'm very light on the initiation from Talon. And their control overall to keep these heroes in the Wheel of Wonder, in the Gyrocopter Ultimate, does seem quite lackluster. So if I'm NAVI Junior, dude, these are the easiest Puck Storm bans in my life ever. Knowing that Makoto wants to play an active hero from mid, I'm banning those two heroes 100%.
You're at least banning Puck. I think Storm is debatable depending on which way you want to go, but I think Puck has to be the most obvious ban here. However, you have Tiny, which is one of the best matchups against Puck in the lane and in the game. So maybe you're not even worried about that either as NAVI Junior. But to be honest with you, I think Talon will indeed pick Puck even into Tiny Shaman, because they kind of need what that hero brings to the table. Alternatively, they could get Kunkka again, but at this point, the Kunkka game looks rough, man. Sunray, Timbersaw, I think his game is equally difficult to that of a potential Puck. They'll ban Sniper first, which, I mean, you don't have to pick a lot of stuns in Dota. It's not a requirement, but you already mentioned they have very few of them on the side of Talon, and if you're playing against a hero like Timber, you probably want some sort of lockdown, right? Not letting him run free in fights.
Maybe what you do is that you said Puck, you ban Puck, and then we ban Puck, pick Storm, let them have the Ember Spirit, because that'll be the only one that's left, right? That can sort of fulfill the same role that they need in the game. Is there any other hero that sort of fills that niche for them outside of those three that's still available?
Nothing obvious anyway. I think Ember and Puck indeed are the two most straightforward ones here for Talon. Also knowing Mikoto's hero pool and what he plays the best on, I would say that's pretty. Yeah, that's the right read in my opinion. Speaking of reads, I don't know if this is the right read, banning Mars. I don't actually think NAVI Junior want an offlaner at all. I think this Timber is guaranteed offlane, and I think the Tiny is guaranteed mid, more or less. I understand you want to cover your bases in case they're flexing them, putting Timber mid and Tiny carry, but realistically speaking, are NAVI Junior going to do that? I think they'll last pick a carry here. But Talon seem extremely convinced that the Tiny is carry this game. I wonder why. If Okay, maybe they have a plan of mega counterpicking Tiny mid, so that now that NAVI Junior will commit to picking a carry, they will show their ace against Tiny mid. What would that be? Huskar? What else is there that makes this worthwhile?
Sniper's already gone. Huskar is the only one that feels... Maybe Viper, but it's not that bad. I don't know. I'm with you that I feel like NAVI Junior need a carry more than anything else. You have setup from the Tiny Shadow Shaman. You have some of this go in and out from the Timbersaw. You've got some heal from the Phoenix and some team fight from him. I think you just need damage right now, just raw physical damage. Some PA, some Ursa, you know, this kind of profile of hero. Of course, PA is already gone. They actually, wow, they get a mid. So it is carry Tiny. They were correct on the side of Talon Esports. They picked the puck. They know that that was the most obvious hero. I was expecting them to ban puck, pick Storm, leave Ember, but they just pick puck and say, well, go Ember, go Storm, it's up to you. What's your decision?
Okay, so yeah, you're right. Talon had the right read that it is carry Tiny, but they did not have the right read that it's mid Timber. So this is a kind of strange last phase of the draft. What NAVI Junior did makes a lot of sense to me. They're banning out two of Mikoto's best mids here in the Sniper and the Slardar if they are angling for this puck. But yeah, Talon were definitely hoping to get their puck, right? We have to assume that. And now that NAVI Junior got their hands on it, they have very strong burst, a lot of setup. This is a great game for Coil because it enables Timber very well. It enables Phoenix extremely well. Yeah, I think Talon will be hard-pressed to find the pick here. I'm trying to think about... Dragon Knight would have been good, but he's banned. What even is there to run mid here? Is it just Ember as the best choice? I don't know, man. I feel like Puck has a free game if they pick Ember.
I don't like the Ember. They go. Oh!
Okay.
Okay. This was when it started to be picked middle. This was like the counter that you pick directly into these puck lanes. And honestly, smokescreen in this game is actually obscene. Demolishes the puck. Timbersaw does not like playing against it. Riddis on the Phoenix, you definitely don't want to play into the smokescreen. And even got the juice as a carry Tiny. That additional mischance, since you'll be building purely into the right click with the Revenant's Brooch and Silver Edge, those kind of things, you really suffer from having that additional mischance at the beginning of the fight. Okay, I see you, Talon. I see you. I like this. Do you believe it's effective? Because I'm still a bit worried about their overall lack of like team fight starting and stun, but I do think it's pretty good for the lane.
This is what I was gonna say. I see where they're coming from, and I think this is a cool idea to try to solve some of the problems that they have. But considering the way last game was played out, if Talon try to play the game in the same way, I don't think Ricky is going to be the one to make that work. NAVI Junior have ridiculously much better team fight than you do. So the way you're navigating fights here is actually not by just running at each other and casting your spells. You're not going to win that. You need to play on angles. You need to get some cute assassinations with the Ricky. You need to find the right heroes at the right time. And when push comes to shove and you're fighting for objectives, I know who I think has the easier time overall in NAVI Junior. The wild card in all of that is the Bristleback. There are games where Bristle just flips the script upside down by being so stupidly tanky that he could just walk in, but is that one of those games against Phoenix Timber? I don't think so, but you know, let's see it play out. At the very least, you know, Talon have had a rough one. It's been a tough tournament. If nothing is working, go creative and play something a little bit wilder here, right? And if you get this win, perhaps you can pick up some momentum and build on that. So I like the pick conceptually, but I'm a little bit worried about how it fits into the rest of their lineup.
All right, we're going to do a little bit of trivia here. Mikoto doesn't obviously play the Ricky all that much. He is normally consigned to the heavy playmaking heroes. We saw him play Kunkka. His Storm, his Ember is excellent. How many games do you think he has on Ricky overall, and what do you believe his win rate is?
In Pro Dota for Mikoto?
Pro Dota, yeah.
He has played Ricky mid 10 times, and he's 8-2.
Almost with the count, the game count. It's 7 games that he's played on this Ricky, but his score is 3-4.
Oh. I had too much faith. That's my bad. Well, statistics aren't exactly his friend here, because if he's 3-4 all time on Ricky, including times when Talon were doing overall better on the world stage, then this one should be even tougher. But we'll see. Let's see if they can get off to a good start. He's the hero to watch. I feel like whenever Ricky is in the game, he is he hogs the camera a lot. It's a fun hero to follow. It's extremely feast or famine. I think some mid games Ricky just looks atrocious, and other games he looks like the best hero in Dota. So it's fun.
I will say Dota, or at least Ricky, has gone through a very interesting evolution throughout Dota. When we first started way back in these Dota 1 days, one of the more despised heroes in the entire meta, but as time has gone on, we're just like, it's fine. You can deal with it. It's not so bad. Turns out vision can help you win games. Invisibility is not invulnerability. I wish younger me knew that. What can you do? Speaking of...
Back when you were younger, you were invisible a lot?
Yeah, I was just off the map, bro, farming the jungle the entire time.
Okay. Oh, Talon with
I'm not
3
even
bounties.
joking. I used to play the 20-minute jungle strat with Lifestealer. It was a great time.
Yeah, okay. I do indeed wish younger you was smarter. But it's okay. We all make mistakes, especially in our youth. A friend of mine used to always want to go jungle and stay there until he had a rapier, and then come out and fight, lose it, and lose the game. I've heard those stories from my other friends that were playing with him. Fortunately, I was never in those games, so I dodged a bullet there. But yeah, you know. It's a game and it's for fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Good luck, have fun, right? 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 But like you said, it's a 3-1 trade. Well, we had some very interesting shenanigans. NAVI Junior with the triple man block on the wave down bottom. They TP out with this Phoenix. So here we are. Like you said, mid lane is where most of the focus is going to be. It's one of those games where it doesn't really matter what happens on the other lanes. Like, there probably will be some aggression at first bloods, but if Mikoto cannot contain Niku in the lane, what can you do, right? If this puck is able to roam before you, the game just feels lost.
It's definitely going to feel difficult if the puck gets a head start, but you would not anticipate that Niku wins this lane. I don't think that's very likely. The one upside that NAVI Junior do have in this regard, though, is that the Shadow Shaman ganking is actually very good at killing Ricky mid, because he has so much long-duration lockdowns. If they could find a smoke play, perhaps, you could kill the Ricky before puck even hits 6. Ricky has pretty low health in the lane, so he is susceptible to nukes. But yeah, so far so good for Mikoto here. 9-2 to the 6-0 of the puck.
Top lane, we see now Bristleback Ringmaster into the Tiny Phoenix. Not the easiest start, of course, for the Tiny. You start with 0 armor against Bristleback. Good luck, have fun. But should still be able to get his farm for the most part here, with Phoenix dragging the waves for him. Should be fine. How do things look down bottom? Cuckoo dutifully just giving farm for this gyrocopter. So it looks like our official peace armistice is continuing in all of these games that we have to get us in.
This is still the best first, how to say, this is a much bigger advantage in the first 2 minutes for either team than in game 1. I think these first few waves are just going better for Talon. The Ricky in particular is starting to pull ahead of Puck a little bit. The Gyro is also pulling ahead of Timbersaw a little bit. Not in raw CS right now, but there's also more creeps coming Natsumi's way. So he should be overtaking. And Gyro, one of the better carries in lane against Timber as well. Worth keeping in mind here when Natsumi hits level 3 and gets 2 in Rocket Barrage with the boots. He might have some chase down potential against PMA. So, you might see that exactly here. Let's see, chain away. And Zayas will pull the wave.
Yeah, doing the right thing. One of my heroes I play the most on carry is Gyro, and I love seeing Timber on the other side. PMA not even bothering putting a point in reactive just yet. Top lane, Yokan will have a tree thrown at his face. He does survive with the Fairy Fire for now. He's still alive. Magic Stick, Fairy Fire, but unfortunately Ridis does have the Icarus dive with the level 2. Secures the first blood onto Yokan. Will not escape with his life from this, but definitely worth it in the long run here to make this play happen.
Yeah, for sure. Bristle also losing 1 or 2 CS, I believe, chasing him down there, so it wasn't just an even trade. Got the juice, got to stay in lane and keep farming. So it's nice for them to get the first blood, but as you can see on the raw net worth right now, the lane's definitely currently favoring Talon quite a bit. So that's the good news. This is what we wanted to see from them potentially in this game after a couple of rough early mid games in other series. I was very impressed with them when they had the game with the Prophet, and I believe it was a mid Slardar they played in that game.
Yes.
And they built themselves a big lead. And then ended up, I believe that was that against Xtreme? I think so. Ended up losing one team fight horribly 30 minutes in and kind of losing their entire advantage, but it was off of stuff like this, just doing well in lanes and then compounding their advantage. See if they can manage to do something similar in this game to that one.
Not to me getting a lot of CS, trying to just zone PMA away, and Niku, as you say, increasing his lead in the CS department. What build do you want to see from this Ricky in this game as he scales?
I mean, are there really that many builds even when you're playing mid Ricky? I think you're usually just going some sort of form of diffusal plus shard, right? And then once you have that, you're going generally into a dispel or a defensive item, so either BKB or Manta, maybe Aghanim Scepter as part of the build too. Nice phase shift from Nico dodging the Impalement Arts in mid. Yeah, I think just standard, right? I don't know if you could do some crazy cool tech here that I'm not aware of yet. Maybe. Guess you want a Nullifier too at some point, of course. Hero gets countered very hard by Ghost Scepter.
I mean, the Diffu would be great here. Nullifier is also kind of amazing in this game. Would like the offlane WS Bristle at some point to get us a Lotus Orb, get rid of these Fire Spirits from Ridis. That would be quite nice. But for now, it is a farm fest all across the map. 6-minute runes coming up in 30 seconds. Both teams have supports in the vicinity ready to try and fight for this. Does mean that WS is spending a little bit of time alone up top, and they're going to try and exploit this by making a Zayat's rotation, but he did get scouted by the Observer Ward. They know that he's coming, so WS should not be caught off guard by this movement.
Yeah, Joachim even covering the long path around here, so they might just be pivoting this into runes, but scared of going there. Mikoto's level 6 with all of Corrosion. He's very strong. Kuka just straight up showing up to mid now to push a little bit of the siege creep. I kind of like the idea of this, but unfortunately for them, the wave has already been pulled. But Mikoto with the regen is able to tank the tower indefinitely. This is really cool.
Look top's in. Zayac actually might end up losing his life here because he tried to shackle up Yokam, bring him low so that Ridis could kill him off, but unfortunately WS has a lot of damage coming in from these Quill Sprays. Level 3, baby. They secure the kill. That's 3 heroes that did show up in this side of the map, and it didn't really cost Talon. They get a free kill. Kuku got to sit middle, massaging the tower. Now they take it down entirely. Man, this is an amazing sequence of events in favor of Talon Esports.
This is such an early mid tower. Ricky takes mid tower minute 6:30, and it's all because of the regen rune. So what he did was he grabbed the regen, and he kept tanking tower shots non-stop for his siege creep. Puck wasn't able to remove the regen from him, so he could just keep tanking, because the regen rune keeps running until you fill up, and he just takes damage at the exact correct rate for it to not heal into full, but still keeping him at like 95%. And then Kuku was just blasting 7 times. And they get that mid tower. That is a very nice and advanced rotation from Kuku to pull off, specifically because of the regen rune. Another great result here from Talon. Definitely a much, much better spot than they were in game 1.
Yep. Getting some power trades flown into the Ricky right now. Both sides of the lanes are still farming. Natsumi has his Falcon Blade. Power trades also being delivered towards him. These heroes, everything that they want for Talon Esports. Unfortunately, it's still going to take a little bit of time before they feel comfortable enough trying to make moves to do anything about this. So if you are on the side of Talon Esports, you just keep trying to apply the pressure, maybe rotate additional heroes top, try to remove that tower from the game as well.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think you do it right now necessarily. Maybe Pugna level 5 is a better time for it, but yeah. I don't think there's any reason to play slow. You're clearly stronger right now. I say that Natsumi might be in trouble down bot and shackled up.
Going for him. He does have 13 one charges though. He pops them, turns himself around, gets the call down out. Almost died to the chakra, but not enough just yet. Mikoto now making his first rotation of the game, showing up as the Ricky. And they should be able to find the quick kill onto Zayac. And now that they're here with both Mikoto and Kuku, you can be sure they're going to try and put a little bit of additional harass on the tier 1 tower. Maybe take it outright. No Sea Dragon. It's only a flag bearer. Now you're not going to be able to take it. You're fine. Top lane. Can they punish this though? Because they did got the juice. But unfortunately, Bristleback is now level 6. I don't know if we can get this. Niku shows up though with the haste rune, drops the Dream Coil out, but he's still really damn tanky on him. Eventually he will fall. One can't help but think if they had an additional TP, perhaps he lives, but Ringmaster unfortunately was mid, no TP available, no escape back to bail him out, so he ends up falling.
Finally, NAVI Junior gets something going their way, but still it's Talon in a Clearly commanding position here now. Also looking to take the bot tier 1 tower with Cuckoo. I think they will be making their next move to top as we predicted. So, yeah, we wanted to see the aggression coming out from Talon and not just sit back and slow play the game and let NAVI Junior put the tempo. That seems to be what Talon recognized after game 1 and really trying to triple down on it themselves, playing even more early aggression than NAVI Junior were able to last game. And Bristleback is the ideal hero for a situation like this. He is this farmed, he's the obvious hero to play around and just go to and keep the ball rolling. And they'll do just that in a moment. It looks like Mikoto as well as Jokum are heading up there. Will be spotted by a ward though. NAVI Junior will anticipate this move and evacuate the area.
Down bottom with CPMA. Just trying to get himself back into the game. He's really fallen behind in the network department. Bottom of all the cores by quite some margin, honestly. Thankfully, though, it is a Timber Saw, so he just needs some stacks. But look what they've done in the triangle. They've blocked all his stacks away with the sentries. Now WS is pressuring Ridis, wanting to force him to get out of here with the Icarus dive. If he doesn't, there are other heroes that could come in from behind. But like you said, there is an observer ward, so they should expect this to happen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This tower's gone. This is not much to do about it.
The question is,
NAVI
does
Junior
Phoenix
making the
go
right
with?
call to just let it go. Though, WS is a little bit hesitant here, but Ridis. Oh, Mikoto's gonna maybe check? No. He'll stick around, tank the tower, and we'll get it.
In the meantime, they do find Cuckoo mid. Yeah, but it's whatever, right? You get a tier 1 tower top. Gyro doesn't lose anything middle. They lose Cuckoo, but Ringmaster's already in position to make sure the tower doesn't take any damage. I think you're okay with this.
Oh, that's great. It looks very, very nice for Talon here. So now this is what we want to see from Talon to not fall into the same error that they did against Xtreme Gaming, right? Where you do well early in your lanes, you have heroes that are snowbally by nature and skirmishy. You need to not fall into the bad team fights later down the line. Now, Cuckoo just respawned, he's going to die again very quickly after. Unfortunately gets spotted out here by NAVI Junior's heroes.
Gone. And they can't really counterplay this, but they do have Ringmaster coming through, like they want to get something back. Unfortunately, there is a Watcher that scouted this move. Mikoto was here. I think they wanted to try and catch Niku. Niku's actually very low in the mana department, only 5 one charges. However, it doesn't seem like they're going to dive onto him. So he should be fine. And he picks up an Arcane Rune. Good times.
Immediately pops it. Not really sure. Okay, he's going for it. This is aggressive. He's just cutting across. I'm not sure what he's aiming for here. They're bringing multiple heroes. Are they going to try to just assassinate Mikoto, maybe? They don't have... They have 1 dust on Zayats and 1 dust on Ridis. No sentries to place to see Ricky approaching, so you kind of have to wait for him to go first and then dust. Which makes things a lot more complicated than if you can put a sentry trap down. Yeah, they're going to call off that play. That was unlikely to be successful. It was the right read. Not force fights that you can't take. That was one of the mistakes Talon made in game number 1, was very unfavorable fight selection. NAVI Junior not going to fall into the same trap.
Unfortunately, that was a lot of time that they spent not being able to aggress on the map, so they gave a lot of farm up to Talon, but Talon, they're also looking for a kill now. They can catch Zayax here. He's in the trees, and they found him. He knew his death was en route. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible. And he buys a fairly large amount of it. Even though he will eventually die, still dies on the other side of the map instead of on his, so no aggression into towers. And you did draw the Ricky down bottom, away from where the puck is trying to farm and recover in mid. Minutes in. It's a 2k gold lead for the side of Talon Esports. We almost have the Diffusal Blade for the Ricky, and I imagine as soon as they pick that up, you want to start making big moves. But look at this. Puck understanding the assignment. Niku just finished off a 4-star for himself. He knows what happens if you just allow a Ricky to play into you as Puck without itemizing specifically for him.
Yeah, it's the number 1 hero in Dota to buy 4-staff against for yourself, because you can't rely on your teammates once it gets shard. You have to just cover your own bases.
Oh, speaking of mid lane, they get a Dream Coil out onto the Pug now. He gets out on the Niku Puck. Okay. So just a drop Dream Coil, draw in a rotation or two, but now that they know that the ultimate is down, perhaps Talon can do something off the back of this, or do you think they should still continue farming, get themselves to the BKB on the gyro and the 4-pipe on the bristleback?
I think trying to play aggressive around the enemy triangle that they're doing right now is probably the limit of what you can pull off right now. I think you can't really force a tower. Perhaps Tormentor is on the cards actually with Pugna and Bristle. You could probably do it as 2 even. You can see they're drawing the circle down here with Mikoto. He's saying we need to head down here, start controlling the area, but Zayats is... oh, he's gating. Wait, what's the plan here? Is he hoping to find a stray Ricky up here? Not going to. Mikoto already cut back the other way. Tormentor becomes available now. No killing plans just yet for either side.
Perhaps
Quite quiet
they
game, honestly, compared to the start that Talon had. It's been surprisingly quiet out here, but we did talk about it. They don't have ganking heroes, right? Until Ricky gets the defusal. But they will get the objective. Already there.
This is why Zayats went top. The trade is going to be they get the Tormentor, we drop Mass Open Wards and get the tier 1 tower, or at least as much damage onto it as possible. However, the move was a bit late. Niku not going to be nearby, got the juice, didn't want to fully reveal in the wave, so Gyro should be able to clean up quite a few of these Mass Open Wards and get some free gold on top of it. Okay, nicely done. Talon Esports. Not only are they making good moves for themselves, but being able to counter what Navi is trying to do right now as well is pretty solid. Given the fact that you're probably feeling quite comfortable scaling with Bristleback Gyrocopter into the late game.
They are very far ahead in this game because it's the 6k gold and it's the fact that the way these lineups interact, Talons should be able to expand this advantage over the next 5 to 10 minutes. They would just be able to get Gyro his next either farming or fighting item, which looks to be a BKB, so they want to take the fights, which is completely fine. And the Ricky is closing in on the shard, and that's when things get really interesting. Then you can just isolate and kill basically every hero except Puck is in trouble. I'm not going to say he can solo Timber or Tiny, that would be disingenuous, but he can do it, but maybe half their health and damage, and his teammates can easily account for the rest. NAVI Junior with another offensive move that's not bearing any fruit. They're just not finding any heroes on their smokes.
He did leave behind a little bit of vision from Ridis, so perhaps they can scout a future gank, but for now, they got nothing out of it. They're still gonna make a wandering move here into the triangle. Maybe they get Natsumi here. Natsumi's gonna see them first, and now he gets Hex though. Couldn't get off any spells beforehand, but they do not feel comfortable about continuing this pursuit. Niku doing his best to run away, will be able to dodge the homing missile. Tanks a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. Cooldown gonna be there. Will one of them connect? Oh, barely not. Niku able to get away. Shout out to him with the Waning Rift. So he is fine, but definitely found out very quickly just how strong this Gyrocopter is right now.
Yeah, he was reserving his Force Staff in case he was going to get jumped by Ricky, I think, because otherwise he could have copped way less damage than he ended up doing. Ricky obviously was not nearby, so... He's still going to stay out on the map, though. Let's see if Mikoto fancies his chances here. He's thinking about it, but no, not going to go for it. And the score remains 4-4 at 18 minutes. Way fewer kills than in game number 1, but just from a raw strategy standpoint, Talon still continue with their game plan and progress.
Oh, top. They found the Puck. They found him. Will they be able to kill him? Mikoto trying to search for him in the trees, but Niku's out. He's fine.
Yeah, that's the good news here for Niku is it's only the Ricky that's your problem. So yes, that counter matchup is annoying, but as we already established, you can itemize around it and still play the map quite normally for the Puck. Now got the juice with the Shadow Blade, wants to find some sort of opening. WS will show. Kufu would be a much better target, they see him too late.
Go from escape back will beat on the Bristleback, but there's also a Supernova propped down onto the floor. The first person to fall in this fight looks like it might be WS. It actually is the Shadow Shaman, but WS also goes down. However, now that Mikoto has shown up, the rest of these heroes need to get out of here, and they need to get out of here soon. They've already lost the Timbersaw on top of Ridis' Phoenix. So 3-for-1 exchange. They made that jump, but Talon, they were prepared. They were TPing in heroes even before the jump happened. They knew the fight was coming. They baited with the Bristle. And his life is a fair trade to continue to expand your advantage.
that was a 4v5 without Navi's anchor, right? They didn't have the puck to keep the fight in one place. So Talon were able to stay pretty mobile on most heroes. Yeah, the Bristle ends up dying because he cops all of Timbersaw's combo, but aside from that, oh god, the Juice, this would be a huge pick. No Wheel of Wonder,
does
though.
Have a Shadow Blade. They do have some reveal. Avalanche goes back, though, but they don't manage to hold him in position long enough. He gets out of the smoke screen. Can he TP out of here? No. Xayax goes forward with the Tumbler's Toy, has the range. They interrupt the TP out, and they give the kill to Got the Juice. Good stuff for NAVI Junior. Man, being able to stop these kind of ganks, that's the one thing about this Riki. Normally, you see these Rikis just dominate and terrorize the map. You know, chain killing supports, removing these spirit-type heroes from the map. But Mikoto hasn't really been able to leverage that aggression. And I think this really hurts picking Riki, right? You're probably thinking to yourself, we could have maybe gone a little bit greedier with the way the game is unfolding.
Yeah, it's very true. When nothing is happening, Riki is losing, right? Because the hero farms very, very slowly. So he's now trailing the puck by 600 after winning the lane and being 3-0 minute 20. He's just, what's that, 35 CS behind a puck that lost its lane, right? So it's inevitable. It's the design of the hero. It's how things are going to work out. If you can't put that much pressure, you'll eventually lose a bit of the momentum. But it's not that big of a concern necessarily because you have other heroes scaling.
Wait,
this is a much bigger concern though. He gets caught.
Is he dead?
That's a
He's
big
dead.
kill. He is.
He's
very
dead.
He has all the tiny spells and Got the Juice with a fat bag here.
That's a killing spree
like
ended as well.
700 gold for him.
At the very least, they get Roche on the other side, so they'll have the Aegis of the Immortal. However, it's Riki not going to be happy. We'll see what he's able to accomplish once he respawns, but not to me at least has an Aegis, also has the Crystallis flying into him right now. So despite the Riki not doing well, the rest of his team is still flourishing. Niku in the top lane throughout the Dream Coil. Yokam will not die with the Wheel of Wonder in the opposite direction. But the Juice going to be able to TP out. We noted the lack of overall disables, and Niku comes back for the solitary engagement onto Yokam, steals the Shrine, and then TPs out. God level plays from the puck of NAVI Junior.
It's so nice to play against 0 stuns on puck, isn't it? You can just pull stuff like that. You're like, yeah, you know, Ringmaster might be going for this Shrine. Let me just check. He's there, he kills him, he takes it, he gets out scot-free, and that's about... I mean, that's a decent chunk of Talon's gold lead down the drain. Now you have the Aegis on Gyro, and you really want to find some sort of a good fight where you take the initiative, but the problem is, you have no catch. So Puck will keep cutting waves, Timbersaw will keep cutting waves with his Greaves. He might be punished this time though, the Greaves are on cooldown, trying to TP out, not gonna happen.
Too much damage coming out there from Mikoto on his Riki, so PMA does go down. Also going to start building into a 4-star immediately afterwards. Wants to try to get away from that smoke screen as well.
I think he should have bought it over the Kaya. I actually think this is a bit of an itemization mistake for a game like this on Timber. When you look at the game state and the read that NAVI Junior have on what's going on, I think that was a more obvious choice for Timber. If he wants mech, that's fine. He could also just have gone Arcane Boots mech into Force. But at the very least, recognizing now that this is going to be a necessary item. Of course, in turn, to make Mikoto's Nullifier all that much better once he gets there. But he's going Axe first, so we're talking, this is at least 10 to 15 minutes down the line. Riki farms. Like, Garbaggio.
Garbaggio. Pizza Riki.
Supposed to be kidding. No. Yep. Alright, Natsumi will get mid-tower together with Cuckoo. Putting the Aegis to use. Have yet to see too much damage being done by the Gyro to the enemy team, but he's still ahead of the Tiny by about 1,000 gold. The couple of kills that Got the Juice found definitely narrowed that gap. He was trailing by 2 to 3k not too long ago against the Gyro.
I mean, to be fair, they've been avoiding this Gyrocopter like the plague. They understand his damage output. They are not nearly ready to deal with it just yet, so understandable. Unfortunately, because it is Gyrocopter, the time that you give him without encroaching upon him gives him much more gold in the game. Now they go top, just to try and get some of these mass open wards. Mikoto does get brought down though by Xayax in the mid lane. Okay, good work being done by the NAVI Junior supports on the retreat. And they almost got the tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower top. Actually, Niku comes back, takes it, immediately jaunts himself away. Dude, Niku's really taking advantage on the lack of lockdown right now.
I was watching that tower for a full 20 seconds. It had 2 HP and Zayats was not microing his wards. So it was just hitting everything around the tower. Niku was pinging the tower. He's like, yo, Zayats, bro, hit the tower. Zayats was busy. He did not have time to click his wards. And Niku at the end is like, fuck it, I'll get it myself then. Which is honestly probably a better outcome. Now he has the Nullifier on the Puck. A very interesting choice here. Obviously, you want to counter out the Decrepify of the Pugna. And in addition, of course, the box. So double dipping with this Nullifier purchase will allow, in particular, his Tiny to just kill Niku's target of choice. When he coils them, he can nullify them and count on God the Juice to have the juice for the kills. So I really like this item pickup. It's quite unusual build on Puck. How often have you seen this inventory? Force, Witchblade, Nullifier. I actually really liked it. Oh, this is one of those games. Hex. No follow-up on Mikoto.
Nah, he's gonna be fine. I just went to check the stats. Fastest Nullifier all time on Puck, which should not surprise you. You never see this at the beginning of a game.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual.
They
But
have a
showing
couple
good
minutes.
understanding here from NAVI Junior, right? Itemizing.
Yeah.
I really like it. Right, Talon with a massive rainbow TP bottom. Are they smoking here or what?
That's what I'm thinking. But they don't
gotta
actually
be. They're
have
not TP.
any vision of these heroes, so even if you do smoke, like, who do you go onto? You have no vision. At the moment, all of your vision is deep inside on the north side of the map, so absolutely no catch available. Big TPs ended up being wasted. I must say, NAVI Junior have done an incredibly good job of just not allowing themselves to get sucked into the pace of Talon Esports. You know what Talon is trying to do, so just keep spreading the map, have Niku be as annoying as possible on one side, PMA on another. How do you actually catch these heroes as the game continues to scale? You might need like some hexes on top of the nullifiers that they want to build eventually.
I think the Nullifier on Ricky already would make a big difference, and I honestly, the more I see this game play out, the more I disagree with the Aghanim's choice. I know it's standard, but they just need that Nullifier so badly so they can get something done, right? They have the 8 kills on Ringmaster, which is one thing, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Well, at least they will get another Tormentor. This one will actually go to the Gyros, getting the homing missile upgrade. Interesting. But yeah, this game state will continue for a while. Niku has a gem on the Puck, so he's scared of absolutely nothing. He knows he can't really get caught. He can push very aggressively out on the map, try to find wards. And Talon, oh, this WS play, he needs to not overstay his welcome. He will not. Okay, good TP out. Recognizing the movement coming his way.
The attention was drawn, so it's fine. One thing about that Bristleback though, when the game is going extremely well, you're just completely overwhelming them. Things were super nice, but eventually God the Juice will have access to that Silver Edge. And then you suddenly do not feel nearly as tanky as you were beforehand. You're suddenly suffering from so much damage. Hell, even this, like, you're caught between a rock and a hard place. As you try to retreat, there's a Chakram Sunray. As you try and advance, you have to deal with the Silver Edge. Just no good options at that point. So I'm glad they're doing something on the map with the smoke. Do feel like Talon have been maybe a bit too passive, given the nature of their lineup, but unfortunately, it's as a result of vision. They just don't see where to go. This gem on the Puck that you mentioned, Niku has not just been moving around the map happily, he's been taking away any offensive options from Talon Esports.
And you're also, for Talon, you're going to be hard-pressed to go high ground, right? You can start poking the tower a little bit with Nether Blast, but it's very important that Cuckoo doesn't get jumped by the Puck. He's just going to get nullified and burst immediately, and then the push in the fight is kind of over. You can't save him with box, you can't save him with anything. So, approaching high ground is still tricky. They're going to go for a little bit of a trickier play here, though. The smoke up, looking for the backstep, but WS breaks immediately, and this is just the end of that play. Mission failed for Talon. Probably not the hero you want leading that smoke. If you're... Oh, they finally got the juice, but who found juice? Who got the crap off, just barely.
Fighting over the shrine right now. WS rushing forward. Niku's right behind him. They do find now the nullifier. But where's the follow-up from the rest of NAVI Junior? I don't think they actually want this fight. They find a Hex out onto Natsumi, who's walking in. Smoke screen dropped onto the ground. They find Zayax almost immediately. Dream Coil Sunray on the back edge. They want WS, but with the life drain from Cuckoo, it's keeping him alive. Eventually, he will fall. And PMA, he's diving forward. Look how much he's accomplishing with his Timber Saw. Big Timber Chain on top of the Chakram. Able to eliminate 2. On the other side of the fight, Natsumi doing the same with his Gyrocopter. Ends up being a 3-for-3 affair. Man, very close fight. gold lead in favor of Talon Esports, but if I'm NAVI Junior and these heroes have to leave my side of the map, my carry, my offlaner are still alive, given how the game is going, I think you're okay with this.
I mean, Nico actually died in that fight. I'm not quite sure what happened for him, but Talon should be happy with that result. They got really unlucky on the side of NAVI Junior. Phoenix dove in as Tiny was tossing someone, and he tossed the Phoenix so the Supernova didn't go off. Phoenix died mid-air to flag cannon shots, so if they get off that Supernova, I think NAVI Junior clean house and lose like 2 heroes in that engage. So that could have been way, way worse for Talon. And I did not really like the way NAVI Junior started that fight. They kind of forced the issue with Zayats just going in first, and they committed everything onto the Bristle. But when all was said and done, that result was actually not too bad. You lost the gem, though, with Puck dying. So that is definitely not the best, but still. Factoring in everything, I'm really surprised NAVI Junior got a 3 for 3 there. Timber did some work.
Got the juice now, is in the mid lane. Enemy team doesn't have to worry about being randomly jumped out of nowhere for now, at least with the 4 stars. There will be a pause. 3k gold lead for Talon Esports. Experience, it's pretty much neck and neck. So clearly we're not going to be having an end to this game anytime soon, right? So how do you envision the game unfolding as we continue to scale, as we eventually get this BKB for the Ricky, as we get the Hurricane Pike plus Hex eventually for the Puck, maybe Parasma before the Hex? What do you think happens next?
I think Talon are still going to struggle to string a team fight together until Ricky gets Nullifier, and he's not buying it. So, I don't know. The last fight that we just saw, in many ways, were conditions that were really good for Talon. Bristleback was the target. He got to tank up for so long. He got life drained for like 5 straight seconds by Cuckoo. They got to kill the Puck that's almost invincible in this game, and in spite of all of that, it was still a draw. I think you have to find some really cool angles here and ideally assassinate the Phoenix. I think if you're Mikoto, if you can find him first, that's probably the single best target you can get. But right now, they're smoked up as 4 without the Ricky. Roshan is going to cross the river. He'll going to show himself with a dart. Another dart. Another dart. You got one more, buddy? All right, that'll do for now. Time for Roche. So this is a set location here, but if NAVI Junior were to smoke, which they will, they can definitely access this area. That's the disarm coming out. Scouting with the orb.
Nullifier goes out first onto the Bristol. He dies in the blink of an eye. Natsumi, though, does have BKB activated. Turns his attention back towards Got the Juice. Ridis with the Supernova. It pops. It stuns Natsumi for a moment. And on top of the Wheel of Wonder, he is falling lower and lower. Gyro has enough support behind him to survive for now. Box gets him out of the fight, but Puck comes back and says no. Nuku wants his double kill, and he will find it. On the other side of the fight, they do manage to take out Mikoto as well. The lone survivor at the moment being Yokam, and he's not going to survive for long. He ends up going down. It's 5-0. NAVI Junior with the perfect placement of the Supernova, isolating the Gyrocopter first. They end up demolishing this team fight and earning an Aegis as a reward.
There you go. I do not think this Roche play was the right choice. You just don't have the team composition that just flat out forces this, because you have worse team fight, you have worse setup, you have no area control there. NAVI Junior makes the read that this is happening, and they just smoke at them, and the first hero that shows is just Burst Bristle. He's in the BKB, so he just dies instantly to Timber, and the fight is almost lost on the spot. It was a valiant effort from Natsumi. He did a ton of damage with his gyro, but he can't do it all alone. If Bristol is dead and Ricky is controlled, there's no damage. And yeah, they just get a full-on flat 5-0 team fight plus Roche going the way of NAVI Junior. That's that mid-game team fight prowess that Talon's lineup just doesn't have. And if you're in this type of position with this type of lineup, I think going Roche is one of the worst plays on the map. You need to get the pick first. Ricky needs to find someone, you kill him off, you get a 5v4, and then you force the Roshan, not just challenge them. Hey, come at us, we're gonna beat you. It was like NAVI Junior were Roshing, you know what I mean? That's almost what it felt like.
Oh, now NAVI Junior control the Radiant Triangle. They're actually rushing forward with Got the Juice. 2
nice
Hero
find.
Avalanche. Mikoto also caught. Escape back will bail Cuckoo out of trouble. Will get hit with the homing missile. Will they try to pursue him? Wheel of Wonder will be there, but the 4-star away. ensures that he doesn't have to eat the full burst. At the same time, on the back end, they did find the ward trap onto Cuckoo. They should be able to at least get him. And without a buyback available on this Pugner and an Aegis still in hand for Got the Juice, they might think about putting some pressure onto this tier 3, but his HP pool is a little bit low. We'll see if they feel that confident.
NAVI Junior are under no pressure right now to get something done. That's the luxurious position they're in now. They got past the hard part of the game. Now you can choose to play the lanes, you can play the map, you can just farm up, you can... This is a game that Puck can hard carry, by the way. So it's not just the Tiny that's going to be the carry this game, it's also Niku if he keeps scaling like this. He went into the Hurricane Pike, now he's going Ags. His damage output down the stretch will be massive. You've got the, arguably in many ways, the single most scaling support in the entirety of the game in Phoenix. He's approaching level 18, so you're going to get there too. He has an item coming out. What's that? That is a full Solar Crest for the Tiny. It's starting to look really rough here for Talon. They had a very, very nice early advantage. So honestly, in many ways, kind of a flashback to the series against Xtreme game number 1. In many ways, this is a similar story. They won early, they got ahead, they take a couple of bad team fights and lose everything immediately, and we're kind of there again.
They all smoked out of their base. They were hoping to try and catch up to the Tiny, but unfortunately the smoke gets broken by Niku on his Puck. He draws out the Rod of Atos as well, and now turning around Dream Coil onto both Mikoto as well as Cuckoo. Cuckoo will be the one that gets brought down. Yokam, excuse me. They do toss back, whistle back next to the Supernova, and with the Nullifier on hand, he certainly will end up dead. The Supernova does pop, and the gem that was lost earlier on is now happily recovered for Na'Vi. And here they are on the high ground, potentially forcing out a buyback from the Bristle, but definitely wanting a lane of Rax.
If Bristle doesn't buy back, they lose 2 lanes. He's going to have to do it. Serpent Ward's used on the first lane. They have a banner for the second lane here on Zayats if he wants to drop it in mid. They're opting not to glyph this mid wave, so now no creeps, but they still have creeps bottom. Doesn't seem to matter much. Zayats, are you going to use the banner at all? Oh, Cuckoo close to being tossed out. The harpoon play.
Tier 3 tower already gone. Got the juice now. Yes, he has to deal with some of this mischance, but eventually the smoke screen will end, and will put the pressure back onto the Rex. 20 seconds remain before the Bristleback returns. He really doesn't want to buy back. They're trying to save him from it. Got the juice, but on the high ground still has an Aegis, however. So even if he dies here, it's not the end of the world. But they get him away from Mikoto, and Mikoto actually finds himself getting hexed. Zayax wants to chase him with the help of Niku. Mikoto almost about to die, barely able to blink away, but Niku says no. Chases him down. Him and the partner will end up falling. Niku now able to escape outside of the base, and neither of the heroes that went down have buyback. The best part about it is they died just as the Bristleback returned. So yes, they saved the buyback, but you still are going to lose your second lane.
Now you might lose a third lane. Because instead of buying back Bristle, now you have a 5v3 instead of the 5v5. So sure, your Bristle stays, gets his BKB now, but the numbers disadvantage is going to be a major problem. You can see Niku just, you know, how about 5v2? What do you think about that?
Just jump Yokam. Shiva's God available. All this magic damage from the Puck. He did indeed go for the Parasma, which I love a lot. Massively outputs his damage output, especially with the Serrated Shiv as well as his neutral item. So there we go. Now we have Megas, and we have a Hex onto Gyro. Oh no, he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have buyback. The game is just over. WS does have a BKB, but it's not going to matter because eventually this will end. They dropped the banner just for vision. Zayax, madman that he is. Do they get the vision? Yes, they do. Eventually they catch up to him. WS is gonna fall. He does not have buyback. So even if he does not die here, it doesn't really matter. GG's already been called. Talon Esports eliminated from Wallachia Season 4, and NAVI Junior continue the run to try and get themselves into the playoffs.
I think NAVI Junior have a real chance at least making 2-2 and perhaps making the reverse sweep. It's going to be tough. There will be harder opponents ahead, but I'm pretty hopeful for them based on the 2 games we saw today, specifically because it was 2 different types of games. Game number 1, they were on the front foot, they kept running and taking good fights. This game, they had to more strategically play keep away for like a good 20 minutes until they hit their stride and found the right opportunities, and they showed that flexibility and that understanding of the game and of the map to you know, just play around what Talon were proposing in both games. So very impressive stuff for Talon. They've had better tournaments. Let's be honest. This was not their best showing. It happens. You just have off events where things just don't really click. I think the biggest shame for them was not winning Game 1 against Xtreme. If they had won that, perhaps they could have snowballed that into a serious victory and we wouldn't even been here. But now they have lost a lot of games back-to-back in different fashions, and it's just not really clicking. So back to the drawing board for them, and look ahead. Try to put this behind them as soon as possible.
That is definitely going to be the understanding for Talon Esports. March has a pretty deep job on his hands to try and get this team ready for the next LAN. I mean, I think the frustrating thing about losses like this for Talon is it's not like they were blown out in every single game, right? Most of the games they had glimmers of opportunity, especially in their like game 1s, some game 2s. So you could see like the latent potential that's within the squad. It just so happens that it's not fully meshing together just yet. Unfortunate, we get to see it here. Like you said, good early game. I'm especially frustrated with the fact that Mikoto wasn't allowed to like fully express himself in this game. I still think that if he was the one, let's say, playing the puck, would have been a hard game regardless, but at least give him an ability to transition from a very strong early game to doing stuff in the mid game. But you know, 0-3 or 3-0 at some point and wasn't able to really accomplish anything thereafter. I mean, bro, he was 3-0 at 20 minutes and he ends the game 4-4. You know, that I think should tell us everything we need to know about what happened with how they addressed this Ricky. Whoever the idea it was to buy that early gem, very genius. Getting that early gem, removing all that vision, not allowing themselves to give the Ricky any space to play. Then all of a sudden, Natsumi, as farmed as he is on the gyrocopter, he can't just carry this game all by his lonesome against Puck, Timber, Tiny as the game kept scaling. Good stuff from NAVI Junior. I must say, you know what I'm really, really impressed by? I'm really impressed by Niku for the fact that he said, you know what, guys? You guys all play 4 together. I will go alone and make the space. Continually make the space, and we will win the game if I just keep doing this.
He knew exactly what he needed to do in this game. I think we just saw the kill scoreboard beforehand as well, right? There's a total of 3 deaths on their chorus in this game. So there's 11 kills on Talon, 8 of them are on the supports, and we saw the Timbersaw die relatively early on. He only died those 2 times. So effectively, in the mid-late game portion of this game, the chorus didn't die, with the exception of a singular death on Niku's puck. So, you know, if you can get into that kind of position in a game like this and play that mid-game, late game like that, you're just better. Like, NAVI Junior were just clearly a better team today, and now that they finally get a win under their belt, perhaps this can carry on into their next series tomorrow. I think whoever's going up against them in a 1 and 2 don't have just a free walkover. Sometimes the O2 teams, there's like a clear tiering where you're like, okay, whoever wins this, they get to the next round, and then surely they're out. I think NAVI Junior have a chance to beat anyone they face in the 1-2 bracket. So this is encouraging for them and their fans for sure.
As much as we have to say farewell to Talon Esports, we are still all on aboard the NAVI Junior hype train. We'll, of course, see where the destination of that train leads into in the next couple of days. But for now, we have to move on to our final series of the day, our final elimination game, which is going to be AVULUS taking on the side of Heroic. Maybe not a matchup that all of us anticipated in the 0-2 portion of things, but nonetheless, this is where we are. So if you're a fan of either of these teams, go grab a glass of water, walk around the house a little bit, and then join us for the last series of the day here in PGL Wallachia Season 4.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
piciorul. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu căinița, ude cu căinița, se crească fetița, se crească fetița. La 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 la. unul îi vrâncea. Merge lângurea și cu ce vecea, nări se vorbire, ei se sfătuire, pe la pozesoare, ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Cura nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bună gare, drăguță mioară. Stăpâneți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te mare baci un buia și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back, one and all, to the final matchup of the day here on Stream B of PGL Wallachia Season 4, where we see AVULUS taking on the side of Heroic in an elimination game. One of these two teams is going to be going home at the end of this matchup. Hopefully, though, they do deliver us some good Dota. And hopefully, Emperor Cinderin, do we finally get a 2-1, bro? Finally. Is it finally going to happen?
I don't know. I actually thought in the previous series the 2-1 would have been more likely than in this one. I feel like with what we've seen so far in this tournament, I would favor AVULUS by a decent amount against Heroic. I think this just hasn't really been Heroic's event. But they've had some rest, they've had time to figure out their issues and hopefully bring out some better games today. Yesterday they got 2-0'd by Shopify Rebellion, who, to be fair, actually today looked quite good, taking a game off Tundra. But ultimately did fall at the end of that. So we'll see. I mean, there's been surprises already in this tournament, so I don't feel very strongly about an AVULUS win, but I do think they have looked a bit better. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. I think Heroic have showed some more promise in their drafts. I think I've liked Heroic's drafts more, but AVULUS has been more consistent in how they've played these games, especially when they had that one game with the Sand King on Mobe. I think that really was a game opener for them. I feel like when they were playing still with the DK on Mobe, it doesn't really feel comfortable for me. They played that a lot, but when you had a hero like the Sand King, it was quite good, which is why I'm kind of surprised that they were the ones that first banned it. I think even if it was still in the pool, I don't think we've seen Heroic play the Sand King, right? So I'm not so sure they would have first picked it anyway, even if it was available.
Yeah, I can't say with certainty that that is a hero that we would. I mean, Heroic did play I want to say a different style overall in the recent games of this tournament to AVULUS, where maybe, you know, you're running. We've been running Whisper on heroes like the Sand King, the team fight style heroes, and now we're going to see the Enigma being picked up first by AVULUS. I don't know if Heroic should be adjusting in that fashion just yet to not put Whisper on the team fighters. I think this would still be... Yeah, I don't know. I think this opener is honestly surprising to me for two reasons. First of all, the fact that, I don't know, is it surprising that Heroic first picks Ringmaster when it's like kind of the best hero of the tournament? Maybe not, but the Enigma immediate response against Heroic is very interesting because we saw, I believe, did Whisper play Enigma so far in a game? I'm thinking. He did, right?
I think so. He did yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, there was a
day
game where he played Enigma.
Against Tundra. Game 1 against Tundra. He played Enigma, I think, yeah.
Right. So, for AVULUS to rate it this highly, I don't know if that's the approach I personally would have taken to this. I don't think Heroic looked particularly great on the Enigma on Whisper. But we'll see. I don't know. It's a different angle for sure. This hero has not been rated as a first pick by any team so far in this tournament, I think. But AVULUS might be onto something. Maybe they respect the Enigma of Heroic a lot. I don't know.
We'll see what plan they have for it deeper into the draft. We have to remember this is AVULUS as well, a team that is known for putting traditional support heroes in the offlane and offlane heroes on support, so it's not clear exactly where the Enigma is going to go here. What other bans do we have? They take out the Mobe DK. That's been the hero he's played the most. Maybe not to the best success, but certainly his most comfortable hero at the moment. Let's see. AA gone. Nature's Prophet gone. We had a whole series with no Nature's Prophet contested whatsoever. That was actually quite interesting.
I don't know what that was all about, man. I thought that was very surprising to me, that the Nature's Prophet was untouched. In this series, that's not going to be the case. Okay, they get rid of the Bristle. As we've already established, that hero has an obscene win rate this tournament. Got chunked down a little bit in that last game by Talon, but it's still well over 75%, I think. AVULUS will now grab the Gyro. So these are some, once again, kind of surprisingly early picks of specific heroes that we haven't really seen given this much priority. But with Bristle out of the picture, maybe that makes Gyro's game just all that bit easier, or he's just rising in stock. You know, teams figure out stuff more and more as we get deeper in the tournament. I think Gyros look great, personally. So. Yeah.
I've personally been surprised we haven't seen more Gyrocopter, because think about what you want from a carry in this meta, right? You want a carry that can, if the game is going very well, first you want a good lane carry, right? Ideally. Good in the lane. If the game is going very well, can participate with his team, move around, skirmish heavily, right? And then build gold that way. If the game is going okay to bad, can dip back in the jungle, farm up, and come out with items to be able to fight 20 to 30 minutes. Can scale amazingly into the late game. Can build a bevy of different items depending on the enemy carry. All you really need, honestly, when you have a Gyrocopter is like, maybe sometimes a steroid, but if you have a stable 5, which most of the 5 positions are right now, Bob's your uncle. You're going to have a good Gyrocopter game. To me, I'm actually surprised it took this long for teams to be like, guys, really, like Gyrocopter in a meta like this is a very solid pick for the carry role.
Yeah, I agree. I've been overall positively impressed with Gyro in both wins and losses. Today we've already seen Timato play it. We saw in the last game Natsume play it as well. Despite losing, I still thought the hero looked good. So perhaps AVULUS are just trying to be ahead of the curve here. Heroic, they'll stick to their guns. There's nothing new here. Ringmaster Tinker duo with Kunkka. This support duo you think is borderline unbeatable. We did see it get beaten by a Queen of Pain of all heroes by Nigma Galaxy, I believe yesterday or the day before. The key is to be able to jump the backline. So AVULUS likely looking at potentially a Mobe Storm or a... What else does he play that jumps except Storm and Tiny? He's not too big of an other Spirits hero player, I think.
Yeah, I think Storm is probably the best one. Tiny's already banned anyway. His Sand King that he did well on his ban. DK's banned. Like, realistically, what's left for the guy to play? And because you already know what the support duo is going to be, and that Kunkka is likely going to be your mid counterpart, it does make it a little bit easier to justify. But they pick up the Balanar first. So this could be the 3, it could be the 4. I will say I kind of miss seeing some of these games where you had the Darkseer Balanar combination. I think that was a lot of fun to watch. Haven't really seen that in recent times, but you get some silence, you get to close the backlines, you get the silence onto Ringmaster and Tinker, completely nullifying either hero. And it's not like either of them want to be buying the early 4-stuff, right? Ringmaster wants to get the Rod of Atos. Tinker would love to be able to get like some Solar, some Aghanims, these kind of items. So forcing them to buy 4-stuff, I think is pretty decent. I like this a lot actually with this Night Stalker.
It's another angle of being able to access the backline. So if you don't want to access the backline from your carry position, or excuse me, from your mid position, you might have to get a little bit creative and do it from other positions. Or if it's a mid hyped, I don't think that is what we're getting, but that would be cool. Jakiro, standard, you know, nothing to write home about. This is just a solid 5 for fly. The hero still has about, I want to say like 45 to 50% win rate, but it's just stable when you have nothing better to find. You see the sniper now come out for probably analog, and then they'll play an offlane Kunkka? Or is this a carry sniper for Yuma? We know this team also plays Kunkka safe lane, and they might opt to do that against Enigma in particular. That'll be interesting.
We'll see what's being cooked up by Cavs at the very end of the draft. I just went to check for you. Jakiro, unfortunately, although his pick rate is still high up, stocks are a little bit low. He's now setting 23 picks, 39% win rate.
Oh, wow. He must have lost all the last games. I saw him at 47 earlier today, I believe it was.
Tough day for the Jack. I mean, we just witnessed a Jakiro loss ourselves, right? So
yeah,
we know that the man has not been having the best day at the office today.
I thought it might also, you know, have won at least one of his other games, but I guess not. This is not the case.
So for the reach, I think you can still probably go for another catch from the mid lane for AVULUS. I don't think it's too bad to have two heroes that can reach for you with the Night Stalker plus a mid. But for Heroic, the decision needs to be made now, right? Who's going where? The best we've seen from their team was Analog on the Kunkka. Like, he looked really solid on the Kunkka. I haven't seen him play Sniper in quite a while, actually. Let me go check. How many games does this guy have on Sniper?
I don't know why his name connects with Sniper for me for some reason. I know it's not one of his most played, but I just seem to remember a decent chunk of Analog Kunkkas. Could be wrong about it, though.
So they ban out the Medusa on the side of Heroic or AVULUS, assuming that Heroic wants a carry, and that Analog is indeed going to be playing the Sniper. If that's the case, what kind of carries seem good here? Morphling is still in the pool. You have to worry about a silence, yes, from the Night Stalker. Obviously, there are some spells that you have to be careful of, but if you get a BKB in Morphling, I think that could be pretty decent here for Heroic.
I like when my carry has some sort of initiative when I'm playing mid sniper, or when I am, as if I play mid sniper ever almost. When the sniper is the mid hero, I think it's valuable to have either a strong front line from the carry position or catch. But that could be the Kunkka, right? So if he's just frontlining and doing that job for sniper, then you could pick an offlaner that does damage, which is also, you know, AVULUS banning out the Medusa as well as the Centaur would imply that they think this is what's going to come their way. If not, if you do want to play the offlane Kunkka, I think you should pick a carry that does well against Enigma in lane first and foremost. Like Monkey King, potentially, could be an interesting idea. There's the Stormban, by the way. Hardly surprising. What else would be a good carry here against Enigma's Eidolons? Alchemist? Might just be a totally dead hero?
That's a dead hero, bro. That's a dead hero.
He's not been doing too well, has he?
Okay, so I think you might be right that we're going to be having the safe lane Sniper. I mean, you can decide afterwards, right? So Sniper goes mid safe lane, Slaughter can go mid safe lane off lane, Kunkka can go mid safe lane off lane as well, right? So dependent on the matchups.
Very flex for sure.
I like it a lot. I do like the fact that it also helps to, it does what you're talking about. This provides another element of frontline, but it also gives them some ramp up onto their sniper, right? They don't have a steroid anywhere else. Their two supports are very defensive in nature. So if you have the Slaughter there, it does give you that little bit of additional oomph that you sort of lacked beforehand.
Yeah, I think it's a solid pick. It fits the bill for what we wanted to see, right? Somebody to go in first, somebody to be in front, and then the amp for Sniper is obviously very welcome. So yeah, I'm down with it. It's a pretty solid choice, for sure. Let's see what AVULUS. They're running out of time now. Gotta make a decision now, boys. It's high time to commit, and it will be the puck coming out for Mobe. Will be their final choice here. Pretty decent. It solves some of their problems, right? We talked about you want jump. Now you can perhaps catch the Tinker with this. You can perhaps catch the Ringmaster, get on top of Sniper. you're very oppressive against the Slardar, which they do end up putting into the offlane position so that they can run the Kunkka into Enigma, which I think is... This is the most expected outcome, but Whisper on Slardar yesterday did not really particularly impress me. I didn't feel like Heroic got a lot of value out of the hero, so now it's time to upgrade that performance heading into game 1.
Also, playing the Slardar lane is not the easiest into the Jakiro. Thanks to that attack speed slow, you can't reliably get those bashes off as much as you want to. I don't know, man. There's a lot of magic damage in that lane. I guess he is playing with the Ringmaster, so that's going to provide some necessary angle of protection, but I always think Slardar is one of those heroes that you want to start the game as well as possible. You never want to be in a recovery position as a Slardar, and I kind of have a feeling he'll be placed there whether he likes it or not, given the lane dynamics of Jakiro and the Gyrocopter.
That's the biggest concern of mine, too. I really share that sentiment. Like, Gyro Jakiro has to be awful, just straight up awful for Slardar. And this hero playing from behind feels pretty bad. So keep in mind, you kind of put yourself in this position when you picked the Slardar because you already kind of knew in the back of your minds that you wanted to put the Kunkka against the Enigma, and you're never putting Sniper offlane. So this was by choice from Heroic. Now we need to see Whisper make the Slardar look impressive in the offlane position to win me over. I definitely like AVULUS' chances here quite a lot. I think the Night Stalker's cool. I think their lanes will be better overall. But perhaps the Enigma lane will be tough.
Another concern I have for the Heroic draft is when let's assume everything's very even, right? Man, how do you team fight into AVULUS, bro? Black Hole, Jakiro, Puck, Gyrocopter. Good luck. All you really have is Kunkka to help you out, so Yuma's going to have to be working overtime to have his impact being felt in these team fights. There's just so many spells to have to worry about.
Yeah, the upside that we didn't really cover that much is you picked Puck into Sniper, which is probably Puck's top 3 worst lane matchup. So if Analog does a good job here, he can potentially stifle Mobe so hard that he's playing catch-up. And if Puck is not in a good position in this game and able to initiate and set up those moves for the team, then it gets a lot more complicated, because I see the same as you do in the AVULUS lineup. I see tons of synergies, I see tons of strong spells, powerful team fight, but a lot of it really rides on the Puck coiling someone, right? So if Mobe's lane is bad and he's playing recovery and doesn't feel motivated to make moves, things can get trickier. I think that's actually the biggest upside in the entire game here for me, for Heroic, is the mid lane should be an auto win, and I think the Kunkka should win against Enigma as well. Now it's just a matter of by how much are they going to win those 2 lanes, because I think the Slardar lane's just dead on arrival.
Well, we shall see, as we have our first of our second elimination games underway right now. Loser, well, goes straight to the airport. Winner gets to keep their chances. Another day in the ring.
Straight to the airport, baby.
Straight, dog. Like the shuttle's outside, like the studio right now, just waiting.
Yeah, you made it sound like both teams have been instructed to pack their bags in case they lose, so that they can walk out the door of the office and go home immediately.
No. Better yet, they have staff in your hotel room waiting. If you start losing, they're putting your shit in your bag, man. Get the hell out of here.
They're packing for you. What an amazing service. Schofield?
Schofield. They're gonna try and pack him up. Whisper will run interference with the Slithering Crush, and it might prove to be enough. Desire has another Void in 2 seconds. They really want this kill. Schofield, though, gets behind the trees. No vision for the Night Stalker. Oh, no, that's unfortunate. He gets it now, though. They still want this chase, but I don't know if they're gonna get him. There is gonna be one more Void in a couple of seconds. He's eating a tango. Can he twin gig through? No way. He is dead. First blood going the way of Smiling Knights.
Trying to gate there is really counterproductive. It's way better to keep running, because you're going to get interrupted by the nighttime void. So it's better to just call it quits and keep running, waste more of Night Stalker's time. Desire actually had to wait to get mana to go through the gate. I think I've never seen that before minute 0. He was just standing there. He does get through now, though. But yeah, this is a great head start. In a lane that was already going to be easy for AVULUS, Smiling Knight gets the first blood on Gyro. Good luck to Whisper. He's going to need it, I think. Ready to be surprised by the outcome of this lane.
We have had some very intriguing lane surprises. I mean, in the previous series, in both games, we had tier 1 towers falling pre-7 minutes with heroes that don't necessarily do that all the time. So
yeah, that's very true.
How are things looking top? Yuma and King Jungles on the Kunkka and Tinker respectively. They'll have to deal with the Enigma Nightstalker. I mean, this is always, Enigma lanes always start to get dangerous once we hit that level 3 mark. So KJ, watch where you're standing, my friend. I think he'll be fine for now, though. Things seem pretty okay at the moment.
As long as Tidebringer is ready when Zippe and Desire make their move, I think you can just cleave and kill the Eidolons with a Tidebringer in the March. So, this is one of the better lanes defensively against Enigma for sure. I wouldn't be too worried about Heroic's chances up here at surviving, but the question is how much they shut down Zippe, because sometimes we see these anti-Eidolon carriers just completely run the lane and give Enigma absolutely no ground. For the time being, Zippe with 7 CS I think is actually very happy up here. This is a good result in the early waves, so
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
not too bad.
Desire also was able to clock the courier, bring it down. Down bottom, of course, Whisper is going to have a tough time, but middle, we're also expecting a tough time for the Puck, but so far, he's doing okay, of course, with this early levels. When does it start to become unplayable in this lane for the Puck?
Some of the pro games I've seen with this matchup at the very highest level, Sniper is already eating Puck now. So I think Lobe's early result of 11-1 against the 14-3 is honestly above average, I think, for this lane. It should be getting harder and harder as Sniper gets more points in headshot. He's got the 2 now. This is when it starts really hurting to get shot at constantly, but yeah, you'll see that. Very enjoyable matchup to play.
For the Sniper.
Yes. Implied.
Smiling Knights. Just chillin', farming up bottom. Okay, he did drag a couple of creeps toward Whisper, so Schofield doing what he can to ensure that his Slaughter does indeed have a game. But he is going to be way behind. And unfortunately, he's not one of those heroes that you can just go stack for and say he'll recover in that fashion. You kind of need to, out the offlane Slaughter, need to find aggression on the map to have him really show his stuff, but it's not going to be that easy. It's still going to take a while because, like we said, Sniper as your mid laner, he's not the one that's going to open the space for you, so you kind of have to rely on your supports to help you out in that regard, or Kunkka to make the rotations with the X's. And all of these heroes outside of Kunkka, it's not that easy to find kills before you have the Blink Dagger on the Slaughter.
This Slaughter Dagger is not sub 15 minutes the way this is going. He's got 9 CS minute 4, so the Gyro's 21 and 9. Whisper actually with a decent amount of denies though with the 6, but see the pressure now mounting.
Dual breath, he's dead. He's dead. Bye-bye. Well,
Schofield's pulling waves. I mean, what is he supposed to do, right? This is just an unwinnable lane, so you're getting what you can. The downside, or the issue here, is that AVULUS is losing their hard lane by less. The Enigma top is 18 and 7 to the Kunkka's 22 and 4. I actually think this is a great result from Zippe. And the mid lane, Puck being 23 and 1, but only the 26 and 5. It's almost breaking even with the Sniper. And now they find another kill. Schofield will be roamed on by Desire's Nightstalker.
We're probably strong enough on the Nightstalker because they have Tinker top with the Kunkka playing carry. When the Kunkka's playing carry, he doesn't like to go for the early X, so you probably feel you can leave Shibe alone a little bit longer. You don't need Desire here 24/7. Actually, Desire might try to wrap onto Whisper. They're going onto a Slaughter. He's dead. Homing missile's gonna chase him. They come in with the TP, but it's not gonna make a difference. In fact, it might lead to a double kill. Schofield, there's a creep wave right now, tanking all of the tower shots, and Schofield is certainly going to die. Escape act will be triggered out. He's gonna look for the neutral deny, and he'll get it. What a player. The Dark Troll Summoner shows up, helps out Heroic, and at least only makes it a 1 hero loss in terms of the gold exchange.
Still a very, very good early game for AVULUS overall. All 3 cores are enabled. They're not super happy, but it's good enough given the circumstances. I think when Heroic were looking at their draft, they were kind of anticipating that they would be crushing mid and winning top significantly. That has not come to pass in 6 minutes. And now Zippe will hit level 5 before the Kunkka, because if he was left alone a little bit, as you mentioned, with the Nightstalker leaving. So Nigma, the 5 points, or the 3 points in the demonic summoning. It's he can now jungle if he wants. Like if he doesn't like the lane, you know, you can just go with your little Eidolons and farm these 2 camps down here. You can also look to the hard camp in the triangle if you want to do that as well. Even Ancients are a possibility as long as they aren't stacked. Yep.
I think you just play greed right now, right? You let the Night Stalker have the lane, Desire's already there. Get him his levels, get him his farm. Enigma just plays this jungle, you know, farming the top side, getting into the triangle when necessary. Like you said, Puck is doing so much better than expected that you probably don't even need to dedicate any supports to help him. He's fine. Mobe can do it all on his lonesome. So what's there to stop you as AVULUS? Just farm, boys. You definitely outscale Heroic in this game, so there's no reason for you to try and rush proceedings at the moment.
Oh, remember when we talked about the sub 7-minute towers? 3 games in a row, baby. This time it's the bot one. Fell pre-7 to Smiling Knight and Fly. Although this time it was a siege wave with liquid fire in the Stompy lane. That's kind of more expected than some of the other ones we had, but yeah, AVULUS, another win to add to the pile of early victories they've had in this game. Closing in on a 2k net worth lead with that tower. And Zibe will now get his level 6 after farming this hard camp. Ancients have been stacked once, he might do it again. Oh, Black Hole online. See if they fancy a play up top. Desire is hanging around this gate. His hero is really weak right now. Probably just gonna keep farming. Why not?
There's no reason to try and rush, right? Again, they're still locked behind the progress of that Blink Dagger. You stomp that lane so hard that you know it's going to be delayed by a significant margin. But they're actually going to smoke with the Gyrocopter and the Jakiro. So Smiling Knight heading to the mid lane with Fly. They have the level 3 Liquid Frost and the Liquid Fire, so this tower is in jeopardy, but they would like to find the pick-off first. Unfortunately, the Sniper has already backed off deep into the jungle. He is not going to offer himself up as an easy kill.
I guess this move is a little bit telegraphed by how long Gyro has been missing for. So, analog. Well, Schofield will bite the bullet here, literally.
Good guy, Schofield. He sees that the enemy has spent so much time smoked. I don't want to waste your time, guys. So he has a little bit of gold. In the meantime, they go on to Desire in the top lane. And he's just TPing out? No way. Level 1 X, unfortunately, and only level 1 Torrent. The cooldowns are too long, Cinderin. He has nothing to fear. It just leaves like nothing happened.
Yeah, and that's the mid tower gone. So the one play Heroic is trying to make simultaneously also fails. It's one thing to lose towers, it's another to do it against Night Stalker in the early game. This hero runs the map, even as a support. The amount of map control you get, he's running around at nighttime giving extra vision, he can get deep wards placed, and kind of terrorize the whole map together with the Puck, who, as we've seen so far based on Mobe's early game, is probably not going to hit the worst timings. This is looking very strong from AVULUS so far in a series where, you know, going in, I was expecting them to be the favorites, but this one-sided of an early game, given the lane matchups, it only says 1k lead, which generally isn't cause for alarm, but you picked 2 winning lanes. And you have won one of them and drawn the other, and you got crushed in your losing lane by more than you won the other 2 by combined. So this is definitely happy times for AVULUS, and they're just going from one tower to the next. You know, Enigma has a Vlad's. Let's push the next tower. It's nighttime coming up. Desire. Not going to get the rune. That will go to Analog. It's a little bit of a region. He'll just deny it, as a matter of fact. Yeah, top tower's gone. Another fight Heroic can't take. This should be the 2k lead unlocked.
I cannot believe that a Puck is even with their Sniper 10 minutes in after the laning matchup. But
it's not
keep going like
Analog's
this.
biggest strength as a player, in all fairness. I don't think, I've talked about this before, that I don't think his strength as a player comes from lane mechanics. He has other things in the game that he's better at comparatively. I think he's better at rotations and better at map movements and just overall macro reads, whereas certain other players are lane masters, but maybe not as good as at the macro. So in a lane matchup like this, where it's very much down to minute precision with last hitting and with very good understanding of lane micro, it might be a little bit on the short side on that. Yuma, nice catch.
Very nice catch. They actually set him up so nicely because they were watching him for a while. Desire sat behind him waiting for the X to come back. Then they jump him. I don't even think the black hole was necessary, but Shebe is like, I haven't used the spell. Just want to make sure the button works properly. There we go. So first black hole,
safe.
first kill on Numa.
It's one of those things where if you don't use it and then afterwards the guy gets away, you're like, why on earth did I not just use it? And in reality, what are the chances that you will need this in the next 2.5 minutes as well? Because we're kind of just going to go back into the default farming state again now for a little bit. So I think it's fine to drop it there. Just keep it safe, keep it simple, get the kill. Straight back to the jungle he goes, continuing his now 1,000 net worth lead over the Slardar, which is not unheard of for Enigma, of course, if both heroes are offlaners, but once again, keep in mind, he was playing against Kunkka, and he's almost tied with the Kunkka he was laning against. So very, very positive outlook once again for AVULUS. Still, I'm talking about them a lot, and it's because Heroic are not giving me much reason to talk about them, because they've yet to get a kill. At the very least, they farmed a nice stack just a moment ago that they set up with Slardar as well as the Sniper and, of course, Tinker. And this is where, you know, Tinker can always just farm. If nothing is happening, this hero will out-farm the enemy supports. So, given enough time, King Jungles will scale.
Just caught in this awkward moment.
Giving them the opportunity.
I suppose as well with the nature of their supports, not really much you can do at this moment. But they are farming, like you said. Kunkka's keeping up his farm, not that far away from having the Radiance. They've already taken this big stack, like you said, so this invasion into the triangle from AVULUS isn't as catastrophic as it could be. If this invasion had occurred like 2 minutes ago, this would have been hell on earth, but it comes now, it's like whatever. Got a lot of gold anyway.
You're still controlling it though. That's the thing. Is sure you didn't steal stacks, but look at how Heroic's heroes are on the map. Like if you draw a line straight down the middle, let's do some trigonometry here. How big of a percentage of the map are Heroic's heroes on? I think this is like 30%. All their waves are pushed in. They don't have access to their own triangle. They're really just boxed in by AVULUS, just completely controlled. And that means, given enough time, that even if you have a Tinker farm, when this is the map state, he's actually taking farm from other heroes. Part of the reason why this hero is so crazy as a support is he, a lot of the time, will take farm that other heroes don't need, so they can just farm other places in the map. And guess what? The camps that Tinker wants are the ones that his teammates need right now, because they can't go it. Usually Tinker will farm the 2 camps on the right, he will farm the 2 camps next to the mid-tier 2 tower. They're already farmed because other heroes need them. So they're taking farm from each other. They have
So what about diving Yuma top? They couldn't find him. They might still dive him now, but now he's going to be fine. But yeah, the Tinker hopefully can actually leverage this farm. Does have this Holy Locket right now, so that's some additional sustain for his team. But still not too much happening. On the bright side, Whisper has completed the Blink Dagger. It is online, it's ready, so we can start seeing some movement happening. Also, I'm laughing that you made reference to some trigonometry. I'm literally reading a math book in between breaks right now. Top lane.
Math is interesting. Always was. And hard. Lest we forget.
Yeah. Math is... yeah. Well, it's not as hard as chemistry. I think chemistry is harder than math. Chemistry is pretty silly. I don't like chemistry. Math is fine. I can do that.
Alright. It's a hot take. Let's see if Chad agrees with you on that. That math is easier than chemistry. I would not think that is the overall assessment of the world, but...
Nah, bro. When I was in school, like, doing math, physics, not super easy, but doable. Chemistry, biology, absolutely impossible. Top lane. Let's see if living for Shibe will be possible. Literally impossible.
He has a Vanguard. He's pretty tanky.
He's gonna still try for it though. He's losing his HP because of this corrosive haze. Let's see if they can counter this. Mobe shows up but doesn't have a blink of his own, so there is no immediate counterplay. Alright, that's nice. They also happened to... he disabled the initial blink from Whisper with the Midnight Pulse, but they still caught up to him in the end.
And now they could consider accessing this Tormentor. It's obviously in the top side because of the Night Stalker and Heroic. They are fast enough. What's it going to cost them, though? Here comes the counterplay.
Torment has been taken. Spotlight gets thrown out by Schofield, so he should know that the heroes are coming. There we go. Jump in. Dreamcoil onto 2. It's the cause. But there was a nice torrent with the Wheel of Wonder, stopping the Gyrocopter from entering the fight. Now he's being plicked down by the Sniper. Already, we do not have a gyro anymore. Night Stalker caught now in a very awkward position in the trees, trying to fly himself to safety. Somehow manages to do so, though. However, the courier of this Ringmaster will scout out Desire. but he's still fast enough, it seems. So he should be fine. Whisper, though, he says, nah, guys, we're not going to let this one go. This man has been torturing me. Misses the slithering crush, slightly out of range, and now slowed down by the Void. However, Desire cannot escape. The X marks the spot. Dragged back in position, killed off by Whisper. And Heroic, it feels like we've also seen this before, Cinderit. A game that's going horribly for Heroic, but they happen to take one impossible fight and bring themselves back in the game.
Yeah, I don't know if impossible is the word I would use for it, but it was definitely, you know, in terms of overall theory, you would think this would be hard for them to access, especially after killing the Tormentor. You lose all that health, but they didn't lose that much because of the defense matrices and the March of the Machines, so they were actually still in fighting shape afterwards, and all of this is just compounding on one Enigma gank, so really nicely done from Heroic to actually pull slightly ahead now in terms of the gold in this game. After the laning stage definitely did not go according to plan, they have still managed to find a way to break it open. Yet to take a tower, that is still going to be a concern. They're down by 3 tier 1s, but that just means there's more unclaimed gold for them if they can unlock it by making some moves now. Their entire lineup online.
Random question for you, Mr. Sint. That particular fight, right? If the Aghanim shot had gone to the Tinker with Warp Flare instead of giving Schofield the spotlight so they could get vision in that fight, do they still win that engagement?
I don't know how much the spotlight really did. It covered one angle that they kind of knew they were coming from anyway. So I actually think the Warp Flare would have been even better. Right, he really wants this kill on Yuma. He's alone though. I don't know if he can do this, can he? Maybe? No.
Defense Matrix repair bots, he's going to be fine. Okay, so we do have a game on our hands now. Radiance finished on the Kunkka. He's very close to having BKB as well. And Slaughter are going to start building into a BKB of his own. So the terms of this game have changed somewhat. And once we do get to the BKB portion of things on all 3 cores, which is what Heroic are angling for, what do the fights look like from that perspective?
I mean, once the key items are up, Heroic's lineup can be extremely explosive in fights, right? You catch someone with an X-Mark, Corrosive Haze, and you just burst them with sniper attacks. You have a nice setup with the Rod of Atos into Wheel of Wonder now to counterplay Night Stalker engagements, to counterplay Buck trying to get in. So I'm a lot more hopeful for Heroic now just based off of that one sequence, and that's how the game goes sometimes. I usually don't lean too heavily on the win expectancy graph because I feel like as of the last couple of months or last year, it's less reliable than it used to be, but this was an 85% Radiant advantage at 12 minutes, according to that win expectancy. Now it's down to 70, so Heroic have taken a big chunk out of that. The win expectancy always loves Enigma. That's what I've come to learn. It likes late game, likes big team fight, which AVULUS have plenty of. And Heroic have definitely put themselves in a position to stand a fighting chance in team fights later. It's going to be down more so for them to finding angles and individual pickoffs rather than just straight on cast all your teamfight spells in succession. It's more of an AVULUS thing.
We're encroaching upon 20 minutes, not that long away before we see teams moving towards their shrines. Dire Scan did not connect, it seems, so they want to try and jump the puck potentially, but they missed the X. His hands were literally in the air, and Yuma was about to catch him, but Mobe got out.
Like you just don't care. Sorry, you have to say that. That's what I've learned.
Is that a necessity? Okay. That's
Whenever
the meta.
you say hands in the air, you need to finish the statement. It's a mandatory part. Finish the sentence.
Takes the arcane rune from Roshan, feels bad. Roshan's hands are down because he cares a lot, man. He just wants to protect his house.
We're still waiting for Roshan to be able to eat runes. Let's give it another year. Valve will come around surely. Mobe stealing away some ancients here. So taking advantage of the fact that his hero is relatively uncountered, can with some sort of confidence farm the enemy side of the map. And he is now the first hero to crack the level 15, so will unlock his Waning Rift damage talent, which will further accelerate his farm, of course, and teamfight output. And AVULUS are preparing to get a Wisdom Shrine. As a matter of fact, get both Wisdom Shrines. As, well, Heroic are going to be too late for the Shrine, but they might be able to get the follow-up fight.
Fly's going to be the first one that comes out. They actually get the... Oh my gosh, they get the crush. Wheel of Wonder. Desire needs to get the hell out of here. The shrine is going to be taken by Whisper and the life of this Night Stalker. The TP out from Flies, by some miracle, does actually succeed, as the Dream Coil from Mobay ensures that there's no further chase from Schofield. So they get the kill, they get the shrine. Whisper would love to keep chasing, but the blink away from Mobay will ensure that he is safe. Okay. Heroic, they came just before that. 4-hero twin gate rotation. Can they get the tier 1 tower off of this? Definitely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It looked like they were going to be too late. I mean, that was cutting it close. They were there 1 second later, and Whisper doesn't make it, but they managed to find the perfect timing. Unfortunately for them, only getting the singular support kill, but at the very least, the tower to boot as well as the wisdom makes this feel
They're not
somewhat
done.
worth it.
They're going to get the secondary kill now. They find Sibe. He does not have BKB, does not have a blink dagger, has no way out of this one. Sorry, brother. You are about to die. So that's another kill for Whisper. And Whisper is just 1,000 gold behind this Enigma, but has certainly recovered quite handsomely from how the early game was going. Has the shard, starting to build into the BKB, should have it in about 1,500 gold.
Yeah, this is a much better overall game now for Whisper than I was anticipating 5 minutes in. It was looking like it could become just a flat-out liability game on Slardar, but yeah, the couple of successful moves from Heroic put them in a position now where Slardar is unlocked. And they have this very nice siege machine in the sniper with defense matrix on himself. Always a good time for him. And they're just going to slowly but steadily continue this progression now on the side of Heroic. I think already now maybe mentally planning for the next Tormentor, you've already proven that that was a good point of contention for you, that you're in a strong position, that you take it with relatively minimal health loss. So they also have good vision up there still. That's going to linger. The one King Jungle's just placed top left is going to last for 5.5 minutes if it doesn't get dewarded. That would potentially scout Nouns is, excuse me, to say Nouns because I just clicked on Fly. That's right. Nouns are back, baby. AVULUS is champion.
Oh, Desire, look who he found. He found Analog. Can they actually kill him? Okay, doesn't seem like it. He's going to get through the Twin Gate. Unfortunately, I don't think that Schofield is going to be as lucky. So, do what he can. Maybe he forces out a Dream Coil. He does indeed. So, he got a Coil out and he got a Dark Ascension out of Desire. So, that is a great win for Schofield.
This is Roche territory for Heroic, potentially. But there is a ward placed. They're going to deward it. Whisper can't access the deward, and Fly will find the deward of the deward instead. But yeah, this seems like the kind of place that the game will revolve around right now for the foreseeable future. It is still natural nighttime for another minute, but once that nighttime ends, there will be 40 seconds before Desire will have Ascension. Heroic also can threaten the Tormentor simultaneously, so really want to start playing the top half of the map now. Push out mid, push out top. Just let bottom be, you know, it's whatever. Focus around this mid area. Looks to be planning a smoke right now. A lot of heroes grouping up on Heroic side.
They'd like to take the tier 1 tower first, the sniper. I mean, they need the tower first, right? And actually, you're right though. They're gonna go high ground. They don't find anybody in the vicinity. They got the D ward in the river. They'll also take away the observer ward right in front of the Roshan pit. And as soon as that disappears, the path to the big man is open. At the same time, though, AVULUS, now that they feel more comfortable, they scan the high ground as well. So here they come. Blink Dagger available from Desire. Like you said, still no Dark Ascension, but 10 seconds of Natural Night. We had a quick jump in from the park, but he immediately got himself out of that one. Gyrocopter with the call down to zone Heroic outside of the pit. But they're still quite healthy here. Tinker will go back to replenish his mana, though, and he will return.
Apparently a little bit of controversy there from King Jungles, as the ward he just dewarded from Fly might apparently be slightly bugged with where it is visible from. King Jungles had to walk into the edge of the Roche pit to see that ward, which doesn't make sense because you're not allowed to ward in the Roche pit by Dota rules. You just can't do it. But apparently you can put it right on the brink of it. Anyway, that's for another time.
He found Zibe. Wheel of Wonder is out onto this Enigma. They're beating him down. Schofield, make sure they have the damage and they get him. Fly also taken out by the Kunkka. Behind him with the BKB active. Analog did lose quite a bit of HP while all this was happening, but with the defense matrix, he's going to be fine. And they could decide to jump further forward. They see there's still a BKB available from this gyrocopter, so kind of a dangerous engagement. But nonetheless, with the Enigma and the Jakiro gone, that's most of their big team fight control. Dreamcoil is down as well, so Roshan is an easy grab.
They should get Tormentor as well. Might as well grab the whole collateral here.
Team going to kill the gyrocopter, but they sort of left the sniper alone, and Bapak was very nearby. I thought that could have been a calamitous situation. Thankfully, though, they went back for the objective instead. Secure the Aegis for the team.
Yeah, you can see the ping there coming out from Fly. He's already anticipating that Heroic want to go for the Tormentor, and Yuma now drawing the circle. Let's go push out top area and prepare for this objective. Both teams likely to clash up here. We have seen very little of Smiling Knight for a while on this gyro, so we haven't talked about him too much. He is still keeping up the pace. He's very farmed on the gyro, closing in on Satanic. Obviously love to find a good team fight up here to complete that item and get the Tormentor, but maybe that's a little bit too optimistic. Now Whisper gate up here, and I think this is a potentially game-deciding fight if it does break out. I think this is where Heroic really creates some distance to AVULUS if they win this. And it looks like AVULUS are having none of it. They're not interested in sticking around. This is just, they're just conceding it. They're not fighting for the Torm either. So 2 objectives for Heroic.
That Eidolon down bottom from Sibe did scout out the movement from Whisper, so they know well enough, just get back, let this one go.
Oh, Heroic not going for the Torm. This could work. Mobe will expect them to be doing the Tormentor right now. Oh, just keep and now he's going to gate back top. Well, that was extremely uneventful. He's coming back now. He just wanted to kill that one wave before it was Tormentor. All right, well, that was pretty expensive on the mana. He gated twice. There we go. Shard for Kunkka, very nice to get Tidal Wave for free. You love that if you're playing this hero to carry. Not having to spend any gold on that allows you to progress with your utility build instead, working on the Hex.
They're actually getting quite a few utility items. Slaughter going for the Orchid next. Hex being considered by the Kunkka. Ringmaster wants the Aghanim Scepter for the double escape act. So, going to become increasingly more difficult for AVULUS to find these kills onto these heroes in these fights. So the question is, what do they do? Are we waiting for BKB on this Enigma before he wants to try and make something happen? Do we wait for the Aegis to expire first?
I think the BKB would be very valuable to buy enough time for it. It's kind of difficult to see a path for AVULUS to obviously take a fight at this point. That was something for 10 minutes ago when Night Stalker was more of an impact hero. Now, fighting into multiple BKBs and fighting with a dead Jakiro wall. Probably not going to be much happening for a while here. Fly taken down. Yeah, I think you have to keep farming. You need to get the Enigma BKB. The Night Stalker Halberd could also very much come in handy against Sniper. And he has a very clear task ahead of him in fights. He's just going to jump him, cripple him, and then Halberd him. Take Analog out for as long as he can. He might die for it himself, but if his teammates are winning the fight simultaneously, that will be well worth it. And now it's finally time for Gyro to start buying some big damage. He's got Satanic completed, so now we're planning the Daedalus for Smiling Knight.
Daedalus, it also seems like he's being built up by the Sniper, but with Daedalus, Aghanim Scepter, BKB, Gale Guard, yeah, it's gonna be fun seeing Gyrocopter actually maintain presence in these fights. I think that's one thing they've been really struggling with. Like, even in that last engagement we saw top, getting him closer to these heroes where he can actually hit them has been a bit of a struggle. But in these future fights, if he's able to make his own way in with the BKB, we'll see how it goes. For now, Heroic are setting up to try and put some pressure down onto those bottom tier 2, perhaps. They are having Mobe behind, maybe looking to cut some waves, make sure that this push takes as long as possible. However, they're coming to scout him now. Whisper will take the Watcher, they'll see each other, so this shenanigans will come to an end.
Now Mobe will dip out to the top right. Spotlight. You know where he is.
Do they know that he's here in the crevice?
Oh,
he's
Slaughter,
TPing
night
out.
vision?
Does he see him? Whisper. This little tree. I think he couldn't see him past the tree.
Yep.
Game is out.
So the biggest puzzle in this game for me so far, or the most puzzling thing rather about this game for me so far, is what has justified the first pick of the Enigma? I've not felt its presence in the game yet. And usually if you're a team that first picks Enigma, it's either because it's a patch where the hero is really powerful, or you're specifically picking it against a team that is winning their games because of Enigma, or you have a strategy revolving around it that really utilizes it. Maybe there were a couple of picks coming out from Heroic that AVULUS were not anticipating, but for the most part, Heroic have kind of picked heroes that they have already, right? Tinker, Ringmaster, the Kunkka, and the Sardar. The Sniper is the only odd one out.
Getting too old for this horse shit.
So yeah, that's still just the biggest question mark here is what made AVULUS so adamant about running Zib's Enigma this game without the info? Because there were other heroes you could have prioritized higher, right? I think they could have picked the Tinker, for example, when the Ringmaster came out as a trade. You could have grabbed the Kunkka if you think that's a good pick this patch. There are definitely options available, but give it enough time. Enigma has a tendency to win late games, and maybe that was the whole plan from AVULUS. They're like, Heroic don't play fast enough. Get away with this in this series.
So far, they're not being completely outpaced in the goal department. Well, Fly is going to end up dead. There's the reveal of Whisper's young Orchid Malevolence. He will miss the Slithering Crush. And Schofield is like, what are you doing, man? I'm going to steal your kill. They take it away from him. Well, you must see Desire. No, he's going to TP out just in time.
Schofield going for Axe on ring.
Yeah.
Seen that too much this tournament. We'll give him the second charge on Escape Act, as well as the daggers flying out from it doing damage. Maybe he feels like there's no nullifier buyer in the enemy team, which is incorrect. The Night Stalker almost has one. So I don't know about that as the overall choice. And now Enigma will have to do it. So big items inbound for AVULUS. Nullifier as well as BKB should make the game a lot easier for them. Puck also completing Yules. They're definitely not at all in trouble.
Game feels very even right now.
But it was feeling like a game early on that could very well have gone great for AVULUS. Now that it hasn't, at the very least, the silver lining is this is very much within their grasp. Like it's pretty much an even game, like you said. Comes down a lot to whether the sniper gets freedom. If he is uncountered in the fights and just gets to stick on targets, that's massive. Now that he has the BKB, he can protect himself from the NS. Will not have to worry about being nullified. He can just BKB and pipe out, or he can use his grenade, of course. Plenty of defensive utility.
I think they should smoke. They just picked up the Hex on the Kunkka. So Heroic, they just don't have clear vision on where these heroes are at the moment. Like, all their wards are on their side of the map. But it would be really nice if they could reveal this by surprise. Did he wander into this observer ward, I wonder? I don't know if they actually saw him here, but ideally, you surprise them, and now here we go. They're going to smoke as they twin gate. At the same time, though, AVULUS, I think they did actually get the scouting, because they're smoking in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, though, they were hoping that there was maybe a straggler. They're all twin gated, so now they have to go bottom. Hope they can find something.
This looks like it's going to be a clash, though. I think Desire is going to break the smoke here, and then we'll see what comes to pass. Desire. Out. Nice break. Immediate dark ascension.
Snowbane finds the two-hero Dream Coil onto Kunkka and the Slaughter. There's going to be an escape back onto the Slaughter for now. Where's the rest of the follow-up? Gyro doesn't have his Swift Blink just yet, so doesn't have an easy path to engage this fight. Sniper trying to take out as much as possible. There's the Blink Black Hole. Kunkka and the Sniper, both of them caught, both of them killed. Big damage coming out. The double BKBs on Gyro and the Enigma meant they had no hope of getting out of this one. Schofield goes down a moment later. And Heroic, they were trying to play the angles in that fight. It felt like the Sniper and the Kunkka were baiting a little bit, but you know, you were mentioning we haven't had to talk about Sebe for a while. That's what happens when Enigma is not black holing. You sort of forget about it, and then it comes out clutch in that moment.
It's so much easier to play Enigma when you're playing with Night Stalker. It's incredible how much... You know, they had all the information available there for AVULUS. The moment that Coil came down and nothing really came from it, I was like, oh, Heroic are probably pretty happy with this. Coil was thrown out, but one moment of opportunity, they slip. Sniper and Kunkka are close together. It's the easiest black hole of Zib's life. Get in there, cast your spells right away. You know you're not getting countered because there's nothing stopping your BKB black hole except Blink Bash in the back. What are the odds of that? Like, just go for it right away when you see it. Pulls it off the big kill. Whisper just snuck your post well.
Get a TP in from the Tinker with the defense matrix. That'll keep him alive with the repair bot. But like you say, BKB now down to 8 seconds. That was his initial charge. He did not deploy it in the last fight, of course. He had to retreat too fast. That does not feel good. Now you know that your primary initiator for the next 75 seconds can't really start the fights that easily for you. Thankfully, you do still have this Gleipnir thrown out by Schofield, and they will be able to find that kill. By the way, this Gleipnir, well, we didn't talk about it. He changed his mind from the Aghanim Scepter to go Gleipnir instead for some more control for his team. And honestly, it almost worked out for him in that last engagement, except that the one hero he didn't Gleipnir was the Enigma, who caught them on and killed them.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick. I don't think the action's that good. Hero buyback, all right. AVULUS fancy their chances without Black Hole and without Dark... Okay, Dark Ascension is in 3 seconds. This could get spicy. Obey.
Goes in, Yuma able to take the Aegis. Desire did go in at the Dark Ascension, but cannot get into the Roshan pit. So trying to escape is the rest of Heroic. Does AVULUS really want to chase this? Desire's thinking about it. The homing missile connects onto the Kunkka, but cooler heads will prevail. Mobe will poke a little bit, but there's no way they're engaging this fight.
Yeah, Desire's just effectively doing a scouting ult at this point. Nice play call from Heroic. Black Hole is down, Dark Ascension's down. We can grab a big objective, and they get the Rosh for themselves. They choose to put the Aegis onto Yuma rather than onto Analog or the Slardar. So at this point in the next fight, make sure Analog stays safe. He cannot afford to get Black Hole again. He'll be available in 3 seconds. Zibe. Not enough mana now. We'll have to go back to base first before AVULUS can think about that. Fly again. Getting caught in no man's land. But if nothing else, it means Mobe is free to push out top. Or Flint.
They did have an observer ward there that was scouting Desire just as he TP'd out. Would have been nice if they could connect on both simultaneously, but he'll still just take it. Get to push out this wave. Puck actually didn't leave. He stuck around to try and get as much out of this jungle as possible. Still only a 2k net worth lead for AVULUS. Heroic with this Aegis. And we are scaling into some interesting items. Yuma going towards having that AC for himself into Satanic, so that's going to be the right-click build from the Kunkka. And of course, normally somewhat mixed about the Kunkka damage, as I am, but thankfully Whisper is in this game to help supplement that.
Yeah. Slaughter is important for that. Smiling Knight will complete the void crit simultaneously with the sniper. Are they going to dive?
They get the range. They get the full shot, the ultimate out from the sniper. Unfortunately, Gyrocopter shows up out of nowhere, puts in the right-click damage. They've already gotten the kill onto the Slaughter. Kunkka about to fall as well because him and the Ringmaster got caught by the Dream Coil. That's life number 1. As he returns, he will find that life number 2 doesn't have an easy way out. Does have a BKB, TP. Okay. Oh, cancel there with the Black Hole. Zibe very happy to commit this one. Of course he'll do this. They also cancel a TP away from the Tinker. So both of them will end up falling. A triple kill for Smiling Light on his Gyrocopter. And Heroic, they find themselves 4 kills. The only one not involved in these deaths is the sniper. He only contributed the assassinate, but why did they make that dive, Sind?
I'm guessing Whisper thought Sniper was in attacking range. Otherwise, that Slaughter kill doesn't happen. Excuse me, the Night Stalker kill doesn't happen. And now you ended up paying literally every advantage that you just gained for nothing. So this is a massive, massive win going the way of AVULUS that, technically speaking, they kind of had no business even getting. Jakiro was dead. It was a 5v4 situation that Heroic just lost 5-0 because they lost the Aegis too. So it's 4 heroes, including the double kill on the Aegis carrier. And it's going to cost them Elena Barracks.
Wow.
This is a speed run to losing this game, unfortunately, going the way of Heroic. And they might lose more now. Ringmaster. Okay, Mobe.
Actually get the silence out onto the puck, but he does have Yules. Wheel of Wonder will be there. He's still alive for now. Did he get the damage out onto this Ringmaster? Yes. Parasma Baby, good item. That being said, Sniper putting in some pressure onto him. Can he find the angle for the assassinate? Doesn't even need it. Just a couple of right clicks are enough damage. The team does nonetheless reveal or require the gem. Get it back to the team. But they did lose a full set of racks down bottom. It's only Dota 2 where these things can happen. Where you're losing a game, right? You're behind on gold. You win one fight at your tier 2 tower and you take a lane of racks in the time before the heroes respawn. That's just kind of insane.
That's true. It's only in Dota that that's possible, because in League they would have won the game off of that one fight. So you're right. It is truly a Dota only thing. And in Heroes of the Storm, they wouldn't be playing. So, yes, correct.
Forgot about that.
Desire. Is he going to get eyes on King Jungles here? He is in the smoke of the ninja gear, but it's about to break. Can Desire do anything with this? All right, Blood Flare.
Blood Flare, KJ inside the Glimmer Cape.
Disengage. Yeah, he gets away.
They really want to chase him, though. They are drawing lines towards the top side of the map, but he's a little bit too speed. Well, he actually comes back. Let's hope he doesn't wander towards the eastern part of the map. I don't think he will. He should be fine. You'll see Sniper plinking through this creep wave. Might have me wanting to set up. He's telling his team, maybe, guys, but nah, there's no way. You can't get this kill right now.
So, despite the puck being dead for a minute and a half, they don't really manage to accomplish much on Heroic's side with this slight overextension, I guess you could argue, for Mobe. At the very least, he lost the gem, which I think Heroic did recover.
Yes.
Wait, where is the gem?
It's on Jakiro.
Oh, they recovered it themselves? AVULUS did?
Yeah. AVULUS
so nobody picked it up when they killed the... Oh, yeah, they killed him from mega long range, of course. Yeah, they couldn't recover the gem. So, AVULUS retained that as well. Now, 2.5 minutes until Roche spawn. I don't think AVULUS necessarily are interested in even waiting for that. They have such an insane power timing right now with the Enigma, with the Aghanim Scepter as well. It's just a matter of finding the moment of opportunity, and you have the best hero in the game to do it with, the Night Storm. Dark Ascension.
Nullifier, of course. He throws it onto Schofield. Schofield waits his time. Only afterwards deploys the Ghost Scepter. Wisely done by the Ringmaster. That in tandem with the Defense Matrix afterwards will make sure that he stays fully topped up, ready for the fight.
I'm surprised they didn't try to take any initiative there on AVULUS' side, but maybe they didn't see a good angle with the Dark Ascension that they did pop, but now that this is going to be on cooldown, perhaps Heroic will be able to make a smoke move of their own when this expires, but for now they're just going to huddle in base since moving out is hard against an Isolt. Now it's over. See if that smoke comes into play or not. Slaughter will connect with the team. Do they even have a smoke? They don't have... Oh, they do. Okay, they just bought one.
Just got one, yeah. They need to do something soon because Gyrocopter is starting to get to that critical mass point. He has a Blessing queued up and he's about to finish his full Swift Blink. I feel like Swift Blink is really scary for this team. One of their big damage engines has been Analog. It's been kind of hard for them to reach him because Puck is generally busy on the front lines. But if Gyro can just ignore the rest of the team, you just jump Sniper, force him to back immediately and still kill him with the flat cannon. Very scary times coming in for Analog here.
Yeah, just combine the... You can combine Puck, Gyro, and kill almost any hero. Puck has the 25 talent of piercing coil, so you can just blink coil Sniper, and he's pretty much dead from that alone. He needs to get boxed, but there's still the Nullifier to worry about at that point. So yeah, I think that's a very clear path to victory here for the side of AVULUS, is just combining those two heroes together on a jump. It also doesn't have to be the Sniper. It can be the Tinker. That would be a great find. Jump the Slaughter and burst him. Anybody will die to this hero combination right now.
Tier 2 tower claimed on the top side of the map. Yep. Still have some time before Roshan could potentially respawn. So Heroic perhaps could try and angle to find a pick into a Roshan take, but they might have to come back. Desire poking at the tower a little bit. The team is not leaving top. They're going to keep forcing in this wave. Make sure that Heroic have to respond.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
Heroic are very, very clumped in their triangle, expecting potentially AVULUS to make a move there, but they're not going to. So this is a very awkward stalemate. If AVULUS knew where they were, they would just be hitting the high ground right now, but they have no idea where Heroic's heroes are. So both teams are kind of just hiding, completely hiding away in different corners, but Noun's in the way more... I say Nouns again, please don't fly. Oh, you know, we'll get there. AVULUS in a much more offensive position here.
It's like what you were saying the other day about how sometimes you out-mind game yourself. The straightforward, easy move, quote-unquote, you're expecting the opponent to be able to counter that so you don't make that move.
Right.
The opponent did nothing, and they got to save a lane of racks by literally doing nothing. It's kind of amazing.
Smiling Knight, gonna get hexed.
Okay, but I don't know if they have enough to completely bring him down. He does get off his BKB, turns back onto Yuma, throws in the homing missile. That being said, they forced out a BKB and only cost them the Ghost Ship. Whatever. That's a worthwhile trade.
That's fine. Ghost Ship and Wheel of Wonder have similar short cooldowns, so they overlap entirely. As a matter of fact, they're both 70 seconds. So, yep, that's all right. If Heroic could find a fight again now, that would be potentially very big before the Gyro BKB is online. They're trying. Desire.
Gonna try to go onto Desire. They want this Night Stalker, and they are gonna get him. Look at the damage output from Analog. And now he's putting pressure onto the puck, forcing him away at the very onset of this fight. He actually goes towards the north, Mobe. Bit of confusion happening from them. We'll split things up, ensure that they can't keep chasing towards the south where the rest of AVULUS are. So quick pick, but nothing more.
And after this happening, he's eyeing up the AVULUS now on the Night Stalker, but I think he would be wiser to buy BKB considering Slaughter has the nullifier. Oh, they found
get a nullifier out onto Jakiro, fly on the high ground, getting caught. He's actually gonna go down to the assassinate. At the same time, Smiling Knight putting in the damage with the gyrocopter, forcing the Kunkka onto the low ground and killing off the Slaughter. Buyback coming in from the Slaughter, as well as the dual buyback from AVULUS supports. We are gonna have a full-throated 5v5 around this Roshan pit.
It's daytime.
BKBs though, who used BKBs in that fight? Kunkka used BKB, Slaughter still has it, Gyrocopter has his coming back online, so we still have a lot of fight potential here.
Yeah, this is a tense moment, and AVULUS know that they can kind of just wait it out. The waves will be pushed in over time, both bottom and mid. So Heroic have to, at some point, show some initiative in those two lanes. They're doing so right now. This gives you a moment of opportunity to perhaps look for a smoke if you want to, but I guess they don't have any. But if nothing else, they're buying time for the Night Stalker ult. Now Heroic feel pressure to finally get started on the Roche. They know it's only going to get harder as we approach nighttime. No bait. Start poking.
Getting a little bit of vision with that Shiva's Guard. We have 20 seconds until the Night Stalker has his ultimate online. And this Roshan, perhaps not falling fast enough. Yeah, there's double black holes now. Smiling Knight just dropping the cooldown to cover this Roshan pit. Make it impossible to stick in the area. And unfortunately, your big damage engine, the sniper, there's no way you're going to put him into the pit right now without winning the fight. So this is going to take way too long. They're going to retreat on the high ground and wait for this engagement. AVULUS, though, they smoke and go for the full wrap. Desire has Dark Ascension back online. Look who's standing at the forefront of the fight. It's the sniper.
Oh,
this would be the worst case scenario. They find the sniper. He's gone for sure. Both him and Schofield literally die in the blink of an eye. And with Smiling Knight putting out this right clicks, Whisper about to fall as well. Mobe going to try and finish him off. Cannot manage to do so. Nice tidal wave from the Kunkka to protect him. Yuma is still alive. Throwing back some damage in the opposite direction, hoping to threaten somebody. But they ignore him and just jump onto KJ, finding themselves the third kill of this fight. Sniper also brought back Cinder, and this is like a worst absolute case scenario for Heroic.
And you only used one black hole, so you're still favored in the secondary fight right now, I think. You won't have the Night Stalker vision, which is big, but this is a 5v4 with a second black hole, and I don't even know if Heroic are aware that Zibe has another one in the back pocket, so... Yep, it's already done. Banner's still on the ground. We'll see if anybody picks it up. Not really that important. Heroic, this is a full-on Hail Mary play. They need to find something with this smoke. If they are the ones to get jumped, the game is just over on the spot.
He also gets scanned. Mobe
Coiled up.
Analog. Gets him in the Dream Coil. Here comes the follow-up. Smiling Knight drops the Dream Coil ultimate down. Right next to the Kunkka. Yuma does have BKB at the ready, but it doesn't matter. The right-click damage of Smiling Knight is going to overwhelm him at this point. Whisper doing his best to try and get away. Unfortunately, he's now been scouted. Shebe finds him. Smiling Knight blinks in after him, and they are certainly going to get this kill. He's hoping against all hope that his blink cooldown will come back, but it will not. As we established yesterday, hope is a mistake, and he is now in the grave for 2 minutes without buyback.
Yeah, it's time to go straight down mid with this Night Stalker ulti, right? 30 seconds. You don't even need it, actually. It's about to be Natural Night as well. So this is easily going to be megas for the side of AVULUS. They have all the advantages in the world. They have Aegis, they have Keys, they have Black Hole, Analog.
They feel you because they don't want to go for megas. They want to go for the jugular. Analog standing his ground. BKB active, throwing in the right clicks, and it's very effective with the Wheel of Wonder as well. Perfect placement from Schofield. It enables them to find the kill onto Mobe. Assassinate brings down Fly as well. 2 heroes down for the count. Spotlight trying to find Smiling Knight on the back edges. Unfortunately for them, the one hero that could have helped facilitate this chase is the only hero that's dead. Slaughter in the grave. However, AVULUS went for the jugular, failed to do so, so we are not at Mega's territory just yet.
I think Zibe got cancelled for like 5 seconds by a march of the machines. They were trying to end the game right there with just a blink coil into blink black hole, but Zibe couldn't get in. And they end up looking like fools here trying to dive there. They at least retain their Aegis. Oh, well, they also have the cheese. It's just in the backpack here of Mobe, but alright, Hope dies last for Heroic. They get one more fighting chance. Still, this is going to be against all odds and then some. As this is a long night that we're in with Dark Ascension ready. Approaching any fight without smoke is borderline impossible. But hey, we've seen other borderline impossible things happen, you and I, the last couple days, so it wouldn't be the first time Heroic could... Well, it would probably be the first time that Heroic would win a game like this, but it wouldn't be the first time that something crazy happened.
I think it's only the first series we covered together that was like a straightforward game of Dota. Everything else is just something insane has happened every single game. In this game right now, 24k gold lead in favor of AVULUS. We want to try and get this additional Tormentor, so some free gold for the entire squad. Does anybody not have a shard? Okay, Gyrocopter does not have shard, so both him and Night Stalker are eligible to pick this one up. Let's hope it's the Night Stalker. Game is hot. What can you do?
Well, the Gyro one is pretty good too, right? Hunter in the Night, of course, is a great shard, don't get me wrong. But when you're about to end the game, I think you'd rather have the Gyro one, because that could just win a fight if it's in the enemy base. It's hard for Night Stalker to use his shard in the enemy base. It's way easier to use it out on the map. But if nothing happens, you're happy to get this. Now you can just farm. And reset yourself up to full fight where Lincoln is now completed for Desire. I guess he just doesn't like BKB or something. It's like a personal vendetta against the item. What do I know?
How many games in a row is this?
He
that
sees Whisper. This is a big find.
He does.
This is a really big find.
And Whisper has
Do they have a coil near?
He does. What? Huh?
Was he? Did he miss that, or was he out of range, or can you not coil heroes that are already BKB'd? I'm pretty sure you can, right?
I think you can. I think he missed it because
He must
nothing
have
was on
missed
Whisper.
it.
Even after he TP'd home, nothing was there. So I think he missed. Game is hot. What can we do?
Well, it's a short cooldown. Would have been a nice pick, because it would have given them a 5v4, but the advantage is still massively in AVULUS' favor. They will get another chance to go again. And with Dark Ascension, well, alright, not if he gets jumped first.
You have the Older Steel Totem, though, to get him away from the Wheel of Wonder. And now Smiling Knight pushing forward. There's the black hole onto 4 heroes with the Smiling Knight right next to him, throwing in the right click damage. That's it. GG, well played is called. They even walk into the loss, walk all 5 heroes in just to give him the full team fight. There we go. Give him the tips.
Into a 5-man hole? I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah. There you go. And that, Snare, that is why they first pick Enigma, right there. They saw it coming. They knew 50 minutes in that they were going to get that Wombo. Yeah, they get it done in the end from AVULUS. This game, in all honesty, it was a bit scrappy for AVULUS' standards. I feel like this tournament has not been up to the level that we've seen from them in previous ones, but, you know, they're playing with a stand-in. It's obviously going to be different playing without your captain there. So it's baby steps for them and getting accustomed to playing with this player. This is a good first win for them to build on if they can finish off the series, of course, down the stretch. But yeah, this game definitely had its ups and downs. But despite the little bit of a mess up that I would say AVULUS had after the early laning stage, they still reined it in and controlled the later portion of the game quite nicely.
I will say one thing about these two teams. I expected the matchup to be a lot closer overall, given what we've seen from both of them in the last couple of days. But I think AVULUS leveled up more today than Heroic did, at least for this first game. A lot cleaner with their execution, especially the laning phase. The lanes were really, really solid for AVULUS in a way that they absolutely weren't yesterday. In the last couple of days, even the one game that they won the other day, it didn't look that clean doing it. Obviously, you know, there were some hiccups throughout the game. It wasn't a completely perfect victory. But I think the big turning point was once they got that Enigma BKB, it just felt like fights were impossible for them to lose.
Yeah, pretty much. I agree. This lineup by design, if Sniper can't truly hard carry, it's not going to work for Heroic, right? You're playing carry Kunkka. I personally am not a fan of this. I think the safe lane Kunkka misses way more than it hits. I think the offlane Slargar has also been a bit of a miss in general. If I'm Heroic, I revamp the drafting a little bit here. I think you've tried this a couple of times now. It's not worked for you. It might be an idea you enter the tournament with. You're not seeing the results. You're not... It's also not just that you're losing the games, right? They're not ever really ahead, I think, in these games that they lose with these heroes. So I would much rather see them return to some other stuff that's been working better, like, say, Yuma on Morphling. You know, put him on the true carry, put Analog on one of the more playmaking mids. I think that's when they look the best, is Analog on a Spirit Hero or Puck, and then Yuma playing a traditional harder carry. I wonder why they've deviated from that. Maybe they've had some bad recent results with it and can't find the vibes, but I think they just, to me, they just look better when they keep it to when they stick to their guns. So
yeah, I'm with you. Hard carry for Yuma, playmaker for Analog, team fighter for Whisper. That always seems to be what works for them.
Simple.
You know, keep it straight and simple. Of course, Smiling Knight kept it very simple on his gyrocopter. 11, 1, and 12. Spent most of the game farming, if we're honest, like the massive portion of it. But once he was ready, he's like, all right, guys, it's time to go and we're not going to stop. Also, I love his itemization going for the Swift Blink. Once he realized that, okay, that's the big issue that we have. Puck can go in, drop the Dream Coil. Night Stalker can also go in, but Night Stalker dies really fast. What can I do? Let me just go in with them. Nobody can stand long enough to just survive the damage. Even if they're hitting me, they die much sooner than I do. So I can just make that happen, get the W. And honestly, I do think Heroic, not only do they have to go back to the drawing board in terms of going back to the simplifying the draft, but I didn't really see them, how do I explain this? They really struggled to find positive vision on the map. Even in times where they had the ward advantage, right? They weren't playing around their own vision. How many times did we see them smoke 3, 4 heroes, find nobody, just go back to farming? And doing that once or twice, it happens. But when it happens 3, 4, 5 times in a game and the enemy team has Enigma, Gyro, who are just casually farming jungle, it's just never going to work out for you. Yeah,
it probably is an indication that your reads on the overall map movements are just incorrect, right? At some point, these smokes are expected to hit, and you want to find these, like, the big kill on the gyro, right, that can really build you an advantage and get you objectives. But you're right, they never really got there. They never really found the big smoke. And obviously credit to AVULUS for also having a great understanding and avoiding a lot of these. It always takes 2 to tango, and that's a big part of Night Stalker too. He's a great hero for obtaining that information and retaining it the rest of the game. So I don't know. I personally don't think Heroic will ban NS in the next game though. So maybe AVULUS run it back. We'll see.
We're, of course, are going to be finding out what happens in that game 2, which could be the final game of the tournament for Heroic. So all the South American fans, put your hands in the air, wave them like you don't care, give them your Spirit Bomb energy, and let us hope for the first game 3 with Snare and Cinderin as we return for game number 2 of Heroic versus the side here of AVULUS.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 2 of AVULUS versus Heroic, our final game and our final elimination of the evening. And we're hoping that Heroic can bring this one back. Sindrin, not I hope was happening during the break, right? I hope that my brother Cavs went and found himself a copy of this, The World of Mathematics. I hope he was plotting out everything, you know, getting the new strategies in place, because yeah, we need to turn a corner here for Heroic. These are not the performances we want out of them. You said you want to see them simplify things. How do you think they should start the draft? Do you still think it's okay for them to go back for the Ringmaster, or do you want a different approach to begin?
I'm okay with Ring. I don't really think that was the problem in that game per se. It's more so about the hero combinations that they play on their players. I think they have decently deep hero pools on Yuma, on Analog, and on Whisper to be able to run stuff that just works better for them. It seems that in this tournament they're trying to, I'm not going to say necessarily replicate what other teams are doing, because that's also not really what's happening. I just want to see them return to form, you know, not necessarily in the sense of, all right, we're going to play like when we won Wallachia 2, but structure your lineups in a way that brings out the best in all of your players. Analog's biggest strength as a player is his map movements and his spell casting, and that is not Sniper. And I know he can play a good Sniper, it's not that. I don't think he played a bad game, but at this level of play, all the players are capable of playing their heroes at a very high level. That is never going to be the problem. It's the last 15%, right? It's like, okay, are you a bit better at this than the other thing? And especially more so than anything else, is the team understanding of what to do at the game at any given point in the game. And that's where, again, to me, Analog is just a big playmaker for this team. So allow him to do it. Let him shine. And let Yuma carry the game. There you
I was
go.
about to
All
say, they were going to get Yuma Morphling. I was literally about to say that there's a guarantee we get Yuma Morphling. This is an elimination game. Just go pure comfort, whatever. AVULUS as well. They also have gone back for some comfort. Mobe not having his Sand King banned out. They get the first pick. They're like, well, okay, it's available for us. And you know why they picked the Enigma? Another reason? Now it forces a respect ban in the first phase.
I will tell you this. I think if AVULUS win this series, whoever faces them next will not respect ban Enigma in the first phase. I think this is an over-adjustment, but if it's what makes their players confident and comfortable in the game, and they worry too much that by giving Enigma away they can't pick their morph for laning, fair enough. You know, if that's really what they really want to focus on is getting Yuma his morph, I'm okay with it. But I don't think we've talked about this on previous occasion with Heroic as well, I believe it was. I don't think Morphling is a full-on first pick. I think you need a little bit more information in the draft for it to truly be great, but who knows? Like, it's been doing really well this tournament overall, so maybe it is just that good all of a sudden. But yeah, it's, if nothing else, this is the type of lineup I want to see from Heroic. Then maybe I don't agree with the order. As long as you get there in the end, I'm not complaining.
The Waterboy has 10 games in this tournament, 60% win rates. Not bad. Not bad whatsoever for this Waterboy. In fact, the only players that have lost with it, the only teams that have lost with it are Heroic lost twice, Nigma lost once, and then AVULUS lost once with it. Everybody else has picked the heroes once. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so it's won all the other games, but in all the other games it's also been picked later, right? So Heroic has lost with it twice, but one of them was overall first pick. And among all the losses you're mentioning as well, most of them are teams that are not in the upper side of the Swiss right now. So perhaps the hero is just that good, and it's the weaker teams losing and all the better teams winning with it, which obviously makes the hero incredibly strong if all the high-ranked games or high-tier games in the tournament are being won with Morph. But still a relatively small sample size, right? 10 games only? It's not enough to really be conclusive, but all right, let's see Heroic build around it. Ringmaster's in the pool, so AVULUS seem unfazed by that. I guess Heroic just
Ringmaster
grabbed it
and
here.
Tinker. But they did. Heroic have lost now twice with the Ringmaster Tinker combination, unfortunately. So not something that's been working out for them. I guess just one last thing on the Morphling. If you have Morphling on your side, it does drastically lower the chances of the enemy team picking Gyrocopter. So that could be something as well, right? You have the pseudo counter, and then you get the Ring Master on top of this as well. I'm okay with this. I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's solid. I don't know if Gyro is at the level yet where we are starting to block pick it with Morph. I think there's just other avenues that you just take, but of course, Smiling Knight will be less likely to play the Gyro again this time, so you are putting him on another hero, but he plays a lot of different carries, so he'll find something else. Could maybe see him bring out a Sven, potentially, or a carry. Is Tiny in the pool? Tiny's in the pool. Could also be an option. See what AVULUS cook up here. Guess you just pick a support first. Jakiro was banned by yourself, so I'm guessing Fly will play Tinker here, and then you get Desire. You could look for whatever, really. Desire can play, we've seen him play Earth Spirit, we've seen him play Night Stalker, Bounty Hunter, different mobility vision 4s. Don't necessarily see any reason to deviate too much from that, as Sand King will. As we've seen plenty of times from a team like Tundra, Sand King will still get a game even if his lane is hard, as long as you stack camps.
I like the Night Stalker to get him vision. Oh, a Marana. All right, how many Maranas do you think we've seen? We didn't see the stat just yet. I don't know if the only other person I can imagine having played this is Snay. We had one Marana, and it was Ducalis who played it actually. On PARIVISION. They got the W, so we got Marana and the Elder Titan. ET, one of the best heroes into Morphling in the entire game of Dota. So you have now some massive physical damage amp. You've got a lot of mixed damage coming in from the Sand King. And you were mentioning Night Stalker. I think for me, the thing I love the most is when a hero like Sand King is paired with anybody that can help gain him vision. And in this game, Marana can help you do that, but can also cover your approach as you're going into the enemy team. I like this a lot, actually.
And ET Spirit fits the build too. It can also give some information. Not necessarily too much, but if nothing else, AVULUS have incredible zone control around objectives. They've got Moonlight to access it, and they've got Sand King plus the ET Spirit to protect Roshan, protect Tormentor. As long as the laning stage goes fine, this is a fearsome lineup going into the later portions of the mid game, and that's generally been where Heroic in a lot of their games have fallen flat, is in that mid game. Against a lot of their opponents, they've got out of the lanes pretty unscathed, and then it just hasn't really translated into much later down the line. So see what they do to try to solve that problem here. I find it difficult to address these picks of AVULUS. I'm trying to wrap my head around what I think would be a good pick here. Historically, Clockwork could be interesting, but he's just not very good right now. For Heroic, you don't want to lose your lane against ET too hard, so some of the 4s are less appealing. The melee 4s can really struggle under the assumption that Marana is played by Desire as a 4. They can obviously flex them if they want between the supports. This is not an easy pick to make. There's a reason they're taking a long time here on Heroic.
Want somebody that can help supplement the lane as a 5 for Morph. You need some damage, you want a bit of control. Vision would be nice
Tusk,
as well.
Maybe?
Tusk, I wouldn't mind Tusk. Scorpio Tusk. I get Doxia. Okay. You just go Doxia, Doxia Tusk, Doxia Night Stalker. What do you think?
I thought maybe the Tusk would play with Morph, but the problem is the snowball save. Is it really a save here? It really depends on timing, because you're also setting yourself up to get stomped and burrow struck. So it depends, are you a glass half empty or half full kind of person, whether you like that pick or not? Alright, no one gets me. I think this is a tiny 4, and I'm not a big believer in this. We've seen Heroic run this once or twice on Schofield, and I think those were some of his rougher games. I think the lane matchup into ET or Marana, both are pretty bad. So the Darkseer has a lot of ground to cover, but you don't even know what your matchup is yet. AVULUS can pick any carry they want, basically. I think all carries can work in this game against this lane. Imagine you wanted to play Spectre. You could do that, but Spectre's just not a great hero. But I think that's the level that we're at. You can pick whatever you want. I genuinely think so. So what's your counter pick to Morph as a carry?
Terrorblade Drow, usually. Yeah. Terrorblade, Drow, Medusa, these kind of heroes.
You could honestly play Drow this game if you wanted to. I think it's pretty... obviously she's one of the weaker carries against Darkseer Tiny because they can get on top of her, but you have a lot of strong protection. Yeah, this would be standard, you know. I can't say it's surprising. It's good against Darkseer in lane. You're one of the heroes that can burst morph. It feels good. It's just Ursa has not looked as impressive for me in this patch as he did in the earlier patches of the current version, but it's still, I think the arguments are good enough that you can run it here for AVULUS. So I'm worried for Heroic here. I think you need to really cover your bases with the last pick to solve this for me. This mid pick needs to be very good. Or you play Tiny mid. I guess.
Well, they have last pick. We both know that they're not going to pick a Schofield who are lost, bro. There's no way. I doubt it. I'd be very surprised if Analog doesn't get the 24 pick in an elimination game. That would surprise me deeply. And it seems like AVULUS would be quite surprised as well because they're batting out Analog heroes. No Slaughter. So we'll see it's either Ember, Storm, Puck. One of those other heroes will be banned away from him. One of them will probably be taken by AVULUS themselves. I mean, Mobe is going to be playing. He's looked so good on the Sand King. I think it would be kind of unfortunate to have Shibe play due to how good Mobe looked. However, he also looked pretty good on the Puck, so they do have some versatility in that regard right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Heroic banning out Tide first. They are also assuming the Sand King mid is the bigger threat. But obviously, with the flex, you know, if you see a great opportunity here for some gotcha pick that Heroic have to solve, that's the problem here. Heroic don't have any flex, right? Unless we are assuming the Tiny could flex, but then the only last pick you can get is a position 4. So if there's like an incredible off lane or an incredible mid lane now, you could grab it and tell Heroic, you have to counter this. I'm not sure what exactly it would be. I think in theory this is a crazy Medusa game, actually, off-lane Dusa, but I haven't seen AVULUS really play that much.
5 seconds remaining.
I would be on board with it, though. I think off-lane Dusa doesn't really care about Darkseer at all, compared to the carry Dusa. I think you can just lane freely against Morph, and alright, they'll ban the Huskar. I was considering it, but I didn't think Heroic were actually even going to go in that direction, because I think their lineup is just way too one-dimensional with Huskar. But they're covering their bases for the mid lane. They want to make sure that Mobe has a good start, and these are probably two of the worst matchups Sand King could have had to face that Heroic are known to play. Go. Right. Might be an offlane Sand King now.
They're still keeping the flex.
Yeah.
It could be.
Options
could be
are
offlane
open.
Sand King, offlane DK. Pretty much the only one we really know for sure as the core is going to be the Ursa going safe lane. That's going to definitely not change, but the other heroes could move around a little bit. All right, I like this. Looking at the damage output from the side of Heroic, we have one of those games yet again where if Schofield is playing 4, all of the damage is coming from the Morphling. So it's one thing to burst through like an Ursa, one thing to burst through a Sand King, one thing to burst through a DK. Doing it to all of them during a team fight, that is a very different story.
And what hero is left for Analog that he really likes when he's playing against 2 instant stuns and an Ursa? All of his spirit heroes feel endangered. He's going to get it anyway. I guess they just ran out of options, right? It's like, okay, we have the Darkseer. It's good with Ember. We're going to run it. But now you're playing an unfavorable lane matchup into Dragon Knight, and you're playing against 2 instant stuns plus Arrow and Ursa Burst, and the only save you have is the box. So I think a lot of pressure in this game now on Heroic to play around Analog successfully. I think that has to be the challenge here. Yuma will be farming for a while on the Morph. Make sure Analog enters this game. If he loses his lane and does not find kills, you get into this very awkward mid-game portion where I think AVULUS is just going to run you over. So I'm looking at Analog. This is tournament life on the line. Time to come up big on Emperor or go home.
I have another slight concern here looking at the way that this draft is, right? So, like you mentioned, the only save that they have available is from this Ringmaster. Ringmaster, you know, you want to be able to come in, save the hero, move out of the fight. The enemy team has ET, right? Spirit can find you with the Echo Storm, stop you from getting to your target. They have random arrows that can just be launched out, stop you from getting to your target. They have a DK that can also just jump on you if he's not revealed himself in the fight already, stop you from getting to your target. Long range initiation from Sibe, stop you getting to your target. You know,
I'm
normally
seeing a pattern here.
I'm seeing a pattern that I think Ringmaster's going to have a tough game. And honestly, if I'm on the side of AVULUS, right, I'm just starting my fights being like, we kill Ringmaster, then what do they do? What do they have left, right? After he's down, Morphling can maybe maintain presence, but Darkseer has to leave, right? Embra's definitely going to have to leave if the Ringmaster's down. So, Sunderin, please talk me out of this, man. I feel like another 2-0. Please talk me out of it. Give me another look, man, as we go into this last game. Hopefully not the last game. Hopefully not.
I'm not going to lie to you on air. I'm also not going to lie to you off air, for the record. But I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the 2-1. But I will say this much. Heroic's lineup has insane snowball potential if everything clicks. This is the type of lineup that can crush a game completely if things go well. But if things don't go well, the recovery curve is really steep. So it's very binary here. If the early game goes poorly for Heroic, I have a hard time seeing them recover it. But if it goes well, I could see them crush AVULUS in a game like this before their lineup really comes online. So that you got to start from the beginning. Get a good laning stage going. And if you can, somehow find a kill or two in the top lane with your Darkseer Tiny, that would be massive. Or if you can get Ember out of the laning stage well against Dragonite, if he can outperform expectations, then these are some of the potential upsides for Heroic. But I am digging a little bit deep because I think fundamentally in this game, they're a little bit outdrafted on at least 2 of their lanes. And unfortunately, those are the 2 lanes that are going to bring the tempo.
Little bit of contestation down bottom. Desire 8 and Impalement Arts, we're trying to encroach upon the bounty, not going to be allowed. On the other side of the map, Whisper and Schofield attempted the same. They will also be prevented from this attempt. So just a 2-2 trade on the bounties, some damage onto Schofield, but he's got tangos. He's going to be fine.
What AVULUS accomplished by doing this is they prevent Heroic from blocking the wave. And if Heroic don't get to block this wave, they don't get the favorable lane position that they want to start with. They even have to skill Avalanche and throw it out here and run away. So now you have Ursa and ET in a favorable lane position against a lane that cannot fight back against them. You just see Flies 1v2ing them right now. So this is already a great start for AVULUS up here with the way they got this placed and prevented the block.
Let's talk about my boy Fly for a second, right? After the stint on Nouns, or towards the end of the stint on Nouns, things weren't looking super solid. But should he just stick with AVULUS, man? I feel like he's found a new lease on life with this team. He's smiling again, outplaying heroes, actually doing some really sick miniature plays as well. Like he's 3-4 years younger. Keep him on AVULUS for some reason. Are you asking me if
Fly should do that?
Yeah. Should AVULUS just keep Fly, basically, given how well he's performed when he's been standing in for them this tournament?
I don't think Fly gets to choose first of all. And I think this has been overall in the last couple of tournaments maybe AVULUS' weakest showing. So it's not like I don't feel like okay, Fly has elevated this team to new heights. I think he's holding his own and I think he's playing well. So he's clearly showing that he's still got it. But I can't say with a straight face that man with Fly they're just a so different team than with Soneko. I haven't got that overall impression. But Fly himself, I'm sure, would love to play with this stack of players because it's tough out there finding a good team nowadays. Even if you're good, it can be difficult. So,
other side of the map, you see Sibe doing his thing on the Sand King, just chilling. Not really too much we expect happening down bottom. They'll force him away. There's going to be a sentry down. Sentry wars have already happened. It's been won by KJ overall, so that gives Yuma the advantage in this lane. But that's something Shibe would have expected coming down here. He's going to find his farm, and Desire can open up some camps for him later if things do start going awry. He's already got a double stack of the hard camp. Good job.
Yeah, I'm assuming he wants to triple stack that for minute 3, and then Zepe is going to go and farm that with level 2 Sandstone. Just standard textbook stuff with offlane Sand King. Should be able to accomplish that without any trouble.
This top lane is so funny, dude. I love dual melee lanes on both sides.
Yeah.
It's so hilarious.
It's a tough one for Darkseer, Darkseer Tiny though. They can't really realistically ever win this lane, but they can apparently win bottom. That's a good kill for Heroic to start with King Jungles, getting the first blood onto Zibe.
Kind of unfortunate because he knew exactly where the sentry ward was going to be. And like you say, they're not going to find the stack. Maybe the courier does die. So KJ's courier dies. It actually had vision and a clarity. That's pretty solid because now that Desire's gotten this D-Ward, he knows it's not going to be coming against them in a while. So Yuma not going to be able to zone out Shibe. Finally, the Sand King will have some presence in the lane.
Yeah, that courier kill is quite meaningful. Maybe you should buy a sentry here on Morph. To be honest, waiting for the respawn of the courier on Ringmaster is quite costly. There's just so much safety now for Zibe for a while. Well, break his Sandstorm for some reason. I don't think there was any point in doing that there, but maybe he thinks they have more detection than they actually do. And, well, if nothing else, he can head over and stand and farm at 4 minutes. So maybe it was by design anyway. I guess this is a good time to uproot and leave. Is he going to stack this ball? Yes. Okay. Good enough time.
Top lane has just been very funny because Whisper and Schofield are just a shoot playing the lane whatsoever. Just continually diving behind. What can you do? You're playing against Ursa's dogs here. You have to do some shenanigans in order to have a way forward. And it's working out. 21 CS for Whisper. Most of these, it seems, have been in the lane. Some of them have been creeps, but with the help of Schofield, they've been eliminating most of these waves. Ursa, of course, has been happily farming underneath the tower and now dragging a creep camp. A creep wave into the camp, so he's still chilling. And every now and then they'll just come back, harass Schofield a bit. But now Schofield puts damage. He's gotten level 3. Level 2 Avalanche toss, baby. And Fly is not safe either. KJ made a twin gauge rotation. Impalement odds, tame the beast. Iron shell damage. And we have a double kill for Whisper on his docks here.
Might cost him Schofield at the end of all this with the blood grenade, but well worth it. He has a fairy fire. He still has spells.
Pray.
Mobs placed. Oh, the toss.
Oh my goodness, the toss back. There's no more mana on Desire. Schofield is running, but Smiling Knight has boots, has Earthshock. Okay, they still found the kill. It came very close though.
I mean, honestly, this is the start of something good for Heroic, though. This was a lane that I think, in theory, they have no business winning, but finding the kill onto Ursa and then the ET is massive for Whisper's game. You're not ahead even after this, but imagine without it. You're a level behind Ursa now, in spite of finding those 2 kills up there. So, at the very least, it keeps hope alive that Darkseer and Ember together can start building a game.
Speaking of Darkseer, he is actually middle right now with Schofield. We're trying to find the vacuum onto Mobe. I mean, as well as things are going on that top lane much better than expected. This mid lane, unfortunately, is going as expected. Analog is having a really tough time dealing with this DK. He actually is going to find himself dead. He's gone. There's no way he survives this. Oh my goodness. It gets worse, Cinderin. Because now they go back to just hitting the tower. It's got about, like, what, 25% duration on the Dragon Knight form? This is going to be some hefty damage on the building.
At the very least, the siege creep is dead here, so Mobe can't activate that on the tower as well. But yeah, this is a mid lane that Ember just doesn't win. You know, you can put on your history goggles as much as you want and be like, hey, didn't this used to be kind of good for Ember? It just isn't, okay? It doesn't matter what you think this used to be like. Every single game I see in these pro games, Dragon Knight bodies Ember. He wins it significantly every time. And as you said, kind of the expected result here. I would say Analog may be doing a little bit worse than par for this lane, but as we established in the last game, laning mechanics also not Analog's absolute forte. So I think in matchups where other players would maybe edge out a 5 extra CS here, Analog will not be that guy. But rotations is where it's at, so let's hope for him that he can find some of those together with the Darkseer. They lose both Shrines of Wisdom, though. That's really bad news for Heroic. They need these levels on their support. Schofield level 4, King Jungle's level 4. Desire's level 5.5 on the Mirana now. Fabulous. This is going to be an early Moonlight Shadow.
Mobe into Dragon Knight form again, putting pressure onto this mid lane Ember Spirit. At the same time, Smiling Knight and Fly just doing what they want in the top lane. I mean, the creep skipping was working earlier on, but the move that they made to come middle did sort of disrupt the mechanics a little bit, so they're not going to be as easily able to accomplish that. It does mean that Fly has license to roam a bit, and he's come towards middle, both him and Desire. They're hoping for a Dragon Knight stun into further damage, but not going to find it. And Shibe just wants to get his phase. That's all he's concerned about right now.
Oh, if they find the Dragon Tail now, it's not fishing for the arrow. All right, Analog did turn around, just barely. Nice attempt. I think it's good to try the arrow first. He's never getting caught by the Dragon Tail there, so you're just trying. But the stacks, they got all of it on Heroic. They share a bit of experience, but at least they got all the gold in the end. So that's good news. That's going to be the Vanguard for Whisper. Probably looking to complete the full halberd against Ursa.
Would you like a surprising stat, Mr. Sindhu?
Yes, I love surprises.
This is the latest tower we've seen taken the entire day that we've been costing.
That's not surprising, because I was also there for it.
Well, oh, okay, so there must be something that you weren't there for. I see.
I mean, it's not a surprise, because I've called it.
Oh my goodness. Well, if I'd asked you yesterday, are we going to have, what's the fastest tower we'll have taken on a day of Dota? Or before we started, you would have said,
that it was 6:30 in 2 or 3 of the games. I would definitely be surprised about it. However, this might be
not
the
surprised about this
second tower, potentially.
Can they defend this even? I don't think they can. Like, they have Darkseer Wall available, but Tiny is still level 4, Ringmaster still level 4. I don't know about this one. They're coming with everybody, though. Analog has made his way to the side of the map. They have a TP available from Yuma. Let's see what they choose to do. Mobe instead just backs off. Doesn't really have that much interest. Once they've drawn the rotations, they're like, all right, it's okay for us.
Some nice stacks being farmed here by Heroic. Darkseer can be a big help in other heroes shining. It's part of what he does. Get them some nice net worth from the Ancients. So, I mean, while all this is happening, Yuma is having a good time. So, the win condition for Heroic, a lot of their games will be Yuma getting very farmed on a hard carry when I see them doing the best. And Morphling off to a hot start is definitely good news. However, there are some pitfalls in this game with the instant stuns and the Ursa, so he has to be very careful with his hero placement and maybe with his itemization too. I wonder if this is a game where you go Lincolns at some point because of Dragon Tail and Burrow Strike, or if you have to go flat out to BKB. Getting both sucks, so I guess you have to pick your poison.
Still going to be some time before the full decision is made, as we do see KJ able to dodge the arrow. Shout out, bonus movement speed from Escape Act. Great times. Now the question is, now what? Yuma going to make his way to the Twin Gate. Wants to connect with his team so they can open up the map a little bit. Definitely feeling like we need some buildings. Oh, he changes his mind. Maybe Darkseer told him, I don't think we have enough pressure to actually successfully do this. So I would like to see a Heroic expanding the map somewhat. I think that'll help them out quite a bit, because if they leave it up to AVULUS, AVULUS are going to get their playmaking items, the blink on DK, the blink on the Sand King, which is just emerged now, and they'll force you to lose your map. So ideally, if you could make plays earlier, it would be nice, and a play like that is necessary. Getting a quick kill on Morana, removing her from the map, and crucially getting gold into the hands of the Morphling.
That was a cute play from Heroic. They saw Mirana for like 30 seconds. She was standing there leeching experience, and just they let her do it until the Morphling connected over, so they had a guaranteed kill with slide chains into Arrow. So they do get it. Of course, she does leech a little bit, and it's somewhat of a commitment, keeping 3 heroes down here. So AVULUS is still progressing nicely on all 3 of their cores. But for the time being, you take what you can get on Heroic. It's hard to really build a big advantage or a big fight right now with your lineup. It's something that's going to come later when you hit a couple of better timings. So the Darkseer will be going for the Crimson Guard instead of the Halberd. That will be very nice for a little bit of time. Yeah, Schofield, well, he's dead. So.
I am actually quite surprised that he's going forward here. This Observer Ward that's behind the Tier 1 tower, that's his ward. And he actually scouted 2 of the heroes coming forward. So this is a little bit surprising from Schofield that happened, and now they're also pressuring middle. Analog. Okay, there was a Moonlight Shadow that was used out to bail Fly, but he needs to be careful. There are heroes that were encroaching upon him, and thankfully, though, Analog does hide in the trees. He's not going to get caught.
Mobe and Zibe now. A fearsome duo. Zibe's level 11, by the way, on the offlane Sand King. Very, very far ahead of his counterpart, the Darkseer, who just cracked level 9. So it's an easy top tower, and this is starting to be a little bit reminiscent of game number 1, where AVULUS just took all the tier 1s first and got some nice map control. Heroic fought their way back in that one, but obviously in the end didn't get out of it with a win. This one, is it just going to be the same story once over? It's a fast battlefield for Ursa. Can't deny it. 13 minutes with phase.
Not
I would
bad,
imagine
not bad.
AVULUS want to look for bot tower now. Why not?
Yeah, that's stopping it. Might as well just put some as much pressure on the map as you can. You see Fly has level 6 as well. ET Splitter, definite. Yo, ET Splitter in combination with the Sand King. That sounds terrifying in terms of the damage output. Cannot wait to see how that happens.
Are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They just want the tier 1 tower. KJ is here. They don't have that much support in behind them. It's only him and the Morphling. They will need another hero or two if they want to feel fully confident. And Analog will oblige them. He's making his way over. Unfortunately, as he does so, AVULUS have lost their appetite for this push, so just end up wasting their time because Schofield also made a twin gate rotation to be present for this fight.
Yeah. Speaking of Schofield, this is going to be one of his faster blinks, unless he ends up dying in a moment. He has 1900 gold in the bank, so it should be a 15-minute blink. You know, with Brown Boots, it's not the best, but I just find in this patch in a lot of the games that we see, 4 Tinies just struggle to find the gold, so it's not the worst timing for sure. Staying on par with the Mirana.
Yesterday, his fastest one yesterday was at 16, so he does seem on pace to be able to beat that one out. It will be Mirana jumping away, Moonlight Shadow being popped off, Impalement Art will connect. Does Yuma find the, oh my goodness. The vision was there, but he does not have a point into the adaptive strike. Doesn't really matter. Not enough damage to get the kill. In the meantime, they're going to use that Moonlight Shadow to re-engage onto Schofield. Doesn't die just yet. The Echo Stomp, ET Splitter will be there. Shout out to KJ for providing some additional heal. So Schofield, I think, will be okay.
Yeah, very disciplined disengage there from AVULUS. I don't know if they actually had to do that, but they were anticipating a massive rotation from Heroic. Not giving him the opportunity to fly.
Actually, just waveforms forward. Analog does find the 2 heroes in chains here. They're looking for Fly, but the epicenter combination with the Borrow Strike is going to be there. KJ with the escape back. Make sure Yuma doesn't take too much damage. Taking the beast back onto Shibe. The Sand King is down. Stolen Sand King form to stun up Smiling Knight. He's held in place with the Wheel of Wonder. Has to stop escaping this fight. Does have the Enrage, but with they waveform forward, Yuma has the right-click damage. He cannot venture north through the Darkseer wall. So he ends up dead, 2 for 1. Both cores, you only lose a support just as the Tormentor is available. Cinderin, what am I going to say? Deja vu again, fam. This happens every game with Heroic.
Yeah, if they had any follow-through on that massive epicenter double Burrow Strike combo, they would have crushed that fight. But they missed the arrow. They missed the arrow, and Ursa was not able to hit during the epi to kill the target that they were isolating, so that was just a little bit of a miss from AVULUS in terms of the execution. That's going to cost you. Heroic are not going to, you know, not punish mistakes like that, and they get themselves a nice win out of it. Now, they cannot take the Tormentor just yet, but you would imagine that they want to start setting up for it now, especially with the Crimson Guard. This is relatively safe to take. Fly will try to stop them, but Spirit on cooldown for another 10. It might just already be dead. He hasn't already been. Yeah, it will be. Morph is very fast at this.
Yep. He just got his Manta style. Crimson Guard finished on Whisper. So easy grab. And that also gave, they're not that far away in terms of the gold from having a full Mage Slayer from the Ember Spirit now as well. And given how torrid his early game was going, very, very good. Thankfully though for AVULUS, they will use this time to go into the Roshan pit. Nope. The newfangled Tormentor for Roshan trades. It reminds me of the, you remember the good old days for Roshan for tier 2 on Radiant side trade? That was good times.
Oh yeah, what a great patch and time that was. Literally every game. At least nowadays, this isn't every game that this is the trade, but back then it genuinely felt like an every game kind of thing. Alright, Heroic stabilize once more, just like in game number 1. Now let's see if they can string it together in the mid game this time. Epi being channeled. Zippy is thinking about it. Onto Whisper. It's quite a deep dive, and he seems to have a read that they're here. So nicely backing off onto the left side. This attack will not be coming in.
I like his build as well on Whisper. He's going straight in for the Pipe of Insight after the Crimson Guard. He'll probably come back later for the Guardian Greaves, but understanding that he needs these survivability auras sooner than he needs the heals for his team, I like this quite a bit.
I think If I would like to see him potentially even buy Dagger after the putt. He's queued up the Shard, but looking at their lineup, there's incredible value to finding a good vacuum. You set up Wheel of Wonder, you set up Avalanche, you set up a double Slight Chains. So Vacuum is a very powerful spell in this game, and with a Blink Dagger against all these 4 melee heroes, you're likely to find at least 2 heroes together for a back wall. That, a lot of the time, that's enough. But yeah, I definitely agree with his build path so far. I'm happy he didn't go for the Albert, but rather went for Crimson. I think it was a better choice.
About to get assaulted right now. It does have his own Burrow Strike to escape the stolen Burrow Strike. And they just lack the damage from Yuma to finish him off. But proof of concept, and more importantly, a tier 1 tower. That's what they really wanted. Now we have a Moon Knight Shadow. Doesn't seem like they're going to gain too much off the back of this. The Tiny is not showing. Schofield's just chilling. Now they see Sibe Sandstorm, so they know where these heroes are probably at. So nothing will happen from there. Perhaps they popped it thinking that he was in more danger than he actually was.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, doesn't really seem like too much is going to come from this, and we're just back to farming for a little bit, and that begs the question, who is benefiting more from this? I think AVULUS would love to use their Aegis, so if they don't find a fight with this in the next 2.5 minutes, I think Heroic already, that's a little bit of a win by itself. Especially now that DK has picked up a BKB as well. You've definitely geared up for fighting on AVULUS with Aegis plus BKB. You know, just spending it in the jungle feels rather counterproductive. Schofield's gonna show himself and get out.
Sort of a similar sentiment to what you were expressing last game, right, about Ricky, that if nothing is happening on the map, Ricky is losing. If you're playing DK and you went Blink BKB as your first opening items and nothing is happening and you only have 1 kill, you do not feel happy about the situation.
Yeah, I would agree with that for the most part. Now, of course, you could argue Ember is a little bit in the same boat, but he has the losing matchup, so it's harder for him to accomplish as much on the map than it is for DK, considering he's playing with the inherent advantage. And if you don't want to find kills on DK, I mean, that's not necessarily something you have to do, as we see a dead Mirana bottom, probably. Oh, nice footwork from Desire.
But unfortunately, the
Wait,
did he get a stolen arrow? No, that was a real arrow into Yuma. Stolen arrow didn't connect, but doesn't matter. They still find the kill.
Cute attempt. If you wanted to farm on DK, you could have. This was definitely a game where you didn't have to buy BKB. If you just wanted to ramp up, you had every opportunity to itemize greedier. But now that you did do this, you would think that plays are on the cards. Also, Sankey just picked up Ags and level 50. Yeah. He is super strong. This is the peak of the hero, or, well, some would probably argue his peak is even late game nowadays, but this is his other peak. He's Ags complete and level 15 Talon. Very, very strong hero right now.
He wants to box, he wants to scrap with the gang. I mean, later he'll get the Revenant's Brooch, of course, but now they smoke. They know it's time to make something happen. We do not buy Aghanim, Scepter, and Sand King to just sit back and farm. So let's see where these heroes are at. But unfortunately, unlike in the previous game when they had the Night Stalker, their vision control isn't as clear in this one. The scan does connect onto Yuma, but Schofield is ready and able to break the smoke. Blinks away, still gets caught, however, by Mobe. However, sacrificed himself for the carry. It's a trade you will probably take.
It was a very nice smoke break. He had excellent positioning to stand there and break it, and then he blinked off as they were about to find him, but they still were able to connect. But as you said, it is still protecting his core, and all AVULUS get is the 4 Tiny as well as a tower, and now their Aegis is burnt. So Ursa with his BKB is finally ready to really fight, but no second life now. Zibe, however, getting a lot of valuable info here. King Jungles is screwed. He get more, though.
The Burrow Strike arrow will connect as well, so they will be able to find King Jungles. Yuma, sadly, not able to find Revenge. Even Whisper TP bottom, but everybody's out from AVULUS already. By the way, he did change his build. He got the shard now, but he's immediately angling for the Blink Dagger thereafter. So he got the memo. He understands.
Yeah. That's right. If I say something is good and you get it, then you understand.
Don't call you the Emperor for no reason, gang.
These players better get it. Think for a minute and come to the same conclusion as I do. Then you're right. Only then.
Uh,
Wait, who was queuing up Nullifier? Dragon Knight. Okay.
DK, yeah.
So that will obviously be great this game. Break Surge, break Iron Shell, break the Flame Guard, break the box. Man, the amount of dispellable stuff this game is incredible.
They're actually getting two
I
of
was
them.
going to say they might want more than one, and Ursa's queuing one up as well after his MKB. Anticipating he will need it against Morph, which is correct. Butterfly, of course, on the way. No secret, he's showing off the Eagle Song, as well as a Backpack Talisman. Schofield trying to cut the wave. This is his death. Seeing it in slow motion. Seeing it in
See what
very
Schofield's
slow
got.
motion.
7 seconds, 5, 4. He might actually live, bro. I don't think he might not actually die here. Oh my god, he's actually gonna live. Arrow will be there. It will not connect. So he's fine. He's out.
I think Fly
Very slow motion, fam.
Yeah,
Mid lane though, this might be different because Mobe, he's going down the hill, he runs into 4 Radiant heroes, has to pop the BKB and TP out instantly. So that is the 9-second burn, but mid lane, they might not have a way to get him out on the Sand King, but he does. Barrow Strike is good with the blink. Alright. We'll at least get them the tier 1 tower, so you keep Schofield alive, you force back the Sand King, you get out a BKB charge, and you get a tier 1. Life is good, gang.
I'm really surprised Schofield got out of that. I think Fly had a good full second where a Stomp would have probably hit or forced the Tiny back toward himself, which would have also been potentially enough for Mirana to reach any sort of damage and prevent Blink. But Schofield got away with it. Well done. This is classic Schofield, trying to thread the needle on the side lanes. A lot of the time he dies for it, sometimes he doesn't. But most importantly, it makes all the space in the world for the other heroes in his team to get to scale. And now, say scale, Morph and Ursa are actually neck and neck now. Seems like Smiling Knight has caught up slightly to Yuma. Once he gets that MKB, nowhere is safe for the Morph. Morph will be playing without BKB for quite a while. He's going for Aghanim's Shard here to protect himself from all the stuns so he can still get the shift off. That's where Ursa is problematic. Even if you get the shift off, he's going to do so much damage and put those stacks into you that it's going to be hard to turn around and re-engage later in the fight. So, Shard isn't even a fail-safe. And now he's queuing up BKB. He's going to need that too. They're going to see each other. Yuma and Smiling Knight. Oh, Smiling Knight very quickly disengaging us. Expecting that this is a big threat, but it's all smoke and mirrors. There's actually no threat at all. But Heroic buys some info with that. They know, okay, since Ursa was scared when we walked in there, Morph was probably, or excuse me, Ursa was probably alone up there, or at least had very little backup. So we are going to smoke across the map and try to find another opening. But
fortunately, Fly read the move. Fly read the move, was able to block this. Actually, Smiling Knight stuck around. They might get caught with the Searing. Oh my goodness, did both of the creeps tank the Searing chains? Are you kidding me? No, Enrage, never mind. He just had the status resist, he got out. Fly invis for a moment with the Moonlight Shadow. They don't have any further reveal here. There will finally be a sentry drop down. They get the Wheel of Wonder out with the vacuum onto Ursa. He's going to end up being killed. Desire unable to open up the space here as Yuma with the stolen Starfall gets the double kill onto the Mirana as well. That was, I thought the Ursa was going to be able to escape with Fly breaking the smoke, but unfortunately the chase is too good from Heroic.
Oh, Zibbe too now. Are they going to get him as well?
Starfall misses. Do they have reveal? Where's the reveal? Dust? It doesn't connect.
He's dead.
Oh, he went back into the dust range. I think he was just outside of the dust range with the Sandstorm, but as he wandered back in, easy reveal, easy kill. A third kill in this skirmish all across the map for Yuma.
I cannot believe that smoke worked out that well for them. It's one thing to get the Ursa kill, but then they also get Sand King mid and the ET too. Ursa never got the BKB off. I think he thought he was safe, like you said, after enraging off the chains and running off to the right, but Schofield found a toss Ava combo into instant stun follow-up. He didn't have a chance. So now Heroic pull ahead by a bit, especially the Morph now, creating some distance to the Ursa is very valuable. Delaying the MKB keeps Yuma a lot safer. I know the Roshan can spawn any moment, so King Jungles is scouting the pit. Unfortunately for them, it's going to be almost a fully max respawn. Max respawns in 20 seconds, and it's still not up. But we're counting down now, a few seconds to go, and here it will be just when he stops checking.
Fly is going to check with the ET Spirit. He knows that there aren't any Radiant heroes in the pit right now. However, Radiant side are also aware that Roshan should be around this time coming back. So he can't afford to give up this positioning. So they smoke themselves. Last time was a resounding success. Let us see the angle they'll pursue on this engagement. AVULUS are also going for the completely full wrap here. Are they going to get away with this? They don't even scan for this. Sind, man, this is a big risk, but so far, it hasn't been caught out just yet. Yuma on the high ground. Yuma's the first one caught out. Arrow's going to connect onto him. Do they have the damage to kill him? Not just yet. There's the Borrow Strike, but he's still alive. Able to waveform out. Whisper's going to be the one that falls first. Schofield now going to eat the rage of this Ursa and find himself ripped to shreds. 2 for nothing. They get the priority target out, but they still are losing heroes. Analog, he's going to get scouted by an observer ward. He's TPing out. Sibe doesn't Borrow Strike him. He was in the trees.
The ward couldn't see him.
Oh my god. That's actually crazy.
That single tree saved his life. I mean, it's obviously deliberate that he's TPing in that corner, but I thought they were going to be able to get him. That's a very nice escape, but ultimately a big win for the side of AVULUS getting the opener. Well, they couldn't kill the Morph because of his shard. He did survive. But he also, like we talked about, he gets hit multiple times by the Ursa and exit the fight completely.
Here they come. Wheel of Wonder. Smiling Knight does manage to grab the Aegis. Analog cannot remove it. And immediately, King Jungles ends up losing his life. They do take away the Aegis, though, with Analog and Yuma. But it's only these 2 cores that are fighting in this fight. They need backup. They need allies. They get the roots out onto Shibe. And look at the right-click damage from Yuma.
No way.
Waveform up. Not going to be able to kill him. However, Schofield is there with the Avalanche. They make sure that Shibe does go down. Schofield on the chase, hoping to grab Mobe, toss him back into the team. But Mobe blinked in the opposite direction. The fight will end. The Aegis is removed, and Heroic, despite losing the earlier fight, immediately make a turnaround despite having the numerical disadvantage.
Yeah, that's honestly a pretty solid response from Heroic to make the read that they can get away with that. It looked dodgy for a moment, but I think the arrow again from Desire did not connect on the mark. If that hits the Morphling, we're looking at a very, very different outcome there. But fortunately for Heroic, they do dodge and dive away. Now they find a free Fly.
Finds high ground. They get Fly. Fly doesn't have buyback. They're going to force a fight here on the high ground. Nice glyph, but they'll glyph their own wave as well. They have an amplified damage rune on Yuma. They do not want to let this opportunity go. They popped a banner as well. So they did manage to steal the banner despite not being able to claim the Aegis. Man, that last fight around the Roshan pit now looking even more consequential in hindsight.
They actually get a lane off of that. That's amazing for Heroic to get that kind of an outcome when you just lost the fight and the Roche. The follow-up fight was good enough. The Sand King in the end getting caught. I can't help but feel like Zibik kind of killed himself there with the Stinger cast. But from his perspective, it's hard to know that that's going to be the end of that. Now finally Smiling Knight with a big pickup. MKB available, but now Morphling with the BKB. So the power dynamic not really shifting all that much. Able to match the pace with 1 extra item still.
Ursa has both bars, so he's not deciding between Monkeys and Black King bars. Yuma wants Hurricane Pipe coming up next. And with the full lane of Rax, 3k gold lead now back in favor of Heroic. The question is, what do they do here after? One of the things, though, is that you are still super reliant on this Morphling, right? He's doing a lot of the work for the lineup. Every time that he's been either zoned away or killed off in a fight, Heroic just feel very, very, very ineffective.
Yeah.
But he still hasn't died the entire game. So it's now on AVULUS to try and figure out additional ways to try and lock him down. We're still quite away from the nullifier on the Ursa. I think they will need the double nully at this point, the way things are unfolding right now.
Could be potentially a Hex coming down the line for Sand King. Would be one way to try to deal with it. Yeah, once again, AVULUS, like you said, on the offensive here with the smoke plus Moonlight Shadow. Heroic seem well aware of this. They're hidden way behind their tier 2s. Off to the left.
They're scan connected, so they saw them coming.
And the one player out on the map, showing on lanes, is Schofield. And they won't find him either. So clean disengage. AVULUS, burn. Smoke plus Moonlight for nothing.
While Schofield was pushing out bottom, Whisper was pushing out top. They went through mid, so sort of drastically reduced the possibilities of where they could be on the map. Heroic doing good stuff right now. So the question is making sure that they continue to scale with this game. Schofield wants to get himself a Wind Waker, which will certainly be very, very good as an additional salvation tool. Between Wind Waker, KJ buying the Blink Dagger so he has Blink Escape Act, and Yuma, of course, having the attribute shift from the shot during stuns. Just feels like it's becoming harder and harder to fully deal with this Morphling. And unfortunately, man, Smiling Knight on this Ursa, he is very, very farmed, but I haven't felt him like ripping heroes apart, you know? The kind of Ursa that you want in this game. He's participated in these 5 kills, but he doesn't even feel like the most dangerous hero on his team right now. I'm much more concerned about being initiated on by Shibe. Every time we've seen the Ursa outside of like the earlier portions of the game, as everyone's been clumped up, he's just been, okay, you know? Hasn't really done too much.
I can't put my finger on it why, but this feels to have been happening a lot more lately with Ursa games. And it's also when it's the more elite teams playing it. There's just something that happened that makes Ursa less impactful in the games. I've seen games where I'm like, oh my god, this is an amazing last pick Ursa, and then at the end of the day, can't tell you exactly why, but you know, you're just seeing the results, you're seeing the games play out. Maybe players have been better at itemizing, they've been better at navigating fights, and the overall pace perhaps overtakes him a little bit somehow. Which sounds weird to say out loud that you're outpacing Ursa, but he just needs quite a bit of time to get Battle Fury plus Blink. And then once he has it, if you have 1 or 2 bad fights, you feel really far behind again. You can see Smiling Knight with a 2, 3, and 3 scoreline. Those couple of deaths, your hero really falls off a cliff a lot of the time. That said, they can easily kill a lot of the heroes in this game in a stun, just not the Morphling. And I think that's probably what AVULUS need to realize now is any other access point to the fight is better. I genuinely think Morphling is the worst hero they can jump unless they can convincingly kill him 100 to 0. If they get him to 10% and he resets out, I think now we're at the point where you can re-engage on Yuma. I think he's strong enough. So kill the Ringmaster, kill the Darkseer especially. If you burst Whisper, that's a great start. But now he has a BKB too.
I'm genuinely astonished that KJ only has 2 deaths in this game. I feel like he could have easily died a lot more, but they've been very good about the positioning. Also, speaking of positioning, Schofield drew multiple heroes back home. Both Shibe and Fly had to go back to defend the push that he was mounting. So that opens up space for the rest of the team to smoke and take a twin gate. Did he leave Vision behind? It doesn't seem like it, but he does have the Watcher. They see the Ursa Sind. The Bear, Smiling Knight, could he be in danger here? Schofield being very skittish about this approach though, because their other Observer scouts nobody. Yo, they'll ping that. Oh my god, Mobe just blinked forward. He does still have the BKB, however, he could still die here. The Avatars will be there onto 2. It's Morana and the DK. They don't care about no Morana. We want the Dragon Knight and we will find him. Yet again, a super successful smoke coming in from Heroic.
This ward has been here for a long time. This ward is 3 minutes old. Standing on the high ground there, so dewarding from AVULUS has been inefficient. They have definitely had the time to try to cover this area, but have been unable to, and that pick is big. You could potentially force high ground here, but you actually, even with DK dead, you still need to be a little bit careful, because the ET Sand King plus Ursa combo could obliterate heroes. Arrow connects.
Ursa gets a forward jump in with the Earth Shock after the arrow. Lots of damage onto the Morphling, but Escape Act will buy him some time. Shibe now dragged back into the engagement, forces a BKB out of him, as well as Smiling Knight. These will not last forever. The Ember Spirit from Analog bouncing this way and that way, forcing out these heroes to use all their spells. So now BKBs are down. Fly's bonus is about to expire as well on the ET. That being said, 15 seconds before the DK emerges, so there is still opportunity here for AVULUS to defend this, and I think Heroic should probably retreat to be safe.
I can't help but wonder if AVULUS could have actually killed the Morph there if they dropped everything. When they open with Hero, if you throw ET ult, full on Epicenter, just blink in and just blast him with everything you have, maybe he can die there, unless Ringmaster gets Escape Act off immediately to mitigate a lot of the magic component of the damage. So they get away from it though. Looked like AVULUS were, first of all, not sure their arrow was going to hit, and secondly, once it did, were not fully ready to immediately pounce with everything they had. But mission accomplished in terms of defending. It's going to cost them the BKB charges, but in 30 seconds they will be available again. And Heroic barely doing structure.
Could be a potential time for a Roche. The big man is online, but Heroic right now still prioritizing shoving in these waves, controlling the triangle, but now they're starting to wander over in that direction. Analog wants to go take a peek, picks up a haste rune for good measure. Well, he's not gonna go take a peek, even though the big man's right there.
Smoke again.
Heroic, they're in trouble because AVULUS are going to smoke themselves. Let's see if they can actually find a decent initiation. It's going to be the first jump from Schofield in tandem with the vacuum. They will rip Schofield almost apart. He buys time with the Yules, and now in comes the wall from this Dogs here. Yuma, BKB active, putting pressure in onto Smiling Knight, forcing him back within the vase. Analog with himself and Yuma able to hold down and kill or fly on this Elder Titan. So they've only gotten the one kill. It did cost Vacuum Wall, did cost the BKB out of the Morphling. So I think Fly is probably not too disheartened by this sequence of events.
AVULUS are just unable to get vision. That's the biggest difference maker in all of this. It's why Heroic are winning the fights, is that they have the word every single time in the last couple of engagements. So if AVULUS can't find a way out on the map and place down vision as they engage the fight, they're never going to get the beautiful connections that you're looking for with Senki ET. Those heroes are heavily dependent on vision. And yeah, in spite of having Moonlight Shadow and Smokes, they're just incapable of getting the rewards out. And, you know, Heroic once again going to capitalize on this. This would be a Roshan for them, for the Morph. And Yuma is really starting to reach critical mass. Now, Daedalus in the quick buy. He's close to having it. 5k gold in the bank. Aegis. And yet another fight that Ursa does not even find a kill. I think Smiling Knight's last kill has been 15 minutes away by now.
Does he get out of here? He actually might just be dead. He still has 20 seconds without having access to his BKB. He will try to get himself back through the defender's gate. Shebe channeling the AP perhaps, but no. They just force-star Smiling Knight forward. He blinks out to safety. The fact that we're at the stage now where we have to resort to this just to keep our carry alive does not feel good for AVULUS. And they still have to deal with a potential high ground defense here because, well, the wave is pretty far back and they already have the mid lane. But I do not think that Heroic have any reason to retreat right now. But Mobe, he jumps in, find the Ember Spirit. Do they have the damage to kill him? He's still alive for now. Unfortunately, Smiling Knight just hasn't been able to rip through him. Finally, he does. Ember Spirit will go down. Yuma also going to be privy to the damage of this Ursa. Big vacuum coming in from the Dogs here. What's going to be the follow-up? Wheel of Wonder is going to be there with the right click coming out from Yuma. Everybody else now needs to run. Will they be able to keep this chase? Analog throwing in the remnants forward, but he finished his last one. And with the Moonlight Shadow, they'll be able to find this retreat. Asibe, he Burrow struck back into the team. Okay,
double buybacks.
Getting a reveal out of them. Double buybacks from AVULUS. Mobe getting the stun out onto Analog, but the vacuum of Whisper stops them putting in the damage onto the Ember Spirit. Analog will continue to live. Shout out to the Dogs here, man.
These are some close moments. If Smiling Knight gets BKB off in the opener, they kill Analog way faster and maybe build themselves a better fight. But Heroic with some quick counterplays, especially on Whisper. I think these mainly vacuums he's finding. The walls don't even seem to be that impactful, which is not that surprising given the lineups. But yeah, just Clutch coming in with the auras fast, getting off a vacuum, disrupting the fight, setting up his course for success, together with Schofield on the Tiny. That was... This time around, they did kill the Morph. So that was an Aegis fight. AVULUS have now shown that they are capable. The Basher pickup on Smiling Knight has finally yielded something as he got a singular kill there on the Ember. Just a matter of isolating the targets.
So what you're saying is it's progress, baby. That's what I like to hear.
It is. I'm still, in some ways, I'm surprised it isn't going better for AVULUS with the types of jumps that they're finding some of the time. Like, they get in on the Ember. You would think that if they just piled in on him, used all their BKBs and blasted him, that he would die immediately. But perhaps the concern is, well, if we use all our BKBs, he's going to buy back, return with a remnant, and we're cooked, right? We have nothing left defensively in the tank. So perhaps that's the rationale here. Not sure. Desire breaks the smoke. Nicely done from the high ground. Needs to find a way out of this.
This is necessary because they have an observer ward by Mobe. They were trying to close in on the DK. Thankfully, he's right next to Fly, who's able to be like, hey man, don't worry, we got you. Throw out the spirits just in case on the backlines. That was kind of scary though, but everybody from AVULUS does manage to escape. I do think their item routes, it's like it does feel kind of good, right? Eventually you get Abyssal Blade for the Ursa in tandem with the Nullifier. Eventually you'll have the Refresher, potentially Hex on the Sand King. Eventually you'll have this Bloodthorn on the Dragon Knight, and with these BKBs pretty much all down to like 7 or 6 seconds at this moment in time, you will start finding some impact as the game goes longer and longer. So Heroic, I don't think you can rest on this 12k gold lead. It's not going to be as relevant in the next few minutes.
I think from a theoretical standpoint, I think the Dire lineup wins this game ultra late. I think so, despite your carry being Ursa, because you have Elder Titan, and Sand King is like a hidden super carry in Dota nowadays. And the Dragon Knight, when 6 slotted, also becomes a late game monster. So yes, the potential for AVULUS is definitely there, but I'm not too inspired by their inability to kill heroes in the last couple of fights they've taken, where from my perspective, it looks like they should just be able to burst these guys really quickly, but there's something stopping them every time, whether it's their own BKB usage or it's just super clutchness every time from Schofield and the boxes. You've got the Nullifier, right? You'd think that if DK just jumps in together with Ursa and they pop their stuff, that guy is dead, except Morph. They haven't quite been able to accomplish it so easily just yet. Maybe the Abyssal will be a game. It's now available for Smiling Eye.
Despite all this, Heroic definitely still in the commanding position. Satanic now being grabbed by the Morphling. You had issues killing him before, well, good luck now, gang. Good luck now. He practically has Sunder available if you have Daedalus Satanic as a Morphling.
Yeah. That is indeed enough, but if everything connects, he can die. He can 100% die in this game. If they land all their stuff in combination, any hero in Dota at this point dies to the Dire lineup if things land. So just need to see if the side of AVULUS can bring it together. Easier said than done, especially with vision disadvantage that they've had for the majority of the last 15-20 minutes. If they can find an opening, perhaps can build upon it.
Do you want to do the same trigonometry challenge from last game for AVULUS? You know, consider the available areas of the map.
It's a bit different 45 minutes in. In that game, it was like at minute 12 or something that they've lost all their towers and they were starting to huddle around their base, which is way too early, especially with the Tinker lineup. The nature of this game, 45 minutes in, you're behind, you are going to be timid and you're going to be struggling to get out, but that makes it all the more important that when you do make the moves, you have to have the wards and you have to get some sort of vision down. It doesn't even need to be the best, you know? Sometimes you just place a ward somewhere so you see something. And that could maybe some hero's going to walk over it, or you break out into a team fight, you put a ward down immediately, and that is the reason your Dragon Knight finds a Dragon Tail on the Ringmaster. You know, like whatever it is, those things win games. So gotta look for that. And you can tell from Heroics now. Oh, Zibe, this is...
Zibe, he barrel struck forward. That... And he BKB. Oh, it's a 6 second. That doesn't really matter.
He
but
felt very safe going for that. From our perspective, this is obviously a complete death trap, but I guess you had to read that Heroic were playing the top half of the map, but not the case. Instant punish.
Are they gonna force a buyback out of him? Looks like that's what they want to do.
Yep.
They have a double Siege Dragon wave coming through here. Thankfully, there is an ET already set up to try and mount this defense, but it would be catastrophic if he had to buy back right now. Let's see how far Heroic can push this one. Tier 3 gone now. We will get the quick D-ward. Now here comes the Glyph. TP back in from Mobe as well. Does have his ultimate available. We'll pop it immediately. We need to be careful about Schofield repositioning them, as he does also have access to the Yule Scepter, so he can buy himself time once he goes in. Thankfully, though, Ember is not here, and I don't see one of his remnants nearby, so they're probably not going to full commit for this. They do drop a Roshan's banner, though. Gonna be a nice slow poke whenever they can manage it. Yuma,
nice reaction.
Almost able to take the range drags, but nice jump in from Smiling Knight. He immediately finds himself being chained, though. As he retreats, Yuma will utilize this opportunity to go back in for the melee racks. This building should fall once he wakes up from the sleep, and there we go.
AVULUS delayed them as much as they could, but it's only gonna last so long. And I genuinely agree with their decision to not buy back Sand King. I think his life is worth more than that lane of barracks when you're 48 minutes in. It's way, way more important that he can come back into a fight or perhaps find himself a refresher and make a game-winning play down the line. But nicely done from Heroic. That's another bit of progression in the game. Roche early respawn will be now. And it is actually a pretty late one again, isn't it? Yes, it is. This is a late Roche. Will be close to max respawn once more. Unfortunately here for the side of Heroic, as they are the ones with the map control. But of course neither team know this, so they have to start playing the area. And this could be quite a long standoff, potentially. This Roshan is like 2 minutes away from spawning. Or 1 minute and 40.
Remind me, was it Heroic who yesterday, was it Juma that died with the Tendrils of the Deep from the Croaker that hit him?
I think so, yeah.
Man, this map just hates Heroic. Super long respawn times when they're ahead. When they're behind, best believe it's going to be instant. But now they smoke.
That's right. If they get knocked out of this tournament, it's plain bad luck. It's always...
Blame Gaben.
Always a good way to cope.
I mean,
Fly
this is
with
a
the
South
ward,
American
gets
team,
broken
right?
out. Instant
Lane,
Moonlight.
they do pop the Moonlight Shadow. No sentries on the ground from Heroic, so they're going to retreat right now. They are still carrying the gem on Analog. They have a sentry on the high ground. Arrow threads the needle. They now see Mobe. He's going to be forced to go back onto the high ground with his team. And now the Titan will send in the Spirit to make sure that nothing's happening in the pit. Big man, he's still just chilling. Alarm clock is late today. He's going to be coming in super delayed for work.
I was gonna say, I'm looking at Fly, and I just realized he does not have Shard yet. I think a Shard on ET allows him to kill the Morph stupid fast, because then he can just stomp next to him and remove all his armor. Oh, Smiling Knight.
Oh, Smiling Knight get jumped on, but they do get him away. Dragon Tail's down onto Mobe instead, but Mobe was forced to pop a BKB for that one. The Lincoln Sphere, shout out to Whisper, he put that immediately onto Yuma after the Dragon Tail, so hard to follow up with more of the disables. In the meantime, they do find Desire here, and they should be able to find that kill on the Marana.
Get a gem. Yoink.
Nice.
And Roche is Heroics for the taking. What if Yuma dodged the Roar disarm with Waveform? Very nice.
Okay, just for Yuma. Cheese on the ground as well. Refresher shot they gave towards Analog. Who took the cheese, actually? It's sitting on KJ. All right, KJ has the cheese and the Roshan's banner. Okay, so he's going to be doing more of the support duty from behind. For AVULUS, they have buyback on everyone except Sand King.
Oh, he made block of cheese for Yuma. Okay, because I was thinking you should probably put the cheese on the Tiny, actually. But they had a block, so now Morph with the shield for the foreseeable future. Even harder to kill, as if it wasn't bad enough already inside of AVULUS.
So Smiling Knight moving north through the Watcher, so they know he's in the vicinity, but now he did come back. Gonna put some pressure onto Yuma. Yuma does not care about him at all. It's like, alright, I thought you were supposed to be a grizzly bear, not a teddy bear. Do no damage. Mobe and Zebe, they're going in though. They want Analog, the easier target potentially. Do they have the damage? His BKB hasn't come out just yet. They kill him. 2 minutes in the grave, but now he's gonna buy back, return into the fray. Smiling Knight, in the meantime, almost died. Analog reaching forward on the high ground, unable to catch up to him just yet though. They do find and kill Sibe. He does not have buyback, of course. Expended all of his gold to finish the refresher. So it makes it a 1-for-1. However, with the buyback, they're still going to be able to claim the mega creeps for Heroic. What can they do without their primary team fighter? Yuma steals the Sand King form and dies immediately. He's on very high agi at the moment. Can they punish him upon the respawn? Yuma does have the BKB, swaps it back in, going forward, pops it, trying to man fight here versus Fly and the Ursa. Fly gets himself back, Ursa finds himself being nullified, avalanche, waveform, and kill. Mobe, there's no way he gets into the base without putting damage in the opposite direction. They buy back on Ursa, but what can you do? Mobe does have Blink, but doesn't have BKB. Now he doesn't have Dragon Form. Now they don't have tier 4s. AVULUS still 45 seconds, no Sand King, the numerical disadvantage. Can they fight back against it? Smiling Knight went forward. There's gonna be the Avalanche, the Hex, the kill. He is down, died back, he goes away for good. The game is called as GG is thrown in by AVULUS. Cinderin, for the first time in the last 3 days, you and I are going to a game 3.
Yeah, Heroic, they managed to overpower AVULUS in this game. The Morphling ending the game 15-0 and 7 for Yuma on his first pick Morph. Seems like this is what Heroic need to do. They need to, you know, structure their lineup in this exact fashion. We talked about it after game 1. This is what we think they should make as the adjustment. And in this game, it definitely worked. The side of AVULUS, I don't know about you, but I feel like we've had like 3 or 4 or 5 team fights in a row where they are not combining their spells correctly. Like the Sand King is jumping in with Dragon Knight, there's no Earth Splitter, or they find an ET Stomp and an arrow and then they don't epi, or these kind of things, you know? I was missing, I don't know if it was perhaps too much of a good thing for them that they had too many incredible combos, but then you would think you hit some of them, right? That's kind of, I don't know, I had a hard time from bird's eye view perspective of both teams recognizing what was stopping AVULUS from comboing their abilities better than this. I know the Ringmaster box is a concern, but you had a nullifier for the last 25 minutes of this game and still seemed unable to get that big, you know, big blast team fight going your way. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely something for AVULUS to adjust for the next game, is to get those combos right and get the synergy running better. But for Heroic, you know, finally a W, right? This is perhaps the beginning of a Heroic comeback, if I may call it that, but they have to win a lot of games in a row. And they are not going to get this Morphling every game, so they need to be able to do it with something else.
You know, this replay that we just saw, I think, perfectly describes what you're saying right now, because all of their spells did come out, but not at the right order, not on the same target, not at the same time. So by the time they come out, by the time one spell arrives, oh, the next spell arrives too late, the BKB is already out, somebody's moved out of position. I mean, these kind of games do happen sometimes. I think perhaps they also got, how do I say it? The early game was going well enough. The Ursa was incredibly farmed, right? Like, if you look at these net worths at 10 minutes in the game, 15 minutes even, Ursa's very farmed. DK stomped his lane completely. Shebe was able to get back from his lane. Didn't go perfectly, but he still found the farm that he was wanting to, but a decently early. Blink Dagger. Bro, they found double Blink Dagger timing on Mobe and the Sand King, right? Within like 90 seconds of each other, and didn't kill a single hero for the next like 3 minutes. I think that should not really be happening, right? Generally speaking, you should be comboing together, going forward, making these plays, but Dota's a hard game. Dota's a hard game.
Is.
These kind of situations do happen. You can't focus 100% all the time.
But if you look at these kill scores, like this Radiant, or excuse me, this Dire lineup from AVULUS, 12 kills in this game. It's, I mean, obviously big props to Heroic for being good at grouping up together, sticking together, and Schofield in particular for being extremely disruptive around the map and just making space, but Mobe, part of 6 kills, Smiling Knight, part of the 7. The hero damage numbers in this game to farm ratio are also very, very low for the Dire side. Morphling did more damage than the top 2 Dire heroes combined here, which were actually number 1 was Zibe's Sand King, and number 2 was Mobe's Dragon Knight, just barely edging out the Ursa in 3rd. Yeah, it was just, you know, considering the lineups and what they have to offer, this is the type of game, you know what, if I say that Xtreme would have won this game in AVULUS' position, do you know what I mean? How they would have done it?
I know exactly what you mean.
Because we've seen a couple of games where even some of the, maybe not the absolute top favorite teams of this tournament or whatever, but teams that have really good teamfight execution, with this Sand King, ET, and Dragon Knight opener, a team like Xtreme would just combo those spells beautifully and just blast the fight wide open, and Ame would just come in and clean up. Just didn't really have it this game for AVULUS. It's a bit of a miss for me, but I know they're capable of much more than this. This game, it just, you know, like you said, sometimes it just doesn't click. You can't play your A game every game, and this one was definitely not that. So they can do it next game.
Thankfully, we finally have a 3rd game, and it's going to be the final game of the evening. One of these teams is certainly going to be going home, and the other still has an additional lease on life here at PGL. So let's find out what happens with the finale of AVULUS versus Heroic after a very small break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Dumioara mea, să te Ciobănaș cu oili, bată-mi de proili, că ai lăsat oili și-ai plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, din păscuțe le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sălloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriu.
Welcome back, one and all. We finally have Game 3 of our elimination series between AVULUS and Heroic. It has been a very topsy-turvy affair, quite back and forth, but now we finally get to see what these two squads are made of. Great Emperor Cinderin, please tell me, what can we expect? Look into the future. Dictate to us what this game is going to look like.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I would say based on what we saw in the previous two games, I think Heroic will stick to what they just did in this second game. Not necessarily, you know, exact same heroes to whatever extent they can, but at least the same archetype of idea of we're going to run Yuma on a hard carry, we're going to run Analog on a playmaking mid, because it just seems and it flows better for them than whatever they did in game number one, and also what they've done in some of their other games in this tournament. So for AVULUS, maybe you just ban Morph, maybe you think that hero was just annoying, you don't want to deal with it again. And then you can just grab, you know, stock standard stuff. Sand King has been left in the pool again. This time you get the luxury of choosing to ban Morph. Pick Sand King if you want. They will ban Sand King instead and pick Tiny. Okay. Taking that away from Schofield.
It's probably something that you said something about, like how disruptive on the map Schofield was, because he did get a decently timed blink, and man, he made a surprising amount of space for a hero like the Tiny. And I can imagine it must have gotten very frustrating just constantly chasing this guy across the map. You get there, and then it's either one of two things. Either he TPs out, or you do kill him, but you've wasted 3 TPs, a couple of spells that you could have used elsewhere. So it makes sense. Take this away, but unfortunately it does mean that Yuma's like, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Not only do I get the Morphling, now I get to steal some Tiny form in the middle of the fight, some additional stuns for Morph. Good times.
Yeah, based on what happened in Game 2, I'm very surprised that AVULUS didn't just ban Morph, pick Sand King, and let Heroic have their Tiny. Like, sure, Schofield was disruptive and he was annoying, and he plays a very good Tiny, but it's a Tiny position 4 that you can plan around, and you can also, you know, just ban something in the second phase that bothers you. If you thought it was the combo with Darkseer, you could have banned Darkseer now in the second phase, etc. So you very much committed to the idea that this Tiny is the most important hero, and in other teams' series, I would not necessarily disagree, but it just seems that this Morphling is very integral to the way Heroic played that second game. And you're offering it up again, so it's time to find a different way to beat it for AVULUS. Tiny obviously has a lot of burst, so that's definitely something that can work against it from the mid position. And maybe it's also just to get Mobe comfortable. I know he plays a good Dragon Knight, and I know he's comfortable with the hero, but the results just haven't been there this tournament whenever he's playing DK. I think this has been one of his worst DK tournaments that I've seen, because usually I find him having just flat out more impact, more damage, being more commanding on the map. But Heroic are still going to respect ban it, even though the Tiny obviously came out from AVULUS. Oh wait, am I misremembering the ban order? Yeah, never mind. They banned DK first phase, Heroic, with the 4 bans.
I'm considering now, one thing I do want to see from AVULUS for the carry of Smiling Knight, I do want to see him play a carry that can not just keep pace in the farming department, but will always remain relevant. I feel like that was maybe, or rather a hero that doesn't feel like he needs to fight in order to have his impact in the game default. He can, all right, y'all are farming, we will farm too. So something super hard carry I think I want to see come out, but now they grabbed the Ancient Apparition. It was also by some miracle left in the pool. They take this away before it can be picked to counter this Morphling. You would like to see it. The results don't seem like it's been trending in that direction that much, but we'll see. I think it's going to be our first time together seeing the AA, right?
I think so, and I think it was the best pick here for Heroic. You protect your Morph, it's good against Tiny Core. AA was actually picked as a counter to Tiny and Raleigh whenever the Tiny was a confirmed core, even regardless of every other hero in the draft. It was just one of the best solutions that teams found to dealing with the Tiny. AVULUS are going to get Ringmaster Tide, so Tide generally has a pretty fair lane against Morph. Both heroes just farm. You're harder to box out for the AA because of your Kraken Shell, and you're gonna get stuff this game on Zibe. And I guess at this point you're almost already committed to putting the Tiny mid, unless you want to flex it to carry, but I don't like that idea against AA. I think it's much better to just let Mobe run his playmaking Tiny and get Smiling Knight a different carry that has a better matchup.
I'm actually curious as to when was the last time that Desire played this 4-position Tiny. Maybe he's feeling like, guys, if Schofield can do it. I mean, he has always played a similar profile of hero, right? He plays a lot of Clock, Earth Spirit, these like aggressive strength cores. Let's see. 70 games on Tiny, 64.29% win rate. So that's another thing that they can have in the back of their minds as they go to the later stages of the draft. They don't have to commit the Tiny to mid. If it turns out that the matchup is a little bit too tough, they might change it. That being said, they're probably going to save the matchup anyway for the last pick, right, for Analog.
Yeah, I would think so. That seems to be what Heroic have been doing in most of their drafts, is to draft Analog last whenever they have the 24th pick. So, yeah, I agree. The Tiny 4 option is obviously there, but I don't think Tiny 4 plus Tide into Morph AA is going to do very much. I think AA and Morph will be happy. They will just farm. And then you have this 4 Tiny that is going to run around and have less purpose, I guess. In the last game with Darkseer, at the very least, you had a kill combo and you found a couple kills in lane. You're very unlikely to do that with the Tide. And even less so now if this Clockwork is a position 5, which we don't know yet, of course. It could be Schofield, one of his best. It could also be Schofield AA, although knowing Heroic, that's very unlikely. But AA was played a lot as a 4 recently. Probably just gonna put the Clock on position 4 and get an offlaner that plays with it. But what does?
So the Whispered Nigma's gone. What offlaners are left in the game? There's Mars, there's Centaur. Dawn is out of the game pretty much. Sand King's gone. Darkseer's gone.
Yeah.
Kunkka's gone. I think probably one of those two, right? Mars Centaur, the only ones that feel natural left. Maybe you play the Night Stalker in the offlane so that you have the silence on the Tide no matter what. That's just the Mars. All right.
It's just, I don't know, like Clock Mars as a lane sounds extremely easy to lane into for Ringmaster in any carry, almost. You can, there are so many carries that are playable here, so again, just like last game, I feel like AVULUS kind of have whatever pick they want. Last game they did the Ursa. If they wanted to do it again, they could. Let's see.
I think this is Medusa.
Yeah.
Yes! Just in time. Just in time. Whew.
It is indeed
Dude, this
Medusa.
is a great Medusa game.
Yeah, you can play
don't care about
anything
AA plus. You can play into the Morphling. Like you said, you're going to have a fantastic lane into the Clockwork and the Mars. You gained a lot of benefit from the other heroes creating space for you with the strength cores. I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's probably the best pick that was available. You have very good team fighting options to play around the hero. She wants to just group up and take objectives when it's her time if she's played as a carry, which we assume is the case here. You obviously could play it off lane and then put the Tide into a either mid or carry position, but I don't think there's any good reason to. I think the Medusa game is just good enough that you play her position 1 on Yuma, and I also think that fits the bill for how, or excuse me, not on Yuma, on Smiling Knight. It fits the bill for how AVULUS usually structure their lineups. This is very stereotypical for them to put a Dusa carry in this game.
I just want to put a shout out to the coach of AVULUS in the background there. All you youngins, you kids, you children who came late to Dota. You don't understand, Mag. You don't know the good old days. Good times. I miss the days.
Fly is close enough, I think.
Fly has been around for a long time. That's true. Fly has been around forever. 10
seconds remaining.
So we probably need a mid right now for Heroic, and for AVULUS, probably the mid is covered. Could be Tiny. They could be switched to a position 4. For Heroic, they're just trying to make sure they cover their bases, but they're assuming that this Tiny is going to be a position 4, banning out both the Storm and the Puck. And I do kind of feel like I would want more reach from the side of AVULUS. I don't want all their team fight to be focused on just the Tiny and the Tidehunter finding excellent initiations. I would like a hero that can poke a little bit, you know?
I'm looking through the list, seeing what there really is left. It's not really particularly inspiring to look at the heroes right now. Trying to think what hero you pick here that also doesn't get... I mean, Clock A is just going to kill everything. That's a support, right? You kind of can't plan around that specifically. So you should play to your strengths rather than trying to avoid trouble, because it will come for you eventually in this game. I kind of like potentially Bounty Hunter, actually. I know I said I didn't like the 4 Tiny together with Tide because they don't put pressure, but I think with Bounty Hunter you have the luxury of just... You enable Tidehunter, and then you start roaming, and eventually you get some track kills together with Tiny. You set up the fights nicely for Medusa, and yeah, just play around the map. But perhaps it's too exploitable by Clock. I don't know. I would like it more than Night Stalker, at least here. I think NS is too weak here, comparatively. What else is left? They might run his Earth Spirit, knowing Desire, you know?
10 seconds.
What about just some casual Ember? It's going to be Earthshaker. So you are right on the Earth elements, but it's going to be Earthshaker. They can decide what... So basically, Desire gets to choose. Do you want to play between Desire and Mobe? Earthshaker Tiny, just dependent on how bad the matchup looks in the mid lane.
I was looking at Shaker as an option, and I didn't even mention it because you just picked Shaker into Clock Morph, which is very dangerous. It can pay off, of course. A good Shaker can always find major impact, but the risk-reward of this pick compared to certain other ones that I suggested, I think you really are putting a lot of pressure on Desire to be very cognizant of the position of Morph and Clock throughout the entire game. The good news is you're going to ensure Tide gets off to a decent start with Shaker. You can always just fissure your own wave, or you can fissure the opponent wave, place the lane in such a way that Tide will get XP and build from there. This is a very good last pick, by the way. Pango is a great choice for analog here. Full-on combo break, a hero that can get through all of these walls of stuns and garbage and break open the fight for Heroic. I think this was an excellent choice for their last hero.
Also a hero that buys Diffusal Blade. As a Medusa player, I can tell you, dealing with Swash Diffusal, not a fun time. Very not enjoyable. I like this, like you mentioned, has that combo break, the lane. He's going to be laning against Tiny, so he's not going to win that lane, but it's Pango. He should do absolutely fine regardless. And they don't really, the only thing that they really have that could bother him a little bit, if somehow Desire is patient enough to wait for the shield crash and then fissure him in some awkward angle, maybe. But beyond that, this gives them some of the team fight that they desperately needed, because before this, what did they have? They had literally Mars, Clockwork Initiation, Ice Blast, but they didn't have the chaos necessary to allow the Morphling to thrive in these fights. Pango gives you that, gives you some solid laning, gives you some scale for later. I like this Pangolier quite a lot actually from Analog. The question is,
so many upsides, right?
Yeah, but is it enough upsides, Grand Emperor, to give you confidence that Heroic go to one?
I personally really like the Dusa pick, and I really like the Pango pick, and I don't know which one I like better. So they were both very good choices in the respective slots. So I feel like the teams leveled up a little bit in the drafting here. The Shaker, though, was a little bit of a level down, I suppose, immediately after finding a great Dusa selection. But it's comfort, right? It's one of Desire's absolute best heroes, and if nothing else, the way these games have been playing out, it's definitely not flawless from either side. It is scrappy. There are mistakes being made. Shaker is one of the heroes that can really thrive in a chaotic environment where heroes maybe are a little bit out of position, or you break formation a little bit too much and you're not completely tight. So we'll see. Desire might just pop off this game and make me look like a fool and make Shaker look like the best hero of the game. But it's risky.
Well, Desire does have a penchant for picking these heroes that seem off-kilter in the game and then going on to do incredible things within them. So we'll see if it works. Didn't work out on the Morana pick previously. Second one of the tournament. We'll see if the Earthshaker has better results. He will break the smoke of both KJ and Yuma. Feels good. Not really too much is going to happen. I expect we're going to go off to a nice standard start of the game. And this always happens in these super high-pressure environments, right? Once you get to game 3, the skittishness kicks in. People are, at the very least, they start playing initially not to lose rather than to win. And then you start winning later on in the game.
Yeah, that's definitely been a historical constant in Dota, is that the highest stake games on average have lower risk plays. But that is also why some of the championship teams and some of the greatest teams of all time to win, TIs, and etc., play with no fear. It gives them an inherent advantage in situations where elimination's on the line, where you can't even tell that it is, you know, a game for a title or a game for a podium finish, and it's like it might just as well be group stage round 1. We'll see who of the players here. Some players just are like that inherently, and they don't even need to learn it. For other players, it takes years to really fully shake stage fright and the stakes. Now, for this game, you're playing for elimination, right? You're playing not to get knocked out, but you're not playing for high placement. So in some ways, I don't know what's more scary, the prospect of getting dead last, or playing a really high stakes game where you're like, man, if I win this game, it's like life-changing, you know? Because then you can also be like, well, you already made it far, right? If you're in that position.
I will say, obviously not in Dota. I never got good enough to compete on a big stage, but in other games where I was competitive, fighting games, FIFA and stuff, I would do, these kind of games I really wouldn't care about, like last place, whatever. Where I found myself being extremely nervy, bro. Podium finishes. I've never gotten past third in a tournament for that exact reason. I always crumble in the podium. I don't know why. It's tough.
I would say the same, that I think the nerves and the nerves are higher whether you're playing an upper bracket game for top 6 or top 3 versus an elimination game for the last game right here. It's definitely, I don't think there's going to be too many nerves, I guess is what I'm saying here. But I know, like you pointed out, it is for elimination, so some players will be hesitant. But given the circumstances and how these teams are, I think they're also, you know, they're seeing this tournament for what it is right now. It's just not been great for either team. So they're just going to, you know, try to play their best and not be too fazed by the situation. All right. We've had a lot of developments during that extremely elaborate and interesting conversation about pressure. There are some big waves being pulled up top. Heroic have a double wave set up by Schofield and Whisper to try to get experience. Smiling Knight trying to cut through it. Will be very successful actually in connecting these waves. And yeah, the Medusa plus Ringmaster lane is actually just getting first blood here, I believe, potentially. No blood grenade.
Oh
All right,
my goodness.
Did not have a grenade.
SVG's a dodge remains true. It's a waste of your time to keep chasing Schofield. For whatever reason now we're laning in the river, you know. This is the new patch actually. There's no more lanes anymore. Everything is just the river, the whole map.
Well, in enough time, everything will eventually be water. That's true. Except in real life, where there will be no water left. Can't wait for that. It's gonna be great.
How's
good
mid
lanes
going?
so far, though, for
Mobe-
AVULUS. All three of them. They're looking quite hot, especially mid. Mobe is putting on a clinic against Analog. So in many ways, this is one of Mobe's absolute best heroes, the Tiny. No stranger to exploiting favorable matchups, and probably just happy to have one, because a lot of the time when you're playing Tiny mid, you're not necessarily playing a hero you can truly beat. But Tango is one of the matchups that you can win by a decent margin.
Out CSing him, out denying him, doing a good job. Although I do think one of the better jobs is down bottom, Shibe is making sure that he's not going to get zoned out. In the last game when he was playing the Sand King, they did lose a small vision war that led to some shenanigans on his Sand King, but this time around on his Morphling, like you said, he will be able to just trade, getting decent CS, absolutely not going to get zoned out, so that gives some freedom for Desire to go and make these stacks. Already a double Ancient camp, double Hard camp. There's going to be some very juicy farm for the Medusa or Tidehunter later.
Yeah, it's so easy to play this lane as Tide when you're level 3. You get 2 points in Kraken, and you just don't take damage. It's literally just shrugging it all off. Even has the boots in case they do want to make an aggressive move. He still has the movement speed, and yeah, that was part of the pick. They know for a fact that Zibe will have a good start, so this way they can, as you said, free up Desire to do whatever he wants. And let's see what that's going to be. Well, first blood will go the way of Fly, killing Schofield. Desire actually TP'd in for this.
From Desire. So they killed Fly's career, right? And then he had the Windlace coming in. Perhaps they thought, okay, without that additional movement speed, he won't be able to catch up to Schofield, but on the bright side, it is tied, like you mentioned, for all of these good reasons. It doesn't really matter where Desire is playing right now. Shibe is pretty much okay all by his lonesome.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping him. He's just going to free farm. He's even feeling confident enough he can like stack up waves. He can consider bringing them into the jungle. We'll do just that. Maybe farm it together with this double stack. This is actually a ton of experience. Jungles might interact with some of it. Unfortunately for him, the wolves are here actually cutting down his attack damage, which does affect Kraken Shell. I'll get rid of them first. And now KJ. Don't you just love Dota sometimes? This is how they're interacting. KJ trying to stop Zibe from jungling by denying creeps, because he can't do anything else. Beautiful. God, I love playing Tide sometimes in situations like this. It's just so funny. Like, I don't care that the game exists around me. I'm just eating.
Look at him chilling. Laning phase for who, gang? I don't have to worry about no lanes. This is a straightforward game for me. I'm even gonna drag it back in front of the tower. The tower hits me a couple of times there, who cares? It's all fine for Shibe. Now level 5 on the Tidehunter, absolutely no danger of dying. And of course, his dutiful support, creating some farm opportunities. And mid lane, they were thinking about going in with the Rolling Thunder, with the Cold Feet, but they don't. Instead, we do find a young Fissure blocking in KJ's retreat. There will be a Blood Grenade, Tame the Beast, and he ticks out. Fly now on his second kill of the game. The support Ringmaster putting in some work.
Yeah, this is easily a big part of why Shaker was a possible pick this game, is that he gets to do stuff like this. Just move around and find that move mid. Alright, they're actually going to try on Zibe. They're bringing Analog. They've had enough of this shit. Let's see if they can kill him.
Alright.
Oh, they missed the swatch.
Got Ravage
That's not
this
a
time
good
around
start.
as well. Rolling Thunder comes through. He does have an amplified damage rune, but it bounces him just below the low ground. Okay, if he bounced low ground, he survives 100%, but that exact bounce means that he does end up dead. Analog, shout out to him with the amplified damage and the rotation. They put an end to the nonsense of the Tidehunter.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to do in 15 seconds when he spawns on Tide. Do you think he's going to TP bottom and do it all over again? I think so. And I think that's what he should do. Just pretend it didn't happen. do your thing again. And you could even tell from Zibe's play in the bot lane that he was starting to try to interact with the Morph as well. He wasn't only looking to get his own, he was going to anchor smash the Morph to try to make him miss CS, because he was feeling that comfortable that he was prioritizing that over playing it completely safe and farming some extra jungle. But yeah, here we go again. He's back to bot. Medusa, complete free farm. There's nothing going to stop Medusa either. Morphling, of course, for Heroic. Just seems to be their best pick. He's having a good start once again on you.
Analog and KJ able to steal away some of the stacks that Desire has been making, so some hard work will be flushed down. Pangolier definitely needed that because he was falling quite far behind this Tiny. That'll put him back in some decent contention. Even bring Whisper towards middle, so they want to try and put some aggression into this lane. But I don't know, can they actually get this tower? Nope. Whisper says, nah, I don't think we can do this, guys. If there was a Siege Wagon wave, maybe, but we don't have a Tiny kill. We have no vision on their supports. We don't have a Siege Wagon. There's no point. Bottom instead, though, they're going back in onto Shebe. 3 heroes in once more. Ravage is going to be committed by him this time around. Will he escape? I'm not sure. Analog doesn't have access to an amplified damage rune. The fissure will block the access for the Morph and the Ancient Apparition, but it should still lead to the death of Shebe. If they can find one more bounce, shield crash, still gets it.
All right. Maybe that's the limit. Maybe going that deep is a bit too crazy with the heroes missing, and clearly with Analog showing interest in going and contesting the tide a lot. Pango, one of the best heroes to do this with early on. That's the one thing that is stopping Zibe from being completely free in this game. Analog recognizes it twice over now and finds the first 2 kills of the game for Heroic. Both of them are on the tide, which does mean everyone else on AVULUS is having a pretty good time. Especially, this is a game where I think Fly could potentially shine. He got the 2 early kills on the Ringmaster and he's getting a fast level 6. He has some decent setups for Wheel of Wonder. He has got the Avalanche into it. He's got obviously his own Tame the Beast as always, but there's also 2 other AoE stuns in the Ravage and the Fissure. Whisper, level 8, as a matter of fact. Also not looking too shabby. Ironically, the Tide is the lowest net worth core now. That's kind of funny, but that's how it shaped up. But
He did die twice, right? So
yeah, they focused
not too surprising. And at this point, he has grown from his exploits. This is what life is about. You have some experiences, even if they're adverse, you gain some positive lessons from them. His lesson was, let's finish the Ancients, hopefully get to level 10 before we overextend that far forward again. So he's still going to be chilling for a while. They gave Desire the lane for a little bit, so he's encroaching on level 6 on the Earthshaker. And all he needs now is a Blink Dagger to start really feeling impactful in the game.
yeah, with the criticism that we've given position 4 Tiny, Shaker falls into the same category, with the exception that he obviously has a super long-range, reliable spell in the Fissure, but he has less burst potential on his own until he gets the Blink compared to, let's say, level 5 Tiny. Just has more output. But the Shaker, a lot of the time, will have an easier time farming the Blink. Aftershock and the low mana cost of enchant.
Look. Wheel of Wonder, first one used. I'm surprised they didn't go on to Analog. I thought they saw him with both Shield Crash and Swashbuckle forward. He had neither spell available. I suppose he still had Rolling Thunder, so they felt there was no point continuing that aggression, but still, first reveal on Flyer with the Wheel of Wonder. They get the easy kill. Now the objective will be trying to just get back mid, finish off this Blink Dagger. Wait, is he gonna finish the Blink? Okay, it is gonna be Blink first, never mind. I thought he queued Echo Saber first, but he added a Blink.
The jungle did. King Jungle.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, he got denied by neutral.
No.
The King of the Jungle will return to his own, and they will eat him. Zibe, purged up. This is an early Diffusal Blade here from Analog.
Yes, indeed. They have Rolling Thunder, but Morphling still has to make his way over here, and there is a Ravage available. Shibe getting bounced around. Morphling is here right now. Stole the Tidehunter form, put in the Gush, the Anchor Smash, and a couple right clicks. This should lead to the death on the Tide. Nobody coming in time to protect him. Oh, actually, Moby changed his mind. He's going to go Echo Saber first instead of Blink, so it's going to be a while before he's able to make counter moves on his Tiny.
I'm not the biggest fan of this game. I understand that a lot of games on Tiny Mid, it's actually quite valuable to get the Echo Saber for the ramp up and the farm, but considering your 4 is a your 4 is a Shaker and your 3 is a Tide, I think you have to make a lot of the moves on the map for something to happen. So if you're not going Blink first, you're effectively saying, we don't need to fight a lot, we can just farm. And if that's true, then everything will obviously be okay, but potentially you could be a little bit more in control of the game with an early Blink on Tiny and, you know, trying to punish these moves that Heroic are making. You can threaten the Morph to not play on max Agi all over the map and lower some of his efficiency in turn. But they're just focusing on themselves. Another very slow early game between these two teams. Every game has had so few kills minute 15. The lanes generally go even, everybody farms. The rotations sometimes give a singular kill, but nothing major. That's when the Tormentor starts coming into play.
I told you, we have passed an armistice treaty. We perhaps will not party to the signing, but every single team that we've seen today, even yesterday, certainly was involved. They might actually try to make an engagement onto Whisper. Fissure will block him off. Wheel of Wonder gets thrown out. He does barely get beyond the taunt, drops the ultimate, and he's going to be able to get out. He has the Bloodsport, so they have zero vision and no Ags on the Ringmaster. At the same time, they do jump Shebe on the other side of the map, and they find a quick kill onto him.
Yeah,
so Schofield and the gang, nicely done.
Yeah, the two supports can kill the Tide in this game. They have the perfect support combination. The Vortex amplifies all of Clock's magic damage. You have the Ice Blast to prevent Tide from regenerating from using Anchor Smash with the lifesteal. So they do kill him. That gives Heroic 4 total kills on Tide. All of them. Puts him in a decent spot here. 14-minute Wisdoms. Oh, Heroic getting both Wisdoms this time. That is, I would say, a rare sight in this tournament. Might be the first time that they get both Wisdoms at 14 minutes. That bodes well. Yuma now level 12. Minute 14 on his Morph. He took the Wisdom as well, just for the half of that experience. In spite of being 50 CS behind the Medusa, they're neck and neck in net worth. With all the kills and assists Yuma has.
Not too far away from having his Manta style available either. So Heroic clearly under no pressure to continue expanding the pace of this game. They're going to wait for AVULUS, who are waiting for their own Blink Daggers. Still quite far for Desire, still quite far for this Tiny. Did he change his mind again? Because he actually could have finished the full Echo Saber, but he's now just hoarding gold for the Blink Dagger. So looks like the communication was had to the Tiny that, hey man, I think we need some initiation. Let's get that going for ourselves.
This is, okay, this is, this is worse than going either build. In my opinion, it's getting a casual Ogre Axe. It's got to be some really bad value coming out here for Mobe. But indecision sometimes leads to some trouble. Now the dagger will be completed here. So, see how he puts it to use. He'll get his level 12 as well. Looking to, hopefully for AVULUS, start taking some sort of initiative in this game, because I feel like their 4 heroes can actually do a lot while Medusa farms. The rest of their lineup is
Heroic is going first though, because they find Desire. They know that they want to be doing stuff now. They have a Blink on Whisper. Analog has a decent set of items and some good gold, so why not put some aggression on the map? They find another kill. The opening is there for the Tormi, and everybody is at enough HP that I think they can take this without losing the Ancient Apparition. Let's see. Nope, I was wrong. Oh, it's so funny. Every time. Mid lane, Analog going in with the Rolling Thunder, catching out Mobe. He does have a Blink Dagger, but of course being disabled. Does have to be careful. There is a Tide Hunter behind him. There's going to be a Blink forward with Mobe. Ravage catching on the 3 through the Bloodsport arena. Whisper needs to get the hell out of here. Desire drop the Echo Slam onto Schofield, but Sko is still alive. Hookshots away onto a creep wave. He will remain living. Whisper drop behind a spear onto Mobe to prevent his chase. And somehow, no one dies there? Okay.
Yeah, that was super good outcome for Heroic. That's the Blink Dagger reveal and Ravage and Echo, and AVULUS got 0 kills. And it's a little bit of remnants from game 2. I don't want to harp on it too much, but I feel like the spell casting there could use a little bit of work. I think the Ravage came out slightly too early during the Avalanche, so they're missing some efficiency there. And because of that, Desire has to fissure and can't get in range to echo them in time either. But the good news for AVULUS is Desire is only 500 from Blink. When he gets that, a situation like that one is a triple. Not too far off.
Also, we do have to remember that the carry that they have, unlike in the previous game where they were dealing with an Ursa under major pressure to try and make things happen, Smiling Knight's playing Medusa. He's chilling, but he might be dead here because they've taken a 3-hero twin-gate rotation from Heroic, and here they come. They will not be scouted by this Observer Ward. Very nice preemptive smoke. Can they find the vision? Here goes Schofield with the jetpack. He brought the shot. He wants an angle for the hook shot. Who's he gonna find? Well, they'll settle for a kill onto Fly. Even if they get it at all, he actually managed to get out for now. Fissure thrown back onto Schofield. Schofield's the one that's falling low, and help with the Will of Wonder. They find the kill. Smiling Knight makes it a double. Throwing in the damage thanks to the Mystic Snake, the Wheel of Wonder, the Fissure. All of these spells play in tandem to bring down both supports of Heroic.
It was hard for me to see the exact vision in that moment that Schofield had, but I do think he also saw the Shaker and the Medusa, and then he chose to jump the Ringmaster, who's the one guy that could escape, because he had a whoopee cushion. And I'm assuming Schofield didn't check for that, but that's Ringmaster in a nutshell. Sometimes he just has some bullshit, and then you just gotta move on with your life, you know? Alright, well, I guess. That time he had the... Yeah, you can tell I love the souvenirs, right? Yeah, that was great for Fly. Having that exact souvenir there really changed the complexion of that fight. But at the same time, if Clockwork did have the vision, I think he just jumped Shaker there instead of the Ringmaster. But perhaps his reasoning was Shaker doesn't have ulti anyway, so Ringmaster's the higher priority target. And without the whoopee cushion, you probably just kill him there and maybe build a fight around it.
Just ain't nothing but a flat thing, baby. Bottom. Going on to Shebe. Slow him down with the diffusal. The inhibit will be there. The Rolling Thunder connects. Ice Blast doesn't actually hit, so he's able to throw out the Ravage, and he's still alive. Mobe now with the Avalanche under 3. Tossed down, but the damage is not there just yet. But now with Smiling Knight making an appearance, Heroic realized that this fight is over. Okay. Almost got the kill onto Shebe. If they hit the Ice Blast, perhaps they do find it, but a little bit too south for KJ. Does enable the escape from Shebe.
Radiant's bottom
It's more
is under attack.
slightly unclean coordination here. An execution of the spell casting leaves a little bit to be desired here, and it's kind of strange because I feel like when Heroic play their best, which we have obviously seen in like this in particular, but Schofield's gonna get caught. Well, that's a classic. Just making space for the team. I feel like their spell casting in general is one of their absolute strongest suits, but in this game there's been a couple of misses from both teams, and overall in this tournament, I guess that's just what happens when you're having an event where things aren't exactly going the absolute best for you. That's why you're finding yourself in this position. This is one of those factors, is that when you're firing on all cylinders, those spell combos just hit. You know, the Clockwork doesn't jump the Ringmaster there and you miss the AA ult because you didn't cog, or you got caught off guard by the whoopee cushion. When you go for the Tidebound bottom, you're going to land that AA ult every time.
Speaking of, Mobe
behind
he
the
wandered
tower.
straight into a sentry ward next to the tier 2 tower. He gets eviscerated. Okay, they do manage to get the Ancient Apparition kill, but definitely not worth it. And they've also caught up to Smiling Knight. Thankfully, there is access to the Stone Gaze. Desire also laid out the Fissure. And that Fissure, though, gets stolen as Yuma took away his form, trying to catch up to Fly. The Rocket Flare will slow him down for now. There will be that 4-star forward. However, a spear back will ensure that this man is dead. I will say, as much as I hate escape art, it's very satisfying killing a hero that's inside the box.
And Pango might just be the single best hero in all of Dota at doing that, because all of his AoE spells are physical damage. So the magic damage, magic resistance of the box doesn't work. You can see there, just the Shield of Crash, blasting Fly out of the box. Surprise! It was Ringmaster.
Surprise! By the way, speaking of the box, do you know Roddy Rich by any chance?
No.
That's unfortunate. Let me know in chat if you know
Rich.
Roddy Rich. Yeah, he has a song called The Box, which was like major a couple of years ago. Top lane, they're going on to Whisper. He does not have a box for himself. He's probably just going to die, but maybe they turn this around. Ice Blast did connect, but the escape art is there for Mobe. That being said, he also got connected into with the Cold Feet. He's on the high ground, but eventually gets brought down by Schofield. Burns him away with the young battery assault. Desire turning his attention around towards the rest of Radiant side. Drops a Fissure, just wants to get back. They know there's no hook shot. They know that the jetpack has already been utilized. They know there's no rolling thunder, so it's safe to just walk away.
Unfortunately there, AVULUS, Fly unable to connect the Wheel of Wonder. He was desperately trying to save the Tiny, and then the Echo Slam hits 2 heroes, but there's absolutely 0 follow-up available. Well, AVULUS again, just not really, they're not quite hitting it the way they're hoping to, but it's just a matter of time. Like, their lineup is built in such a way that eventually you're going to find an opening with Tiny getting some have a toss. If the enemy team tries to respond, that's when you can hit the Fat Ravage or a good Echo or whatever. And you will always have this overall strategy of playing around the Medusa. And the good news for AVULUS is Smiling Knight's having a completely free game. 350 CS minute 23. This is S-tier numbers, just flat out elite level farming. And if he keeps this up, he will continue distancing himself from the Morphling, making use of the Manta to further amplify his own farm. He's close to completing a Scotty with his Butter as well as Manta. Perhaps AVULUS, the whole idea here is just keep distracting around the map, get Smiling Knight to 3 or 4 items, take Roche and maybe just try to end the game even. So it's pretty difficult for Heroic to kill the Deuce of this game. They only have the Diffusal and Pango, there's nothing else that's really good.
You were pondering towards the end of the draft that we do see an Ancient Apparition getting gone on and killed. You're pondering which do you prefer more, how good the Medusa pick was for their team or how good the Pango pick was for Heroic. I think at this stage of the game, I would much rather be Medusa team. Like Smiling Knight is just cruising at the moment. I mean, they're going to lose their tier 1 right now, but you still have a tier 1 24 minutes in with the Medusa draft. All right, gang, sign me up. And they might not even get the tier 1 because they're smoking AVULUS. They're coming to defend this.
And they might find